Yi. Build great faith cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 1. Xiefeng. The type of faith will decide the type of soul. The type of soul will decide the type of culture. And the type of culture will decide the way of life and production and the operation mechanism of society. The cultural construction in the second home of Life Echanuan has a direct bearing upon our way of life and production and operation mechanism of society, and has a direct bearing upon whether we can ascend to the highest realm of life and realize our ultimate ideal. The paramount principle for the cultural construction of the second home is the building of great faith, the great faith in Buddha and the greatest creator, the great faith in Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, immortal Lao Tzu, the Prophet Muhammad, and the great man Mao Zedong, and the great faith in the guide Xiefeng. Without these three great faiths, it will be impossible to build healthy culture, and people will lose their direction and will fall asunder and plunge into chaos. The resulting internal strife will waste time, energy, material, and mental efforts. As a result, it will be impossible to pioneer the era of Life Echanuan, in which the worthy person can fully utilize his talents. The whole world is like one family. No one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and the houses need not be bolted at night, in which everything will be in complete harmony. The weather will be good for harvest, and everyone will be happy, free, and pleasant, and in which all methods are unified into one general principle and all religions are unified into one uniform religion. What is great faith? Great faith is complete belief and trust without any suspicion. Great faith means trusting what you understand and what you do not understand for the moment. Every Chanyuan celestial must read The Greatest Creator thoroughly and then read Revelation in connection with his or her life experience so as to build great faith in the greatest Creator. Without the great faith, it is like water without source and wood without root. Every Chanyuan celestial must read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Gospel of Judas, and have profound knowledge of Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, and Tao Te Ching. Worship Muhammad and Islamic spirit, learn Mao Zedong's spirit of serving the people with heart and soul, form the most sublime wish and build the great faith in Jesus Christ, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, and Mao Zedong. Every Chanyuan celestial should read Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus thoroughly, know about the guide Xiefeng, and build the great faith in the guide Xiefeng. You can ask yourself who in this world can inherit and carry forward the wisdom of God, Buddha, celestial being, sages, and saints in a comparatively systematic and complete manner. Comparison can tell who is superior and who is inferior. You can make a comparison of all people in the history of mankind and all people of the present time. If any one of them can surpass Xiefeng in words and actions, then you can abandon the guide Xiefeng immediately. Faith is truth. Love is life. Faith can accomplish everything. Small faith accomplishes small thing. Great faith accomplishes great thing. Without faith, one will not know what course to take and will accomplish nothing. Comparison can tell who is superior and who is inferior. You can make a comparison of all people in the history of mankind and all people of the present time. If any one of them can surpass Xiefeng in words and actions, then you can abandon the guide Xiefeng immediately. Faith is truth. Love is life. Faith can accomplish everything. Small faith accomplishes small thing. Great faith accomplishes great thing. Without faith, one will not know what course to take and will accomplish nothing. With great faith, you can overcome all difficulties and hardships in life. You can light up the magical lamp in your heart and illuminate the road ahead. You can get rid of passivity, pessimism, and form a positive and optimistic attitude. And you can pursue the sun and get away from darkness, and finally reach the soul mountain indomitably. We should build this cultural atmosphere, namely the great faith in the greatest creator, the great faith in Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the immortal Lao Tzu, the Prophet Muhammad, and the great man Mao Zedong, and the great faith in the guide of Life Echanuan Xiefeng. This is the core of culture building of the second home. 长心存感激，第二家园文化建设。2. Be always grateful cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 2. Xiefeng. Gratitude is the primary element for the sublimation of the quality of life. To become Chanyuan celestial, one must be grateful. To enter the second home, one must be grateful. How can one not be grateful for escaping the program of the secular world and enjoying the great pleasure of life in the second home. What else do we want? The second home takes charge of our food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, aging, illness, and health, and we need not toil and worry about supporting the old and raising the young. Our work is simple, and we need not be overloaded with trifles. With a lot of sisters, brothers, and lovers, we are no longer lonely and solitary. With free and open love, we are no longer depressed, melancholy, and distressed. Since we have achieved the state of having nothing and at the same time possessing everything, we need no longer worry about possession. Since we have the stage to fully exhibit our personality and talent, we no longer need to fear that our talent will not be put to good use. Since we are far away from the secular world, we no longer feel anxious about the intrigue, scheming, and cheating between each other. Since we have our guide to lead us, we need not worry about the future of our life. What else do we want? Man should not be greedy. Do you think there is an end to it if you still feel unsatisfied when living in such a cultural atmosphere and environment? Still feel that you have not treated yourself fairly, still dislike this or that, still make endless complaints, and find faults with everything? Without a sense of gratitude, you will have an unsatiable desire, you will feel unsatisfied, you will grumble with complaints, you will make trouble, you will become lazy, you will be fastidious, you will have a bee in your bonnet, you will feel only you are capable, you will feel others owe you a lot, you will complain and find faults, you will try to control and hold others in sway, you will stir up trouble and sow discord between people, you will hurt others in words, you will cause endless trouble and suffering to your sisters, brothers, and lovers, and you will not be able to concentrate on your work. With a sense of gratitude, you will have a clear consciousness and mind. You will not ask for too much. You will not keep your eyes on other people's shortcomings. You will not loaf around without anything to do and without anything on mind. You will not attempt to control and usurp others. You will not attempt to impose your own will upon others. You will not restrict others' joy, happiness, blessing, and freedom. You will not have jealousy, complaint, and comparison. You will not lose temper and have a lot of discontent and grievances. You will not feel that others are bullying and restraining you, and you will not be disheartened and listless when you meet some setbacks. With a sense of gratitude, you will bring joy and pleasure to others and yourself. You will not feel the poverty and hardship of life. You will not feel depression. You will feel everything is wonderful and satisfying. You will be broad-minded and refreshed. You will have unselfish love and devotion. You will always compliment and encourage others instead of finding fault and complaining to others. You will be forgiving and tolerant to others' mistake and faults. You will form harmonious, amiable, and loving relationship with the environment and people, and you will have great enthusiasm and passion and devote completely to the cause of man's happiness. Before we realize our ideals, we should always keep in mind that none of us is perfect and we all need further sublimation, and that we should not stop at where we were yesterday. Since neither we ourselves nor others are perfect, we should forgive and tolerate each other, while tolerance derives from the gratitude in our soul. The sense of gratitude in every Chanyuan celestial should be a cultural characteristic of the second home. As long as we have a sense of gratitude, there will be no mountain of flame that we cannot climb across, there will be no difficulty that we cannot overcome, and there will be no temporary plight that we cannot put up with, because the sense of gratitude can reach heaven and earth and human nature. As long as we have the sense of gratitude, we will get the love from Buddha and the greatest creator, and we can get out of the temporary plight and change for the better. Be always grateful over everything, and eventually you will reach your ideal destination. 坦诚直言第二家园文化建设三 Be frank and honest cultural building of the second home. Now New Oasis for Life, Part 3. Xiefeng. We should put an end to autocracy and dictatorship. We shall make sure that all kind, hardworking, simple, and faithful people enjoy pleasant, joyful, free, and happy life. And we will build a good culture and environment where there is no oppression, no exploitation, no suppression, no destruction, no maltreatment, no infliction, and no discrimination, where all people are equal. People care and love each other and live harmoniously, and where people share weal and woe. Firstly, people who speak frankly shall not be subject to revenge and retaliation and threat. Anyone who has some opinion to contribute shall be encouraged, respected, heard, and paid attention to, as long as he is speaking the truth, as long as he is not deliberately provocative and does not make groundless speculation, as long as he is not unreasonable and does not talk nonsense, as long as he does not aim to stir up trouble and instigate, as long as he does not create difficulties and form a clique to pursue selfish interest, as long as he does not attack for personal spite, as long as he does not expose others' privacy and land them in an embarrassing situation. Since the guide Xiefeng plays a critical role in this second home of ours, and I myself is not perfect, you should be strict with me, so that you can prevent the guide from becoming an unsatiable autocrat and destroying this beautiful home that has been built with your hard work. Every sister, brother, and lover should speak out frankly, help me, and save me instead of fomenting my mistakes whenever he or she discovers that I practice favoritism, that I take advantage of my power to bully people, that I maltreat any Chanyuan celestial, that I deviate from the values of Chanyuan, that I reserve privileges for myself, that I threaten or harm anybody, or that I have caused the harm of spirit, soul, and flesh to any sister or brother. If my words and behaviors have offended you, please point them out frankly, and do not let me be misled and mistakenly think that you like my words and behaviors to such an extent that I become swellhead and always have my way. Please tell me frankly if I have not handled affairs fairly, if I take part with someone, or if I practice bureaucratism and oppression. If I retaliate somebody for his frankness, then I have degenerated into a demon. Then the guide has lost his reason and is not worth trusting. We should speak frankly about the guide. We should also speak frankly about every Chanyuan celestial in the home. No one in this home can be left out. Everyone should accept others' frank opinion. Anyone who harbors discontent and hatred for others' kind and frank words and resort to retaliation is not sincerely engaging in self-refinery and self-cultivation, and thus should be criticized by the guide. The best way for frank speech is to reserve one night every week for a meeting of exchange in the home. Everyone shall speak frankly in the public if they have some opinions concerning some matter, if they feel that they are wronged, if they feel that they are not treated fairly, if they feel that they have sustained someone's maltreatment and harms to their spirit, soul, and flesh, or if they find that the sister or brother of the home has deviated the values of Chanyuan in speech and actions. All problems should be resolved publicly instead of privately. We should build a culture in which everyone can speak frankly. We Chanyuan Celestials should all be superhuman. He will not be a qualified Chanyuan Celestial and a frank person if he does not speak frankly about the wrongs, unfair treatment, and oppression he has suffered. A person who does not speak frankly is absolutely not an honest person. He is either a cunning and sly double dealer or a good-for-nothing. With the exception of privacies, everything in the second home should be transparent and exposed to the sunlight. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to create the era of life genuine for mankind, and we will not be entitled to guide the whole mankind. Privileged class and special interest groups are not allowed in the second home. At the same time, we should not practice egalitarianism, because we have the noblest wish in self-refinery and self-cultivation, and everything that we do is for the sake of perfecting ourselves and reaching the best realm of life and life. We do not aim to obtain any personal benefit and interest from the home. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. If everybody speaks frankly, the dark cloud will be dispersed and decay will be turned into miracle. Then we can create an ideal environment and a beautiful future, set an example for mankind, and eventually realize our most beautiful future. 情爱性爱自由第二家园文化建设4 Freedom of emotional love and sex love. Cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 4. Xiefeng. February 22, 2010. Emotional love is the precious gift endowed to mankind by the greatest creator. Sex love is the highest order of game, as well as an effective initial approach to become a Buddhist believer, to gain enlightenment and reach the realm of Elysium. Fully enjoying emotional love and sex love accords the will of the greatest creator and is a part of beautiful life that cannot be ignored and expropriated. It is an important connotation of the culture building of the second home to ensure that everyone fully enjoys emotional love and sex love and protect everyone's freedom to fully enjoy emotional and sex love. Any suppression or expropriation of this freedom is inhuman and goes against the will of the greatest creator. There is no family, no marriage, and husband-wife relationship in the second home. Once inside the second home, everyone is free and is free from any bondage and shackles in the matter of emotional love and sex love. On the basis of mutual consent and within the code of civility, one will not be subject to any form of restraint and supervision in his or her emotional life and sex life. Anyone who attempts to limit and supervise others' freedom of emotional love and sex love has deviated the values of Chanyuan and will not be entitled to live in the second home. No one should usurp or control others. No one should treat others as his or her private properties. No one should interfere in others' emotional love and sex love. No one should expropriate others' freedom of emotional love and sex love. In other fields of life, we should get rid of the consciousness of feudal autocracy, eliminate oppression and private ownership. In the field of spirit, soul, and flesh, we should also get rid of the consciousness of feudal autocracy, eliminate oppression and private ownership. Jealousy indicates the ugliness of one's soul. Jealousy, complaints, resentment, and hatred manifested in emotional and sex love are the symbols of an ugly soul. It is morally criminal to restrict, control, monitor, supervise, and hinder others' freedom of emotional love and sex love out of jealousy. In the second home, any form of emotional and sex love is free. One is free to live all by himself. Point two, people are free to live together faithfully and refrain from any emotional and sexual relations with any third person. One is also free to have more than one emotional and sexual partners. One is also free to have unlimited number of emotional and sexual partners. Everything goes on in accordance with one's own free will. This is private affair, not public affair. The second home respects everyone's will, personality, and hobbies. No one should impose his or her will and values upon others. Those who like bread should not limit other people's like for noodles. Those who do not like apples should not forbid others to eat apples. The home encourages the blooming of all flowers, like the 8 celestial beings that each display their own special skills in crossing the sea. The home provides the stage for the full and comprehensive blooming of gorgeous flowers of human characters. For thousands of years in human history, as a result of erroneous consciousness of emotional love and sex love and artificial limitation, improper moral norms and commandments have been established in different countries, causing countless people to have been treated unfairly. Human character has been severely suppressed. The originally beautiful things have been messed up. Actually, very simple things have been complicated. Things that are pure and noble in nature have been treated as humble and dirty. What should have been a comedy turned out to be a tragedy. Such situations should not continue. The original purity and simplicity of things should be restored so that everyone can fully enjoy the pleasure of emotional love and sex love, and everyone leads a happy, pleasant, free, and blessed life. And this is an important part of our culture building. Since man is still in the backward and ignorant state at present, in the situation of competition and struggle governed by the rule of jungles, and in the war of survival centering on the selfish possession of resources, we face severe challenge and difficulty in building a culture that makes sure everyone fully enjoys emotional and sex love. The road ahead is fraught with twists and turns and great risks. Without a firm will, one is likely to be swallowed up by the secular outlook on emotional love and sex love at any time. The wind and waves of the secular world may overturn our boat of new culture. However, the society is moving forward, people are awakening, and more people have realized that the traditional views on emotional love and sex love have caused great misfortune and pain to mankind, especially to individuals. We firmly believe that as long as we stick to our belief, and as long as we are patient, the new culture of the second home is bound to be widely accepted by people. A brand new way of life will bring happiness and light to mankind, and the Life Genuine era surely come to us. 信靠家园，第二家园文化建设。5. Believe in and rely on the home, cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 5. Xiefeng. At home we rely on our parents, in the society we depend on our friends. This is one part of the traditional culture. To survive and develop in the actual human society, people mainly depend on interpersonal relations, parents, husband, wife, children, sisters and brothers, relatives and friends, classmates and associates, leaders and subordinates, and so on. As a result, the relations between people become extremely complicated and entangled. If anything adverse happens to the relation that you depend on, it may trigger a series of interpersonal disputes and emotional turmoil concessions, resignation to exploitation, suppression and depression, oppression and exploitation, jealousy and complaint, resentment, intrigue against each other, scheming against each other, contention, flattery, cheating, rising to bait, anger and revenge, abuse and maltreatment, mental torture, control of the soul, and the like. Once you change and place your trust on the second home, all these ugly phenomena will disperse like dark clouds. Every Chanyuan Celestial's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, health, and diseases are taken care of by the home. The elderly people are supported by the home. The children are raised and educated by the home, and the freedom of emotional love and sex love is guaranteed by the home. The home provides the stage for every Chanyuan Celestial to fully exhibit their ambition and talent. Thus, we can surely shift from our dependence on interpersonal relations in the traditional culture to the dependence on the home. Accordingly, interpersonal relations will become pure and simple, natural and harmonious. People will live in happiness and love. We should build our belief in and dependence on the greatest creator, the home, and ourselves. We should not believe in and depend on man. Belief in and dependence on man will lead to tragedy of life and a series of bewilderment and pain. Belief in and dependence on man will prove to be our own and others' encumbrance and spiritual burden. Belief in and dependence on man will surely make one become the servant and sacrifice of others and make it impossible to lead a life of one's own. How do we believe in and depend on the home? We shall regard the home as the place where we can settle down and lead a quiet life, as the stage where we can fully utilize our talents, as the best environment where we can obtain joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing, and as the fertile soil where we can bring into full play our sincerity, kindnesses, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. We shall regard each Chanyuan Celestial as our sister's brother, relative, and lover. Love the home, unselfishly devote one's talent and wisdom to the home, carefully and conscientiously do every job that one has chosen in the home according to one's interest and hobbies, strive to do his or her best and achieve the best performance, contribute every day to the home more than one gets from it. Meanwhile, continuously sublimate the quality of life, perfect his or her own non-material structure of life, continuously make way to the highest realm of life and realize 1 foot long cherished wish and ideal. How can we believe in and depend on the home? Upholding 800 values for new era human being is the fundamental guarantee for the realization of the wish of the individual and the ideal of the home. 除贪腐懒奢思，第二家园文化建设六 Eliminate greed, corruption, laziness, extravagance, and selfishness. Cultural building of the second home. Now New Oasis for Life, Part 6. Xiefeng. Corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste are the archenemy of civilization, are the character and behavior of demons, are the cancer on the body, are the viruses of depravity in the cozy home, are the pathway to evils, are the poison that erodes the beautiful soul, and are the undercurrent, reef, and quicksand that hinder man's evolution toward the era of Life-Chanyuan. In order that we can create a cultural environment in which everyone is joyful, happy, free, and blessed, in order to ensure that man and nature and man live in harmony and peace, and in order to realize the most beautiful wish and most sublime ideal of man, we should prevent the occurrence of corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste. We should thoroughly get rid of the soil for the breeding and growth of these 6 evils. Otherwise, the mansion of civilization will collapse because it is built on the fluctuating quicksand. First, every Chanyuan Celestial must understand that, no matter how much sweat and effort we have made for the home, and no matter how much contribution we have made to the home, our purpose is to pay back our debts accumulated over different lives and build up the wealth and treasure for our journey to the heavenly kingdom, instead of acquiring more benefits and interest from the home than ordinary Chanyuan Celestial. Any contribution and devotion should not be an excuse for our corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste in the second home, and should not be a bargaining counter and standard for the formation of the special interest group that stands high above the masses. Everything in the second home belongs to all Chanyuan celestials. Anyone will be suspected of waste? If he or she has exceeded basic standard in the aspect of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation and has hindered the principle of full utilization of resources and man's talents. Anyone will be suspected of waste? If he or she has exceeded basic standard in the aspect of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation and has hindered the principle of full utilization of resources and man's talents. How can we prevent the occurrence of corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste in the second home? First, we should constantly learn and understand 800 values for new era human being. We should always uphold the 800 values and make sure that every Chanyuan celestial living permanently or temporarily in the home builds the most noble wish, sets up the great and lofty ideal, cultivates noble moral character, sublimates the realm of life, exhibits the sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty in the depth of soul, willingly and voluntarily learn and follows the example of saints, lights up the magical lamp in the mind, constantly remains alert and prevents himself or herself from depravity, and establishes a moral cord in his or her own conscience and make a judgment of oneself. Secondly, we should eliminate the private ownership, guarantee that everyone has nothing but owns everything, solve for everyone the issue of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, aging, and death, solve the issue of supporting the old people and raising and educating the children, solve the issue of physiological need, enrich spiritual and cultural life, and promote the taste of life. At the same time, we should do away with the soil for the contention of power, interests, positions, money, fame, and beautiful women, and make sure that there is no power worth contending for, no special position available for occupation, no money available for embezzlement, no fame for people to capitalize on, and no beauty to be privately possessed. Thirdly, every Chanyuan celestial shall exercise the right to be the master of the home and have the freedom of speech. Everyone can speak freely, and we should not limit the freedom of speech. We should not take revenge on and punish those who speak out their opinions. Every week a special meeting of exchange shall be held for everyone to expose the corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste that has occurred in the home. We should check the erroneous ideas at the outset. When any trace of such trend is discovered, it should be checked and banished timely. We should uphold the principle that the criticism shall be aimed at affairs rather than at a certain person. We should have a strict attitude to affairs but a gentle attitude to people. We should not casually apply principles to anything. We should not casually mete out punishment. We should always remember that none of us is perfect and that everyone is likely to commit mistakes. We should make sure that those people who have made mistakes have enough time to repent and correct their mistakes and improve their character. We should forgive those who have made mistakes and always bear in mind that every Chanyuan celestial is our sister, brother, relative, and lover instead of our competitor or enemy. No matter whether the home is in favorable or adverse situation, it should consistently combat corruption, embezzlement, laziness, extravagance, selfishness, and waste, and eliminate the soil, climate, environment, and condition for the birth of these six evils in the home's operation procedure of production and life. Only in this way can we create a comfortable, harmonious, lively, and energetic situation of production and life, where unified will exist together with pleasant individual feeling. Only in this way can we shoulder the task of creating the era of life genuine for mankind and pilot the era of life genuine for mankind. Only in this way can we reach the highest realm of life and arrive at the ultimate destination of life and life. 谨守自然之道，第二家园文化建设七 Stick to the way of nature cultural building of the second home, now new oasis for life. Part 7. Xiefeng. February 2nd, 2010. The main path is easy to walk on, yet people love the small bypaths. Tao is worshipped and Te is exalted, without anyone's order but is so of its own accord. Tao models itself after nature. Tao Te Ching. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature, and the way of nature is the union between man and the universe, the union of different methods, the way of being a man, the way of light, the way of great peace, the way of joy, pleasure, freedom, and happiness, and the easiest, simplest, and nearest and cheapest way to the thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, Elysium world, and the celestial island continent. Adherence to the way of nature is a distinguishing feature of the culture of the second home. How can we adhere to the way of nature? Everything and every phenomenon in nature is the cell and word of the greatest creator. We should hold nature in esteem and awe, love nature. We should not damage nature. We should blend into nature and live in harmony with nature and share prosperity with nature. The universe and nature is the palace hall of the greatest creator. Therefore, the second home will not build churches, temples, monasteries, and other places for the worshiping of the greatest creator. Worshipping nature is worshiping the greatest creator, and showing awe and respect to nature is showing awe and respect to the greatest creator. The second home shall not make sculptures and carvings for the worshiping of the greatest creator. Worshipping everything and every phenomenon in nature is worshipping the greatest creator. Feel the gratitude for the greatest creator from the depth of heart. Spurn different forms of worshipping, burn no incense, no paper money, and do not kowtow. Do not use animal or any other creatures as offerings and sacrifices. Begin labor at the rise of the sun, and stop at the setting of the sun. Get up at dawn and clean the courtyard. Rear, survive, live, and die according to the law of nature. With the exception of Tomb Sweeping Day, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival, and the like, which are closely associated with nature, the second home does not celebrate any other man-made holidays. Have dinner when one feels hungry and go to sleep when one feels tired. When cultivating oneself, Chanyuan Celestial follows the law of nature. Chanyuan Celestials will have meal when they feel hungry, go to sleep when they feel tired, engage in entertainment when he has a desire for it, and go to work when it is time for it. They will not break the law of nature or build luxury dwelling places. They will be thrifty in food and do not eat rare and expensive delicacies. They do not value objects difficult to obtain. They do not wear diamond rings, do not envy man-made works of art, do not cultivate magical arts, do not pursue special skills, do not seek shortcuts. They spurn any form of cultivation that is against the law of nature. What one says should be based on facts. What one does should be based on scientific and objective laws. What one reasons should be based on logic. Give up any form of superstition, such as dialogue with deity, communion with higher soul, speaking via deities, and talking in the name of the greatest creator, God, and spirits. Do not practice magic and wonder. Do not show off special skills. Do not pass on strange tales. Do not pass off as Jesus Christ or Buddha. Keep a distance from ghosts and deities. Do not tell fortunes. Do not make predictions. Do not practice the ritual of expelling the ghost and calling back the spirit of the dead. Do not practice witchery. Do not practice theurgy. And do not wear special garments and accessories that mark one's statuses. Be natural in everything and free from any affectedness. The more prohibitions there are, the poorer the people become. The sharper weapons there are, the greater the chaos in the state. The more skills of technique, the more cunning things are produced. The greater the number of statutes, the greater the number of thieves and brigands. Tao Te Ching. Therefore, on the basis of observing rules, we should break with any taboo. The home does not possess any other devices, except for those used in production, life, and entertainment, does not produce and possess swords, spears, and other weapons, does not encourage people to learn strange skills, and does not make rules and statutes. Everything follows the law of nature. Tao models itself after nature. Therefore, following the way of nature and upholding the way of nature means following the way of the greatest creator and following the way of life. The way of nature is like the bright sunlight of spring, with good weather and fresh breeze and good luck and harmony. The way of nature is simple and easy to carry out, and will become brighter and brighter, more and more noble, and more perfect. The way of nature is not only the way of man, but also the way of celestial being. As long as we stick to and follow the way of nature, In the long term, we will most certainly attain deity, celestial being, and super celestial being. 个体自由的八大标准 8 criteria for individual freedom. Xiefeng, September 18, 2008. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. An advancing life ascends from the realm of necessity toward that of freedom, while a regressive one retreats in the opposite direction. If we want to climb to a higher level space of life, we must strive to move toward the free kingdom. What are the criteria for complete freedom of the individual? In other words, what criteria do individuals need to achieve the realm of freedom? Sexual freedom, lack of responsibilities and obligations, lack of cares, lack of close personal relationships, no one to answer for you, no answering for anyone else, doing as you wish without overstepping basic law, managing and governing yourself. We will examine each in detail. Sexual freedom. As long as an individual and their partner are willing, when and how they make love should be their unrestricted decision. Only common sense manners should dictate the proper time and place. Lack of responsibilities and obligations. Just as flowers grow, bloom, and pollinate, everything is natural and voluntary, not forced by responsibilities or obligations. Once there are even the least number of responsibilities and obligations, freedom is lost. A newborn baby lives on milk and its mother gives her breast, but this is natural and voluntary, brings pleasure to both, and is not done out of responsibility. Lack of cares. Own nothing, own everything. Act freely and have no cares. Once you care for something, your freedom is lost. Lack of close personal relationships. Once you have close familial relationships, you have obligations and responsibilities, and once you have friends and lovers, you have to care for them. Therefore, friends, relatives, and lovers are obstacles to freedom. No one to answer for you. You need to solve your own problems and expect no one to solve them for you. Deal with your own necessities of life, such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, illness, and death naturally and with neither regrets nor complaints. Do not answer for anyone. Answer to the greatest creator and for yourself, but not to anyone else. Doing as you wish without overstepping basic law. Do as you wish, but never overstep the basic law. You can do as you wish, but always revere the greatest creator. Revere life, revere nature, and never harm life or nature. Managing and governing yourself. As long as one is managed, supervised, governed, or controlled by others, they have no freedom. This means that individuals who have reached the highest level of quality and accomplishment will have achieved the highest realm of civilization, so they will not need to be managed, supervised, governed, or controlled by others because they will naturally interact with others, both harmoniously and efficiently. 去天国路线图 The Roadmap to Heaven by Xiefeng, May 7th, 2006. Living on Earth? Follow the teachings of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu in science. Enter Life Genuine. Study Life Genuine values. Become a Chanyuan celestial. Unconventional thinking. Purify one's soul. Shift consciousness and change one's life structure. Enter the new oasis for life. Meet the standard of 1,000-year world. Understanding the major 8 ways of thinking. Meet the standard of 10,000-year world. Understanding the 8 secrets of life. Go to Elysium World. Description. When you still live on the earth. 1. You first need to learn and understand the wisdom and teachings of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu, and study scientific knowledge, on which basis enter Life Genuine. Study and understand the contents in Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus. Also listen to the thoughts of Chanyuan masters and learn their wisdom. Point 2. Try to become a Chanyuan celestial after that. Once you are a Chanyuan celestial, you must train yourself to think in an unconventional way, breaking all superstitions and shackles that confine human nature. Gradually get away from the bondage that the ideas of traditional family, country, political party, and religion have on your mind, and consciously sweep the dust and stains on your soul just like wiping off the dust on a mirror. Let your mind and behaviors exhibit towards the direction of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty. Point 3. Then we need work hard on the core of self-cultivation, putting efforts on shifting our consciousness, let our mind go into non-material world. Although our body residence on the earth, our mind stays in heaven. From this step, we can further come to the new oasis for life. Experience the new lifestyle copied from Thousand Year World. Point 4. Finally, practice Chanyuan meditation. In this way, you can be ensured to go to the Thousand-Year World. If you want to go to 10,000-year world instead, you need to grasp the secrets of 8 ways of thinking, and you can surely go to the 10,000-year world. However, if you don't want to stop there, you need to understand the 8 secrets of life thoroughly. Once you reach that stage, you are able to go to Elysium world at any time. The theory is just simple as that, and the roadmap is very clear, but it is not easy to really follow it and meet the standard. 全球对共产主义的误解太深. The Great Global Misunderstanding of Communism. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Western society regards communism as an evil beast, while Oriental society misunderstands communism as sharing property and people. But a true communist society is actually a utopia, the great harmony, and a nickname of the kingdom of the greatest creator. This misunderstanding was rooted in the wrongdoing of global communist parties from the birth of Marxism. The mistakes of the whole Communist International and the failure of really understanding the essence of communism by Lenin and Mao led to highly flawed executions. Communist society is the most humane, which should be realized by its lack of pain to any individual from the starting point. Real communism cannot be illustrated by the dictatorship of the proletariat or the theory of class warfare and does not support power from the barrel of a gun. New Oasis for Life of Life Chanyuan is a real communist society. We never apply dictatorship or the theory of class struggle, nor share possessions or partners, not even to deprive capitalists of their property. It was voluntarily built up by all the members, by moistening the honey and the dew of silent love. This fact speaks louder than words. Its illustration is the best touchstone. Communism is not an evil beast, but a real paradise in the mortal world. Just to look up the history and life mode of New Oasis for Life, and you will understand real communism. 孔子可以休息了. Confucius should retire. Zufeng. December 30th, 2014. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Confucius is most worthy of respect as a Chinese national thinker and moral leader. His educational theories are especially praiseworthy. However, it would be more of a disaster than a blessing for China to continue regarding him as a saint and promoting him as such to the outside world. First of all, Confucius understood benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and credibility, and to be gentle, benign, modest, thrifty, and courteous, but he had no regard for Tao. That is to say, Confucius focused only on the branches and leaves, but attached no significance to the roots. However hard he tried, he never strove to reach the faith nor the virtue of being a mortal human. This is why he had regrets, as can be inferred from the Analects of Confucius. Li Ran, namely that having heard Tao in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Confucius never understands Tao, even to his death. Secondly, Confucius despised laborers and regarded them as inferior beings. It was written in the Analects of Confucius. Zilu, that his student, Fanshi once suggested to Confucius that he should learn to plant crops, but Confucius answered him, I am not as good as the farmers. Once again Fanshi asked him to learn to grow vegetables, but Confucius again answered him, I am not as good as vegetable growers. After Fanshi exited, Confucius denigrated him by saying, what an inferior person Fanshi is. Superior people can be courteous, but ordinary people will have to revere them. Superior people can be righteous, but ordinary people will have to obey them. And superior people can be credible, but common people will certainly love them. In that way, the common people will always take refuge with their own children. So why would I ever need to, or want to do as they do, to plant crops? How can one who looks down upon the laborers bring blessings China? Worse than that, Confucius was unkind. When Fanshi asked him for advice, not only did Confucius not facilitate his student earnestly and patiently to his face, but he even belittled his student as being inferior. Does this kind of teacher deserve to be one at all? As he was wrong macroscopically, it would be to no avail, no matter how hard he strove. He was confused macroscopically, but prudent microscopically. With the development of modern society, Confucius needs to retire. 人生和生命的价值和意义 The values and meanings of life and life. Xiefeng. February 17th, 2008. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Life and life are two different concepts. They are interrelated, but fundamentally different. Life is that part of life which exists during its journey through the mortal world. Life is temporary, but life is eternal. Life is a chapter in the long river of life. Life is a series extending outward from the origin of the universe to infinite time and space. Life can come to an end at any time, but life can never end, even with the ending of life. The life of life is over, but life itself will always continue to exist in other forms. Therefore, the values and the meanings of life are different from those of life. If you confuse the values and meanings of life with the value and meaning of life, then you are likely to have a confused life. The values of life are to serve for life, to pay off debts, to improve your life structure, to make life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and to make it extend to higher space. The meanings of life are to create wealth and joy, to serve oneself, others, and the community. The values of life are to serve the greatest creator, to serve nature, and to maintain the dynamic balance of the life of the universe. The meaning of life is that the universe exists for life. Life lives for the universe. Without the universe, there would be no life, and without life, there would be no universe. So, what are the values and meanings of life and of life? If your life is happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and if you can orient your life structure toward perfection, then your life has value. If your life can create wealth and joy for yourself, for others, and for your community, then your life has meaning. If your life serves the greatest creator, serves nature, and serves other life, then your life has both value and meaning. 耶稣不是上帝. Jesus is not the greatest creator. Xiefeng. April 20th, 2006. Translated by Shidai and edited by Care. Jesus was the greatest person in history. He was the Christ, the hope of humanity, the door to eternal life, and the son of, spokesperson for, and the road leading to the greatest creator for all kind, diligent, simple, honest, and humble people. Regardless of how much we praise Jesus, it can never be too much, but we cannot say that Jesus was or is the greatest creator. A real Christian must venerate Jesus, listen to the teachings of Jesus, and strictly behave according to Jesus' teachings. To lower or raise the status of Jesus is inexcusable. It not only blasphemes the greatest creator, but it is also a betrayal to Jesus. Furthermore, it would be the Antichrist and a sin to human beings. Jesus belongs to all human beings, not to any specific nation or religion. Jesus' teachings are for everyone. Everyone who loves Jesus, believes in Jesus, and follows Jesus' teachings is a Christian. This does not need any baptism or approval from any special anointed person or religious institution. Even the Hindu, Mahatma Gandhi said, "I love Jesus Christ." Many Buddhists also say they love Jesus. But here we shall know that Jesus is not the greatest creator. Jesus never claimed himself to be the greatest creator. He taught us again and again that we shall walk on the way of the greatest creator. Let us check the words of Jesus to verify whether or not Jesus was the greatest creator. But he said, "I must preach the good news of the kingdom of God to the other towns also, because that is why I was sent." Luke 4:43. Here, Jesus says that he was sent. If Jesus is the greatest creator, who will ask the greatest creator to do things? By myself, I can do nothing. I judge only as I hear, and my judgment is just, for I seek not to please myself, but him who sent me. John 5 verse 30. Here, Jesus clearly tells us that he came, not for his will, but for the will of the greatest creator. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come. Matthew 12:32. Here, Jesus humbly tells us that if we speak a word against him, we can be forgiven. But if we speak words against the greatest creator, we cannot be forgiven. These words clearly show that Jesus was not the greatest creator. Then the mother of Zebedee's sons came to Jesus with her sons and, kneeling down, asked a favor of him. "What is it you want?" he asked. She said, "Grant that one of these two sons of mine may sit at your right and the other at your left in your kingdom." "You don't know what you are asking," Jesus said to them. "Can you drink the cup I am going to drink?" "We can," they answered. Jesus said to them, "You will indeed drink from my cup, but to sit at my right or left is not for me to grant. These places belong to those for whom they have been prepared by my Father." Matthew 20:21-23. Here, Jesus directly tells us that his right was less than the greatest creators. He had no right to grant people to sit at either of his sides. If Jesus were the greatest creator, would he not have this right to grant? And at the ninth hour Jesus cried out in a loud voice, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani?" Which means, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Mark 15 verse 34. Jesus called out with a loud voice, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." When he had said this, he breathed his last. Luke 23:46. From these words, how can we say that Jesus is the greatest creator? I also want to ask, can man condemn the greatest creator to death? Is man more powerful than the greatest creator? I still want to ask, Jesus had prayed many times. If Jesus were the greatest creator, to whom did he pray? Is there any being greater than the greatest creator? The facts prove, time and again, that Jesus was not the greatest creator. So, why do some people still claim that Jesus is the greatest creator? There is an evil purpose here, which is to raise the status of Jesus so high that it moves people farther away from the greatest creator. Since they said Jesus is the greatest creator, they shall listen to the teachings of Jesus. But no, they did not hear and follow any teachings of Jesus. They just wanted to get to their own scheme. What was the scheme? That is to praise Jesus so high with their lips that they betray Jesus and ask people to walk on the way of Satan. "But what about you?" he asked. "Who do you say I am?" Simon Peter answered, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." Matthew 16:15-16. Some Christians who praise Jesus with their lips have dishonored the real Christians. No wonder that Mahatma Gandhi said, "I like your Christ. I do not like your Christians. Your Christians are so unlike your Christ." Yes, Jesus said that, "I and the Father are one." John 10 verse 30. But this does not mean the Father is the Son or that the Son is the Father. It means that Jesus has been with the greatest creator throughout many ages. It means that Jesus is the honest Son of the greatest creator. Jesus dutifully carried out the greatest creator's will, and what he had done were all strictly following the greatest creator's will. From this, Jesus and the greatest creator are always one. Jesus keeps his oneness with the greatest creator from the beginning of time. We often speak of the unity of humanity and heaven, but it does not mean humanity and heaven are the same. 老子思想在第二家园管理中的运用. The application of Lao Tzu's thought in the management of the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng, November 30th, 2010. Chanyuan Celestials in our fourth branch. The second home is the new life mode for future mankind. It is managed by the holographic thinking, whose core is conformity to the Tao, compliance with nature, absence of action, lack of contention, observance of neutrality, absence of dominance, lack of selfish desire, and enthusiasm for service. Specifically speaking, the management method of holographic thinking means following the way of the greatest creator, running everything according to the program of nature and according to man's origin of nature, avoiding the extreme employment of man's intelligence and wisdom, staying away from all measures and methods that are likely to lead to contention, argument, and fight, refraining from radical behaviors, making no rules, regulations, laws, commandments, and orders, eliminating all private ownership, and trying every effort to bring out the sincerity, kindness, beauty, faith, trust, and peace in human character. The distinction between people and people is only the difference in division of labor, and there is no relation of the managing and the managed. All are offering services to each other, and there are no such positions as the administrators. All affairs, important or not, will be handled on the basis of clear division of labor, with special persons assigned to take special responsibility for the special affairs. The management of the second home should depend fully on Lao Tzu's thought, which is represented by the following 8 points. Guidance by the saint and management by the talented. The management here only implies a difference in the division of labor instead of the difference in the status. Saint manages affairs without action, preaches the doctrine without words. All things take their rise, but he does not turn away from them. He gives them life, but does not take possession of them. He acts, but does not appropriate, accomplishes, but claims no credit. It is because he lays claim to no credit that the credit cannot be taken away from him. Exalt not the wise, prize not rare objects, shut out from sight the things of desire, and the cunning ones shall not presume to interfere. In his dwelling the sage loves the lowly earth. In his heart he loves what is profound. In his relations with others he loves kindness. In his words he loves sincerity. In government he loves peace. In business affairs he loves ability. In his actions he loves choosing the right time. Banish wisdom, discard knowledge. Banish humanity, discard justice. Banish cunning, discard utility. Embraces the one core principle, thinking or method, etc., in everything you do. Eschew excess, eschew extravagance, eschew pride. Point 7. Govern the home with justice, not with human wisdom. Do away with taboos, sharp weapons, skills of technique, and statutes. 8. Despise not their dwellings, dislike not their progeny. From the above 8 points, it can be known that there should be invisible saints in the second home, who do not guide with preaching, but with wordless examples, who create things silently but do not take possession of them, and who serve all creatures but do not claim credit for their services. Do not flaunt the worthy and talented. Do not distinguish the superior from the inferior. The rarer a thing is, the less use it will be put to. Do not set up things that may stimulate a person's selfish desire. Leave no loopholes in market for the deceiving and cunning persons to act wildly against the law and public opinion. Keep a clean and tidy living environment. The people in the neighborhood should be unsophisticated and honest and sincere. People should have a kind heart and treat people kindly. They should seek truth from facts, tell things as they really are, and keep their promises. What they do should fit in with their hobbies, personalities, and special talents. Their behaviors should comply with natural laws and their actions should accord the actual situation. Give up cunningness and artfulness, stick to the way, abandon the preaching of righteousness and morality, discard skills, fame, wealth, and ranks. Make people unselfish and possess nothing. Make sure that they have nothing but actually possess everything. Embrace the one in everything. Revere and believe in the only greatest creator in the universe. Abide by the overall arrangement of the only government in the whole world. There will be only one person responsible for everything. Do not have a life of luxury and do not waste. Practice moderation in everything. Do not overdo. All affairs and arrangements of the second home should be made public so that everyone has a clear knowledge of them. Do not engage in secretive management. Do not practice superstition. People should stick to facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception. There should be few prohibitions, commandments, terms, and taboos in the second home. The second home should never possess any swords, spears, rods, and other weapons specially to harm others. It should not sing praise of people's cleverness and skills. It should make people live and work in peace and contentment and enjoy the ordinary life. It should not cause disturbance to their settlement or disrupt their peace and quiet. It should make sure that everyone enjoys the joy, pleasure, freedom, and happiness of life. It should abstain from force, coercion, and suppression, and should make sure that no one imposes his or her own will upon others. In one word, the second home adopts paradise management. The content of this method of management is both simple and complicated, and only those with supreme wisdom can understand. Yet, no matter how complicated the management is, Everything will become extremely simple as long as you follow the way of the greatest creator or the way of nature. Otherwise, the management will become extremely complex. 混沌管理，用服务代替管理. Paradise management, replace management with service. Xiefeng. November 4th, 2010. Paradise management has very rich connotations. It is simple because it does not manage anything. It is at the same time complicated because it is the highest form of management, which makes everything operate in a methodical and orderly manner. In Paradise management, management is replaced with service. The host is actually the servant and the management is actually the service. No administrative orders will be employed. No force will be used. Submission shall not be obtained via threats, lure by promises of gains, intimidation, or suppression. It is forbidden to impose one's own will upon others to make them painful or unhappy. It is forbidden to make anyone feel any sense of inequality between people. The greatest creator manages the whole universe by paradise management. All things take their rise, but he does not turn away from them. Makes them grow, develops them, it gives them birth and does not own them, acts, helps, and does not appropriate them, is superior, and does not control them, accomplishes, but claims no credit. Water benefits all things, and does not compete with them. It dwells in the lowly places that all disdain, but of the best. When their task is accomplished, their work done, the people all remark, "We have done it ourselves." A good runner leaves no track. A good speech leaves no flaws for attack. A good reckoner makes use of no counters. A well-shut door makes use of no bolts, and yet cannot be opened. A well-tied knot makes use of no rope, and yet cannot be untied. Of the best rulers, the people, only, know that they exist. The next best they love and praise. The next they fear, and the next they revile. What paradise management employs is affinity instead of deterrence, happy play and games instead of a serious appearance, naturalness instead of resort to force. This method of management offers happiness and freedom instead of suffering and bondage. It exerts its influence subtly and does not resort to rainstorm-like power. It teaches with wordless example. It enlightens spiritual wisdom and perception and makes people fully exhibit their sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, honesty, simplicity, and character. It does not resort to endless preaching and cheating, and it does not arouse people's selfishness and greed. It is difficult to give a full and clear definition of paradise management, which can be easily understood but is difficult to explain in words. But one thing is certain, and this is service. Mobilize initiative with love, move with real emotion, and make people move toward perfection with sincere service. All looks so natural, without any track of force and suppression. Of course, when faced with disproportion and radicalism, paradise management will stop its apertures and dull its edges, from Lao Tzu Tao Te Ching. 不结婚如何过日子? The life without marriage. Xiefeng. Once one gets married and forms a family, he or she will be plunged in a life of misery. He or she will lose the fundamental freedom of being a man, not to mention the chance of attaining immortality or Buddhahood. Anyone with a family is selfish. They cannot help being selfish because they are controlled, encumbered, and dominated by the program of family. How much pressure a person must bear if he or she does not get married and form a family. The pressure of parents, the persuasion of relatives and friends, the care of neighbors and colleagues, the criticism from the society all bear down on our spirit and soul like huge mountains. The physiological demand, the desire for a home, the worry for illness and death, and the difficulty to relieve loneliness all make us desire instinctively to get married and form a family. If the above problems are not resolved, we will feel pain and suffering all the same. And we may even have greater pain and suffering if we do not get married and form a family, because getting married and forming a family is a matter of course and as easy as sailing downstream, while not getting married and forming a family is as difficult as sailing upstream. The problem is that sailing downstream leads to no other than pain and suffering, which history of mankind has proved to be unavoidable. Then we have no choice but to sail upstream. Let's discuss and resolve these problems one by one. First, the pressure of parents. We should be filial to our parents, but we cannot give in to our parents in the matter of life and life. We know about the road taken by our ancestors all too clearly. It is a road of misery, which we should not repeat. If our parents force us to get married and form family, we must raise some conditions to them. 1. Ask our parents to tell us the significance and value of life. 2. Ask our parents to tell us the nature and meaning of life. 3. Ask our parents to provide good housing conditions. 4. Ask our parents to guarantee our happiness all our life. If our parents cannot meet these conditions, then we can tell them in definite terms that we cannot get married and form a family. As for the persuasion of relatives, friends, neighbors, and colleagues, we can also respond with the above 4 conditions. Or we can simply respond with one question. Can you help me through if I encounter plight and pain after getting married and forming a family? Please give me a written pledge. As for the criticism from the society, we can just ignore it. If pigs say something is wrong with man's life, then just let them squabble. How can we solve the problem of physiological need? The need for food and beauty is our inherent character. The need for sexual life is but a matter of course, otherwise the greatest creator would not have designed those organs and senses for us. A life without sex would be one with abnormal spirit and psychology. We will not only have sex, but also have sex of high quality and happiness. Why don't we? Only a fool would not have sex. Without marriage, with whom do we have sex? It is impossible to do this with chicken and ducks. Contracting disease is only a small matter when compared with the loneliness and solitude of spirit and soul that can't be relieved even after the acts. One cannot afford it economically, and no one would care for your living, old age, illness, and death. Can we find someone randomly to live with us? This may temporarily meet our urgent need, but does not provide long-term solution. What is worse is that we have to bear a lot of liabilities. We may commit irremediable mistakes and cause a series of chain reactions, and suffering and mystery may be endless. My advice is to become Chanyuan Celestials and have the sex life with Chanyuan Celestials. On the condition that you don't go against the ethics, you can make love with whichever Chanyuan Celestial you want to be with, as long as the two of you are willing to do so. You can choose the way that you like. Because we have the same belief, we share the same frequency and resonance. We are a whole. We have the same life values. We are not bound together. We don't hurt each other. We are willing to pay everything for each other, including life. Here is the trouble. Once people, especially our relatives, friends, neighbors, and colleagues, know that we are Chanyuan Celestials and are so casual and free, we will be drowned by condemnation, insult, revile, and grief, and we will be the helpless lambs surrounded by packs of wolves, torn, bitten, trampled, and swallowed. And this will be the price we have to pay for the pursuit of freedom. However, one would rather die than lose the freedom. Without freedom, what do we live for? You live a life, but for whom do you live? Therefore, to get freedom, one must be prepared to remold himself thoroughly, and to be reviled by the so-called gentlemen, kind-hearted people, moralists, and defenders of traditional moral principles. One must be prepared to completely break with the secular world. In one word, one be prepared to die. When I am writing these heretical remarks, when I say that the God preached by the Bible is not the real God, when I reprimand family, religion, political party, and state, I have been prepared to die any time. I have said that every day might be my last day. However, I can speak the truth for myself. I am satisfied with my magnanimity and openness. Even if I am dead now, I have no regret because I have lived a real life. The publication of this article may cause some Chanyuan Celestials to leave the home and may cause some people who want to enter Chanyuan to shrink back. No matter what the results might be, this is Life at Chanyuan. We just tell the truth. We are fair and upright. How do we solve a series of problems? Please read the next article. Chanyuan Celestials will live in this way. 禅院草创造美梦祈祷词 A prayer for Chanyuan Celestials to create beautiful dreams. Xiefeng, December 7th, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Preface. Life is like a dream. A dream is like life. Life is but a dream. A dream is also your life. People have lots of dreams throughout their lives, so let every one of them become splendid and fantastic so that they can wander in beautiful dream worlds every night. Dreams are also supplements, links to great lives. A dream is a reflection of a person's state of consciousness, physiology, and soul. Good people have good dreams. Evil people have nightmares. In order to enjoy beautiful dreams, you must first obtain a good consciousness, physical health, and a beautiful soul. If one's consciousness is a mess, has many physiological defects, or has a soul garden that is full of weeds such as jealousy, resentment, anger, anxiety, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, and so on, then they cannot enjoy beautiful dreams. Chanyuan celestials are baptized by the values of Life Changyuan and are building their own soul gardens. In order to cooperate with the construction of these soul gardens, this prayer for Chanyuan celestials to create beautiful dreams was composed. Lie naked on your bed. Take 8 deep breaths and clear your mind. And forget all the problems of your past day. Rid yourself of all unhappy thoughts. Remain peaceful and simple. Meditate on the beauty of the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world for 3 minutes and read the prayer below attentively. The prayer for creating beautiful dreams. Loving greatest Creator with my infinite reverence, I am lying in your warm, comfortable, safe, and gentle embrace. Your spiritual light embraces my whole body. As spring rain moisturizes seedlings, brightness and beauty are falling on me. All is harmonious and peaceful. The night is sacred and the earth is quiet. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. The first faint glimmer of dawn twinkles in the distance. Tomorrow's world will be more beautiful than today's was. I am a beautiful flower fairy. I am a beautiful elf. I am a baby with your special care and blessing. I am always bathed in your spiritual light wherever I go. With neither fear nor darkness, I can enjoy running and playing on the prairie, and in the river as much as I can to my heart's content. Nothing can hurt me. My world is full of joy and safety. My future is beautiful. I yearn for it infinitely. Following your messenger, I have neither worries nor hesitation. Flowers pave the road ahead of me. The great beauty of my hometown, the 1,000-year world, beckons to me. I am a fairy. I am an angel. I can fly in the vast blue sky. Ah, the feeling of flying is so comfortable and joyous. I want to fly. Fly to the distant hometown of heaven. O dear greatest Creator, thank you for all that you have bestowed upon me. I am no longer sad and have no worries. I have taken the path that you have arranged for me. The road ahead is clear and my future will continue to become more joyous and full of brightness, pleasure, and happiness. Ah, peaceful night. I am so happy to be lying in your arms. The fragrance of affectionate love follows me on my path to heaven. Gods, Buddha, angels are with me. Tonight is full of fresh flowers and sweet dreams, and I will enter dreamland and my dreams will be sweet and beautiful. Amen. Attention. The magic of the above prayer lies in your consciousness. Everything that has been inlaid to your consciousness will be realized even it seems illusory. Sense it in your heart and create it with your consciousness. Copy or print the above prayer in a larger font and read them in silence. If you are still unable to fall asleep, then read them twice or 3 times till you fade into the dream world. The second home, now new oasis for life. How can I repay you? Xiefeng, November 8th, 2011. In the second home, I have had the most wonderful chapter of life and bring. People can live in your embrace and feel no regret. But how can I repay you the second home? If I cannot repay you, then I will be an ungrateful black sheep and a lazy parasite. The second home, can I be permitted to repay you in the following 8 aspects? 1. Every day I will get up early in the morning and finish my work conscientiously, with or without management and supervision. I will willingly and voluntarily set my mind on work and do it well. 2. Every day, I will greet every sister, brother, relative, and lover with sunny smiles. I will never spoil other people's good mood with my negative, passive, and pessimistic feelings. I will bring happiness and joy to every sister and brother that I meet with my smiles, kindness, and diligence. 3. Every day I will keep the home clean and tidy. I will never litter. I will never defile any corner of the home, including the bedroom, dining room, table, washing basin, bath, courtyard, path, toilet, and any other tool that I have used. For I will never complain to my sister and brother about my grief and distress, never dump the spiritual garbage to them, never talk anything evil about my sister and brother behind their backs, never fabricate and spread disputes, never find fault with anyone, and never blame or reproach anyone. 5. I will never waste any materials and articles in the home, even a piece of tissue paper. I will never be sumptuous in using the resources of the home, never appropriate any materials. I will treasure and show care for any utensil that I have used and never cause damage to them. 6. I will be a well-educated and civilized person. I will never breach the law of the state and never involve myself in any criminal activities. What I say should be an honest and heartfelt expression of sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. My action will never cause harm to anyone, to the society, and to nature. 7. Every day, I will cherish everything in the second home and cherish the life that has not been easy to come by. I will be grateful to Buddha and the greatest creator for everything, to the home. If the home is in need of my service, I will devote everything, including my life, to the home, even if I have to climb the mountain of bayonets and cross the sea of fire. 8. Every day, I will perfect my soul in everything I choose to do and eliminate the weeds in the garden of my soul, such as jealousy, complaint, comparison, anger, fury, censure, resentment, selfishness, greed, arrogance, laziness, passivity, pessimism, gossip, vulgar, shallowness, and barbarity. I will make myself a beautiful scenic spot in the home and make myself a matter of pride for the home. Let the home be more splendid because of me. Let every sister, brother, relative, and lover be joyful and happy because of my existence. The second home, I find it difficult to express my love and gratitude for you in words. No matter what happens, I will devote myself heart and soul to you. I will put all my heart to build you, protect you, and perfect you. I will devote everything of mine to you, including time, energy, intelligence, strength, and material power. I am more than ready to contribute everything to you. Help me to build a paradise on the earth. Xiefeng, November 13th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. To those with an open spiritual perception, I am the guide of life Echanuan from the thousand-year world of heaven. I now am an experienced builder of paradises on earth. I have written for the past 2 decades, the main contents of which are written in Chanyuan corpus and Xiefeng corpus, but there are also more than 1,000 undeclared articles about the arrangements and details of life in an earthly paradise. I have built several of them over the past decade, including 9 picturesque Xanadu homes in mainland China. However, the Chinese government forcibly disbanded and destroyed all of them because they misinterpreted us as a religious organization. Now, I want to rebuild them in full accordance with the model of the thousand-year world of heaven. The paradise which I want to build on the earth is neither a utopia, communism as it is now understood, the New Harmony Village that Robert Owen built in the United States, those communities which still exist today, such as Oroville in India, Tamara in Portugal, Damanhuri in Italy, Findhorn in Scotland, Christie Diane, the Free City in Denmark, Ideal Society, and 12 tribal communities in Canada, Twin Oaks, Hummingbird, Dancing Rabbit, Tremor Education Community, and Ananda Village in the United States, nor countless others. It is most similar to Kanahana family in Japan in spirit, but not in form. What I want to build is a functioning paradise on Earth. What will that look like? You can gain an overall understanding and see a general picture by referring to the following sources. Search for the Thousand-Year World on Baidu or Google. Read the texts or watch the videos of The Bright Spot of the Second Home, Now New Oasis for Life series. More information is available on the following websites: smcyinternationalfamily.org, bit.ly/2qwrq4j, lifechanyuan.org, newoasis4life.org, leafcosmos.org, Chinese, lifelvzhou.org, Chinese, chaneyuan.org. Centering on sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, honesty, peace, and joy, I can build what you can imagine, but I need the following resources. No less than 60 hectares of land with nearby rivers or spring water and year-round spring-like climate with neither intense heat nor severe cold, which is like Harare, Zimbabwe, or Chuxiong, Yunnan, China. 1 million US dollars. Local governmental permits. 300 people from a multitude of nationalities, cultures, races, and faiths will be selected to participate in constructing, living, and producing in it. Why would I build such a paradise in the human world? To create an ideal mode of life for people and to point to a beautiful and brilliant road for mankind which will give them freedom from worry, pain, anxiety, and fear. To let people know that paradise does exist as long as you make the effort and that by doing so, you can live in heaven from now on. To let people know that life is so beautiful that we can lead happy, free, joyous, and blessed lives and be even happier after death. If you have the ability, please give me a hand. If you can provide the land, that would be great. If you can provide the money, that would also be great. If you can acquire a governmental permit, that would be great too. No matter how much or in what form you can help, please do it. You would be giving alms formlessly, and the returns would be inconceivable. This is a matter of life and death because over the next decade, climate changes will become more and more volatile. Droughts, floods, hurricanes, intense heat, and severe cold will attack us, and fires, floods, and plagues from insects and pestilence will happen. The number of refugees will grow geometrically, and people will compete for resources just to survive. As a result, conflicts and competition between states, interest groups, religious and political groups, and patriarchal clans will become more intense, and the situation will become absolutely tragic, even cutthroat. Every day will be a contest between life and death. What you have now will soon crumble to smoke and ashes. It is better to dedicate your offerings now, because that could lead you into a more livable future. I am eagerly awaiting your good news. Facebook, Xiefeng 2018. WeChat, 00125070633283. Email, xiefeng2218@163.com. 人生行为三要素. Three causes of life's behavior. Xiefeng, January 7, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Affection, reason, and nature are the three causes of life's behaviors. What are the factors that motivate people to perform in certain ways? Birds die for food, but people die for money. Is it wealth that motivates people to behave in certain ways? The prosperity of the world is for profit. The hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Is it profit that motivates people to perform in certain ways? In fact, it is neither wealth nor profit, but affection, reason, and nature. For example, some quarrels and fights between husbands and wives, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, brothers and sisters, or even colleagues have nothing to do with wealth or profit, but they still happen. I want to ask the world, what is life all about? Some people live for it, others die for it. People here do not live and die for wealth and profit. Life is dear, love is dearer. Both can be sacrificed for freedom. Everyone must die. Let me leave but a loyal heart in the pages of history, and similar behaviors are not for wealth or profit. According to Maslow's theory of the hierarchy of the needs in life, what makes certain behaviors happen are the physiology, safety, social interaction, respect, and self-actualization needs of people. According to Freud, sexual instinct in the unconscious mind is the basic motivation for human behavior. Both Maslow and Freud make sense, but they cannot explain all the motivations of human behavior. For example, trampling on an ant or praising a member of the same sex cannot be analyzed by Maslow and Freud's theories. However, all the motivations of human behavior can be explained by affection, reason, and nature. In other words, all human behavior is in accordance with either affection, reason, or nature. It must be at least one of these three. If a certain behavior is not in accordance with affection, then it must be with reason or nature. If it is in accordance with neither reason nor nature, then it must be with affection. We often say that someone is unreasonable or irrational when in fact they are really unreasonable, but they are being affectionate. We often say that someone is indifferent when in fact they are just not affectionate but their behavior is in accordance with their nature. Home is not the place for reasoning. It is the place for affection and nature. Men value rationality while women value affection, so couples often do not understand each other. Either spouse will think that the other is being unreasonable and selfish when in fact they are both playing a harp to a cow. Doing so is not the fault of the cow, but that of the player. What is the use of playing a harp to a cow? You are not on the same channel and are just annoying the cow. The behavior of living for yourself while helping others secretly is not in accordance with affection nor with reason, but it is in accordance with nature. That is someone's nature. Some people are born omnivores while others are lifelong vegans. This cannot be analyzed with affection or reason because it is the product of one's nature. All desires are manifestations of people's natures, all requirements are manifestations of affection, and all preaching are manifestations of reason. The advantage of knowing this truth is that everyone in the world becomes pleasing to your eye. Everyone becomes right. Do not worry if children are crying. They are just expressing their nature. Take it easy if a wife is crying, shouting, and trying to hang herself. She is just in a mood. Do not be afraid if a husband is yelling sternly. He is reasoning. Trump launched a trade war against China, so Xi Jinping fought back tit for tat. Xi Jinping wanted to invade Taiwan by force, so Tsai Ing-wen talked domineeringly. Some people are screaming, "Exterminate the CPC," while others are shouting, "We love the CPC." In my opinion, they are all right. If you only consider from the perspective of affection, reason, or nature, then you will feel that they are all wrong. If you do so from my three causes, affection, reason, and nature, then you will feel that everyone in the world is right. Who can say that mice who dig holes are wrong, but that cats who catch them are right? On the contrary, who can say that cats who catch mice are wrong, but that mice who dig holes are right? All are right and none are wrong because they are all following their natures. Eventually, you will find that those who are destined to die will die, and those who are destined to live will live. Those who are destined to live are still alive. This is good. Those who are destined to die are dead. This is also not bad. 无用之用有大用. Uselessness has great use. Xiefeng, January 7th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Life's journeys are full of contradictions, struggles, conflicts, fights, troubles, pains, disasters, and a preponderance of anxiety. Something has to be wrong with this. So what is it? The problem is that people are all chasing useful things and have no time to consider the useless ones. What are considered life's useful things? Money, power, fame, gain, and carnal pleasure are a few. What are considered life's useless things? Beliefs, ideals, faith, morals, and integrity are some. If someone is not lacking money for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but is still in deep trouble and pain, then their problems have doubtlessly been pursuing useful things and completely neglecting useless ones. By the existence of things, we profit. By the non-existence of things, we are served. Useful things are for profit and useless things are for usage. Useful things are for survival and useless things are for life. Those who pursue money, power, fame, profit, and carnal pleasure all their lives are only doing it for survival, which will inevitably lead to fighting, killing, depriving, robbing, complaining, envying, suffering, and eventual disasters. The rich died violently, the powerful were imprisoned, the famous committed suicide, the owner of land and luxury cars died on the street, and attractive celebrities were betrayed and bullied. That quote illustrates how the things that are seen as being useful are not really of great use. If those who possess money, power, fame, profit, and carnal pleasure neglect the so-called useless things, then their results will be misery and their lives will face tragic ends. Faith which seems useless can guide lives. With it, you can escape the reef and avoid being drawn into the vortex of tragedy by the power of the secular world. Following the right ideals can make people's minds bright, reduce nonsensical follies, words, and actions, establish self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-discipline, and avoid the company of troublesome people. If you have faith, you can maintain righteousness under difficult and confusing circumstances, and temporary setbacks and tribulations will not cause you to associate with evil influences to commit illegal acts, use drugs, or go out whoring, or scam and steal from people. This is actually tantamount to avoiding disaster. People of virtue can calm down and remain at ease with no anxiety for wealth or honor, no worries about poverty or humbleness, to be content with the rules of Tao, and to just enjoy their lives regardless of where they are or what they are doing. People of quality can behave as evergreen trees fight severe cold. Smiling faces pull through midsummer, born in a valley. Do not refuse to bloom because you have no audience. Cultivate virtue and morality. Do not change integrity for hardship. In fact, it is analogous to avoiding a lot of troubles, pains, and disasters. It can be seen from this that what seems useless has great use. Since useless things are of such great use, then why do the overwhelming majority of people seek out only what they perceive as useful ones? The answer is that the vast majority are myopic. They see no farther than the tips of their noses. People only look for their short-term interests and never take the long-term into consideration. They are all afraid of suffering losses, so they want to get their material wealth early. Human society has been this way in the past, is now, and will remain the same in the future. Worries, pains, anxiety, fears, and disasters will always accompany people, and nothing will change unless Tao has other plans. Knowing this, I can only watch with cold eyes. 正义永远战胜不了邪恶. Justice can never defeat evil. Xiefeng, July 4th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Bandy. I often hear people say, justice will eventually defeat evil. After my long review and inspection, I finally found that justice will eventually defeat evil is a self-comforting phrase. The fact is that justice can never defeat evil in this space and time of the world, and for the same reason, evil can never defeat justice. I have theoretical and practical basis for this conclusion: justice can never defeat devil. In theory, the sum of positive and negative energies in the universe is zero. Positive and negative are like acting force and reactive force, equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. From the law of the unity of opposites, justice and evil are twin brothers. Where there is justice, there is evil. Justice and evil complement each other and are both opposed and united. If evil is eliminated, justice will no longer exist, just as if the carnivores were eliminated, it will be difficult for the herbivores to exist. Without up, there will be no down. Without front, there will be no back. Without coming, there will be no going. Without death, there will be no life. Where there is day, there is night. Where there is long day, there is long night. Day can never defeat night, and of course night can never defeat day either. From this, we can draw a conclusion that justice and evil coexist in the human world. The human world is the time and space where justice and evil fight and kill. No one can defeat the other. No one can destroy the other. Even if justice or evil temporarily dominates, the situation will reverse, just as the day and night. In practice, looking at the history and current situation of mankind, when did justice prevail over evil? Justice and evil are like two evenly matched people holding each other, fighting, beating, and rolling. For a while, justice is above and evil is below, and for a while, evil is above and justice is below. There has never been a case where justice has long prevailed over evil. In the human world, evil has a fertile soil and environment for survival. The greed of the human heart is one of the most fertile soils. Is there any time for the greed of human heart to be satisfied? The answer is no. Is 100 million enough? No. 10 billion enough? No. 100 billion enough? Not enough either. If you are rich, you still want honor. If you have honor, you also want power. If you have power, you want to control the world. After controlling the world, you also want to control the universe. After you have controlled the universe, you want to be the greatest creator. You can see from this that justice can never defeat evil. Why people's greedy cannot be satisfied. There is a huge secret here, which is the dynamic balance mechanism of life in the universe. What is the dynamic balance mechanism of life in the universe? The laws and principles that maintain the survival of life and interpret the ups and downs of the magnificent plot are the dynamic balance mechanism of life in the universe. Here is a simple example. In a country, there is only one president. There are several hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of so-called management staff under the president. The number of the ordinary people is the largest. To maintain this kind of management mechanism, the common people must try to climb upwards, and the ones above them will push downwards, constantly climbing and constantly pressing. The reality constituted by this kind of climbing and pressing is the dynamic balance mechanism. Among the 20 parallel worlds and 36 dimensional spaces in the universe, there are heaven, hell, and human world. People in hell want to go into heaven, just like ordinary people want to be president. This is not feasible. So what to do? We must find a way to keep a large number of lives out of the gates of heaven. The human world is a transit station between heaven and hell, and a battlefield where justice and evil fight and kill. The most effective way to contain a large number of lives outside of heaven is to make people greedy, unenlightened. Thus you can know the reason why justice can never defeat evil in the human world. Seeing through reality, should those who think that they are righteous be very pessimistic? Do you think that this mechanism is unreasonable? Do you think that it is benevolent only when there is no hell but heaven? If you think this way, it is irrational. You can imagine that if all insects, birds, beasts, domestic animals, fish, shrimps, snakes, and scorpions are all transformed into human beings, can human beings survive any longer? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Is there a way to be optimistic? Yes. Where? The person from heaven will lead you to find a way to be optimistic. 不要期望石头会变成西瓜. Do not expect stones to become watermelons. Xiefeng, July 24, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Can a stone ever become a watermelon or a watermelon a stone? Of course not, but according to Chan Yuan values, nothing is impossible, but only things that cannot be realized or changed by thinking. Is this not a contradiction? First, you said impossible, but then you said that nothing is impossible, so which is it? Here, impossible refers to the situation in mortal space-time, but possible refers to an environment which transcends it. Impossible refers to the limited material world, but possible refers to the unbounded non-material world. Impossible refers to the principle of universality, but possible refers to the principle of particularity. Impossible refers to conventional common sense, but possible refers to unconventional thinking. Thus, there are no contradictions. It is difficult for people to change their natures. If we compare them to stones, then it is impossible for them to become watermelons. I often hear people say that someday his conscience will sting him, meaning that someone who hurts you now will eventually learn that they were wrong and apologize or repent and compensate you for your loss. But a stone is a stone and will never become a watermelon. In other words, it is extraordinarily unlikely that a person who hurts you will ever find their conscience. If you agree with this point of view, then you can handle your interpersonal relationships in this way along your life's journey. If someone makes you unhappy when you deal with them the first time, stop there. An old expression goes, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." No stone will ever transform itself into a watermelon. If someone looks unpleasantly toward you, do not look back at them in the future. You will be sick of them for the rest of your life. If someone cheats you once, do not assume that you can ever trust them in the future. They will do it again at every opportunity. People who doubt you will always doubt you no matter how you argue, explain, or prove yourself. They will keep doubting you forever. People who dislike you will never like you regardless of what you say, do, or how well you treat them. People who entangled you the first time you encountered them will do their best to keep you entangled forever. Those who fail will always fail, and those who succeed will always succeed. Do not expect one who has failed to succeed someday. They will fail again. Avoid failures. An unreasonable person will never reason with you. Trying to reason with them is futile. The story of Mr. Donghua and the wolf tells us that no matter how compassionate Mr. Donghua was to the wolf, it would always eat him. The story of the farmer and the snake tells us that no matter how much the farmer pitied the snake, it would still kill him. The story of the fisherman and his wife tells us that her greed was insatiable. Someone who does not care much about love will always leave you heartbroken no matter how much you love them. People who betray you once will keep betraying you all the way to the nth time. Untrustworthy people will always find excuses to defend themselves. Never expect them to keep their words. People who make you feel uncomfortable will never put you at ease. If you disagree with my point of view, then you can try your own way. A stone is born a stone, and a watermelon is born a watermelon. Human are born to be human, and immortals are born to be immortals. 长相与品质关系初探. A probe into the relationship between appearance and quality. Xiefeng. April 14, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Is there any relationship between a person's physical appearance and their life quality? Let us analyze it. First, I would like to make it clear that this is only my personal opinion, or a quick view, but maybe a wrong conclusion. If you disagree, you can absolutely stick with your observation and analysis. Anyway, just do not swear at me. Relation 1. The prettier the physical appearance, the more beautiful the soul. Relation 2. The uglier the physical appearance, the more beautiful the soul. Relation 3. There is no direct relationship between physical appearance and the beauty of the soul. The conclusion of my observation is that people with more beautiful physical appearances have more perfect life qualities. I know that this result is beaten by countless examples, such as Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris. In it, there are four main characters: Esmeralda, Claude, Quasimodo, and Phoebus. Claude looks great and talented, but is sinister, vicious, hypocritical, cunning, mean, and selfish. Phoebus is also handsome and unrestrained, but he is sinister, cunning, hypocritical, rude, frivolous, and vile. Quasimodo is in sharp contrast to Claude and Phoebus. Quasimodo looks very ugly, but is kind and loyal, rich in justice, pure and innocent. Esmeralda looks beautiful, but is simple and pure, kind and innocent, compassionate and sympathetic. She is the only one who is consistent with my conclusion. Let us look at Sudaji in the Legend of Deification. She looks beautiful and coquettish with a graceful figure, but she is a snake, scorpion-hearted, and inexplicably vicious, which is completely contrary to my conclusion. But hold on, let us analyze and spy through the huge and voluminous chaotic phenomena to see if there are some rules that can be discovered and followed. There have been 10 very handsome men in Chinese history. They were Pannin, Song Yu, King Lanling, Zidu, Wei Jie, Murong Chong, Song Wengong, Han Zigao, Duge Xian, and Ji Kong. They all share the features of having very charming styles, were exceedingly beautiful, tall and slender, handsome in shape, possessing smooth skin, and were natural, unrestrained, and graceful. As for their characters, there are many praises with very few derogatory words for any of them. This shows that good-looking people are not always bad. There have also been 10 very beautiful women in Chinese history. In addition to the fish sinking, birds alighting, breathtaking Shi Shi, Wang Zhaojun, Diao Chan, and Yang Guifei, there have also been Feng Xiaolian, Su Daji, Zhao Fian, Zheng Dan, Bao Si, and Zhenmi. These women's beautiful appearances cannot be overstated, but except for the praises of Shi Shi, Wang Zhaojun, Diao Chan, and Yang Guifei, the moral qualities of Su Daji, Bao Si, and the rest are mostly negative. What are the relationships between their appearances and characters? History has long passed, so we cannot go back to live with them and study any of them. The characters in the literary descriptions only represent the writer's uses of the past to satirize the present or to express their own feelings and aesthetic values with the help of their character images, which is not enough for factual evidence. For example, the white bone spirit, fox spirit, spider spirit, jade stone lute spirit, and white rabbit spirit in Journey to the West, and the fox spirit, especially the painted skin in Strange Tales of a Lonely Studio, can only be treated as characters in novels, but not as facts for judging the nature of real people. For that, we can only use factual, scientific, logical, and spiritual approaches to analyze them. In reality, there are no less than 400 people who have had relatively deep interpersonal relationships with me. My observation of them is that the more beautiful the person appears, the purer their character is. From a scientific point of view, Appearance is the expression of reality and the external form of the non-material structure of life. The more perfect the structure is, the more symmetrical and beautiful its appearance is. It can also be seen from Water Knows the Answer that the more beautiful and kinder the reality is, the more beautiful the shape that it projects will also be. And it can be concluded from this alone that the better the inner quality is, the more pleasing to the eye its appearance will be. From a logical point of view, if there is a flaw in something, then something must be wrong with its foundation. The appearance of a building is determined by its drawing, which is determined by the architect's aesthetics and knowledge and experience of designing structures. You picked up a porcelain bowl and found that the bottom of the porcelain bowl was slightly flawed. This flaw was not caused by the bowl itself, but by its mold. That is, the bottom of the mold was flawed. Therefore, the appearance of a person is determined by their inner quality. The better their quality, the nicer their appearance. The poorer their quality, the ugly their appearance. In terms of spiritual sense, when I lived in the thousand-year world, I saw that every man was handsome and elegant and every woman was glamorous and charming. Later, through the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through, I found that the men and women in the 10,000-year world were even more delicate and beautiful than the ones in the thousand-year world. The thousand-year world and 10,000-year world are within the kingdom of heaven. So people in both places are pure of heart and noble of character. This further proves that there is a direct proportional relationship between appearances and characters, which means that the better the former, the more beautiful the later. The phenomenon that now confuses us is that many handsome men and lovely women in our world have looks that are nowhere nearly proportional to their inner qualities. That is to say, some people who look pleasing to the eye are rather ruthless when dealing with interpersonal relationships, while some people who cannot make people look back at them are kind-hearted and genuinely decent. So what is going on here? After observing and considering many people for a long time, I found that the problem is that no matter how someone looks, once they step into business, a battlefield, officialdom, Vanity Fair, love, or a casino, their soul will be affected by money, power, fate, fame, gain, carnal pleasure, and other such things. They will not be the same individual that they were in Tathagata, but will have been driven by the devil's program and will have become obsessed with money, power, fame, carnal pleasure, fate, fortune, and will have lost their natures. We therefore draw the conclusion that appearance is directly proportional to quality, but for people in corrupting environments and situations, appearance has nothing to do with quality and we cannot judge people that way. You need to be careful where appearances and quality do not match lest you reap beans from melon seeds. From this, we learn the big secret that if a person wants to restore their Tathagata nature to go to heaven, then they must not enter the vortex related to money, power, fame, gain, and carnal pleasure. If they do, then their pure and beautiful souls will be distorted, their Tathagata nature will be covered up, and their appealing looks will be trampled on and defiled by their very selves. Unless rigorous cultivation enters their lives, their future destinations will definitely be bad. Another truth that I discovered is that if a person gets along well with others with whom they have no direct interest, and if they are beautiful, then we can basically conclude that their quality is also beautiful. My final conclusion is that when a person is in a state of selflessness, their appearance and life quality complement each other. The more beautiful their appearance is, the more perfect their life quality is also. 求证,若无益便有害. Seeking confirmation. If it is not helpful, then it will be harmful. Xiefeng. March 29, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. A proposition suddenly occurred to me. If something is not helpful, then it must be harmful. What does this mean? It means that if an entity such as a country, political party, religion, organization, group, piece of food, house, car, type of money, contract, agreement, stock, field, company, business, computer, mobile phone, article of clothing, shoe, chicken, duck, fish, news item, some information, people, or anything else cannot benefit you, then it will definitely harm you. For example, a WeChat group that you join which brings you no happiness, joy, freedom, or blessing will eventually bring you worry, pain, sorrow, and anxiety. A house that you own which does not add convenience or other benefits to your life will bring you the anxiety of managing it and consume your time and effort. A dog that you raise but does not bring you the warmth that you had expected from it will definitely bring you trouble that you never thought of. An employee who is recruited by a company but who fails to benefit them will definitely become a drain on them. Let us analyze someone with whom you associate. Whether they're your sibling, friend, relative, colleague, spouse, net friend, or other acquaintance. As long as they bring you no joy, peace, or safety, then they will definitely bring you pain, worry, and crises. If this proposition is true, then the opposite must also be true. If it is harmful, then it is useless. Is this proposition absolute? Is it extreme? If yes, please demonstrate. If this proposition is true and is related to the happiness and future of your whole life, then you must take it seriously. For example, if you make a net friend but find that they make you worry, unhappy, or prove to be a waste of your time and energy, then you should immediately cut off your new relationship because if it is useless, then it is harmful, and if it is harmful, then it is useless. Especially in the early stage of a romantic relationship, once you find something that upsets you about your new lover, the relationship should be severed immediately and never developed any further. Once you fall in, you are going to cry for the rest of your life because if it is not helpful, then it is harmful. 普世价值有多好? How good are universal values? Xiefeng, August 29, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. The concepts and ideas that make people happy, joyous, free, and blessed are universal senses of values, or universal values for short. Is it good or bad to have them? We all are familiar with highways. As long as we obey traffic laws on them, we can usually drive unimpededly. Whether on the roads in Africa, Europe, Australasia, or the Americas, as long as our vehicle body widths do not exceed 2 meters, we should be able to drive freely throughout the world. This maximum vehicle width of 2 meters is universal, but what would happen if it were not observed? There would doubtlessly be traffic jams. What if someone were to drive a vehicle on the road that is 4 meters wide? Of course, all the cars on the opposite side would have to move away, or it would be difficult for anyone to move anywhere. This one case alone is enough to prove how good universal values are and how bad it is to violate them. Today is August 29, 2019. This is also a universal value. With this universal value, recording and communicating is made smooth. If you disagree with this value and insist that today is November 37, 3085, then life would become unreasonable and communications would be blocked. China and the United States have recently experienced some trade congestion. What is the reason? It is that either China or the United States did not observe some universal value, or maybe neither country did. Either way, once the universal value was not observed, it led to inevitable congestion. Universal values should not be mixed with national, ethnic, religious, regional, or special interest sentiments. Once a value falls under the influence of any of these, they are no longer universal. Trump's America First and Xi Jinping's Chinese Dream both carry national sentiments, so neither are universal values, and since they are not, they will undoubtedly lead to traffic jams. Buddhism's reincarnation and Christianity's resurrection and Last Judgment beliefs are in sharp contrast to each other because the roots of these two religions are so completely different. In other words, Buddhism and Christianity have no universal values, and neither do many other belief systems. So if there are religious sentiments in the concepts and ideas, then they cannot have universal values. Socialism and capitalism cannot share universal values either because the former cannot satisfy the capitalist, bourgeois, class, and the latter cannot satisfy the working, proletariat, class. Quarrels between people, arguments between political parties, competitions between interest groups, and wars between nations are all caused by their lack of universal values. If everyone had universal values and abided by them, the world would be a paradise. Today, the concept and philosophy that best embodies universal values is the 800 values for new era humans. By pursuing them, mankind would move toward a thoroughfare, natural disasters would decrease and calm down gradually, and everyone would enjoy happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. 我在桃源县有群打情骂俏的感悟. My feelings on flirting in the Xanadu Fairy Friends WeChat group. Xiefeng. April 3rd, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. There are several masters in this WeChat group, but they rarely have the free time to chat with me. Of the 83 netizens in it, only 7 or 8 chat with me occasionally while the others are mostly silent. Only 4 or 5 members talk to me regularly. Though they are not Chanyuan Celestials, they are happy to chat with me. I do not spread values in this group, nor do I teach scriptures. I concentrate on talking about love and flirting in order to observe their reactions. From a few recent chats, I have gained these 4 insights. Few are enlightened. Very few people return to their nature, which proves that people are still on their roads to enlightenment. The acme of good writing is nothing special, it is only being just right. The acme of good character is nothing unusual, it is only being one's true self. Those who are truly enlightened and masterful of Tao and Dharma no longer talk about scriptures and Tao, but return to their nature. They chat, brag, discuss hemp and mulberries over wine, and are mainly based on having a good time. You can observe those great scientists and wealthy entrepreneurs. Instead, they talk easily and dress plainly, without a little shelf and the aura and desire to show off their wealth. The more a dabbler in knowledge, the more people like to show themselves off, the more they want to look superior, and the more they like to show their uniqueness. This situation is particularly prominent on the web, including WeChat groups. The less they understand about Buddha and Tao, the more they like to talk about them. The less reasonable they are, the more they like to talk about reason. They are like poor people who wear brand name clothes to show off their wealth. They are pitiful. Few have original thoughts. The vast majority in WeChat groups and WeChat moments are info porters. They have no original thoughts or opinions but keep busy all day exploring treasures across the vast network and on WeChat, and then move their treasures intact from one place to another in order to brush their senses of existence and let people know how smart they are. In fact, the more that they copy and paste, the more that their ignorance and folly are shown. Without their own thoughts and opinions, they carry so many things every day only to tell others that they are microphones. They are ridiculous. Many pretend to be gods. It is good for ordinary people to be ordinary, but I do not know where these people find their courage to pretend to be gods, to summon wind and rain, to ride whirlwinds, or to be blockbusters and masters. I found that within China there are many wannabe gods, and an endless stream of these masters are emerging constantly. They talk about terms and principles that they do not understand, each sitting in a serious manner, looking both ridiculous and pitiful, just like funny performers in circuses, which are very much worth seeing. If they should ever happen to stumble across a real master someday, I do not know if they will try to hide their shame. Speaking of this, I also have a cold sweat on my body. When I am talking about others, am I also a pretend master in the eyes of higher experts? Therefore, I still need to behave myself by tucking my tail between my legs and being an honest man so as not to make a fool of myself and seem absurd to others. Few understand the truth of life. What on earth do people live for? Few people think about this, and still fewer understand that finding happiness is an original, key purpose of life, but they just do not know where to find it. Originally, joking, flirting, talking about love, chatting, and laughing was one of the simplest, most direct, easiest, and most effective ways to find happiness. But no one seems to take flirting people seriously, and flirters are seen as having low tastes and the hobbies of country bumpkins, as if these judges are themselves ladies and gentlemen. Some people have also criticized me for looking for stimulation because of my spiritual emptiness. Some people even used a sermon in the Shurangama Sutra about lewdness to insinuate that I am evil. Bloody hell! Would Xiefeng dare to do this if he did not thoroughly understand the Dharma? Would he dare to seduce and flirt with women so openly? The ultimate goal of Buddhism is to transform people to let them leave suffering and attain happiness. Am I violating Dharma by making people happy? Buddha has no set rules. His rules are always situational. Buddha said that our mind should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or Dharma, but should abide nowhere. As long as it allows people to leave suffering and attain happiness, then all the methods are Dharma. Is it necessary to strictly observe the scriptures? Just talk about the above 4 points. In fact, I have many more insights. I hope that the Xanadu Fairy Friends group becomes a happy base camp. 扑克牌游戏真上游中获得的启示 Enlightenment gained from playing poker. Struggling upstream. Xiefeng. September 16, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. The nature of playing poker and mahjong are very similar. Players have no control over which cards they are dealt, and this has many similarities to life. I have summarized them and wish to present the following 9 revelations. It is impossible to predict what you will draw or which card will come up next. The cards you get are totally beyond your control, and you can only resign yourself to your fate. Life is very similar. No one can control the type of family into which they will be born or whether they will be rich or poor. These things are the mere results of fate. The cards one draws basically determine the results. If one gets a handful of bad cards, then no matter how superb their playing skills are or how profound their wisdom is, their ultimate loss is almost guaranteed. Life is the same. The environment of one's birth and their early conditions basically determine the direction and result of their life. No matter how hard they work, the result can only be tragic. Even with a good hand, the results are not necessarily wins. Whether you win or lose is still determined by the overall game. If others have many straights to play while you have all unmatched cards, then you cannot beat them. All you can do is watch them play their cards, and you will not even get a chance to play your cards at all. Here is how luck works. If you draw a handful of well-matched cards, then you will win. If you draw all unrelated cards, then you will lose. Life is the same. Even if you were born into a superior environment under great conditions and with excellent morality and wisdom but run into bad luck, then your life will still be difficult and unsatisfactory. Looking at those who are less powerful than you yet still manage to thrive in their endeavors, you can only wipe away your tears secretly, sigh, and lament for yourself. Sometimes the cards in your hand are just so-so with no jokers or wild deuces, but their order is good. In this situation, even if the cards you played are very small, others will not be able to outbid you. So you can play all your cards smoothly for several rounds and win. Life is the same. Someone might have been born very normal with nothing out of the ordinary, but then they succeed unexpectedly and their journey is unimpeded, which provokes envy and hate in many other, more worthy people. In Zhangshangyo, struggle upstream, you can scheme, play petty tricks, and take risks to improve your probability of winning. However, when your unfair methods are discovered by your playmates, no one will ever play with you again. People will look down on you from the bottom of their hearts, and you will be regarded as a card hooligan. So the price of cheating becomes very high. Such is also the case with life, where many people get what they want through unfair means. But once they become exposed, their lives become stained and it becomes very difficult for them to ever restore their reputations. They can only spend the rest of their lives with regrets. In card games, players can conspire. That is, 2 or 3 people can unite secretly against a third one. In this way, with 3 players against 1, the probability of the single outsider winning becomes extraordinarily low. It is unfair competition when winning and losing depend on conspiracies and joint dealings. Consider a lion dealing with multiple hyenas. No matter how fierce the lion is, it would be nearly impossible for it to beat the entire cackle, and it will eventually become hyena food. Life is similar. No matter how powerful one is, when they fall prey to a group of scoundrels, they get overwhelmed eventually and lose out to them. In Zhangshangyo, the more chances you get to play the cards in your hand, the greater your probability to win becomes. If you never have any chance to play it, then you have to watch others swagger around and do nothing but become the last to come. The same is true in life where you have to be your own master several times. The more opportunities you have to do that, the more you can show your own character and value. If you allow others to blindly control you, but you have no chance to run your own life, then you will remain at the bottom of the barrel throughout your life. Now comes the most important revelation. First of all, we must understand that from the beginning to the end, playing cards is just a game, the purpose of which is to make us happy. As long as that purpose is achieved, then winning or losing does not matter very much. Win or lose, any player who treats the game as fun is the king of playing cards. Understand that no matter what cards are in your hand, you must always be relaxed, complacent, and not frustrated, discouraged, or cursing your bad cards. Even if you hold the worst possible hand, You will still feel that it is interesting and you will keep smiling. Then, you will be the master of playing cards, the king of playing cards. Win, and you are happy. Lose, and you are happy. You are actually the biggest winner of playing the card game. Life too should also be like this, a game, a struggling upstream game. If you want to win desperately above all else, to succeed, to impress others, to be famous, to own luxury cars and mansions, to be powerful and influential, to be obeyed by others, to glorify and illuminate your ancestors and leave a good name forever, then you are a person who is not enlightened and one who does not understand life. You will definitely be the biggest loser in this game. When it is over, when life comes to an end, then everything will end in tragedy. On the contrary, one who plays struggling upstream and also plays life with a game mentality is open-minded and has been awakened to life. Such people are saints among mortals and are the greatest winners in life. Whenever you play a game, play it seriously. If you are cynical in the process of playing, the game will be uninteresting. Sigh when you lose, laugh when you are excited, shout when you feel like shouting, and bang on the table when the time is right. It is a lot of fun and excitement to play like this, to be passionate emotionally, to be calm in the heart, to see through things as saints do, and to be naughty as children are. These are the real masters of playing cards and Celestial's life journeys who have attained Tao. 从武汉疫情获得的8个启示 8 revelations obtained from the Wuhan pandemic. Xiefeng, February 9th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. All things and phenomena are books without words. Reading from them is communicating directly with the greatest creator. The Wuhan coronavirus is such a phenomenon. So what revelations can we gain from it? Unexpected things can happen at any time. So do not be arrogant when you are at a high point in life, nor discouraged at a low point, because when you wake up, you will find that everything spins in the opposite direction. The most important thing in life is to act now, when it is calm, not later, because we may not have the chance to fulfill our wishes in the future. No matter how talented you are, you might be helpless. When you are helpless, the money, power, status, and material wealth you have will not help you, nor will even your friends, relatives, and well-connected associates. You can only rely on the greatest creator and yourself. Regardless of whether the virus is arranged by gods, spread from animals, or artificially created, things happen with inevitability and everything is inevitable. This is a truth that we discovered when we explored the mysteries of the universe, that since everything is inevitable, our life and death have already been planned out. If we have enough merits, then Tao would have long since arranged for us to be in a safe zone. If we lack having enough of them, then we cannot hide from our misfortunes. No matter how we try to avoid them, we cannot prevent them. Understanding this, we can face the developments and changes of things calmly and with neither panic nor fear. To die right now is not necessarily a bad thing, and to continue living is not necessarily a good thing. Isolation has been a good way to prevent plagues since ancient times, but lockdowns of roads, villages, and cities is definitely not a good strategy. Lockdowns will cause suffocation and coldness. We should let love go to every corner and spread warmth everywhere. When we shut people out from affected areas, despair will not only envelope others, but it will also make the world colder. The world is still cold, and people are still very selfish. This can be seen from the evacuation of Chinese people from overseas countries, disallowing people from entering countries, and closures of roads, villages, communities, and cities where people have become so cold and selfish that they cannot feel even a trace of warmth. Therefore, each of us should think about how to let the light of love shine everywhere and let love warm everyone's hearts. Otherwise, people will never reach the pinnacle of civilization. At critical moments, people will find that it is not those who we want and expect to help us who will, but those who are strangers. We therefore realize that within our lifetime, we should not spend our time and energy on establishing relationships with a small group of people. Rather, we should treat everyone we meet equally and respect everyone who we have the fortune to meet because we do not know who can and will really help us when we need them to. Good fortune lies within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. The darker the hour, the nearer the dawn. So everyone should hold to their beliefs, faiths, and consciences. I have asked more than 100 Chanyuan celestials what they would do if one of them was infected with the virus. Fortunately, 70% of the young ones answered without hesitation that they would neither betray nor shun them, but that they would take care of the infected member and give the hope of life to their brother or sister even at the risk of death to themselves. What do you think of our Chanyuan spirit? 从习性判断未来趋势 Judging Future Trends from Habits. Xiefeng, January 16, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. One who was injured at a specific spot on their body is more likely to be injured on that same spot in the future. Those who fail at one thing are more likely to fail in many more things in the future. Those who lie once will lie again in the future. Those who kill once are apt to kill again in the future. Those who divorce once are likely to divorce again. Miscarrying increases the chances of it happening a second and third time in the future. Those who steal successfully once will do it again in the future. Those who have an affair will take advantage of opportunities to repeat them with others in the future. Those who accept a bribe once will continue to accept more bribes. Those who have given up on an opportunity once are apt to give up future opportunities that present themselves. Those who betray you once will betray you many times. First-time casino gamblers will return in the future. Those who are hurt by something once will be haunted by its fear and remain afraid of it forever. Those who discard their promise once will do so again and again. Those who are arrogant in expression, behavior, or language will remain so. Those who are careless about one thing will be so about many other things. A first-time deceiver will deceive many times again. Once in a cell, a person is more likely to enter another cell. Those who have doubted one thing will doubt many other things. Those who have been struck by lightning once will likely be stricken again. Those who have been fooled once are more likely to be fooled again in the future. If you swallow your anger once and a similar thing happens, you will do it again. Being unreasonable once will lead to being unreasonable many more times. If you break a precept once, then you will do it many more times. If you fail the first time, then failing the second, third, and all future times will become progressively easier. People who and things that make you uncomfortable the first time will never set you at ease in the future. Those who cannot do small things well will do more important things just as poorly. Those who are not hygienic will be sloppy in other aspects of life and cannot be quick. Those who do not finish what they start will procrastinate on everything. Those who made you sad once will repeat it again and again. Those who lack enthusiasm and passion will never develop them in the future. Those who let you down once will do so every time. Those who have schemed will continue to do so in the future. Those who are very attached to things are bound to stumble over them. Those who get fight germs poorly will become more easily infected with the passage of time. Those who believe they are right will never admit to being wrong. Those who find falsity, evil, and ugliness easily will never survive in a world of truth, goodness, and beauty. Habits make things become natural. When they become natural to you, they become your characteristics, which will be difficult to change. Therefore, a person's future developmental trends can be judged from their habits. 性自由是初级自由，也是终极自由. Sexual freedom is primary freedom and ultimate freedom. Xiefeng, November 19, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Give me liberty or give me death. Liberty, love? For my love, I would sacrifice life. These two I need. For liberty, I will sacrifice my love. Life's ultimate goal is its pursuit of freedom. Why are people afraid of hell? Because it has no freedom. Why do people yearn for heaven? Because it has total freedom. What one longs for in jail is freedom. It is more precious than money, power, status, reputation, mansions, luxury cars, delicacies from land and sea, or top-brand clothing. Why do people not want to be slaves? Because slaves have no freedom. Why do they want to become celestials and Buddhas? Because those entities have more freedom. Can people ever get enough freedom? No. Only lives higher than ours can be fully free. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that all human beings are born free and everyone has the right to liberty. So what is freedom? Freedom means that one's will is fully exerted and displayed. We are members of societies, no more influential than drops of water in the oceans. It is impossible to fully exert and display one's own will, because the freedom of one person can easily conflict with that of another, so everyone must be restrained. Theoretically, the role and value of contracts, regulations, laws, constitutions, and so forth are to protect everyone's freedoms to the maximum, so everyone must act within their scope. Beyond this scope, freedom would lead to chaos and war, so then absolute freedom would lead to absolute restraint. Freedom is a high-level life state. People cannot have total freedom. For example, they cannot have the freedom to burn, kill, rob, deceive and swindle, humiliate, attack, slander or frame others, defecate in public places, hurt others, and so on. Individuals cannot have complete freedom. They can only pursue freedoms that have little potential for conflict with others, society, and nature, such as those of migration, imagination, thought, their pursuit of life in heaven, freedom from death, of labor and creation, and sexual freedom. Among all the freedoms, the first freedom that people should pursue is sexual freedom because without it, all the other freedoms are illusory and unreal, not ultimate, short-lived, and ineffective solutions. Sexual freedom is both primal and ultimate. In other words, sexual freedom is the core of all freedoms and the others are marginal. To pursue freedom, the first one to pursue is always sexual. What is sexual freedom? When it comes to sex, we should not narrowly restrict it to male and female sexual intercourse. Master Bodhidharma clearly pointed out in his Bloodstream sermon that nature, same word as sex in Chinese, is Buddha. When someone has sexual freedom, they are Buddha. Therefore, the meaning of sexual freedom is to be able to exist and live fully according to the Creator's intention. According to Chanyuan values, it means having the ability to exist and live according to the way of nature. For example, to see with one's eyes is a freedom of human nature. Eyes are for seeing, so if their function to do that were forbidden, that would be restricting and depriving one's freedom of nature. If one is prohibited from singing when they want to, they would lose some of their freedom of nature. Another example is that everyone has reproductive organs with purposes. They are not only used for excretion and procreation, but also for enjoying sexual pleasure. Restricting one's enjoyment of sexual pleasure is restricting their nature. If one fully enjoys sexual pleasure, it can be said that they have gained sexual freedom. There will always be those who, whenever sexual freedom is mentioned, will immediately think of sexual openness, carnalism, debauchery, lewdness, promiscuity, pimps, sluts, adulterers, fornication, and the like. These are purely assumptions and imaginings of the savage and foolish, or the expected understandings of men with brutish natures. Sexual freedom is the artistic blooming and enjoyment of the nature of the civilized, not the delicacy of scrambling barbarians. Some people attribute AIDS and other STDs, family breakdowns, and similar consequences to sexual freedom, but this is the same as attributing diseases to food, which makes no sense. If you compare sexual freedom to flying, you cannot deny or travel because planes have crashed. It can be said that other freedoms can only exist after sexual freedom has been obtained. Without sexual freedom, those others are empty talk. One's degree of life quality is closely related to their level of freedom. The higher their quality of life, the greater their freedom. When we look at nature, we find that animals are freer than plants. We are freer than animals. Celestials and Buddha are freer than us. And gods are freer than celestials and Buddha. To pursue freedom, we must first pursue sexual freedom. However, if one does not perfect their soul garden and does not possess the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, then they absolutely cannot enjoy sexual freedom. In short, people cannot enjoy sexual freedom fully. This is determined by the quality of our species. If anyone can truly enjoy sexual freedom, congratulations, you are no longer a human being. You have elevated yourself to the status of a celestial or beyond. 知音哪里找? Where to find a bosom friend? Xiefeng, March 2nd, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Bandy. Where can one find a bosom friend? It's so hard to find a bosom friend in life. One true bosom friend is enough for a lifetime. It is easier to make a lot of money and be rich, but very difficult to find a bosom friend. One may have many friends but has no bosom friend. A bosom friend is very rare like a gem. You cannot ask nor work to get it. There was no traveler on the ancient road till I met you in the cold mountains. The smile for seeing you is still on my face. We are saying farewell and weeping in a twinkle. Late at night in the candle light with your company is like dreaming. A bosom friend far away brings a distant land near. Without any word, my heart is drunk. No need for wine. Feel my heart. You will know how deep my memories are. In a watery region, I have nothing to give you as a memorial, so I will give you a plum blossom. In memory of Zhongziki, Boya won't play any music again. These are visions of a bosom friend. Where can we find a bosom friend? We cannot find a bosom friend in the official, business place, casino, or battlefields. No bosom friend can be found among family, friendship, friends, classmates, or colleagues. No bosom friend can be found in political parties, religious organizations, family, relatives, various groups. We cannot find a bosom friend in contracts, agreements, courts, markets, or bars. In a word, wherever interests are entangled, no bosom friend can be found. Where is my bosom friend? Bosom friend is in your life channel, in your soul, in your spirit, and in your happily playing with your friends. Bosom friend is like a flower. You can only appreciate it. You never pluck it. Bosom friend is like water. You follow its flow and should not set standards for it. A bosom friend is elegant, free, and unrestrained. We should never have the desire to possess them. Bosom friend is like honey, sweet and mellow. It can only be sweet in the soul, in the spirit, and shouldn't be contaminated with a trace of dust. Absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. If we do not reach an absolutely beautiful state, it will never be possible for us to enjoy the nourishment of a bosom friend. We cannot beg for a bosom friend. We cannot buy a bosom friend. We cannot keep them by relationship, and we cannot kidnap them in the name of love. A bosom friend features an abundance of affection, but we should not attach to affection. Since times immemorial, affectionate people always suffer the most emotionally. Once you don't see each other for many days, you start to realize the place where you have spared from or maybe drunken stupor. The riverside is strewn with willow trees. The morning breeze wafts in with a waning moon. All day long, I expect you, but somehow, you are not back. Flower petals drifting, water flowing. I haven't seen you for so long. The Xiang River looks boundless, cut, severed and sorted. Messier still, this is the parting woe. Bosom friends are rare in the world. Only abound in Chanyuan. Clambered up the snowy peak and looked over the rivers. The mountain flowers are blooming. 连点赞都不给你好吝啬. You are stingy without giving likes. Xiefeng. February 19th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Bandy. There are more than 200 contacts on my WeChat. Every time when I forward or post an article, very few people like the article. People who always like the articles are only 30. The other 170 people never likes. The Bible says in the Gospel of Matthew 11:16 and 17. But what comparison may I make of this generation? It is like children seated in the marketplaces, crying out to one another and saying, "We made music for you, and you did not take part in the dance. We gave cries of sorrow, and you made no signs of grief." I am the incarnation of Jesus, and I will describe this passage of Jesus in a plain and simple way again. How should I describe you? I sang for you, you didn't clap your hands. I offered you a spiritual feast, and you didn't make any response. Is it so difficult to give a like? Giving a like won't make you pregnant or turn you into a pig. Since you are in contact with me, it proves that it is predestined, there is friendship between us. Since you have not deleted me, it proves that you are still willing to keep in touch with me. Why not give me a like from time to time? Even if you give me a like once in a week or once after 10 of my articles, at least I can know that you are still alive through the likes. Do you know why you are not willing to give me a like? The answer is stingy. You lack spiritual and soul wealth, indifferent, or you are no longer in this world. If you don't want to dedicate as much as lifting a finger, do you think you can have a bright future? Giving likes does not necessarily mean that you agree with the value and contents of the articles your friends forwarded. It is just an expression of, I care about you. Our beautiful future is accumulated by giving and dedication. If you are too stingy to give likes to friends, can you imagine how far you have fallen? Think about it carefully. When one day you are in trouble and no one come to help you, and when you reincarnate in the plant or animal world and unable to speak, don't blame the greatest creator for being unfair. That's because you are too stingy to give a like to friend, not to mention to offer other help. 微信群里大都是强奸犯. People mostly are rapists in the WeChat groups. Xiefeng, March 8th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Bandy. What's the day today on Earth? So many WeChat groups. The epidemic howling again. The crowds are frantic with dreadful and painful memories. Daily routine should be the same. Only that the mind has changed already. How idle are you? Drifting in the WeChat groups all day. I have been in many WeChat groups, but I quit from them one by one. Why? Because I was raped by WeChat group friends. For example, when I joined a new WeChat group, I firstly said greetings and blessings to all friends here. As a result, very few people responded. In a group of nearly 500 people, almost no one paid attention to me. I was confused. Are they all dead here? There is no echo in this empty valley, just like a tomb will not respond back to me. Anyhow, I will stay and see what are people doing here. As a result, I was bombarded indiscriminately. The WeChat group is fishier than the seafood market. What is in the seafood market is at least something from the water, but the WeChat group is like a rubbish shopping mall with everything in it, which is dazzling and dizzying. There are Big God, Main Buddha, Bricklaying Specialist, same pronunciation as expertise in Chinese, superior. Teachings of every religion and system of philosophy, Taoist magic. Those are from heaven, underground, water, mountains, history, current, philosophy, technology, even from the gutter. Everything you can imagine, especially those superiors, they are very clever, cleverer than Mr. Clever, than the village named Very Clever. They are all masters, level figures, big shit, same pronunciation as Big Master in Chinese, whom I do not dare to provoke and I cannot afford to. I observed it carefully for a long time and finally discovered the mystery. The WeChat group is a place for people who have nothing to do but to show their existence. They all talk to themselves, feel good about themselves, arrogant, self-conscious, making aimless judgment, incapable of doing great things, but don't want to do small things, having strong feelings of I am the number one in the world. If I can't do it, who can? Very bored but want to be blockbusters and all-powerful big shots. Why did I say that I was raped? Because whether I like it or not, people throw the fragmented things that they think are good toward my retina. And at this moment, they want me to go with the Buddha. Another moment, they want me to follow Jesus. For a while, they ask me to follow the party. Another while, they ask me to follow Tao. I was confused and lost. Don't know where to go. What's more, lots of small pictures were piled up before me, whether I like it or not. Isn't this rape? In the WeChat group, what I fear most is not the above, but the teachings of high morals. Using the most beautiful words, they taught me how to be a human being, how to improve my spirituality, how to become a Buddha, how to live forever, how to win the universe. They even taught me how to walk, whether I should take my left foot first or the right foot first. Your grandpa. You have said all good things. I guess you have also done all bad things. What do you call this? This is called moral kidnapping, belief kidnapping, positive energy kidnapping. Looking back on my past, I found that I am not a good person myself. I have also done this before. No wonder some people call me preach, someone call me a shrew, and some suspect that the purpose of my hype on the internet to promote life a genuine is to cheat money and sex. Thinking about it, it seems really this case. I saw countless people are following in my footsteps. I am not good person, and you probably aren't good person either. Is there any good stuff in the WeChat group? The answer is yes, there is, but very rare. It is harder to find good thing here than to find diamonds in the forest. A WeChat group must be a place for the exchange of ideas and emotions. If a WeChat group is not for communication, but to show off, to spread and peddle your garbage ideas and garbage works, and to transfer thing that you don't understand from one group to another, to copy a large number of small pictures, then the WeChat group is a tragedy. If you don't believe me, check yourself. People who always talk about gods and deities are in the WeChat group. People who are brainless are checking WeChat group all day long. All people who have nothing to do are muddling along in WeChat group. All people who goof around and want to make troubles are in WeChat group. People who love quarrels are in WeChat group. Crooks are in WeChat group. People who want to be a blockbuster are in WeChat group. And people who want to pick up treasure in garbage dump are also in WeChat group. I have said so many bad things about WeChat group. In fact, WeChat groups have a powerful function, that is, its high speed of information dissemination, especially when disseminating of scandals. If you are not careful enough, you might be drowned by the spit of WeChat groups. WeChat group is also a monster revealing mirror. Gods, Buddhas, angels, bodhisattva and demons, ghosts, spirits, all are performing and will all in the end show their original forms in WeChat groups. And their followers will also go to their ways. The cattle enter their bull pen. The pigs enter their pig pen, and the mice dig their holes. WeChat group, I am afraid of you. You occupy a lot of my precious time. You deprive me of the right to be filial to the elderly, to take care of the children and to delve into learning. You have transformed me into a walking corpse with indigestion, and you have made a lot of strange animals like parrots who can only copy others' words. You also have made me a lonely depression patient in a very busy place. I must run away from you quickly. Hiding in my building. Who cares what season it is? I am going to have fun. 疫情形势下慢聊人生. Life in the crisis of the pandemic. Xiefeng. February 8th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Under the outbreak of a large-scale pandemic, doctors, nurses, and morticians have the most difficult and dangerous jobs. They are like running back and forth on a death line every day. A moment of inattention, and one might become infected and taken away by the king of hell. It has been found that the three occupations listed above are high-risk ones. From now on, we will have deep respect for workers in these three fields. We find that in extreme situations, freelancers who can change their living situations at any time according to their needs are the safest, while civil servants, soldiers, police, employees of state-owned enterprises, medical workers, and the like, who are the nuts and bolts of the state machine, do not enjoy the right to choose freely where they will work. They can only bite the bullet, whether they like it or not. It turns out that freelancing is often the best way to live our lives. The virus broke out and many people fell. Yesterday, they might have been planning for their futures with ambition. Today, everything suddenly collapsed. They themselves even disappeared. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. In this case, we should live every day well. Any behavior or motivation that deliberately weighs the pros and cons are worthless in the face of future changes. What do people rely on for a lifetime? Their state? Their political party? Their religion? Their family? Their friends and relatives? No, none are reliable. The only things that one can trust in are the greatest creator and themselves. Where is the safest place? A city? A rural area? At home? Abroad? Nowhere is safe. The safest place is in the quality, merits, and blessings of your own life. Mankind's fate is destined, but the fates of those who revere the greatest creator and walk the way of the greatest creator can be changed. The fate of human society is also doomed. Read Lou Bowen's inscription of Rescue of Catastrophe, then relate it to the status quo of today's pandemic. We know that everything is predestined. However, if one walks along the roadmap of life genuine, today's catastrophes can be avoided, even reversed. 10 years ago, I warned repeatedly of the crises that mankind will face and created the modern Noah's Ark for mankind, the new oasis for life, formerly the second home. But not many people listened to me, let alone followed me. Not only did the government not listen to me, but they even attempted to destroy my Noah's Ark. Not only did people not support it, but they ridiculed, satired, mocked, attacked, and verbally abused it. Now, as people face various crises helplessly and are worrying with fear on the verge of death, I want to ask them, why do you not act according to the will of the greatest creator? Why do you not listen to the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and celestials? Do you think that you can escape punishment and death by power, money, or academic status? Laugh not so early and be not complacent about your relative safety today. More violent events will strike you later. Heaven exists, so why not go there? You seem to prefer your fast track to hell? If you do not believe in heaven's existence, The new oasis for life production and life mode created by Life Genuine is right under your noses. It is alive, so why not believe in it? Even if you do not believe the facts in front of you, what else do you believe? Everyone ages, so what is the best way to do it healthily? When a husband and wife are aging together, no one can take care of them. Is this not sad? Even if you can go to a quality nursing home, even if you have children to take care of you, and even if you enjoy elderly benefits like the ones that are offered in Canada, even the world's best old age care methods cannot be compared to those of the new Oasis for Life. They are substantially different. Their benefits cannot be described in tens of thousand words. Why do you not praise them and yearn for them? Today is the Lantern Festival, where the flower market is as bright as daytime. Where is the scene of thousands of doors opened, lanterns lit, the capital boiling in the Lantern Festival of January, countless palace ladies dancing sleeve dances, and the music of singing and dancing straight to the sky? Is it now the whole people? It is the Lantern Festival in my hometown now. I am sitting in a remote, lonely village. Can you still hear firecrackers exploding? Can you still see children laughing and playing games? Can you still smile and laugh for the joyful scenes of girls searching for their favorite people under the lanterns and of, when the moon hung behind the willows, the young people went on dates under it? But in the crowd once and again, I look for her in vain, when all at once I turn my head and find her where lantern light is dimly shed? Where are the good old days? Who ruined our good times? Will next year's Lantern Festival reappear with its past grandeur? Even if it does, can you guarantee that you will be there? People think that the most visionary people are in the United Nations and in the courts, but reality tells us that behind the red lacquered gates, wine is left to sour and meat to rot. And those who really care about the suffering of the people might be civil workers doing their jobs in society. 不要把自己看成一碟菜. Do not regard yourself as a dish. Xiefeng, April 5th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Gaze up at the starry sky. The universe would still be brilliant with one star missing. Look at the river flowing. It would still surge forward with one stream missing. Recall history. The earth would still rotate if a sage were missing. Consider yourself. The world would still be happy without you. Be humble, low-key, ordinary, common, and do not regard yourself as a dish. Looking back at every landscape that I experienced on my journey through life, I found that many people descended sadly because they took themselves as a dish. Zhang Guotao, one of the founders of the Communist Party of China, was once the vice chairman of the central government of the Chinese Soviet Republic. He was the leader of the Red Fourth Army and commanded 100,000 soldiers. What a powerful pillar of talent and command. He finally froze to death in a shabby nursing home in a suburb of Toronto, Canada. Why? Because he took himself as a dish. When the Central Red Army led by Mao Zedong and the Fourth Red Army under his leadership joined forces, Mao had only slightly more than 10,000 soldiers left while Zhang had more than 100,000 elite soldiers. Zhang felt that he should be the boss, and he began looking down upon Mao. So their strife, both covert and overt, began. Zhang finally left the party's central committee, left the collective, and his ending was very sad. Genius is born and Mao was placed here by the greatest creator. Though Mao was sometimes impoverished, his courage, bearing, and foresight could not be compared to the elites of his age. When Mao's comrades took themselves as dishes, their tragedies became inevitable. Life Genuine has been through 17 springs and autumns, and many members who regarded themselves as dishes have left it along the way. Originally more than 2,000 Chanyuan Celestials, now less than 200 or 300 remain. The remainder are all honest people who feel that they are not dishes, but it is precisely these remaining 200 or 300 Chanyuan Celestials who have witnessed the history of the development of Life Genuine, and they have enjoyed the stunning scenery of their journeys through life and life. In 1994, I drove a dilapidated, open-top Jeep through the jungle alone in the Binga region of northern Matabeleland province, Zimbabwe. As I entered a small town, a large group of people gathered around a drunken native and yelled at him. As I arrived, he rushed over to me and shouted, "This is my boss. This is my boss." As he pointed his index finger toward me, I felt that my dignity had been violated, so I replied loudly and sternly, "I am not your boss. I am not your boss. Stop." The drunken guy meant to flatter me, but he was criticized by me. So he walked away a little grimacingly. The booing people laughed at him, but on the other hand, they seemed to be calling me an unworthy creature. I later became annoyed and regretted it. My attitude had been so ugly. I could have befriended the guy, danced with him, and made everyone happy, but at that time, I thought that I was awesome and I felt like I was a dish and became humiliated later as a result. This incident left me with an indelible memory, still vivid after a quarter century. I became wiser after that incident and learned much from it. My biggest lessons were to never regard myself as a dish and to never look down on a seemingly ordinary person. Even if you encounter a beggar, treat them with courtesy and definitely never consider yourself superior. I had not yet learned Laozi's Tao Te Ching at that time. Had I learned it, it would have been all glare tempered, all dust smoothed, and I would never have made such a low-level mistake. Never look down on an ordinary person. Never leave the collective, the masses, or the main group, and never regard yourself as a dish. When you think that you are superior and are not willing to associate with honest, simple, and ordinary people, no matter how freaking awesome you are actually nothing more than flatulence in the breeze. 你被像所迷了. Are you puzzled by form? Xiefeng. August 6th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. Buddha said that everything with form is unreal. All that is void of form is Buddha. Buddha also said not to abide our minds in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, but to actually abide nowhere. The article, "The Xiefeng pirate ship has set sail," frightened a Buddhist student. Reading the expressions beauty kidnappers and love affair makers seemed as a change of color. Reading seducing and flirting scared the wits out of the student. Who is the one professed love of what one actually fears? Puzzled by names and forms without seeing their essence. Puzzled by dharma without seeing the law. A bowl of bird's nest porridge, whether it is called horse urine or dog shit soup, is still nutritious bird's nest porridge. Whether you call celestials vulgar or elegant, they are still celestials. Tao that can be described is not absolute Tao. Names that can be given are not absolute names. Buddha has no absolute dharma, but Buddha's dharma always varies according to the situation. When the highest type of followers hears Tao, the truth, they try hard to live in accordance with it. When mediocre types hear Tao, they seem to be aware and yet unaware of it. When the lowest types hear Tao, they break into loud laughter. If it is not laughed at, it is not Tao. When they do not command faith, some will lose faith in them. Those who lack faith in Xiefeng will find many other things with which to lack faith. Mere humans are always obstructed by their own ideas. Sophisticates are always fascinated by names and forms, alas. The vulgar are knowing and luminous. I alone am confused and dull. The vulgar are clever and self-assured. I alone am depressed. 生命禅院导游写风是个屁. Xiefeng is a fart. Xiefeng. June 29th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. A thing's value is judged according to its usefulness. If no one needs it, it is as a fart. For some people, certain things are supreme treasures, but for others, they are as good as farts. I gave a pig a bowl of pearls. Not only did it fail to thank me, but it also indicated that what I gave it was worse than a fart. I gave a lamb a bowl of braised pork. Not only did it not show any gratitude, but it also accused me of disrespect. I gave a donkey a piece of gold. Not only was it not impressed, but it even kicked me. As I passed a grand ancestral worship ceremony in a village one day, many people were prostrating themselves and kowtowing. I asked a standing man who was watching at the ceremony why he failed to join them. He said that it was for their ancestors, but to me it was just a fart. Or one day I asked a young man in Africa if he knew who the first president of the United States was. He said that he only knew the presidents of his country and that the presidents of other countries meant shit to him. No matter how precious things are, how great and important people are, in the eyes of people who do not need them, they are all farts. From this, I came to a conclusion. Life genuine Xiefeng is a fart. This leads to another phenomenon, that farts are to be found everywhere. 不要活在当下，要活在未来. live in the future rather than in the present. Xiefeng, August 29th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The present is painful. Food, clothing, shelter, birth, old age, sickness, death, reciprocity, resentment, and hatred are all current troubles and pains. 9 out of 10 times, life is not as good as one wishes it were. Every family has their problems, and each individual has troubles. Troubles are not easily escaped. As we live in the complications of the human world, we have to adapt ourselves to changing circumstances. Every day, people either struggle on the line of death or spend their days worrying. Living in the present is like living in a sea of bitterness. Rooted in the present, our consciousnesses should live in the future because the future is the gathering place of our dreams, ideals, and fantasies. We can imagine the beauty of our future to our heart's content even if the reality is bitter and tired, even if it is terrible. As long as we let our consciousnesses live in an ideal state of the future, we can be optimistic, romantic, treat sad situations as temporary dreams, grit our teeth, and survive. Think about the beautiful futures that we plan. Think about the picturesque and free places in which we will live. Even if the sky falls, it is of no matter. Our past consciousnesses create our present realities. Similarly, our present ones can create better futures. According to the principle of visualized thinking, our futures are mainly created by our imaginations, so we can create our own ideal futures. In this case, why should we live in the present? Would it not be more comfortable to live in a future scenario that we can imagine? The only things that are impossible are those that cannot be imagined. If we live in the future, then we can imagine a better life to our heart's content. This is not Aku's way of winning spiritually. It is a way to get rid of difficulties and move towards a better future. We should find ways to make ourselves happy. I was born to a very ordinary peasant family, but my consciousness often lives in the future where thinking about it makes me happy. Many things that I imagined in the past have become my reality today, so I learned the technique of living in the future. I can rest assured that my future will be as thrilling and beautiful as I want it to be. When I live on the island of Balikia on the Celestial Islands continent ahead of time, all of my confusion and worries will be gone, as will my anxieties, concerns, and fears. How stupid it is to live in the present. Live in the future. As long as you live in your imagination of a better future, you will find that the present is a dream. Try to see how it works. 意识与疾病的关系探讨 The relationship between consciousness and disease. Xiefeng, September 15th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. If someone get ill, something must be wrong with their consciousness. Let us compare Bangladesh with Switzerland. Bangladesh is characterized as being dirty, disorderly, and poor. Switzerland is characterized as being clean, orderly, and wealthy. There is a great difference between the two countries in terms of environmental sanitation, where the mountains, rivers, earth, streets, and lanes in Bangladesh originally filthy and those in Switzerland pristine? Of course not. The problem lies in the collective consciousness of the local people. The Bengalis have never cared about their environmental sanitation, so their environment is filthy, but the Swiss have always paid close attention to theirs, so it is pristine. We will find the same facts and reasons when we go to your neighborhood, and we will find that some families are neat and clean with few mosquitoes and flies, while others are filthy and have many of them. If you want to know the reason, the problem lies in the family's consciousnesses, which has little to do with material wealth, occupations, or even education. From this, we must infer that human bodies are environments, and if they are unclean and unmaintained, then they will have diseases. Does the problem come from other people in society? There is no doubt that there is a problem with the consciousness that is in charge of the environment of the body, and it can only be concluded that if someone is sick, then something has to be wrong with their consciousness. The story of mistaking the shadow of a bough in one's cup for a snake is known throughout China. Du Xian accepted a drink from a county magistrate. After he returned home, he felt abnormal with unbearable pain in his abdomen, and he could hardly eat or drink. Later, after he realized that the snake he thought he had seen in his cup was only the shadow of a bough hanging on the wall, that there had never been any snake in his cup, his illness cleared up immediately. Is this not a typical consciousness problem? It shows that human diseases are all too often caused by the consciousness. Someone felt just a little bit uncomfortable, but they went to a hospital to be examined and were informed that they were suffering from late-stage cancer. After returning home, they fell ill. Their symptoms were like those of cancer. They became desperate, and everyone in their family began preparing for their hospitalization. They went to the hospital again to get more test results and found out that it was only a cold. As for the late stage of cancer, that was just a mistake from reading someone else's chart. After hearing the news, the patient, who was lying in bed and could hardly walk, suddenly jumped up and went home laughing. There have been many such cases. What do they show? They show that many human diseases are made by our consciousnesses. When people are angry and outraged, their hands will tremble, their lips will turn purple, and they will even shiver uncontrollably. Their hands and lips are normal in the beginning. So why would there be trembling and purple coloration? Because their consciousness is angry and outraged. If there is no anger or rage in their consciousness, then their hands will not tremble and their lips will not turn purple. This proves that the physical causes of diseases come from people's consciousnesses. We can continue to infer logically the reasons that consciousnesses lead to diseases, but we have read enough. Conscious illnesses can lead to physical ones. If the above logical reasoning fails, then just observe the people who get ill often. If you observe them carefully, you will see that there are many problems in their consciousnesses. They often share personality traits such as passivity, negativity, pessimism, persistence, jealousy, judgmentality, being nosy, a tendency to gossip, worry, fanciful thinking, selfishness, greed, desires to dominate, quarrelsomeness, individualism, wanting to punish others, easiness to anger, hate, depression, difficulties sublimating themselves, having heart knots but with reluctance to speak out honestly, and so on. At the same time, let us observe those who are healthy and rarely get sick. What are their characteristics? Are they not open-minded, optimistic, romantic, selfless, giving, praising, laughing, and so forth? Listen to this. Some people feign illnesses to escape labor, to avoid a person or environment, to punish others by abusing themselves, or just to obtain the pity and sympathy of others. Children feign illnesses to avoid going to school, and the same holds true for adults. The severity of the problem is that people who pretend to be ill often are sick in their minds to the point where over time, their bodies actually become ill. Another phenomenon of people falling ill is giving unhealthy information to their subconscious minds, such as speaking from their hearts. I really want to lie in bed and have some fucking rest. After you give your subconscious this instruction, it will mobilize all factors to give you some rest, such as an injury, a fracture, the stomach swelling, headaches, accidents, cuts from knives, and so forth. In other words, their subconsciousness will not lie idle, but will help realize that desire to lie in bed. One of the Life Genuine values is living in the new oasis for life. One is not allowed to fall ill. Why have you fallen ill? Should you not reflect on it? It has been explained so clearly in the roadmap, but have you followed it? For example, have you thought of the prayers for Chanyuan celestials who live in the home and prayed every day? I have asked you to frequently participate in flirting. Have you done so? Have you done so to eradicate the poisonous weeds in your soul garden, to be more selfless, and so on? I am sorry that not only do I fail to comfort the sick, but even sprinkle salt on their wounds, but as a guide, my being a truth teller is a fact that cannot be ignored. Of course, some people's diseases are congenital and come from their births. They are in their genetic sequence, which they can do nothing about because every congenital disease carrier bears the consequences of their last life, so they can only bite their bullets and bear them. To tell you the truth, every life in heaven is free from diseases. To say goodbye to diseases forever, you should do more good deeds, accumulate more merits, and walk strictly in accordance with the roadmap given to you by your spiritual guide. 所有抱怨都没道理. No complaints make sense. Xiefeng, September 23, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. All complainers are confused in their brains. Those who complain do not understand the truth. A girl entered a food store and asked the shopkeeper for a bag of rat poison. I'm sorry, replied the manager, but this is a food store and we don't sell rat poison. The girl complained. Why do you not sell rat poison? You made my trip for nothing. There was a rabbit who had been looking throughout a cornfield all day to find some carrots to eat without finding any, so it complained, humans do not care about us. Why do they not grow carrots in their cornfields? There was a worker who, seeing his boss driving their Mercedes-Benz to work every day, complained, the world is unfair. Why should he drive to work in his Benz while I have to take crowded buses every day? A wife complained to her husband, your former classmates have all become directors of divisions and directors general, while you are not even a section chief. I am ashamed of you. Her husband complained back, others' wives are so sensible. Only you criticize me every day. A social media netizen who entered a special flirting group hung around for a long time and then complained, there is no preaching and talking of scriptures or Tao here. Neither are there cooking skills or healthcare experiences. How can you all be so boring? A man came to a dictator's paradise and complained, there is no democratic atmosphere here. Why should he always have the final say in everything and disregard the public's opinions? It is grossly unfair. One came to the prairie and complained, I like climbing mountains, but there are no mountains here, which disappoints me a lot. After careful analysis, it is found that the head of any complainer must have been kicked by a donkey, their brain has short-circuited, or their mom must have mistaken a contraceptive for a cold medicine. I once complained until I finally found out that I might have entered the wrong room, taken my wife's sister as my wife, taken snakes as dragons, or become sworn brothers with pigs. Have you ever complained? What do you do when someone keeps on complaining around you? My experience is to pay them no attention because they are unreasonable and enjoy making trouble out of nothing. The more you care about it, the more trouble you will have. We can only lend deaf ears to them. Of course, you can laugh in your heart, laugh at this person who must have gotten up on the wrong side of their bed or their neurological synapses have opened, so that this kind of complaining will not hurt you, make you unpleasant, or anger you to explode. 做人不要追求公正公平. As people, we should not pursue justice and fairness. Zufeng, October 9th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. As a person, it is a mistake to pursue justice and fairness in life. I have lived in China, Africa, Oceania with Aboriginal people, and now in North America. During the 20 years of building life at Changyuan, I finally found that life itself is very just and fair and that no one is wronged. Therefore, it is known that Tao is most just and fair, that the fairness and justice pursued by people are unnecessary, and that it is not only redundant, but also creates inequality and trouble. He lives in a villa, driving a luxury car while I live in a thatched house without even a bike. This is unfair, someone said. I said, what you see is unfair, but people are suffering from cancer and diabetes. Is it also unfair that you have neither? If someone has cancer, would it be fairer if you shared it? Others were imprisoned and their properties were confiscated. Would it not be fairer if you were also locked away? Is it not unfair that people have been living in heaven, but you have to live in this world? Since you seek fairness, why do you not keep your faith unchanged, make constant contributions, and stick to truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, honesty, and peace even while suffering, enduring hardships, and in distress like others? It might be unfair for the Tang monk to become a Buddha but for you to not. But then why did you hide in your comfort zone and not go through adventures as the Tang monk went through his hardships? I wanted to create a new oasis for life in the island country of Vanuatu, but I found that although the indigenous people lead simple lives, not only were they lazy, but they were also greedy. They did not want to pay, but just wanted to get, and they were short-sighted. Finally, I gave up the idea of building a new oasis for life there. I lived in Africa for more than 10 years. Not only is Africa beautiful, but it is also rich. So why is it still poor and backward? This is a human problem. People are too greedy and keen on petty theft. If all they want is to get something for nothing, then how can they not remain poor and backward? I have lived in China for most of my life. Primitive African tribes still maintain their simplicity, but that of the Chinese people has all but disappeared. Everyone has become very shrewd. Not only the city people, but even those in the remotest villages have become very shrewd. Moreover, most Chinese are generally not grateful. Not only do they not pay their debts of gratitude, But they also think about how to take their benefactors' things as their own, such as how they treat the United States. How much welfare has the United States brought to China? Not to mention the Tsinghua University and Peking Union Medical College Hospital, which were built with American aid. The United States trained several million scientific, technological, and entrepreneurial management talents for China. Now, everyone uses mobile phones that are patented in the United States, let alone electric lights, HD TVs, supermarkets, and much, much more. Have we been grateful for this? Not only have we been ungrateful, but we have also scolded the United States to death. Everyone studies mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, but from where have we gotten the knowledge of these disciplines? All are from the West. On one hand, we enjoy the welfare of others, but on the other one, we scold them. Is it smart, ignorant, or ungrateful? In addition, if we look at social media groups, we find that almost everyone is a judge and a master. We draw conclusions and judge people with no deep understanding of them. We regard ourselves masters and try to guide others after we have learned very little spiritual understanding. People accuse the government of being autocratic, but the reality is that everyone is really that way. Even beggars want to dictate and rule over other beggars. Are Chinese parents not autocratic dictators over their children? Between married couples, do both not try to rule and dictate over each other? So, the status of the indigenous people of Africa and China shows nothing about unjustness or unfairness. From the creation of Life Genuine to the new Oasis for Life, I have found that China is suffering from severe disasters, but what about the inequities created by everyone? Each generation must eat the bitter fruit left from the previous one, and no one can escape that. What about the life mode of the new Oasis for Life? Who can say that it is not good? The government wants to destroy it, but to where would they wish to take our people? Can you sit down and argue with Xiefeng? China has 90 million Communist Party members, each of whom swore to fight for the realization of communism throughout their lifetimes. But have they praised the emergence of the communist seedling on the Chinese earth? Have they encouraged it? Or are they the ones who professed love of what they actually feared? Are the common people pursuing better lives? What kind of good life are you pursuing? Is it better than those within the new oasis for life of Life Genuine? People, cheating yourself is enough. Do not try to cheat and anesthetize others. We are all Chinese. We know each other. This is it. After living in North America for several years, I feel that it offers the best life for me, though I have no love for capitalism, nor do I recognize that the American and Canadian lifestyle is the most ideal one for mankind, but Westerners enjoy more than any others in any other part of the world. It is not unjust or unfair, but determined by people's quality. People talk about the decline of the United States, the rise of the East, and the 21st century being the one for China, but it seems so absurd to me. I have nothing to say to those people who are mentally masturbating so absurdly. What are unrealistic dreams? The ones that people are having now come pretty close. Everything happening on Earth is fair and just. The status quo of each country is, and everyone's present situation is. The ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, has never wronged any nationality, any country, or any person. Therefore, people should not pursue justice and fairness because no one can create either one. 让自己的认知大厦全然坍塌. Let your cognitive building collapse completely. Xiefeng, October 12, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. If you believe that your cognitive abilities are the most profound in the world, then stick to them. Tell everyone what you know all at once, and shine a light on all who are groping through the darkness. If we find someone whose cognitive abilities surpass ours, then let us collapse our building projects, abandon all the theories that we believe to be correct, and let us serve that one. The process of serving others is that of self-accomplishment and of realizing our own ideals. Religious complexes and worshiping will inject strong energy and vitality into oneself. When I worship the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, Jesus, Shakyamuni, Laozi, and Guanyin Bodhisattva, I gain a new self. Since then, my life has entered a new channel. It can be said that I have been reborn. Were it not for my worshiping from inner piety, then my life path would still be dark gray. Have you ever cried with joy or experienced a state of extreme calm when you were so excited that you forgot yourself completely and you are willing to surrender yourself completely to the object of your worship. If your answer is yes, then congratulations, because you have experienced worshiping. Is there any person throughout history whom you admire? If not, then congratulations, for you are the greatest person who has ever lived. If you are not that person but have no object of worship, then sadly, you are either a poor spirit who knows not the immensity of the universe, or at least a confused individual with an unclear mind. I am neither the greatest person in the world nor the one with the most profound cognitive ability, but along my way, I have not met anyone other than Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, PBUP, and Laozi. Guanyin Bodhisattva is not a human, whom I am willing to worship. This is my sorrow, my ignorance, and it is sad not to be able to see skies beyond skies and mountains beyond mountains. The happiest people in the world are those who have dedicated their lives to the objects of worship. I am one of the happiest people because I have entrusted my life to the greatest creator and my life to Tao. Now, I have nothing else to do. The rest is to find fun and play. Play whatever is playful. There is little to do except play. It has been said that we are living in the Dharma ending age and that a saint named Ziwei will come to save us. This Ziwei saint is both the returning Christ and the next life of Maitreya, and I am looking forward eagerly to the advent of this saint. It would be a blessing to meet this holy soul once during my lifetime, and I must have burned incense in a previous life. However, this saint must meet three conditions upon arriving. The saint must have a systematic theory to provide us with a theoretical standard to follow no matter what we do. Otherwise, even if he or she walks on water, flies through the clouds, and demonstrates 64 supernatural powers, sorry, they are not the saint. The saint must have nothing. No money, neither on their person nor in bank accounts, and no material possessions except for clothing. Once they possess anything material, then I am sorry to say that they are not the saint. The saint must have set an example for people, whether it is by a personal quality model or by their leading people to create a convincing and replicable mode. They must have at least accomplished some ideal cause. Otherwise, even if they can preach scriptures, integrate all theories, and have hundreds of millions of disciples, then they are not the saint. It is nothing more than a dream to depend on talking to realize a world of the great harmony of the unification of all thoughts and all beliefs into the greatest creator's will, and all religions into one uniform belief system in which the talented are entrusted with important missions that the whole world can be united as a single family. Give us an example. If the above three conditions cannot be met, then it is honestly suggested that the Ziwei saint should stay in the sky. Otherwise, if he or she and others were to come down, then they would not even be able to pass my tests. I have many schoolmates from my middle school, technical school, college, and university, but I cannot see any of them as having extraordinary ideas and realms because they are all merely drifting along. It is okay for them to do this, but most of them believe that they are knowledgeable with much cognitive ability and are so quick to deny others' opinions, just as the pig who saw monkeys darting up and down a tree and sneered, those poor monkeys do not even have a fixed nest. You see how happy and comfortable we pigs are. We have nests and people to feed us every day. In the past few years, I have met a lot of very knowledgeable people through social media groups on the web. At first, they gave me good impressions, but after communicating with many of them for a while, I found that most just feel good about themselves and consider themselves to be masters. Every day, in addition to selling their insights, they are busy within their web groups, rarely settling down to read the classics or about the apocalypse, but seldom do they do any practical work. Those so-called insights are not the result of their own life perceptions, but are just some borrowed wisdom from others with some small ornaments of their own that they have added in. Even so, those insights were not worth refuting at all because most of them have indicated elusive thinking. Many people are lovely, amiable, and respectable, but are not on the right track. I look at them and think, if you collapse all your cognition structure, it would be great. Heaven is not without roads and gates. The problem is that you insist that you are right, so you cannot see them or even the way to them. I would like to share this couplet, which was composed by Luoyin Celestial of Life-Echanuan. While hearts abide nowhere, then everywhere is in wonderland. If love attaches to no one, then any time is ethereal. Ethereal wonderland. 从情检测自己的生命层次 testing one's life level according to their love. Xiefeng. November 11th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. Every level of life has its own corresponding level of love which is different from all others. We can all examine our own loves to determine whether they are terrestrial or celestial. If your love troubles you and makes you miserable, then it is terrestrial. If it pleases you, then it is celestial. If your love only includes one partner throughout your life, then it is terrestrial. The more lovers you include, the more you demonstrate celestial love. If the object of your love is fixed, then it is terrestrial. If you follow your destiny and nature, then it is celestial. If you are jealous because your lover has feelings for others, then your love is terrestrial. If you are happy that your lover loves many, then it is celestial. If you find love to be divisive and that the more lovers your lover has, the less they will have for you, then yours is terrestrial. If you know that your love is in line with cosmic holography, then no matter how many partners you love, every one of them will be complete and your love is celestial. If you want to control, guide, train, and make your lover behave according to your standards, then your love is terrestrial. If you give your lover full freedom, then it is celestial. If you want to be inseparable from, pester, and always be with the object of your love, then your love is terrestrial. If you have embedded the object of your love into your consciousness, then no matter whether you are far away from each other or you live together, they will still taste very sweet and your love is celestial. If you cannot be completely magnanimous about love and you are hiding something, then your love is terrestrial. If you bear yourself open to love nakedly, then yours is celestial. Analyzing and determining the pattern and state of one's love can help them to understand the level of their life. If your love is terrestrial, then you must remain a human forever. If your love is celestial, then you are no longer a human being, but a celestial being, and you can go to the fairyland after your life's journey ends. 只有写风式共产主义才能解决这些问题. Only Xiefeng-style communism can solve these problems. Xiefeng. November 19th, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Elderly care, singleness, marriage breakdown, official corruption, environmental pollution, children's education and protection, poisonous food, drug abuse, whoring, gambling, fraud, theft, robbery, the integrity crisis, corruption, bribery, domineering, etc. cannot be solved by relying on historical experience and current people's cognitive level, nor can it be solved by religious teachings such as Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, etc. It cannot be solved by the ideas of Mao Zedong, by the theories of Lao Tzu and Confucius, not to mention by learning from the West about the separation of three powers system. They can only be solved by Xiefeng-style communism. Here I will first tell you the fact that moral education is not as good as system construction, and a good system is better than any form of moral preaching. Elderly care is a major issue in China and the world. In the past, the issue of providing for the elderly was dependent on children. Now many Western countries rely on the welfare system formulated by the state. Whether it is relying on children or the welfare system, it is not the best way to provide for the aged. Nursing homes of all kinds are a very sad way of providing for the elderly. Caring for the elderly, allowing the elderly to live among the young and children, and to enjoy a comfortable life in their later years is the best way to support the elderly. In this regard, Life Chanuan's second home has fully proved through 11 years of practice that the Xiefeng-style communist life is the best way to provide for the elderly. There are more and more single and divorced people, so how to solve their sex life problems? Let it go? Control it rigorously? Restrict by regulations? No matter what method is used, if the problem of sex life is not solved, there will inevitably be endless social problems. This problem can only be solved perfectly by the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, and it will hardly go wrong, including sexually transmitted diseases issues. There are more and more bachelors. Parents have no idea what to do. Neither can the bachelors themselves do anything about it. Should these people be left single for the rest of their lives? How can society solve this problem? There is no choice. The most satisfactory solution to this problem is to enter the Xiefeng-style communist society. The problem of official corruption has not been solved for thousands of years. There are more and more people who ride on the heads of the common people and accept the government's pay. They bully and oppress them while eating their food. This chronic social disease can only be eradicated by the Xiefeng-style communist life mode. It is because there are no officials in the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, and everyone is a laborer. People no longer need managers. Officials disappear, and the problem of official corruption caused by these officials also disappears. The issue of children's upbringing and education has become a collective matter, not a parent's matter anymore. Since children live in a collective, there is no possibility of abducting and selling children, and the phenomenon of children being spoiled, indulged, and misguided cannot happen. The Xiefeng-style communist life has proved through 11 years of practice with the children that the education and protection of the children can be described as flawless. In the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, stealing will become extinct because you have no place to store the things you steal, you cannot use them, and it is not necessary for you to steal other people's things at all. In the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, absolutely no one will produce poisonous food. The reason is very simple: the food you grow and produce will also be eaten by yourself. As for drug abuse, prostitution, whoring, fighting, bullying honest people, etc., there is almost no such phenomenon in the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, because you have no conditions and opportunities to do these things. Once you do it, you will have no place to stand in this civilized group, so you dare not. The integrity crisis is related to interests. When there is no conflict of interest between people, the integrity crisis will disappear. In the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, there is no direct interest relationship between people, and it is impossible to form cronies or special relationships. Everyone behaves in strict accordance with the 800 values for new era human being, so there is no integrity crisis. Of course, it is not so absolute, especially when it comes to affectional issues between men and women. There will also be some integrity crises. This is because the Xiefeng-style communism system is not fully operational. For example, due to the small number of homes, it is impossible to change personnel in time. As time goes by, there will be some emotional disputes between people, but once the home mode is fully operational, there is absolutely no possibility of an affectional integrity crisis, because the two persons that are together today may go to different homes tomorrow, and there will be little chance for them to see each other again for the rest of their lives. So, people will not work hard on the feelings between men and women, but only on their own qualities. It can be said that many unhealthy phenomena that have appeared in human society for thousands of years will be greatly reduced or even eliminated in the Xiefeng-style communist life mode. Then, why is it so difficult to popularize such an ideal human life model and difficult for people to accept? The government does not allow it because the government is mainly composed of officials, and officials want to enjoy special treatment. In the Xiefeng-style communist life mode, no one can enjoy special treatment, so of course government officials will not accept it, but will suppress Xiefeng-style communism. The rich do not allow it, because what the rich are most afraid of is communism. The rich want to be above the rest. However, in Xiefeng-style communism, everyone is equal and there is no way to be above others. Therefore, they suppress Xiefeng-style communism. The common people don't want it. Though common people live a difficult and ordinary life, there is a hidden psychology in every common people's consciousness that they want to live better than others. In Xiefeng-style communism, the ideal of wanting to live better than others cannot be realized, so they would rather suffer than live in a Xiefeng-style communist society. Although the development and existence of the Xiefeng-style communism life mode is extremely challenging, it represents the future development of human beings. Sooner or later, people will live in the Xiefeng-style communism life mode, especially in China. China has special national conditions. Chinese history and culture tell us that capitalism does not work in China. In history, all rich people face a huge crisis of survival. When you become rich, either robbers come to rob you and kidnap you, or the revolutionary movement will fix you. What's harsher is that when the government's finances are in trouble, the rich become the targets of harvest. Therefore, taking the European and American capitalist road will not work in China. As for the socialist road, practice has proved to be a failure because the common people have not enjoyed a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life because of socialism. In short, the best life for mankind in the future will be in the Xiefeng-style communism life mode, especially for the Chinese nation. Anyone, even if you are well educated, even if you have extraordinary intelligence and great ability, Even if you are the second coming of Jesus Christ or Matrian Buddha or Ziwei Saint, you will not be able to create something more perfect than the Xiefeng-style communism life mode for human beings. 新冠病毒是魔鬼还是天使? Is COVID-19 a devil or an angel? Xiefeng. February 16, 2022. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. A man of superior virtue does not show his virtue. A man of superior mercy demonstrates no mercy. Since the outbreak of the new corona epidemic, according to information on the internet, it is said that many animals have accelerated their reproduction. For example, there are more small turtles hatching on the beach. It is also said that the sky is clearer than before. For example, the snowy mountains, which have been blocked by smog for decades, now reappear to the Indians, and so on. According to online information, no child in one state in the United States has died from infection from the novel coronavirus. The death rate of children infected with novel coronavirus in the United States is much lower than that of the elderly. Again, according to online information, in the sixth wave of the epidemic in Japan, about 90% of the deaths were elderly people over 70 years old. Online information tells us that the novel coronavirus seems to be mainly aimed at the elderly because most of the dead are the elderly, but it is relatively kind to children and young people. What is the novel coronavirus going to do? Is it a devil or an angel? From the perspective of purifying the earth, it sees that there is too much garbage on the earth and the pollution is too serious, so it wants to purify the earth. Many animals are about to become extinct, so it hurried out to protect the nearly extinct animals. Because if all animals die out, humans cannot live either. From this point of view, the novel coronavirus seems to be a bit like an angel. From the perspective of population death, does it feel that there are too many people on the earth, and the earth's resources cannot support so many people? Many countries say that they are under immense pressure because the elderly population is increasing, so the novel coronavirus wants to take the elderly to heaven earlier, to leave more living space for young people and children. If this is the case, the novel coronavirus seems to be a bit like an angel. But this is a bit unfair to the elderly. For the elderly, it is simply the devil. If the novel coronavirus is an angel, then places with severe epidemics like the United States will benefit greatly. The more severe the epidemic, the greater the benefit. From this point of view, is the severity of the epidemic in the United States caused by their tacitly letting the epidemic spread? If the novel coronavirus is a devil, then places like China that are cleared for epidemic prevention will benefit the most, and the milder the epidemic, the greater the benefit. From this point of view, is the epidemic in China relatively mild compared to the United States because the Chinese know that it is the best policy to resolutely eliminate the virus? If the novel coronavirus is an angel who came with the mission of purifying the earth, then it will not stop there, but will continue with one wave after another. If the old coronavirus does not work, the new coronavirus cannot finish the task and the senior coronavirus will come into play. Anyway, it cannot go to heaven to explain this if it doesn't fulfill its mission. If the novel coronavirus is a devil and it just came out to cause trouble for mankind, then it will be locked in a cage under the full siege of mankind, and it will soon disappear without a trace. If the novel coronavirus is an angel, the more human beings guard against it, the more wrong they will be. The novel coronavirus is probably thinking, "My goodness, I'm here to help mankind, but stupid and ignorant human beings are beating and kicking me, condemning me both in speech and writing. They really take good intentions for evil." If the novel coronavirus is a devil, human beings must take strict precautions, and the stricter the precautions, the better. The novel coronavirus might be thinking, "My goodness, clever and cunning humans are too difficult to deal with. I'd better retreat, otherwise humans will break my legs." At this time, we cannot see the true face of the novel coronavirus, and we can only leave it to history to make a conclusion. 寄予未来中国领导人 A Messages for Future Chinese Leaders. Xiefeng. November 1, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. If you can make people live and work in peace and contentment, and make people live joyously, happily, freely, and blessedly, you are the savior of the world, and you are the Ziwei Saint. If you do not let the common people live and work in peace and contentment, and don't let people live joyously, happily, freely, and blessedly, you are a bastard. A living devil, I will provide you with some ideas for reference. Follow America. West Germany followed the United States and became prosperous and strong, while East Germany went against the United States and became poor and desolate. South Korea followed the United States and became brilliant, while North Korea did the opposite and became closed and backward. Without theoretical analysis or logical reasoning, facts have proved that following the United States will be beneficial to the country and its people. In the era of confrontation with the United States, China was poor and backward. Due to China's reforms and opening up, China and the United States now have harmonious relations and China's economy has grown by leaps and bounds. Therefore, we must follow the United States. A strong entrepreneur, not a strong government. Allow thousands of entrepreneurs to be born and become stronger. Let the invisible hand of the market support or eliminate entrepreneurs. The government administration should not interfere with business. It is necessary to weaken or even abolish the governmental administrative agencies at and below the county level, and let entrepreneurs replace and exercise government functions there. And at the same time, liberalize the development of civil society organizations and allow civil society organizations and entrepreneurs to form a system of checks and balances. Make trade channels unobstructed and allow people to move around freely. Not obstruct the sea, business, internet, and borders, and fully open it all up. Let businessmen from all over the world come and go freely in China. Let academic groups and people from all over the world communicate and exchange information freely in China. And let Chinese people freely enter and leave the country to everywhere in the world to study, do business, establish enterprises, travel, and settle. It is not only necessary to recognize dual nationality, even triple or 100 nationalities, and allow for Chinese citizens to have multiple nationalities. The government should not participate in economic activities. There is infinite wisdom, vitality, and creativity among the people. They know how to survive and how to improve their lives. Entrepreneurs are more far-sighted than government officials. Dissolve all state-owned enterprises and leave banking, power, communications, transportation, etc. all to entrepreneurs to operate. As long as economic activities are involved, the government should not participate. The government should only be in charge of 5 things: foreign affairs, national defense, combating crime, combating monopolies, and providing free education and medical care. Except for setting up a press release office, leave it to society to run all media and let them run various news and information dissemination media on behalf of their own interests. Allow them to say anything they want to, and allow journalists to exist in every corner of the country. The power of journalists should be stronger than that of the police, while the government does not need to pay for the journalists, which is a good deal. Establish the awareness that private property is sacred and inviolable. The state cannot deprive its citizens of private property, nor can any political party or religious group. Only by ensuring the safety of private property can the country prosper. The people will live a happy life in peace and contentment, and money from all over the world will flow into China. At the same time, it should be guaranteed that private residences will not be disturbed by anyone. With private residences, the rule should be, the wind can enter, the rain can enter, and the king cannot enter. Without a reliable clue to prove that the residents have violated the law, the police should not be allowed to enter. Allow various faith-based groups to operate freely, learn from the ecological diversity of nature, and let all kinds of faith groups spread their teachings and ideas freely. The government should not support any faith groups, nor should it crack down on them, but leave them to live and die on their own. Abandon such disputes as doctrine and truth. Only think about and talk about how to make the common people live and work in peace and contentment, and do not talk about and argue about the advantages of capitalism, socialism, and communism, let alone talking about fighting and dedicating to the truth. As long as the general public likes it, shitism is acceptable. Do not assist poor countries, do not help backward countries, but you can provide emergency relief when disasters or special situations occur. To provide living security for the brave. As long as people are disabled because of their bravery for righteousness, the state should provide them with a free lifetime pension which should not be lower than the national average standard of living. If they sacrifice their lives for righteous causes, the government must not only arrange and take care of all their funeral affairs, but also take care of their parents for the rest of their lives and provide education and other guarantees for their children until they graduate from school. The government should not care about private matters between the sexes. The sexual life between members of the opposite sex is a personal matter, and it belongs to the freedom of life. As long as both parties are willing, the government should ignore it, make no comments, let alone kidnap and judge them with high standards of moral and quality. It doesn't matter whether it is one wife with many husbands, one husband with many wives, 3 or 4 people having sex together, or thousands or 10,000 people together, the chairman and the secretary, a master and an apprentice, husband with mistresses, having an affair every night. As long as the participants are willing, without hurting others, then let everything flow eastward. To future Chinese leaders, may you be the Ziwei saint who comes to the world, and may you understand the principle of holography. If you can manage China with the principle of holography, China will become the center of human civilization, and the whole world will praise your wisdom and greatness. 财不对位是社会资源的一种浪费. Mismatching talents and positions are wastes of social resources. Xiefeng, August 30th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. What a waste it would be to shell mosquitoes with big guns, but it would also be a waste to specialize in growing flowers to cook, and it is even more wasteful for those who have the potential to win Nobel Prizes to be running companies. Letting people with hairdressing and cosmetological skills work on assembly lines in factories are also wastes, and letting thinkers become government officials is even more wasteful. Having cats catch mice and dogs guard homes are good arrangements, but letting mice guard homes or dogs catch mice are mismatched talents. Having Churchill as the Prime Minister and Montgomery as the Field Marshal were wise matches, but having Churchill be a Field Marshal and Montgomery a Prime Minister would have been mismatched talents. The function of eyes is to see, of ears is to hear, of feet is to walk, of hands is to manipulate things, and of brains is to think. If you made the brain look, listen, walk, or manipulate things, but stop thinking, then it would be misaligned. If a brain were not doing brain business, but did the businesses of the eyes, ears, feet, or hands, then it would not only be putting the proverbial cart before the horse, but it would also be a huge invisible waste of its special resource. Talents are types of invisible social wealth with huge potentials, while mismatched talents and positions are invisible and huge wastes of social resources. The people are infinitely rich in creativity. For example, the infinite vitality bursting out of Chinese society at the beginning of China's reform and opening up is the result of the mobilization of the infinite creativity of the people. If the talents are aligned properly, endless material wealth, spiritual wealth, and soul wealth will be created. There are two main reasons for their misalignment. The first one is government regulations. The more that the government controls, the more that people's talents misalign. For example, it is difficult for China to produce Nobel Prize winners. This is not because the Chinese are stupid people, but because its government controls and intervenes too much. How can great scientists and thinkers be born without their talents being aligned properly? How can century-old shops and a large number of craftsmen's talents be born? The second is running for survival. Regardless of one's talents, they choose whatever they can do to make money, and their choices can be few. Why has the Guide of Human Spirits and Souls written so few valuable articles during the past 2 years? Because my talents have been misaligned. Most of my time and energy during this time have been spent running around for survival. I have awakened each morning at 5 o'clock, washed, and prepared breakfast for my guests. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning by the time I clear up the cups, plates, and tables after my guests have finished eating. Then I make my own lunch, and after that, I visit the guest rooms to clean up the trash left by my guests and take out the sheets, coverlets, hand towels, bath towels, and other linen used by the guests, wash them, and relay them. Next, I clean the guest rooms meticulously. After finishing this, it is already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, I must wait for new guests to arrive at any time, to arrange the rooms for them, and then make dinner. After dinner, I clean the tableware used by the guests and myself throughout the day. Then I begin to fold the cleaned bedding and bathroom supplies. Now it is past 8 o'clock at night, and I must go to bed by 10 o'clock, or the next day's failure to get up on time would delay my guests' breakfasts. My real free time is no more than 2 hours, because there are a series of other things to do, such as shopping more than 30 kilometers away, tidying the yard and mowing, repairing improper parts, and so on. Now I must ask this question. which is more important, for the tour guide to do this every day to make money or to write valuable articles. As the tour guide, I understand in my heart that this is a sorrow for mankind and a huge loss to civilization, but even more so, it is an incalculable loss to life Genuine and its celestials. A bit alarmist, is it not? History will tell you the answer. As the tour guide, I know in my heart that my talents are misaligned and that I am putting the cart before the horse, but since humans cannot be aware of this, then I will take things as they are and enjoy the happiness and tranquility of ordinary life. Where is mankind's escape? How do we eliminate the phenomenon of misaligned talents? The answer lies in the tour guide's brain. 跟头栽在了细节上. Stumbling on the details. Xiefeng. August 24, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. On January 28, 1986, the American Challenger launched and exploded 73 seconds later, killing all 7 of its astronauts in the space shuttle. What was the problem? The O-ring seal of the solid rocket booster on the right side failed. Such a large and complex collection of super-advanced science and technology resulted in a disaster that could not be avoided just because of the failure of a small, inconspicuous sealing ring. We had stumbled over a detail. Sierra, a 24-year-old computer engineer and job seeker, stood out in a competition among several thousand competitors and was selected because of her excellent performance during her interview with the boss. But when she went back to the boss office to retrieve the silk gloves she had left on the cabinet by the door when she first walked in, the boss noticed what she was doing. The next day, when she had not received a call for employment, she became concerned and called to ask why. The general manager answered that, "We had already chosen you, but then we found that you were forgetful. We engage in the design of electronic circuits, and there must be no mistakes." She had stumbled over a detail. On August 21, 2021, a young couple checked into my small hotel. Judging by their appearance and temperament, they appear to be South American, and judging by their cars and clothes, they seem to be having economic difficulties. However, they could stay in the high-end hotel that I manage, which showed me that they had certain patterns and methods to their pursuits. Late in the afternoon, the lady brought a box of food to be heated in the microwave. When I asked why they had come here, she said they wanted jobs. At that time, a desire arose in me to keep the couple in my hotel, but the next day I cooked breakfast for them and they were supposed to be ready at 8 o'clock sharp because I had everything ready for them at that time. But I waited and waited, and they did not come downstairs for almost an hour, and it was then that I dispelled the idea of keeping them. Why? Because an unpunctual person is someone you cannot count on and someone who will screw up jobs. So how could I keep them? Punctuality is a kind of faith. A lack of the former proves a lack of the latter, and people who do not have faith are unreliable. Perhaps they never knew that the real reason why they had arrived at the gate of heaven but had not been able to enter was only that one detail. Again, they had stumbled over a detail. Details are not unintentional accidental phenomena. They embody the meaning of people's lives, and they are comprehensive manifestations of their upbringings, self-restraint, and self-cultivation. If the details go wrong, it must be that the person lacks having enough self-improvement and self-cultivation. When people face dilemmas, their problems must lie in the imperfection of certain details, but they may never know that it is their imperfection of one or a few details that has led to their dilemmas. 一张残酷的能量流向图. A cruel energy flow diagram. Xiefeng. June 7, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. The day before yesterday, in the afternoon, I knelt on a mat to weed, loosen the soil, and fertilize the roses in front of the guest rooms. Why was the whole process of working so joyful? Because the roses were growing vigorously. I feel joy when I look at flourishing roses, and because of my joy, I like to weed them, loosen their soil, fertilize them, and finally water them. The cruel reality is somewhat different, however. More attention and energy should have been given to the weak ones. The strong ones can strengthen themselves and do not need much effort or care. The weaker that one is, the less care and energy they will be given. The stronger that one is, the more care and energy they will be given. You see, the higher one's official rank is, the more supporters and flatterers they will have, and the more people who will be sending them gifts. The more successful a business is, the more money banks like to lend to them, and the easier it is for them to borrow money and raise funds. The more handsome a man is, the more capable he is, and the more that beautiful women will want to marry him. Some men have married dozens or even hundreds of wives, and all of them were beautiful, gentle, and capable, but many men cannot find a single wife and can only remain lonely bachelors. The drier a place is, the less likely it will be receiving rain, but the wetter a place is, the more rain that will fall. The better, the more prosperous; the worse, the bleaker. Is this the law of nature? I consider myself a saint. So why do I also prefer the lush Chinese rose flowers from the bottom of my heart? I will expose more of my thoughts here. The more beautiful and sexier one looks, the more I like them. Oh my God, is that what a saint is like? I used to be a permanent resident of Zimbabwe, so why did I leave? I went to Vanuatu and wanted to build a home there, so why did I not? I am a Chinese citizen, so why did I leave my birth country and settle down in Canada? It turns out that essentially, I like better living environments. I finally understood what Christ Jesus meant when he said, "For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that he hath." This is the energy flow diagram. After seeing and understanding this energy flow diagram, as people, we must strive to make ourselves excellent all round. The more excellent, the more energy one will get, and the more imperfect, the less energy they will get. It is useless to complain, to cry and shout, to blow up, or to have trouble with others. The only way that works is for you to make yourself excellent. This is the true meaning of God helps those who help themselves. 测试一下你是不是真男子. Are you a real man? Xiefeng. March 29th, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. Having any of the following behaviors will reduce your manliness: bullying those who are weaker than you, bullying woman, flattering those in power, being jealous of people who are superior to you, being oppressed outside, but then releasing your hostility at home, being obedient outside but bossy at home, having no courage to resist injustice, intervening in internal struggles rather than to expand living spaces outside. Having any of the following behaviors will increase your manliness: taking care of your own affairs without needing help, making people around you happy, joyous, free, and blessed, tolerating and caring for women but never abusing them physically or emotionally, believing that being sympathized and pitied by others is shameful, taking action against and refuting evil when you should, being as gentle as a sheep at home but as capable as a tiger when outside, never licking the asses of powerful people, resolving malpractice issues which have always endangered societies, making vigorous efforts to improve situations, being chivalrous and unrestrained. 雪峰自恋看我像不像上帝使者. Xiefeng's narcissism. I must look and act as a messenger of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. April 19th, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. The most important thing for people is to make themselves happy each and every day. When external influences are unable to make this happen, they must find ways to entertain, amuse, and love themselves. I, Xiefeng, am a person who can make myself happy every day. There are many ways to enjoy oneself. Let us see how I have made myself happy today. From the tax bills that I have paid to the government over the past 4 years, I have found that during that time, I have received more than 800 guests, 70% of whom have been from Europe, mostly Germany. 20% were from the United States, Canada, and Australia. 6% were from Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong, and 4% were from various other countries. I checked on the booking website where 98% of the guests had given me full marks in their messages, rarely to other aspects of the hotel, but full marks to my personal service. Oh my God! I have satisfied 98% of my 800 guests, 90% of whom are strict and earnest white Westerners. My goodness, am I really that special? At least I am an excellent server and waiter. Of course, there was one guest who only gave me 5 points, and my full score was only 10. So how did I fail him? I thought about it and finally concluded that he must have been scolded by his sister-in-law, and with nowhere else to vent his anger, he took it out on me. Or he might have dreamed that I abducted her, so he was angry with me. The above data is reliable because the booking website is external and is controlled by a Dutch agency. So there is no chance for me to do anything tricky, nor can I hire a shill to give me a high score because everyone who rates it must have booked a room through the website, has stayed in my hotel, and has paid a commission to the booking website. It is impossible to find anyone to rate and comment on the booking website at will. Yeah, the facts prove that I am a talent and I should be proud and happy. Do you all know how I let strangers pay me while complimenting me? For example, a young couple stayed in my hotel for one night and paid a room rate equivalent to more than 156 Canadian dollars and left a tip equivalent to 20 Canadian Zimbabwean or Venezuelan currency, but at least Canadian currency. Here is how I did it. I combed my hair every day to be as smooth as if never grinned evilly or giggled or laughed obsessively as if I were looking at my sister-in-law. If that were the case, my female guests would have called the police. Of course, one must learn to chat and joke with the guests as they eat. What can you joke about? Anything that can make them happy. Westerners like humor, so find something to make the guest happy. If you do this, they will be much more likely to rate you with high marks. See how easy it is to make strangers praise you. To make yourself and even strangers happy is the most meaningful thing in life. For the past 15 or 16 years, I have made hundreds of Chanyuan Celestials happy, or it can be said that I have coaxed them to be happy, and more than 170 Chanyuan Celestials have written articles to praise me emotionally. Thinking about them while I am in my bed makes me feel like I am sleeping on clouds. I just cannot help it, and if I were unhappy, I would feel as if I were betraying Chairman Mao himself. I finally realized the truth. The so-called messenger of the greatest creator is someone who can make everyone in the world happy so that they will feel glorious even if they are wearing split pants and are eating pickled vegetables and coarse foods. They will feel that they are more delicious than any delicacies. I have coaxed thousands of people to be happy, and when everyone in the world is happy, if I do not say so myself, everyone will say, "This Xiefeng guy must truly be a messenger of the greatest creator." Imagining the future, how can I not be happy? I would always rather be happy. 修心就是想把砖块磨成镜. To cultivate one's mind is to polish a brick into a mirror. Xiefeng, March 24th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The cultivating world always advocates that people should cultivate the heart. At first, I felt that this term was too profound to be understood. It must be right. But the more I practiced it, the more I realized that I was fooled and got the feeling that this was like teaching people to polish bricks into mirrors. Where is the mind? Is it inside the chest cavity or outside? Is it in cosmic time and space or in bread and milk? Is it square or round? Is it in black and white or in color? Is it made of meat or mud? Buddha Shakyamuni warned, neither the past, the present, nor the future of the mind can be found, since the heart, the mind, does not exist. What should I cultivate? How should I cultivate it? House leaks can be repaired, clothes can be repaired, mobile phones can be repaired, roads can be repaired, but how do we fix the mind? Phenomenon gives birth to minds, but minds can transcend over phenomenon. The mind does not exist. Without the phenomena of the universe and without it, there would be no mind. 100 years ago, was there such a saying as, "Hi, he only has watching TV on his mind"? No, because before TV appeared, how could you have watching TV on your mind? Ask a 7 or 8-year-old child, "Is your wife in your heart?" How does the 7 or 8-year-old child answer? He does not have a wife at all, so how can he have his wife on his mind? Some people say, his mind is smaller than the eye of a needle. How is it possible to cultivate a mind that is smaller than the eye of a needle? Some people say his mind is bigger than the sky. How is it possible to cultivate a mind that is bigger than the sky? In Zen, there is a theory of changing your surroundings with the mind. This statement is reasonable. At least you can understand what it means. But if you advocate cultivating the mind, it is like a tiger that wants to eat the sky with nowhere to start. So, I understood that the so-called cultivating of the mind was a trap to fool a fool. 放弃做自己才是修炼的上乘之路. The best method of self-cultivation is to give up on being yourself. Xiefeng, March 24th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. The saint has no decided opinions and feelings. but regards the people's opinions and feelings as his own. The saint has no sense of self. He senses Tao and unites with Tao. The Tao is me, and I am the Tao. Christ Jesus taught us, if any want to become my followers, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. Buddha Shakyamuni taught us, if a bodhisattva thoroughly understands the dharma of no self, he is a true bodhisattva. Celestial Laozi taught us, is what we value and what we fear within ourselves. We have fears because we have a self. When we do not regard that self as a self, what have we to fear? Therefore, he who values the world as his self may then be entrusted with the government of the world. And if he who loves the world as his self, the world may then be entrusted to his care. Only by being unselfish can one fulfill one's wishes, and only by being selfless can one accomplish himself. So, give up on being yourself, do not be yourself. Only when you abandon yourself, you will be completely relaxed and free. Only by being selfless can you enter the kingdom of freedom. Self-improvement means improve yourself by abandoning yourself. Self-refinement means refine yourself by abandoning yourself. Without abandoning yourself and insisting on being yourself, you will never understand the truth of becoming a celestial, Buddha, or God, and you will never be able to climb the peak of life and life. The model of being yourself is too small, and its realm is too low. There is no being yourself in the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and celestials. Instead, they teach us not to have an ego, but to be selfless. With an ego, there are thorns and spears everywhere. There are always contradictions and conflicts. One is unable to live in harmony with people, unable to live in harmony with nature. Without an ego, there are green hills and blue waters everywhere. There are light breezes and a clear moon always. One can get along well with people, unite with nature, and unite with Tao. When contradictions and conflicts occur, that's because you want to be yourself. If you do not want to be yourself, but melt yourself into the other party, where are the conflicts and contradictions from? Why do couples divorce? Because they both want to be themselves. China and the United States are in conflict because they both want to be themselves. In a collective, if everyone gives up on being himself, the collective will be harmonious and auspicious. If everyone wants to be himself, the collective will be a mess of quarrels and fights. Readers may want to ask, what if I give up on myself, but the other party is uncivilized and barbaric? Should I bear insults, be lowly, and be bullied and oppressed by him? Here we need to trace history, to track down the reasons, and ask ourselves why I met him or her. The debt is to be paid, and we must believe in karma. At the same time, we must firmly believe in the fairness of Tao. Since Tao is fair, then leave everything to Tao to arrange and deal with. What we need to do is to be non-attached and abandon ourselves. The world is faultless. All faults lie within ourselves. The absolutely beautiful things are only for the enjoyment of absolutely beautiful lives, and no soul in hell has been wronged. Do you think that you are in your current situation because you have been wronged? Hasn't everything been created by yourself? Reality is the projection of one's own consciousness. If there is something wrong, the problem lies in your own consciousness. Sometimes it is easy for us to blame the government and the leaders for all of our problems. In fact, the root cause is still our own. It will take a long speech to explore this truth, so I will just end it here. I'm conducting an experiment of copying the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven in the human world. This experiment has been going on for 11 years. The Chanyuan celestials who have participated in the experiment can testify what are the results of being oneself and abandoning oneself. All those who have insisted on being themselves have left, and those who have abandoned themselves have stayed. If what Xiefeng has said is not right, then what the God, Buddha, and Celestial has said must be right. 成为你自己的提法是无稽之谈. The idea of be yourself is nonsense. Xiefeng, March 23, 2021. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter, there are a lot of expressions of be yourself on the internet and in WeChat groups, which means not to compare yourself with others, not to listen to others' opinions about yourself, and not to imitate others, but to live as who you are and live your life yourself. The thought is good, and the purpose is right, but it's an unattainable aspiration. First, you is difficult to determine. This is an ambiguous concept that can neither be quantified nor clearly defined. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where will I go? Without solving these three problems, how can I find myself? From the perspective of reincarnation, some people may be reincarnated from pigs. Being yourself and be yourself means continuing to live as a pig. Some people may be reincarnated from rats, and being yourself means to be a rat. So, where are you from? Being yourself means go back to where you came from. People are the products of society, and social changes will lead to changes in people. For example, with communication, people used to send letters delivered by people or delivered on horseback. Later, it was conducted by the post office and then by telephone. Today, communication depends on the internet, WeChat, and video channels. I wonder what kind of communication does become yourself use? Can you not change with the changes in society? How can you be yourself? People are malleable and flexible. No one knows what kind of person he will become in his lifetime. Ask the prisoners in a prison if they had planned to be prisoners before they were imprisoned. Ask Hitler if he had made the choice to become the culprit of World War II. Are they trying to be themselves? Or haven't they become themselves? Being yourself has a terrible consequence, that is, to isolate oneself from society, to live in the state of beauty that you have imagined, entertaining yourself without knowing that danger is approaching you, to feel that you have become a Buddha or a celestial, indulging in self-intoxication and self-delusion, but the actual situation is that you have been abandoned by society. The reality is, I cannot become myself. I must abide by the laws that control society. I must abide by the current social operating rules. I can't lose my temper and kill people if I wish to. I must compromise when I should, retreat when it's time to retreat. I cannot just go my own way. I cannot help but consider the feelings of people around me. If people around me hate me, and I still stubbornly choose to be myself, then am I a granite-headed walking dead? Other things that cannot be quantified and clearly defined are conscience, mind, self-nature, love, and so on. These are deceptive concepts, such as conscience. Who can quantify and define conscience? Who knows whether someone's conscience is red or black? The best way is not to talk about good or bad conscience, but deal with each other in accordance with the contractual relationship. For example, with self-nature. What is self-nature? In the so-called perfect self-nature, all things are the manifestation of our nature. These all cannot be quantified and clearly defined. How do we perfect our nature? Can our nature produce 10,000 kinds of dharma or not? If yes, please show it to everyone. Another example is love. Originally, love is just a state of life. Once love is spoken from the mouth, it is no longer love. When you say, I love you, how do you love? Is it that you will give me $10 million or a bouquet of roses? Or will you wash my feet? Or cook me a potato to eat? Words that sound beautiful may just be deceptive tricks. In Western society, there is no Buddhism, no Wang Yangming, no Rinpoche, no Karmapa, but there are many Nobel Prize winners. It is easy to be a master in the East, but it is not easy to be a Nobel Prize winner, because the former can play with concepts. Whoever plays with the concept well enough can be a master, but the latter must be rigorous, meticulous, and must work hard. Being yourself can go to hell. Abandoning yourself is the correct path. We welcome the birth of craftsmen, scientists, sages, and people who are unselfish and selfless to work for the happiness of the working people. 冲突发生在野蛮与野蛮、野蛮与文明之间。Conflicts occur between barbarism and between barbarism and civilization. Xiefeng, March 23, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. Conflicts will occur between barbarism and between barbarism and civilization, but no conflicts will occur between civilization and civilization. If we see two people, two tribes, two ethnic groups, or two countries fighting, there is no doubt that either both are barbaric, or one is barbaric and the other is civilized, but there will never be a conflict between two civilizations. If the fight between the two parties is extremely brutal, it must be a conflict between two groups of barbarians. If the fighting between the two parties is not so cruel and sometimes a compromise is made, and occasionally there is a truce, But overall, the fighting always continues. It must be a conflict between barbarism and civilization. Where there is conflict, there must be barbarism. The so-called barbarian is not keeping promises, not following rules, not fulfilling a contract, always wanting to take advantage of the other party, always wanting to control the other party, and always wanting to take the other party's possessions as his own. If there was a conflict between two people, and each believed that he was right, but in terms of the nature of the conflict, either the two people were both barbarians, or one of them must be a barbarian, it is impossible for both of them to be civilized. From this, we can draw the conclusion that those who often clash with other people must be barbarians, and are definitely not civilized people. Generally speaking, it is the barbarian who acts unjustly and forcefully in a conflict. The more one is good at compromising and self-reflecting, the more civilized they must be. There is a special phenomenon that when two or more barbarians encounter civilization, in order to deal with civilization together, the barbarians will temporarily unite and confront the civilization as allies. At this time, there will be peace between the two barbarians. They will not be in conflict with each other. But when their common enemy disappears, the temporary peace between the two barbarians will be broken, and mutual conflict will definitely occur between them again. This fact is determined by the nature of barbarism. 人与人之间冷酷一点好不好? Would it be good if people could treat each other a way that is more uncaring? Xiefeng, March 22, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. Undoubtedly, people like to be warm, concerning, caring, soothing, comforting, supporting each other, and jointly resisting their misfortunes and tribulations on the journey of life. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, I found that people spend too much time and energy in taking care of emotions between people in their lives. Therefore, I will offer an unconventional way of thinking. What if people would treat each other in a way that is a little less caring? In the animal world, in order to survive, all birds are uncaring. Once they hatch and feed their children to the stage where they are foraging on their own, the adult bird decisively implements an uncaring policy on the children. They pull out and expel the children from the nest and let them look for food and survive in nature. It is almost the same for mammals. As soon as they can find food for themselves, parents generally do not care very much for their offspring. Humans are different from animals. People care for each other. Even when parents are very old, they still want to find ways to care for and look after their children. It was reported that there is a mother whose son obtained a doctorate degree in the United States. After the son's returning to China, he did not look for a job. Instead, he stayed at home and played games all day even when he reached his 40s. All his living expenses depended on his mother, who was in her 70s and suffered from poor health. Most parents have this experience. In their children's childhood, when their children are upset, rolling around and crying on the ground, the parents will try to persuade their children to be happy. Especially the grandparents, who may love their grandchildren more, will try by every means to make them happy. In fact, husbands and wives will consider each other's emotions even more. When one is unhappy, the other has to try to persuade the other to be happy. From the beginning of a romantic relationship through marriage and into old age, couples spend an enormous amount of time and energy caring for each other emotionally. To maintain a good functioning of the relationship between people, one must take care of the other's emotions. Even if they make trouble unreasonably, the other one must also take care of their emotions. The problem is that people are imperfect, and there will always be emotional outbursts. The price people pay for taking care of emotions is huge. Is it okay to be less caring with people? For example, when a child rolls on the ground and cries, not only do you not persuade him to behave himself and instead, you give him 2 slaps on his bottom, what will happen? I do not think he will roll around and cry anymore. For example, after having raised your child to 18 years of age, you then let him find his own means of livelihood. Even if he goes to college, let him find a way to pay the tuition fee on his own. In this way, the child will become a person with a strong ability to survive independently in the future. As for buying a house and getting married, it all should depend on the child's own ability to pay for it, and parents should no longer have to worry about how to pay for them. For example, what if between husband and wife, once the wife cries, makes trouble and threatens to hang herself, the husband scolds, beats, and threatens to kill her? Good grief! Do not give in, and do not consider her emotions. In this way, the relationship may become more harmonious, beautiful, and healthier. Let the strong live beautifully, and let the weak linger out a feeble existence. This is in line with the laws of nature. Here is one point. People who are unable to work, such as the elderly and disabled, need to be taken care of by the strong. As long as they have the ability to work, they on no account should be taken care of. If you have the ability to work, why should others take care of you? I am not interested in charity and relief services. Human beings should encourage the strong to do something more substantial. People should follow the strong. In international relations, unite with the strong countries. As for weak and poor countries, best to let them die. In Xiefeng-style communism, I emphasize dictatorship and Superman philosophy and deny democratic mechanisms. Whoever is strong can take charge. Whoever contributes the most can be the leader. Whoever has the greatest ability can be the leader. Whoever can be selfless can be the leader. Isn't this fair and just? In Xiefeng-style communism, all people must participate in labor, and whoever does not work, throw them out. Whoever is lazy, throw them out. Whoever is always in a bad mood and disgruntled, throw them out. Whoever bullies people, throw them out. Everyone must be of value, must create value, and if they have no value, throw them out. In Xiefeng-style communism, the most annoying people are those who talk a lot and do nothing, and those who give advice. And the most favored people are those who say, I will take care of it. Do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. This is one of the values of Life Genuine. Isn't it uncaring? Is this correct? I do not know. Only practice and time can prove it and give the answer. 好无止境，坏无底线. There are no limits to goodness and badness. Xiefeng, March 18, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. What is the highest state of goodness? Answer. There is no highest state for goodness. It has no limit. What is the lowest state of badness? Answer. Badness has no lowest state. It has no limit. Due to the needs of entertaining guests, I have grapes available for 365 days a year. American, Canadian, and Brazilian grapes are all available. Red, purple, black, and green grapes are all available. Large, small, round, and long grapes are all available. I have tried all kinds of sour, sweet, sour, and sweet, and astringent grapes and have gotten the impression that these are all of the grapes that exist in the world. However, on March 10, 2021, I got to eat a different kind of grape, which is Mexican, green, big, seedless, with thin skin, sweet, and very moist. I never thought that there were such high-quality grapes in the world. Do not mention streams to him who has seen a great ocean. The clouds that circle Wu's peak are the only clouds for him. After eating this kind of Mexican grape, I am afraid that no other grapes in the world will be as appealing to my mouth anymore. But wait a moment. Goodness has no limit. There may be grapes that are better than these Mexican grapes on the earth, and if not on the earth, they must be in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000 world. With the changes of time, space, and climate, grapes better than Mexican grapes may be discovered one day. In 1988, I was a teacher in a middle school. Once, the principal held a dinner and asked each teacher to bring 2 dishes so that we could taste the cooking of each teacher. When I tasted a teacher Kai's dishes, which were extremely unpalatable, considering teacher Kai's face and dignity, I held my breath and swallowed them. 30 years have passed. This scene and the unpalatable dishes at that time are still vivid in my eyes. How could people make such unpalatable dishes? Is there any food in the world that tastes worse than Teacher Kai's dishes? It's definite, because badness has no bottom line. I know from the Mexican grapes that there are better spaces in the universe, and they must be more beautiful than the most beautiful place on Earth. There must be species that are absolutely beautiful in life. Where are they? These absolutely beautiful things must be waiting to be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. When our own quality becomes more and more beautiful, we will certainly encounter an absolutely beautiful time and space and an absolutely beautiful life. Goodness has no limit, and there must be absolute beauty above perfection. I have no doubt about this. From this, we can infer how precious life is. Imagining an absolutely beautiful time and space makes one so excited. As long as we continuously improve and perfect the quality of our own lives, all the good things will appear on the journey of our life. Ram Teacher Kai's dishes. We know that there is a kind of badness in this world that is unimaginable, such as poisonous steamed buns, poisonous fruits, poisonous vegetables. Badness has no limit. There are many things worse than toxic food, like cutting off a man's limbs and drowning him in a wine jar with only his head exposed and slowly torturing him to death. There is no limit for bad things. Knowing that badness has no limit, we should be cautious on the journey of our lives, cherish our time, and run towards the light every day. Otherwise, once we fall into the mud of badness, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Goodness has no limit. Let's constantly trek and climb toward the new oasis for life, the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. 看看你是否正走在前往天国的路上。Check and see if you are on the way to heaven. Xiefeng, February 1st, 2021. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. I clearly remember an evening in the summer of 1963. At that time, there were no newspapers, no radios, and of course no TVs and mobile phones. People's knowledge was passed on through chatting. At that time, every evening after dinner, the adults gathered together to brag and chat. The children either sat or stood quietly listening to the adults bragging, or just ran around and played. The reason why I can clearly remember that evening is because an uncle said, "When it is noontime where we are, it is midnight in some places. When it is summer where we are, it is winter in some places." I remember that everyone burst into laughter and said that uncle is whimsical and what he is saying is nonsense. In the thinking of people in the countryside at that time, as long as where I am is daytime, everywhere is daytime, and as long as what I feel is summer, it is summer everywhere else on earth. Then, when I say that there is a heaven in the universe, and that heavens are different everywhere, would you say that I am whimsical and talking nonsense? Do you think that heaven is the same as on earth? If I say that there is no sun and no night in the thousand-year world of heaven, and the sun in the 10,000-year world of heaven is always fixed in the same place, and everything in the Elysium Celestial Islands continent is created by transformation, do you think I am out of my mind? People's understanding of the great world is based on their own limited cognition, and to understand the infinite world with limited cognition is like a blind man trying to figure out what an elephant is by just touching one part of it. The first time I went abroad was to Zimbabwe, Africa, where I felt the beauty of heaven for the first time. On the third day in Zimbabwe, I secretly made up my mind that I would never leave Zimbabwe again. I stayed there for 17 years. What I want to say is that there is an infinitely beautiful place in this universe that no one can imagine, and that is heaven. Now, please check if you are on your way to heaven. There are 3 steps to see if you have crossed the path to heaven. The first step, you often yearn for distance. You feel that there are respectable, amiable, and lovable people in the distance, and there are endless beautiful sceneries in the distance. You love life, but you feel that you are a little out of place with the environment that you are in. You are busy every day for your survival, but deep in your heart, you do not like, even hate this kind of rushing. Inside, you do not like to work for money, power, status, and reputation. You just want to be happy, joyous, free, and blessed in life. You hate to see people controlling other people, hate being swayed and controlled by people and your environment. You hope that one day there will be a great person in your life who will take you far away, to a place you have missed very much. When you have these thoughts and feelings, you are actually on the way to heaven. The second step, you do not want to get married. You instinctively hate family life. You want to escape from marriage and family life. From the people you know before your eyes, you do not want to fight for the few people in front of you. You are crying inside. You feel very tired. You are eagerly looking for another way and channel out for yourself through the internet and WeChat and other media. You do not want to foster secular ties with anyone anymore. You like light association with people instead of deep ones. But in your heart, you are willing to meet a beloved one to whom you can deliver your whole body and soul. You are struggling between ideals and reality, hoping to end your current life trajectory and to immediately step into another unfamiliar field that is completely different from that of your past, the field that you have been waiting for a long time. When you think, feel, and work toward your ideal direction and goal, you are already on the way to heaven. The third step, You have completely stepped out the maze of affection. You are working hard to end your secular ties. You are actively and optimistically accumulating mental and spiritual wealth. You are pulling out the jealousy, comparison, complaining, anger, and other weeds and toxic weeds from your soul garden. You start to feel only the messages that make you happy. You are gradually moving away from the concepts and shackles of country, nation, political party, religion, and family and are looking for people who resonate with your own wishes. Happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness have become the norm in your daily life. You will never hurt anyone, any life, and the natural environment. You are especially eager to integrate into the idyllic life of nature as soon as possible, to live a life of working and resting as the sun rises and sets, where no one pockets anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. All these phenomena show that you are on your way to heaven. Whether or not you can go to heaven has nothing to do with your diploma, wisdom, status, wealth, appearance, reputation, whether you have read the scriptures or chanted sutras, whether you have formally acknowledged someone as your master and met many masters and capable persons, and has nothing to do with whether you are talkative and eloquent, has nothing to do with how many good deeds you have done in the past. It is only related to your nature of Tathagata and is closely related to your state of mind. May the wise men who are walking on the road to heaven not hesitate and not stop in their steps. As long as they are sincere and continue to trek and climb, they will be able to achieve their dreams and realize their ideals to reach heaven. 事实是最好的审判官. Facts are the best judges. Xiefeng, January 27, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. No matter how charming, how beautiful, or how extravagantly colorful your words may be, they are worthless. Let them be confirmed by facts. Any theory or preaching that is not supported by facts is not credible. Any conclusive discourse that cannot be verified by facts is the resorting to sophistry and is irrational. Theories that have been proven to be unworkable, including those in the so-called classics, have all been fabricated. All theories and discourses that have not been verified by facts are falsehoods and should be dismissed. If in the face of facts, you still resort to sophistry, try to cover them up in every possible way, try to find all kinds of excuses, and argue with others about them, it can surely be said that you are unreasonable. We cannot prove the rationality and correctness of one theory using another theory, just as a lie cannot prove itself not a lie by still another lie. The only way to prove its rationality and correctness is to show the facts. If the facts cannot prove that you are right, then all your theories and preaching are false. If you say that you can grow a 200-kilogram Chinese cabbage, well, do it and show us your 200-kilogram Chinese cabbage. If you say that you are a Buddhist master, okay, first, educate a Buddha and let us see the result. If you say that you are a master of traditional Chinese culture and are proficient in traditional culture, okay, please let us see the facts about your respect for your parents, harmony between you and your wife, harmony in your neighborhood, and the filial piety in your children. It's easy to speak big and beautiful words, but they only count when you can put them into practice. Otherwise, they are only catchphrases and are all a form of self-deception. To verify whether a person has real talents, real connotation, and whether he lives up to his words, we should not listen to what he says, but we should see what he is doing and what he has done. Facts are the best judges. To verify whether a set of theories and a doctrine are reasonable, legal, and will conform to human nature, we can only let the facts speak for themselves, because facts are the best judges. If there are no facts, they are just nonsense. Respecting facts is the basic morality of a human being. 观世间百态明天国之路. Observe the human natures of the world and understand the way to heaven. Xiefeng, November 14, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. I have traveled 20 years on the path of life genuine, the way of the greatest creator. Looking back, I feel more and more that I have chosen the right path. This path is the way to heaven. Other than that, I haven't seen any other way that is simpler, easier, clearer, and more direct. The most direct evidence is that more than 70 Chanyuan celestials have become celestial beings. Among them, there are 3 families. 8 out of 10 members of one family have become celestial beings, A family of 5 have all become celestial beings, and a family of 3 have all become celestial beings. Old people can enjoy their twilight years. The children can grow up healthily and are all outstanding, and I have to admire the magic and ingenuity of this path. With 20 changings of the seasons, I have thoroughly and clearly seen through the world, the shortcomings of Western and Eastern civilizations, the state of life and the confusion of everyone, and the root cause of the suffering of human beings and its effect on everyone. Looking at this magnificent picture of history in the world, I thus understand the limitations and helplessness of Jesus, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, and the saints and sages of the past. I also understand the confusion and defects of capitalism and socialism. The most valuable thing is that I understand that the presidents of various countries are not celestial beings, but mortals, and that the philosophers, scientists, professors, experts, artists, celebrities, rich men, and masters that appeared in the world are also in confusion. They are also living their lives in a muddle-headed way. The most interesting thing is to look at the lives of the toiling people, which are pathetic, sad, pitiful, and regrettable. The more stubborn that people are, the more they do not understand the truth and reason. The more stubborn that people are, the more miserable they are. There is another interesting phenomenon. The more people like reasoning with others, the more they do not understand the truth. Fall into a pit of one's own digging seems to be very suitable for people who like reasoning. People who pursue the extraordinary and enjoy being ordinary are very pitiful. People who pursue the extraordinary seem to stand and shout in the wind, a bit like a madman does, while people who indulge in the ordinary are a bit like pigs reared in a pigsty, they just know no other way. Those who truly understand the truth of the world are those who have returned from the extraordinary to the ordinary, and they are the ones who enjoy life. The ordinary that has never been extraordinary is mediocre, and extraordinary that has not returned to the ordinary is impetuous. The plot of the world will never be played out according to any individual subjective will. Presidents cannot do it, sages cannot do it, and the general public cannot do it. That is how the Tao is running. All conditioned dharmas will be in vain like bubbles. Only those who know that it will rain tomorrow and go out with umbrellas are those who know the plot in their hearts. And those who know the plot and give guidance to others are the enlightened masters of the world. As a human, no matter what you say or do, you will attend to one thing and lose another. Life without an ultimate goal is a life of confusion. No matter how great and brilliant one feels, it is a life of clouds, a life of contradictions, and a life of misery, because when death comes, you will feel sad because of fear and helplessness. Without a frame of reference and a reference object as the benchmark of self-improvement and self-refinement, people will be at a loss. All people's words and deeds will be a form of blundering. When the sun comes out, they will be happy for a while, and when the sun goes down, they will be lost for a while, and they cannot achieve long-lasting tranquility, joy, and peace of mind. A truth needs to be revealed, that is, the more one is ordinary and lacks material wealth, the easier it is for him to become celestial. And the more knowledgeable, capable, and materially rich one is, the more difficult it will be for him to become celestial. This is probably also the reflection of the justness and fairness of the universe's balance mechanism. That is, if you have obtained the benefits of this shore, you will no longer have your welfare on the other shore. A tiger cannot grow wings on its back. With the blessings of the world, you can no longer look forward to the happiness of heaven. According to the practice of life genuine, what Christ Jesus says is true. Happy are you who are poor. Happy are you who are in need of food now. Happy are you who are weeping now. Those who have become celestials in life genuine were all once poor, hungry, and weeping people, while those who are wealthy, full of food, and laughing did not become celestials. It turns out that the greatest creator has been protecting his disadvantaged people. From the laws of the world, people are right no matter what they say and do, and there is no one who is wrong. From the perspective of the law of sublimation of life, people are wrong no matter what they say or do, and there are few people who are right. The chicken soup for the soul is delicious, but it is mostly made of the insight of people with elusive thinking. If you drink too much, you will be drunk and fall into the dust. 与我交往，不要诉说你的烦恼痛苦. When associating with me, do not tell me about your troubles and your pain. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. I follow the philosophy of the Superman. This world should be given to those who work hard without fear of hardships, but are always optimistic and romantic. People who talk about their misfortunes and worries all day long should withdraw from the historical stage of this world. Passive, negative, pessimistic people radiate negative energy, and it is too exhausting to associate with people who are full of negative energy. I do not owe you anything, so why should I bear your misfortune and pain? When surviving and living in this era of the world, which one of us is free from troubles and pains? It is just that the strong bury their worries and pains deeply in their hearts as nourishment and motivation to forge ahead. Only the weak talk about their worries and pains all day long and treat others as their emotional trash cans into which they dump the trash that is in their minds. With people who often tell others about their misfortunes and pains, their energy level is below 200, which is a kind of pathological psychology. Not only can they not live out their own lives, but they will also pollute the spirits and souls of others. As the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of gods, Buddhas, and celestials, I, Xiefeng, came to the world to look for healthy people, not to look for sick people, not referring to physical diseases, but to spiritual diseases, let alone to cure people. I harvest ripe crops. Ripe crops are full and flawless. Do not think that I am here to help people in distress. Some people say Xiefeng is a Ziwei saint. That's only your wishful thinking. I won't do a stupid thing like that. I do not even have enough time to flirt with and seduce my sisters-in-law. So how can I have time to take care of your mess? Do not pretend to be pitiful in front of me so that I can feel pity for you. If you help yourself, I will help you. If you want to destroy yourself, I will help to destroy you. To whoever wants to hang himself, I will secretly prepare a rope for you to hang yourself with, and then you cannot live out a life of sunshine and color. If you want sunshine, I will give you light. If you want darkness, your wish will be fulfilled. In addition, I hope netizens do not give me advice, do not try to point out the right way to me, and do not insult my IQ. I follow the concept of do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. If I didn't ask you, do not help me. Of course, if you think your EQ, IQ, and SQ, spiritual quotient, are higher than mine, then teach me. But once you start teaching me, I'm going to ask you 100,000 questions, and if you cannot answer them, then shut up early in the conversation. Either follow me or go your own way. If you follow me, then do exactly what I say. Xiefeng will never collaborate with anyone, let alone ask anyone to teach me how to walk and how to handle my affairs. Oh people, live out your life of sunshine and colors. In this way, you will benefit endlessly and add a bright splendor to society. That is the correct way of living. 成就别人才能成就自己. You can only fulfill your mission in life by helping others. Xiefeng, December 4th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. When flour is made into steamed buns, its mission has been accomplished. When the fruit of the tree is ripe, its mission has been accomplished. When people say farewell to the world with no regrets in the end, their missions in their lives have been accomplished. When a person is sublimated into an immortal or Buddha, his mission in life has been accomplished. When a person dies, no matter what his status has been, rich or poor, famous or wise, if he still has concerns, remorse, resentment, regret, nostalgia, and fear, it proves that his mission in life has not yet been accomplished. On the contrary, if his life is fulfilled, his mission has been accomplished. The process of helping others is actually the fulfilling of yourself. The more you help others, the greater your achievements will be. The more a person serves others, the greater his achievements will be. The reason why Jesus and Sakyamuni became God and Buddha is because of the great number of individuals that they served. Of all the services, the number of beneficiaries of formless almsgiving is the widest and most extensive, so those who give formless alms have achieved the most. Whether I, Xiefeng, can achieve my mission in life or not in the end depends entirely on what Chanyuan Celestials can achieve or what they can't. If Chanyuan Celestials achieve much, I will definitely have achieved much. The more Chanyuan Celestials achieve, the greater my achievements will be. If Chanyuan Celestials cannot achieve anything, then Xiefeng is just a bunch of stinky shit, nothing more. So, What I will achieve in life will be by helping Chanyuan celestials in fulfilling themselves. The recent phenomenon of great freedom, transformation of Lotus, network name, has fully proved this point. To help others is to fulfill themselves. Great freedom, transformation of Lotus, not only forwarded and disseminated a great amount of Life-Genuine content in many WeChat groups, but also wrote articles explaining the values of Life-Genuine and the essence of Xiefeng. By this, she is helping others. As a result, the reputation of Lotus Celestial herself is getting better and better. At least more than 100 Chanyuan Celestials are full of praise for her. Think about it, many people can only receive praise from a few others, while Lotus Celestial has been praised by more than 100 people in a short period of time, which is not a small achievement. If it is not for helping others, how can she receive praise from them? If you do not help others, who will help you? I have been in contact with many people. Take WeChat group netizens as an example. Most of them add me on WeChat just to promote themselves, to absorb the nourishment of others, but they never want to pay even a little. Not to mention forwarding Chanyuan articles, they are not even willing to pay me by clicking a like. It shows how stingy and selfish they are. So how can they make any achievements? Some netizens really have profound wisdom and understand a lot of truths, but they do not understand the truth that they cannot achieve anything themselves unless they help others. As time goes by, they will completely be submerged in the long river of history, and everything they did will have been pointless. From this, we know that the more selfish we are, the less we will accomplish ourselves, and the more selfless we are, the more we will accomplish ourselves. No matter how much and how profound is truth that we have understood, if you do not put it into your own actions, it will only be a fleeting cloud. No one will trust a man who talks a lot without any actions, or if his actions are inconsistent with what he says. In today's world, as far as the group is concerned, Chanyuan Celestials are persons who understand truth the most. Just think about it. After suffering so many devastating blows for over 10 years, Chanyuan Celestials are still full of confidence and are optimistic, romantic, and keep on building new homes, playing and laughing, moving on together happily. Why? This is only because Chanyuan Celestials are all selfless and unselfish people who want to help others and fulfill the cause of Life Genuine. Chanyuan Celestials only want to give and dedicate, never care about personal gains and losses, and never think of themselves. What is the result? Of course, their lives have all been fulfilled. I said the above just to point out a bright way ahead for those who are predestined. If you want to fulfill yourself, then go all out to help others. Otherwise, everything you do, and you yourself, will come to nothing. 女子如何征服大丈夫? How a woman will conquer a real man. Xiefeng, January 1st, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. We know that a real man does not bully weak women. This is a real man's weakness. As long as you focus on this weakness and exert your strength, you will surely be able to conquer the real man. How do you exert your strength? Being cutesy, acting flirtatiously, showing weakness, showing softness, and being obedient. With these 5 actions, a real man will surely be under your control. When encountering a real man, women must never show rigidity, indulgence, toughness, willfulness, and viciousness. These characteristics cannot subdue a real man, because a real man is rigid inside, and if you use rigidity to control his rigidity, it will lead to conflict and both will get hurt. Only with softness can you overcome firmness. At the same time, in the face of a real man, women must not use words and expressions of grievance, blame, condemnation, and resentment. These characteristics will keep a real man 1,000 miles away, and a real man is free of all passive, negative, and pessimistic emotions. These words are something that a real man is unwilling to accept or bear. Treating a real man in the same way as treating an ordinary man would be extremely inappropriate. If you do not believe me, try it. 人生的又一个奥秘. Another mystery of life. Xiefeng, January 17th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Someone was going to build a luxury villa somewhere, the drawings were ready, and the materials were ready. At that time, a geologist came and told him, I can tell you 100% for sure that in 4 years, there will be a big earthquake where you choose to build the villa and then all the buildings will be razed to the ground. Could you tell me? Will the owner of the villa continue building it? Someone's child was admitted to a famous university in the United States, and the whole family celebrated. Then a fortune teller came and said, "It's better for your child not to go to study in the United States, because in 4 years, on the day of his graduation, he will be involved in a car accident." I would like to ask, will this person still want to send his child to go to the university in the United States? Someone was going to invest 1 million yuan in a real estate business when a stranger came and said, "You'd better stop doing business in real estate. You will make 100 million in the first 10 years, but in the 11th year you will not only go bankrupt, but also be taken to prison and all your property will be confiscated." The question, is he still planning to get into the real estate business? When a person knows exactly that what he is doing will bring him misfortune in the near future, generally speaking, he will stop acting on it. The problem is that when a couple are about to conceive and give birth, they do not need to ask anyone. Everyone knows that the child they give birth to will surely die when he grows up. Even if they know that the child will surely die, people will still give birth to children. Throughout the history of human beings, the vast majority of people's lives will end in tragedy, and their lives will be spent in trouble, pain, anxiety, and sorrow. Even so, people will come to the world and have a try at it. They have all devoted themselves to the hard work and struggle in life with the fluke mentality of, "I will live well." Generation after generation, they have been multiplying like this, which can be described as, in the Changjiang River, the waves behind drive those ahead, and no tears will come when you do not see the coffin. Why are you so irrational? The reason is that people do not know what will happen tomorrow, so they live with hope and anticipation. They can't help themselves but are pushed by their survival instinct and by the tide. There is no other way but to do so. This is the mystery. People enter the world to experience life. The process of life is a process of experience. Apart from this, these people have nothing to gain. Knowing this mystery, we will find that the geologist, the fortune teller, and the stranger mentioned at the beginning of the article did a bad thing. They should not tell the truth to the builder, should not tell the parents what will happen to their kid who will go to school in the United States 4 years later, should not tell the one who is going to become a real estate businessman what will happen in 10 years, because the truth deprives them of the process of experiencing life. Just imagine if you tell a newborn pig, "When you grow up and you will be fattened, people will stab a knife into your heart to kill you and then they will eat you." Can this pig still have a happy and joyous life? It is cruel to tell the truth. It is more in line with human nature and natural law to let people live in a daze. Even if the truth is told, few people are willing to believe it. Sometimes lies are more compassionate than the truth. Live happily. Every day should be a happy day, and life experience is very important. 背西洋面朝阳. Will you go backwards to the sunset or face the rising sun? Xiefeng. November 27, 2022. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Toward evening, feeling indisposed and listless, I drove my chariot to an ancient elevation. The setting sun looks glorious indeed, only it is so close to dusk. Since it is near dusk, the sun will set, and darkness will consume the earth. The red sun rises in the east with majestic momentum, and the first rays of the sun color the gown of the green mountain. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers receive their charm from the sun, while the rain and dew lead the literary excellence for the ages. When facing the rising sun, always start the new day full of energy. Throw yourself into the embrace of the rising sun, and your future will be assured. Sunset industries will soon be eliminated. For example, with mobile phone cameras, who will make Kodak cameras and point-and-shoot cameras anymore? Who wants to make ox carts and carriages when there are cars? Who wants to buy a flashlight when you can have a mobile phone? Who wants to buy a city traffic map when you have mobile phone navigation? With the popularity of cars with an automatic transmission, who will make cars with a manual transmission? Who will hire workers on the assembly line since robots are now available? With more powerful social software, who will go to QQ? With 800G mobile phones, who will make 20G mobile phones? Yesterday, a lot of industries disappeared. Today, many enterprises have closed. Tomorrow, many people will lose their jobs. The sunset industry is on the verge of bankruptcy and close and entering the History Museum. Do you feel sorry? There is no time for regrets or remorse or no chance to repent or hate. It is worthless and meaningless. When the Qing dynasty replaced the Ming dynasty, those patriots who opposed the Qing dynasty and tried to restore the Ming dynasty became synonymous with reactionary, and their ending was bound to be tragic. With the iPhone 13 Apple mobile phone, other mobile phones will gradually be eliminated by the mobile phone market. And with the Musk Starlink mobile phone, the iPhone 13 will also enter decline. It is an inevitability of the development of human society and an inevitability of history that old generations will be replaced by new ones, and the waves behind will push forward the waves ahead of them. When we stand on the top of the mountain in the Life-Genuine era and look down at all the activities in the world, we will find that many people's pursuits are blind, and they are desperately chasing the sunset, such as the men and women racking their brains and making real effort to get married and start a family. They are running into the darkness and are both pathetic and pitiful, while the Chanyuan celestials who have already climbed to the peak will enjoy the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, but they are still worrying and anxious about whether to plant radish or corn on their small piece of land at the foot of the mountain. With the second home model, who wants to save money to buy a house for themselves? Who wants to sharpen their brains and become a civil servant? Who wants to start a business for their own family? Who will engage in making social connections? With the 800 values for new era human beings, who would study law to become a lawyer or judge? Who still racks their brains to become an official? Who wants to be a soldier and die for his country? Who wants to join a political party or a church? In today's world, only Life Genuine is a sunrise industry, which is breaking through the horizon and preparing to rise to illuminate the mountains and rivers, while all other activities are sunset industries. In the near future, entering the second home will be the equivalent to owning one of Musk's Starlink mobile phones, with all its powerful functions, and the rest will be like flashlights, cameras, calculators, televisions, newspapers, magazines, ox carts, and carriages, all of which will disappear on the horizon of the setting sun. Those who engage in sunset industries are wasting their time and energy and are working diligently in vain. Those who enter Life Genuine are creating a sunrise industry. Although in the beginning it will be difficult, they will definitely develop with vigor and their futures will be bright. 理想人生前景文解 The panoramic interpretation of an ideal life. Xiefeng. April 2nd, 2022. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. From birth to death, what is the best way to live one's life? Birth, 3 years old. Being accompanied by the mother, since having a mother's company is the safest, warmest, and most comfortable life during infancy. 4 to 6 years old, being accompanied by friends of the same age to live a collective life, supplemented by the guidance of a caring aunt. The whole process is mainly about games and entertainment. 7 to 12 years old, eating together, living together, and going to school together with friends of the same age, learning the knowledge of life, the relationship between man and nature, and properly participating in the labor of all aspects of life, cultivating the ability to live independently, being taught by teachers. There should be more female teachers than male teachers. 13 to 18 years old, should keep on living a collective life, mainly learning science skills, along with music, dance, art, and gymnastics, etc., supplemented by the physiology of puberty and the knowledge of health. Allow them to fall in love freely. Those who are tall and mature early are encouraged to try to have sex. Let them be full of longing for life, full of reverence for life, and full of enthusiasm for life. During this period, they should be guided at least by sage-level adults, preferably celestial guides, and there should be more male than female. It is strictly forbidden for an ignorant person, the laity, and mortals to enter the sphere of adolescent children's lives. 19 to 22 years old, living in a semi-collective life, eating together, but no longer living together. They should carry out high-intensity training in groups according to their different hobbies and specialties, reading extensively, practicing a lot, letting their intelligence explode, and letting them solve all the problems that arise in their lives. Let them understand and master all the historical knowledge and the scientific frontier of knowledge accumulated by human beings. Encourage adventure, uniqueness, completely let go of their sex lives. Let them fully experience the beauty of sex. 23 to 28 years old, this is a period of burning passion, a period full of vitality and creativity. Education and guidance should be stopped to allow everyone to create and live according to their love, giving them maximum freedom to do what they want. Don't interfere with them, don't preach morals, just let their nature fully bloom. During this period, each person should have at least 1 or 2 children. 29 to 46 years old are ripe peaches, the most vigorous time, the most creative season. They should maximize the creation of material wealth and spiritual wealth in their respective positions and fields and create the living environment they want the most. 47 to 60 years old, having accumulated a wealth of life experience, tasted the ups and downs of life. This is the stage of transcendence and the sublimation of life. To fully create spiritual wealth and soul wealth, to become a teacher for children and a role model for young people, to create the most ideal humanistic environment. 61 to 70 years old, mature and fruitful years. They should live like saints, with a benevolent and kind countenance, being calm and steady, like Mount Tai. Beloved by children, consulted by young people, respected by middle-aged people. They are the ballast stone in collective life, the lights in the night. 70 to 120 years old, living a leisurely life, enjoying their carefree and happy old age. The 8 crises of life. There is no maternal love in infancy, a childhood without playmates and a lack of play. There is no education in the knowledge of life in a juvenile. There is no school and sweet love in adolescence. Having no faith and only rushing about and working for food, clothing, housing, and transportation at a young age. In middle age, being tortured by family conflicts and suppressed by the anxiety of survival. In elderly age, being afflicted with illness and having no one around to take care of them. In old age, living a lonely life and being unaccompanied till death. The above 8 major crises in life are perfectly eliminated and resolved in the second home of Life Echanuan. Therefore, the production and living mode of the second home is the most ideal way of life for human beings. 包容 equals 纵容. Tolerance equals complicity. 协平. January 21st, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. There is a kind of tolerance that is tantamount to complicity. I am here to talk specifically about this kind of tolerance. I left 3 WeChat groups yesterday. The reason for my leaving was the uncivilized language in those 3 groups. In 2 of these groups, a person named Lunatic Wong is always saying fuck your mother and using other vulgar and crude words. Barbarians like him and many people not only praise him for his knowledge and wisdom, but also tolerate him as well. Feeling helpless and unable to bear the foul atmosphere in the group, I left. The reason why Lunatic Wong used swear words unscrupulously was because he found that people would tolerate his barbaric behavior. So, he feigned madness and acted like an idiot, acted irrationally, and cursed heaven and anyone he could. The language he used is so nasty, vulgar, filthy, and dirty that no one in the past and no one in the future will be able to surpass him. Other people tolerate this despicable and shameless person and are even singing praises for him. This is the pure acceptance of evil. As a spiritual practitioner, I cannot connive with evil to such a degree, or even associate with him, speak with him on the same stage, which shows how far the world of spiritual cultivation has fallen. When evil occupies the platform of discourse and morals degenerate to their extremities, no one should blame others. We should blame ourselves for being too tolerant of falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. This tolerance is complicity, and it is when we are compliant of ugly deeds and ugly words by each of us that it leads to the indecencies that are swaggering through the streets and running rampant. Tolerance refers to the non-interference of personality differences under the same attribute. For example, various flowers have the same attribute. Under the same attribute, peonies need to tolerate thorny roses, chrysanthemums need to tolerate winter plums that bloom in cold weather, and bougainvillea that blooms all year round need to tolerate epiphyllum, whose flowering period is only a few hours. Another example is that truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, sincerity, peace, and harmony should mutually tolerate each other, because they are all the same attributes. When things are completely different in nature, they cannot tolerate each other. Here tolerance equals complicity. Truth, goodness, and beauty cannot tolerate falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. The sun cannot tolerate darkness, fire cannot tolerate water, and a beautiful environment cannot tolerate garbage. Imagine that there are 8 dishes on the dinner table, and someone brings a plate of feces. May I ask, will you tolerate it? The Chinese nation regards bearing shame and humiliation as a positive virtue. This kind of value is problematic. The cultivated world praises tolerance highly to show that they have broad minds and noble feelings. How hypocritical this is. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all emphasize tolerance. So Chinese people are particularly tolerant, but it is precisely because everyone can tolerate that the Chinese characteristic of tolerance has been formed. This tolerance for humiliation makes people feel angry, but they do not speak and dare not stop and resist in their behavior, and all take the gentleman style of, if you are patient in one moment of anger, you will escape 100 days of sorrow. In the long run, people will live awkwardly, but they have nowhere to vent. In the end, they can only swallow their anger and comfort themselves with having a tolerant mentality. In China, the phenomenon of queue jumping occurs often because the Chinese are good at tolerance. I lived in Zimbabwe for more than 10 years. The commercial, industrial, and living areas of this country are completely separated. Office workers who work in the city during the day need to take the shuttle bus to go home after work. Every day, there are many people waiting in line for the bus, but queue jumping rarely occurs there. Why? Because people are not tolerant of line jumpers, so it is impossible to cut into a line. Once, I was queuing up at a place to pay electricity and water bills. Suddenly, a black guy walked to the window without queuing up. Several old white ladies in the back immediately protested. They not only yelled, but an old lady also even stepped forward and dragged the black guy to the back of the line. They just would not tolerate the behavior of queue jumping. Just because everyone was not tolerant, so an overall good sense of order was achieved. A Canadian mayor slapped his subordinate, and this subordinate called the police. The police rushed to the spot and took the mayor to the police station in handcuffs. That night, the mayor was detained in a cell with no windows, no bed, no bedding, and no urinal. When he wanted to go to the toilet, he would knock on the door and make a report. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the police handcuffed him again, added anklets, stuffed him into an armored prison car, and he went straight to the local court. The judge sentenced him to go to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation to see if he had any mental problems that had caused the violence and sentenced him not associate with this subordinate whom he had beaten at any time. If he encounters this subordinate by chance, he must immediately and unconditionally maintain a distance of more than 200 meters from him. Any violation, it will be treated as the crime of contempt of court. After returning home, the mayor had to resign. 3 months later, the court's final decision was 1. He is not allowed to carry knives or guns or ammunition with him for the rest of his life. 2. For the period of 1 year, he needs to report his situation to the Community Crime Prevention Agency every month, and he must ask the Community Crime Prevention Agency for leave and report back after a leave of absence when he leaves his residence to do business and then returns to his residence. It can be said that Chinese people will tolerate the mayor slapping a subordinate in the face, and even if a ruffian beats somebody up, Chinese people generally will tolerate it. It's mainly because of this tolerance that the offender can act boldly and arbitrarily. This is all caused by tolerance. This kind of irrational and no bottom-line connivance-style tolerance can be seen everywhere. In the family, when the children are unhappy, they lie on the ground and cry. Grandparents and parents not only fail to instruct them in time, but also coax them. Some students in the school will bully other students, and teachers and principals are also tolerant of this. More cases are between husbands and wives, who often have trouble with each other, but then they tolerate each other. Most of the WeChat groups on the internet are tolerant of those who speak rudely and humiliate others. Over time, the whole society becomes tolerant, so crimes are rampant. In the new oasis for life created by Life Genuine, why do people behave in a noble way, and why is everything in order? The reason is that we never tolerate bad words and deeds. Not only do we not tolerate fighting and swearing, but we also never tolerate the behaviors of boozing, whoring, gambling, and smoking, and we even never tolerate the behavior of the wasting of food and property. No one can leave any food in the rice bowl after eating. Not just leaving food behind, but even leaving a few grains of rice in the bowl is not allowed. Anyone who dares to throw trash down casually can try it. Anyone who dares to sexually harass women can try it. Anyone who dares to hide public goods privately can try it. Anyone who dares to peep into the privacy of others can try it. Anyone who dares to take indolence and covet enjoyment can try it. If one recommits this act after being warned, he will be expelled from the home. Someone taught me and said, "You need to be more tolerant and accept everything." I answered immediately, "I am not a trash can or a trash pit. How can I tolerate and accept everything?" Some people call those creatures that talk filthily and often say, "fuck your mother," as superior and master. Their values are reversed to such a degree. No wonder that these superiors and masters have sprung up like mushrooms in the land of China. 分工负责的价值和意义 The value and significance of division of labor. Xiefeng, January 30th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. First, let's look at these equations. Which equation do you think has the greatest power? 1 plus 1 equals 0, 1 plus 1 equals 11, plus 1 equals 21, plus 1 equals 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me explain. 1 plus 1 is equal to 0. When two people live together without division of labor, regardless of the size of tasks, they work together and are busy all day without time for leisure or study. Due to differences in personality and views, they criticize, nitpick, and attack each other, wasting their time and energy on pointless arguments. They end up achieving nothing, and their life accomplishments equal 0. 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. When two people live together and work on tasks without internal conflict, their results equal what one person could accomplish alone. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Two people living together, each doing their own thing, without interfering with each other, results in the achievement of two people. 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. Two people living together, dividing responsibilities, cooperating seamlessly, and working together on specific tasks, results in the achievement of 3 people. 1 plus 1 is equal to 9. Two people living together, with clear division of all tasks, sharing common goals, and no internal conflicts, results in the achievement of what would normally take 9 people to accomplish. The above is a theoretical analysis, but what is the actual situation like? Please carefully consider how your own living situation with others is like, especially the achievements of 2 people living together as a couple. What I want to tell everyone is that based on my analysis and practical experience, whether it is 2 people, 3 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, or even all the people on Earth living together, the greatest achievement comes from dividing tasks and responsibilities. If tasks are not clearly defined and everyone wants to meddle in everything, or if you are building airplanes, I am also building airplanes, and he is also building airplanes, it will not only waste resources and human effort, but also create competition. The result of competition can be lower costs, increased efficiency, and better quality, but it will also lead to enormous waste of resources and moral degradation, which is not worth it. By playing to each person's strengths, refining tasks, sharing common goals, and cooperating seamlessly without interference, this kind of team, whether it is a team of 2, 8, or 10,000 people, can achieve results that are multiples of what individuals can achieve. This approach does not waste resources nor create tensions between individuals, because there is no internal friction or competition. From a couple to various countries around the world, if we follow the theory of dividing tasks and responsibilities, humanity will enter a golden age where there will be no more wars, waste of Earth's resources will be eliminated, and social turmoil will be eradicated. Border controls between countries will no longer be necessary, and we will enter a harmonious era of global integration. Of course, to achieve the above ideal, it seems that only the Life-Genuine values and the second home model can bear such a heavy responsibility at present. 请看看你是不是你自己. Please take a look and see if you are yourself. Xiefeng, October 5th, 2020. Edited by Qin Yu. If we have interacted with many people, we will find that people change and are unpredictable. We cannot figure out what kind of person they really are. There is a saying that human hearts are hard to fathom. Even after decades of being together, we may still find the other person to be a stranger, causing us to feel lost in life. At this time, when we feel that others are difficult to fathom, we need to have a self-recognition. Who am I really? Am I myself? Am I also a fickle and unpredictable person? It is not difficult to know oneself, and we can reason it out this way. You see a peach tree with ripe peaches hanging from its branches. You pick one, take a bite, and feel the sweetness and fragrance in your mouth. You like it from the bottom of your heart and believe that this peach is a fairy peach. However, someone comes over and tells you that this peach is a demonic peach, which will turn people into demons when eaten. Later, someone else says that this peach is a desire peach, which will generate desires in people. Desires are like the chains that drag people down to hell. The question is, what will you do now? Will you continue to eat or stop eating from now on? If you follow your own feelings and continue to eat, then you are yourself. If you listen to the evaluations of others and stop eating, then you are not yourself. You are just a puppet, possessed by the consciousness of others. Have you ever experienced the taste of sexual love, especially the excitement brought by having an affair? If you feel excited, wonderful, and blissful and want to enjoy this happiness for the rest of your life, what will you do when you see an article that describes the harm of sex, such as your energy is going to drain from below and warns of the difficulty of becoming enlightened due to lustful thoughts? If you continue to enjoy the sexual pleasure and ignore the teachings of others, even ignoring the teachings of Buddhists and gods, then you are yourself. On the other hand, if you restrain the driving force in your heart and no longer engage in sexual activity, then you are not yourself. You are a puppet controlled by the thoughts of others, without any intellectual or independent consciousness. You cannot be considered a complete and independent person. Suppose you are a Chanyuan celestial. You have lived in the new oasis for life, and you sincerely like this new way of life and want to live in it for the rest of your life. Now, someone says that Life Changyuan is a cult and an illegal organization, and Xiefeng is a big demon who cheats people out of money and sex. What will you do? You start to waver, gradually moving away from Life Changyuan and no longer daring to live in the new oasis for life, fearing that you will be deceived or suppressed. At this point, you have betrayed your own heart, abandoned your true feelings, and you are no longer yourself. You have been kidnapped by fear and have lost your true self. People often say that they should stick to the truth, but what is the truth? At the most basic level, the truth is your inner feelings, your inner driving force. When you listen to external judgments and preaching and go against your innermost driving force to speak and act, you have violated the truth. When you violate the truth, you are not yourself, you are a fake person. The words you speak do not come from yourself. You are just a megaphone. You will always be influenced by the outside world, and you have no roots. During my time at the Beijing University of International Business and Economics, I had a roommate who always said, "My wife said." Regardless of the topic, he always said, "My wife said." Later, we gave him a nickname, Mrs. Said. Is he still himself? Of course not. He is just a shadow of his wife. There are many such people. Some say, "My mother said." Some say, "My master said." Some say, "The guru said." Some say, "The Buddha said." Some say, "The organization said," and so on. These people have no selves and cannot find themselves. Of course, this no self is miles away from selflessness. Every day on the internet, we can see articles that come like a tsunami, but upon careful reading, we find that they are all things taken from others. Some have only been slightly decorated, but fundamentally, they are not their own true voice and feelings. It is very unfortunate that once you cannot find yourself, cannot live out your true self, you will ultimately regret it, and regret it for the rest of your life. Don't believe me? Go ask people over 60 years old who have lived their whole lives following others' correct and instructive ways, never living according to their true desires. As they near death, can they not regret it? Yesterday, in a WeChat group, I saw a woman say a few words. She said, "People around me always ask me to be more stable." Be stable, my ass. I am like a grasshopper in the autumn, and I can't jump around for many more days. What's stability? After reading her heartfelt words, I felt that a true person had emerged. Only the world of true people is the most exciting world, and only in the life of true people is there a heavenly life. If the surroundings are full of fake people, floating like ghosts, how can life be happy and fulfilling? How can one not be lost? 走出他人设置的程序圈圈 breaking out of the program circles set by others. Xiefeng. January 29th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. I installed a towel rack yesterday, which gave me a revelation. If I followed the manufacturer's complicated installation process, I would have had a difficult time installing it, and it may not have even been successful. So, I thought, it's just a towel rack. Why must I follow the manufacturer's installation process? I discarded almost all of the parts that the manufacturer provided and thought of a solution that followed the principle of least resistance. In the end, I easily installed the towel rack, and it not only looked sturdy but also perfect. Think about our lives. We are born into this world and must live until we eventually enter the grave. We only have a few decades to navigate the great river of life. Where can we find the easiest and simplest path through this journey? Think about all those celebrities, officials, wealthy individuals, experts, professors, judges, lawyers, and so on. No matter how illustrious and honorable their lives may have been, they also only lived for a few decades. Once they die, they become nothing. Those who live their lives in a constant rush, busy pursuing their goals, before they know it, they are old and about to enter the grave. They competed and struggled throughout their lives, only to have everything they gained become nothing. If we play out the process of human birth to death, we will discover that human life is both sad and pitiful. Some people take pride and arrogance in the prosperity of their descendants, but what is pitiful is that they themselves have only been living in a dream. As they die, their dreams shatter, and few of their descendants will visit their graves to burn incense and pay their respects. Even if their descendants come to burn incense and pay respects every day, they will never feel the memory and mourning of their offspring. Let's take a look at the life trajectory of an ordinary person. Birth, education, work, marriage, children, supporting their family and children, retirement, and then death. What have they experienced throughout this journey? They have experienced joy, sickness, struggle, sexual happiness, fatigue, hardship, anxiety, worry, pain, anger, frustration, and fear. We suddenly realize that human life is simply replicating the path of our predecessors. Except for changes in tools and material prosperity, the essence of human existence has hardly changed. Have you noticed? Everyone is following someone else's program circle, just like home buyers taking out loans and making monthly payments according to the program designed by the seller and the bank, being misled by the program into having unrealistic dreams. And marriage, starting a family, having children, and retirement are all programs designed by others, and the vast majority of people spend their entire lives in this magical program. I discarded the manufacturer's design and complex program and installed the towel rack in a simpler and easier way. To make life more valuable and meaningful, one must step out of the program circle designed by others, otherwise they can only follow in the footsteps of those who came before. In life, there are only two things that are most valuable and meaningful. One is to make oneself happy, and the other is to find the path to heaven. Everything else is nonsense. From the perspective of maintaining happiness and finding the path to heaven, 95% of people spend their lives talking nonsense, doing nonsense, and worrying and being anxious about nonsense. 看看自己有没有生存的价值. Take a look at whether you have any value in existence. Xiefeng, June 11th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Everything in the world has its own value, and every person has their own value in existence. If something loses its value or a person loses his value, it doesn't mean that the value itself disappears. It means that the thing or the person is in the wrong time and place or engaged in the wrong occupation. A pile of cow dung has value when placed at the roots of plants, but it loses its value when placed on a sandy beach. A diamond has value when set in a crown, but it loses its existence value when buried in the ground. Someone with a great singing voice has value as a singer, but they have no value as a coal miner. A person skilled in gardening can create enormous value in a field, but if they engage in artificial intelligence research, they cannot demonstrate their value in existence. A shallow but sexually appealing girl has value in engaging in nightlife work, but if she manages a company, she not only fails to demonstrate her value but may also bring chaos to the company. When treasures are misplaced or used incorrectly, they become garbage. But when garbage is placed correctly, it becomes a treasure. A genius engaged in the wrong profession becomes a fool, while a fool engaged in the right profession becomes a genius. If Elon Musk had continued to live in South Africa, he would have been just a minor employee in some company. If he had lived in certain countries, he would have been labeled as mentally ill and sent to a mental institution. But by entering the United States, he became a world-renowned genius among geniuses. I believe that there are no idiots, mediocre individuals, or wasted talents in the world. Everyone is a genius, outstanding, and capable. The reason why there are many fools, mediocre individuals, and wasted talents is that they haven't been placed in the right positions or given the opportunity to showcase their natural talents. What causes geniuses to become fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents? The answer is marriage and family, national consciousness, state consciousness, religious ideologies, and centralized management systems. Why are there no fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents in heaven? Because there is no marriage and family, no national or state consciousness, no religion, and no centralized administrative management. Why do many people spend their whole lives practicing cultivation or Buddhism but ultimately fail to achieve enlightenment? Because if they lose their true nature and act according to their heart, how can they become immortals or Buddhas? True cultivation lies in not deliberately cultivating, true achievement lies in not striving, true planning lies in not scheming, and the divine will lies in not desiring. Any deliberate cultivation, education, guidance, or effort to achieve a purpose is the most effective way to turn oneself and others into fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents. Can you breathe fresh air while living in smog? Can you become a philosopher while living under autocratic rule? If you cannot demonstrate your value in existence, or even live a life without value, subjective factors account for 3 points, and objective factors account for 7 points. Even if you are a unique and extraordinary plant, you cannot emit a hint of greenness in the cold winter covered in ice and snow. It can be attributed to timing, luck, and destiny. 人造环境，环境造人. Humans create the environment transforms humans. Xiefeng, June 7, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Nature has bestowed upon humanity all the resources for life. How to utilize these natural resources to create a beautiful and comfortable environment depends on the richness of the human spirit and soul. We can observe the yards of different households. Some families, although not economically affluent, have clean and tidy yards with blooming flowers and fruit trees. On the other hand, some families have lifeless yards filled with garbage, dirty and unkempt. With the same conditions, different individuals create different living environments. When we look at the social living environments in countries like the United States, China, and Japan, we find stark differences. In the United States, private property and territory are sacred and inviolable. In China, there is a promotion of wealth equality and common prosperity. In Japan, private enterprises are protected, allowing century-old businesses to thrive. This indicates that the values of Americans, Chinese, and Japanese are completely different, resulting in vastly different social living environments. For example, there is a piece of land in front of a house. Some people prefer to transform it into a lawn, while others prefer to grow vegetables. Some may turn it into a small square. Different consciousness leads to different environmental choices. From this, we can understand that the environment is a product of human consciousness. The kind of consciousness one possesses determines their living environment. Conversely, the environment can transform individuals. The story of Mencius' mother's 3 moves best illustrates the impact of the environment on a person. Mencius' mother moved 3 times in order to provide a better environment for her son's growth. Initially, they lived near a cemetery, where Mencius would play among the graves. His mother realized that staying there would ruin her child's potential, so they moved next to a market. However, Mencius would spend his days playing as if he were a merchant. His mother felt that this place wouldn't allow her son to grow healthily, so they moved again, this time next to a school. There, Mencius would engage in games of ritual and respect. The environment, being a graveyard, led Mencius to learn funeral customs and blow trumpets. The environment being a slaughterhouse, Mencius learned how to butcher pigs and sheep. The environment being a school, Mencius developed a love for reading and learning etiquette. Understanding the principle that humans create environment and environment transforms humans establishes a guiding beacon for human development. As individuals, we should first determine what kind of person we want to become. If we aspire to be materially wealthy, we should go to places where money is abundant and markets are prosperous. If we want to be skilled debaters, we should go to places with many people and lively debates. If we desire to become celestial beings, we should immerse ourselves in the serene beauty of nature with few inhabitants. If we aspire to become a Buddha, we should seek environments where we have nothing but possess everything. Living with virtuous people is like entering a room filled with fragrant orchids. If you stay there for a long time and will not smell their fragrance, that's because you are influenced by and used to them. Living with wicked people is like entering a fish market. If you stay there for a long time and will not smell the stench, that's also because you are influenced by and used to them. If you want to emanate a pleasant fragrance, surround yourself with flowers. If you want to emit a foul odor, stay in the toilet. If you deeply understand that you are currently in the toilet and aspire to live among flowers, the best way is to leave the toilet, break free from its confines, and enter an environment where flowers bloom. The principles are clear, the path is well defined, but the dilemma lies in how to break free from the barriers of the toilet. It's difficult, especially when there are entanglements of family, emotions, and debts. Escaping the toilet is as challenging as reaching the blue sky. In the end, we will realize that heaven exists, but we cannot step beyond the door of the toilet. The greatest obstacle that prevents us from transcending is the ties of family, emotions, and debts. Once we are free from these attachments, heaven is not far away. However, who among ordinary people can truly overcome the threshold of family, emotions, and debts? 谁在卡中国脖子? Who is strangling China? Xiefeng. June 5, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Once someone's neck is caught, the symptoms include difficulty breathing, sore throat, headache, dizziness, loss of motivation, facial redness. Online, it is said that American imperialism has been strangling China. Has China really had trouble breathing and a loss of motivation? Absolutely not. China is the world's second largest economy, known as a powerful nation, and a country that vows to take revenge no matter the distance. How can a country composed of over 1.4 billion people be strangled by a country with a population of just over 300 million? Are we pretending to be pitiful, as if someone is strangling our necks? Is China really that pitiful? It is a contemptuous and insulting statement to portray China as a helpless victim. The claim of being strangled is purely a contemptuous and derogatory view towards China and its people. The argument that the evil American imperialism is strangling China is unfounded. If our neighbor cultivates a new type of apple and neither sells it to us nor shares it with us, that is their right. Can we say that our neighbor is strangling us? If the wicked American empire produces chips but refuses to sell or share them with us, can we say they are strangling us? If such an argument were valid, may I ask if you have sold or shared your newly invented treasure with your neighbor? Imagine you have just married a beautiful and charming wife, and your honeymoon is not even over, but your neighbor demands that you sell or share your wife with them. If not, they claim that you are strangling them. Is this reasonable? If you invent a new type of solar battery, but the raw materials must be purchased from your neighbor, who refuses to sell them to you, then we can say that your neighbor is strangling you. Who is truly strangling China's neck? A significant number of talented individuals from China have joined the enemy camp. Who forced them? A substantial amount of wealth from China has flowed into the homes of the enemy. Who orchestrated this? A large number of foreign investments and foreign companies are withdrawing, while numerous domestic businesses are shutting down. Who is responsible for this? The returning to mountains for rice cultivation, an intellectually deficient and nonsensical idea that goes against basic natural laws. Who came up with it? One moment it's returning forests for farming, then it's returning farming for forests, and then it's returning forests for farming again. Who is responsible for this wasteful and inconsistent act? Instead of using limited steel for blades, we have created urban management, agricultural management, and cultural management, which consume vast amounts of resources and manpower. Instead of focusing on construction and creating wealth, Efforts are being made to control people and seek wealth through fines. Who has such farsightedness? Someone has invented a new model for production and life, which brings happiness to the Chinese people, but they have been labeled an illegal organization and subjected to long-term suppression. Illegal actions of those in power are deemed legal, while the legitimate actions of ordinary people are considered illegal. The truth is silenced, while lies run rampant. Who is confusing right and wrong? You see, the ones truly strangling China's neck are not the evil American imperialism, but the Chinese people themselves. 寄予联合国 Message to the United Nations. Xiefeng. May 16, 2023. Translated by ChatGPT. Edited by Jiejing. Dear United Nations, to speak honestly, I am a bit disappointed with you. You are already 78 years old, dedicating your whole life to promoting international security, economic development, social progress, human rights, civil liberties, political freedom, democracy, and global cooperation for peace. Especially in assisting people affected by natural and social disasters, you have made tremendous efforts and done your best. However, what is the current state of the world? Have your ideals been realized? Have your wishes been fulfilled? Russia's aggression against Ukraine has left you powerless, with nearly 100 million refugees worldwide that you cannot handle. You are unable to assist nearly 1 billion people threatened by hunger, and you are powerless in the face of escalating climate change and humanitarian crises. Where is the crux of the problem? The crux lies in the fact that you should prioritize teaching people to fish before giving them fish. However, you always focus on giving fish instead of teaching to fish. You fail to address the root causes and instead find yourself constantly fighting fires. It's like trying to eradicate flies without improving environmental hygiene. Can flies ever be completely eliminated? By always giving fish without teaching, how many fish do you have to give? Isn't it a constant struggle? How can we teach people to fish? By completely transforming the traditional modes of production and life of humanity. All the disasters and problems throughout human history stem from our modes of production and life. Unless we change the traditional modes, the conflicts, contradictions, and disasters of human existence will never end. How can we change the traditional modes of production and life? Life Genuine has already prepared both in theory and practice by proposing the model of the second home, which replaces the traditional modes of production and life. If you have countless questions and don't understand, come to me. I will provide a detailed explanation for you. 呼吁美国无条件接受非法越境者. Call for the U.S. to unconditionally accept illegal border crossers. May 14, 2023. Xiefeng. Translated by ChatGPT. Edited by Tong Xin. Hello, America. According to online news, on May 11th, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security announced during a White House briefing that illegal border crossers would be deported. As a common citizen, I appeal to the U.S. to unconditionally accept illegal border crossers for the following reasons. If legal entry were possible, no one would choose to cross the border illegally. Illegality is a result of being forced, not a choice made by individuals. When people feel hopeless and have no other options for survival, any nonviolent, illegal means for survival are legal. The so-called law that blocks people's livelihood is itself illegal. A person who travels 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles and endures countless hardships to seek refuge in the U.S., but is refused entry and then deported as illegal, is inhumane, cruel, and unworthy of respect. With abundant resources and as the world's leading superpower, the U.S. has the capacity and ability to accept illegal border crossers. As long as they can survive in their own country, few people are willing to risk their lives and travel great distances to seek refuge in the U.S. Those who come to you have already trusted you. Do not reject those who trust you. Otherwise, any claims of democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law are all false. Don't assume that all illegal immigrants are coming to reap the benefits of America's economic prosperity. If you accept them, 95% of illegal border crossers will become diligent wealth creators and steadfast defenders of the American system. The fewer people who abandon you, the more who come to you, the greater your glory. Glory is a noble symbol. The more illegal border crossers you accept, the more dignity and strength you will have. The whole world is watching you. If you deport illegal border crossers, you are extinguishing the flicker of hope in the hearts of the kind, hardworking masses of the world. You will betray the creed of "In God we trust" and lead to decline. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. He who loses the hearts of the people loses the world. Where the people's hearts go, there will be prosperity, civilization, strength, and eternal life. Where the people's hearts do not go, there will be poverty, ignorance, barbarism, and backwardness. May you be a land where the people's hearts go, rather than where their hearts do not. 平等平均民主背离文明 Equality, uniformity, democracy deviating from civilization. Xiefeng, June 22, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Ideas of equality, such as equality before the greatest creator, all men are created equal, equality before the law, and equality of all beings, have deeply ingrained in human consciousness. Upon reflection, I believe these notions of equality have given rise to inequality and deviated from the path of civilization. Ideas like egalitarianism, equalizing wealth, and common prosperity seem aimed at eradicating oppression and exploitation, allowing everyone equal access to resources and welfare. However, in essence, they generate greater oppression and exploitation. Democracy may seem to leverage everyone's intelligence to make decisions and address all emotions and demands. Yet, in reality, it suppresses the saints, stifles the future, allowing erroneous thoughts and flawed systems to persist without correction, spreading continuously. Is equality before the greatest creator true? It depends on our understanding. If we acknowledge that everyone must face death, then equality before the greatest creator is right. If we understand that everyone will receive rewards or punishments based on their actions, then equality before the greatest creator is also right. But if we believe that everyone before the greatest creator must be equally handsome, equally beautiful, equally tall, enjoy the same benefits, eat 2 buns every meal, and meet the same fate, then equality before the greatest creator is wrong. Is all men are created equal true? Are they all born in royal or wealthy families or in slums? Are they all born with attractive features? Undoubtedly, everyone is not born equal. The true meaning of all men are created equal is that no one should face discrimination or oppression due to factors like birth, wealth, or intelligence, rather than being identical in all aspects from birth. Is equality before the law true? The laws of the wolves toward sheep are definitely unequal laws. Those in power can arbitrarily label others as illegal and impose sanctions. Therefore, equality before the law is an empty phrase. Whether it's equalizing wealth, egalitarianism, or common prosperity, all entail severe exploitation and oppression. If A produces 10 watermelons and B produces 2, then dividing 6 each between A and B is a form of exploitation and oppression for A, as well as a strike against one's initiative, creativity, and enthusiasm for work. What is civilization? Civilization is about justice, not equality, uniformity, or democracy. Civilization involves ensuring that the creators of wealth can securely enjoy the fruits of their labor. Protecting homes built through one's labor from external disturbances is civilization. Safeguarding the weak from the bullying of the strong is civilization. Allowing every individual's nature to flourish without constraints is civilization. Ensuring provisions for the elderly and care for the young is civilization. It is just for someone who hasn't contributed to face starvation or death by hunger, but it is undeniably unjust for someone who consistently contributes to experience the same fate. If laborers have food, clothing, shelter, and freedom of movement, that signifies a civilized society. If laborers have no way out, it contradicts civilization. Justice treats everyone impartially, without favoring a minority or majority, those in power or the masses, the rich or the poor, the elite or those with average intelligence and abilities. Immediate punishment for wrongdoers symbolizes societal civilization. A delayed punishment for wrongdoers, by 2 or 3 years, indicates that the entire society has not yet embraced the path of civilization and remains in a state of barbarism. My viewpoint is that the pursuit of equality, uniformity, and democracy will not lead humanity into a civilized society. Only by pursuing justice can humanity enter a civilized society. 雪峰大魔头又要妖言惑众了. Xiefeng, the great demon king, is spreading deceitful words again. Xiefeng, July 1st, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Throughout my journey, those who have deceived and wronged me were the poor, the unfortunate, and the powerful. The affluent have never deceived or harmed me. Reflect on your experiences. Is it the same for you? I have grievances against Jesus Christ. You had divine powers. Why didn't you directly lead humanity into the kingdom of the greatest creator, instead of letting ordinary people endure over 2,000 years of suffering? How much longer must the people suffer under your watch? Haven't 2,000 years been enough? I have grievances against Buddha Shakyamuni. Supreme in heaven and earth, your teachings are boundless in power. Yet, after over 2,000 years, countless beings still cannot escape the sea of suffering. Is it your teachings' incompetence, or do they pale in comparison to the sorcery of demonic forces? I have grievances against Confucianism. Since Emperor Wu of Han adopted Dongzhongshu's, suppressing all other schools, venerating Confucianism policy, you Confucians have wielded power. However, over 2,000 years, how many common people have suffered and perished? What kind of life have they led? Your Confucian ideology ruled China for over 2,000 years, and the common people endured suffering for the same duration. You Confucians have truly deceived the common folks. I have grievances against the Chinese common people. For thousands of years, you have always hoped for the appearance of a wise ruler, yearned for an oriental sage to descend. Yet, for over 2,000 years, no wise ruler has emerged, and no sage from the East has descended to save you. Are you still waiting? Keep waiting. When your great-great-great-great-grandchildren are on their deathbeds, the wise ruler will finally appear. The sage will descend. You are irredeemably ignorant. I have grievances against Communist Party members. I do not know if I can voice my grievances against Communist Party members without facing censorship and suppression, but I'll cautiously raise a question. Is your oath to struggle for communism throughout your life genuine or false? If you encountered real communism, would you be afraid? What exactly is sinology, Guoxue? Is it the study that upholds the country, or as Lu Xun put it, when I open up China's history, there are no timelines. On every crooked page are written the words benevolence, righteousness, morality. I could not sleep. After careful scrutiny in the dead of night, I saw between the lines, the whole book was filled with two words, eating people. Following Lu Xun's speculation, sinology is the study of eating people. Since then, I'm too scared to read or listen to sinology. Contact with a virus causes infection. Does contact with the unfortunate infect you with their plight? Does contact with barbarism infect you with barbarity? No, it does not. Does contact with a black person infect you with blackness? Contact with a white person infects you with whiteness? Contact with an Asian infect you with Asianness? Contact with the poor infects you with poverty? Contact with the rich infects you with wealth? Near vermilion, one turns red. Near ink, one turns black. That cannot be true, right? 如何走出自己的认知边界? How to break out of your cognitive boundaries. Xiefeng, July 13th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Cognitive boundaries are like walls. They both protect and limit us. If life is comfortable and easy, do not venture beyond your cognitive boundaries. Living within your own walls until old age can also be considered a decent life. But if you feel miserable, stifled, or oppressed within your walls, it's time to knock them down and step outside. Stepping beyond these walls, i.e., your cognitive boundaries, starts with admitting when you're wrong. If you always believe you're right, you'll never break free from those walls. The sufferings in this world are mostly created by those who think they're right. Those who endure suffering and hardship usually believe they are right. So, when you think you're right, you're already wrong. You've created cognitive boundaries, built walls, and constructed your own prison. For instance, for thousands of years, The Chinese people have anticipated the appearance of a wise ruler to save them. They now anticipate the arrival of an Eastern sage. This is a cognitive boundary. Without breaking this boundary, they'll forever remain in confinement. Instead of considering solving problems through legality and procedures, they perpetually hope for a wise ruler or an Eastern sage to save them. It's not just ignorance, it's sheer folly. Change the country or immigrate. This represents a major breakthrough in the cognitive boundaries of Indians. Currently, 32 million Indians have renounced their Indian citizenship to become citizens of other countries. How do these Indians who have relinquished their birth nationality for other countries fare? The current Prime Minister of the UK, Sajid Javid, is of Indian descent. In the US, many high-ranking executives in major tech companies like Microsoft and Google are of Indian origin. In 1993, in Zimbabwe, I noticed nearly half of the shops and cities were owned by Indians. Similarly, in various places like South Africa, Mozambique, Angola, Ethiopia, Botswana, Tanzania, I found numerous Indians engaged in business. In 2016, visiting Pacific Island nations like Fiji and Vanuatu, I discovered many shops were run by Indians. In 2017, coming to Canada and staying in various cities, I found that the owners and staff in the hotels I stayed at were mostly Indians. Even at the Walmart supermarket, the managers and most employees were Indians. If these dispersed Indians hadn't ventured beyond their cognitive boundaries and stayed in their homeland, they wouldn't have achieved such success. Breaking cognitive boundaries brought them opportunities, wealth, and a vast realm of life, ensuring a better future for their descendants. In our understanding, relatives are those connected by blood ties. Without blood relations, they are not considered family. Consequently, we end up with only a few relatives in our lives. However, if we break this cognitive boundary and consider everyone close and intimate as family, irrespective of region or race, without categorizing by status or position, we realize that we can have numerous relatives in this life. The life of someone with just a few relatives differs entirely from someone with many relatives. With only a few relatives, our scope, range, and life's boundaries are limited. But the more relatives we have, the broader our scope, range, and activities become. I have several strangers around me whom I treat as family, and as a result, I receive care and assistance from them, akin to family, even more effective than my own biological children. Graduate from school and find a job versus graduate from school and start a business represents two entirely different cognitive perspectives. If parents only intend for their children to graduate and secure a good job, then during technical school, college, or university, the focus will revolve around finding employment. But if parents intend for their children to start a business after graduation, their educational focus will entirely revolve around entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs tend to value practicality, while job seekers focus more on formalities. This difference, over time, results in a significant disparity in life experiences and perceptions, leading to different tastes in life. Without money, you cannot get things done is a cognitive boundary for some. With this belief, their entire life revolves around money, and over time, their thoughts and actions carry a sense of vulgarity, giving off a sense of superficiality, and they tend to ignore, even contempt the blessings like love, sexuality, morality, justice, the Tao, and spirituality. In fact, everyone lives within their own cognitive boundaries. For example, believing that death is the end of life. If someone holds this belief, they'll never find the door to heaven. It's hard for us to comprehend why some people choose to commit suicide. However, suicide occurs because within their cognitive boundaries, they cannot find reasons or opportunities to continue living. At this critical moment, if they could break free from these cognitive boundaries, they would realize, wow, life's path is so vast. Stepping beyond cognitive boundaries opens up a vast world. 创造和维护一片绿荫 Creating and maintaining a green oasis. Xiefeng, July 28, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The 2023 Canadian wildfires are widely known, sparked by drought. If rain nurtured every place constantly, wildfires would cease to exist. This year, even at the headquarters of the Life Echanuan in Canada, the situation was no different. Drought had turned the 50-acre lawn from green to a dusty yellow, devoid of vitality. However, within 10 meters around the residential and guest buildings, there's a lush green area with blooming flowers, brimming with life. Why? There's no secret. It's just watering the lawn, using sprinklers to moisten it as rain would. Amidst drought and water shortages, the government restricts water usage. At our place, watering the lawn is permitted only between 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Watering the lawn is prohibited between 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. So, it's impossible to water the entire 50-acre lawn, only maintaining the greenery around the residential and guest buildings. Watering can create and maintain a green oasis during drought. Likewise, using spirituality can create an idyllic haven amidst restless and despairing hearts. To create a green oasis, plants need water. To maintain it, timely watering is crucial. Every day, in the morning and evening, I timely water the plants, maintaining the greenery. To create an idyllic haven, a spiritual paradise, injecting spirituality and nourishment into people's hearts is essential. To maintain this spiritual paradise, timely spiritual nourishment is imperative. Every day, every month, every year, I timely nurture the spiritual heart of Chanyuan Celestials, maintaining a green oasis, the second home on earth. Without water, lawns will lose vitality during drought, becoming lifeless. Without spiritual nourishment, homes will crumble amidst the chaos and fall into silence. 看看自己有多幸福. Take a look at how fortunate you are. Xiefeng, August 6, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. If every day you can bask in the radiant sunlight, feeling its warmth upon your skin, that's tremendous wealth, indeed, happiness. If every day you breathe in fresh air, surrounded by boundless clear skies and beautiful landscapes, congratulations, you're among the wealthiest in the world. Oh, what happiness! If your abode is graced by a clear river or a babbling brook, or if you have a serene lake to admire nearby, your days are enviable. Such happiness. If each day you have enough food to satisfy hunger and a sheltered refuge for peaceful sleep, allowing for dreams without insomnia, you are among those blessed by the heavens. Rejoice, happiness. If you have a plot of land to cultivate or a pursuit that brings enduring joy, congratulations. You are a fortunate soul. If you have well-proportioned facial features, strong and agile limbs, healthy functioning internal organs, and a disease-free body, take pride. You are surely heaven's darling, among the luckiest in the world. If each day someone accompanies you for conversation, shares meals and work, you are blessed. If there are playful arguments, laughter, and jovial banter, my goodness, you must have had good karma in your past life. Your life is so fortunate. If you have a few opposite-sex confidants throughout your life who can share intimate moments with you, oh my, you are so fortunate. Your life is enviable, stirring envy and jealousy in others. If you possess all of the aforementioned conditions, then you are truly blessed with an abundant destiny. You must be a favored child of the greatest Creator. Do not seek happiness elsewhere. You are happiness itself, leading a blissful life. But if possessing all this leaves you dissatisfied, if you envy others or aspire to be a success, wanting fame and fortune, that's greed. It's being born amidst fortune, yet failing to recognize it, seeking trouble. Simply put, it's an ignorance of life, and you're a fool, an idiot, a blockhead. 人生24上才富你拥有几项? Life's 24 treasures. How many do you possess? Xiefeng, August 6, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In life, there are 24 treasures. If you possess them all, you are the most affluent person in the world. Even if you have half, 12 of them, you are not. Take a look at how many you possess. Sunlight, 2. Blue skies, 3. Drinking water, 4. Clean air, 5. Land to cultivate, 6. The ability to hear rooster crowing and birds singing, 7. Salt, 8. Something to do every day, 9. Clothes to wear, 10. Shelter to live in, 11. Food to fill your stomach, 12. Someone cares, loves, helps, and remembers you. 13. One or two intimate friends. 14. Someone you care, love, and remember deeply. 15. Enjoying watermelon and peaches in summer. 16. Access to a phone and books. 17. Regular visits from friends and family, or there are relatives and friends available to visit. 18. A healthy body. 19. No debts or owing money to others. 20. Faith and ideals. 21. Life has objectives, and there's a direction to life. 22. A heart willing to serve others. 23. Cheerful, optimistic, romantic emotions and sentiments. 24. Having plentiful sexual partners. If you possess these 24 treasures, you're a magnate in this world. Henceforth, do not envy emperors, wealthy individuals, or government officials because you are the most blessed person in the world. 回不去的故乡 Unreturnable hometown. Xiefeng. August 9, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Life's vicissitudes. Many places we long to visit can never be revisited. Many people we long to see can never be seen again. When we departed initially, if we knew that parting meant an impossible return or reunion, we would have taken another look, stored more memories of our hometown in the warehouse of our minds. Those easy goodbyes, back then, were never thought to be the final wave to those we yearned to meet. Each parting became a permanent farewell. Parting is easy, reuniting difficult. Life is long, but time and tide wait for no man. How priceless is this affection, yet what can be done about it? The wind and the moon mock me for being naive for every passing year. In the journey of life, things that once seemed ordinary, mundane, and commonplace were not cherished at that time, nor considered precious. However, upon realizing the inability to revisit or re-experience them, those experiences became incredibly invaluable. Year after year, day after day, moment after moment, we've always been amidst precious experiences. Yet, due to their apparent ordinariness, we neglected their value and significance. However, when the realization dawns that those experiences cannot be replicated, we discover the heavens and earth may last long, but sometimes emotions come to an end, yet this regret remains ceaseless. How much resentment in the west wind, unable to blow away the frown. Mutual hatred lacks trust. Mutual understanding reveals shallow seas. In the vast expanse of life's path, along with every acquaintance, there is a continual journey of fondness and regret. Once we recognize someone, before long, it turns into yearning, then resentment. How many deep affections and friendships have been severed across distant lands, yearning for reunions amidst landscapes of formidable mountains and flowing rivers, yet finding no way to come together again. Thus, we walk this road, leaving pieces of ourselves, journeying amidst longing, yearning to speak but remaining silent, truest when love cuts to the bone. Let's cherish moments by smiling when scolded by parents, for such chances are rare. Cherish those times when siblings tease, as sibling affection is deep as the sea. Once severed, the cost of regret is high. Cherish the moment when you meet someone, even if they complain. For someone you've been intimate with is life's blessing, the most worthwhile chapter of life, worth cherishing, worth growing old together with, sharing life's stories with. Cherish the friendships with neighbors, friends, and relatives. Endure when disagreements arise, for these moments constitute the landscape of our life's journey. What seemed insignificant in youth becomes the invaluable treasures of life when old age and sunset arrive. Life is sorrowful. The hometown we cannot return to, the people we cannot see anymore. Life is joyful. The countless amorous feelings and inexhaustible scenery along the way. Though the mountains are high and the waters vast, full of doubt for the road ahead, I have a way to avoid sorrow and embrace joy. If you wish to reunite with loved ones year after year and share endless moments of bliss on the journey of life, then embark on the journey of immortality together, leaving behind the bone-deep yearning. The path of immortality and celestial love is layered and vast. Rivers merging with rivers, peaks connecting with peaks. Flowers bloom on the hills, fragrance fills the path. Phoenixes echo in the valleys, forest murmurs. Small bridges overflowing waters, ancient pavilions on long roads, heartfelt conversations, hand in hand toward the horizon, extraordinary scenery awaits.
了解自然之力，借助自然之力。
Understanding the force of nature, employing its power. Xiefeng, August 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The most sensitive, unimaginable, miraculous, potent, intimidating, and unchallengeable force in the universe is the power of nature. It permeates the operation of the cosmos and all human activities, both shaping and influencing the success, failure, destiny, and prospects of everyone. Nature's power comprises both visible and invisible elements. The visible includes phenomena like typhoons, hurricanes, earthquakes, torrential rain, among others. The invisible encompasses the seemingly commonplace forces that make seeds germinate and grow, keep the celestial bodies moving, sustain the cycles of the seasons, and even cause disasters in an instant. A person of integrity, though not actively seeking fortune, the heavens guide them unexpectedly to achieve their heartfelt aspirations. A devious individual, despite craftily avoiding misfortune, the heavens intervene at their cunning moments to seize their soul. The force behind guiding unexpectedly and seizing their soul is the unseen power of nature. A tiny seed can grow into a towering tree. A small fertilized egg can develop into an incredibly complex life. An ordinary person can become a world-shaking leader. A powerful empire can crumble. A prominent figure can be imprisoned or even executed. Behind all these occurrences lies the true power of nature. As one grows older, reminiscing about life, many pivotal moments are realized as beyond personal control, seemingly prearranged. No one wishes to face hardships and setbacks, yet they arrive unexpectedly. Some people suddenly rise to prominence only to fall abruptly, a sequence beyond their control, unexpected and unforeseen. Life seems to be governed by an elusive force that makes one sigh. The mysteries of heaven are divine. Human cleverness is of little use. The power of nature is enigmatic and unpredictable, but is there a pattern to follow? The Book of the Supreme Way's responsiveness teaches us, speak, see, and act in goodness. If 3 good deeds are performed in a day, blessings will come within 3 years. Speak, see, and act in evil. If 3 evil deeds are done in a day, calamities will come within 3 years. It truly reflects that misfortune and fortune are self-induced. This is the most straightforward and easily comprehensible rule of nature's power. Myriad complex phenomena teach us one principle. If you desire a fortunate, healthy, and happy life, do not invest in manipulation and adaptability, do not exert efforts in amassing wealth or networking. Instead, focus on nurturing your soul garden. Avoiding wrongdoing is the safest path to preventing stumbles in life. By dedicating oneself, accumulating virtues, bringing goodness, joy, and happiness to others, society, and nature, employing the power of nature, life becomes smoother and one can evade disasters. However, if one brings pain and harm to others, society, or nature, the force of nature will inevitably administer a corresponding punishment. Everything is born, grows, is punished, and eventually perishes by nature. In harmony with nature, there is birth and growth. In opposition to nature, there is punishment and destruction. Desiring to reach heaven, do not exert effort in gong, methods, techniques, or intelligence. Avoid investing in complex matters. Instead, focus on the simplest task, cultivating your inner soul garden. The force of nature will generously reward those who maintain a beautiful soul garden. 乞丐的启示, The Lesson from a Beggar. Xiefeng, August 13th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. What's the primary characteristic of a beggar? Rural beggars carry empty bowls, going door to door seeking food. Urban beggars occupy street corners, extending their hands for money. Their common trait, they seek alms from others. Anyone who extends their hand, seeking alms from others, is a beggar. This enlightens us. Anyone not creating or unwilling to serve others for sustenance will eventually become a beggar. Beggars are not destitute. Some are physically capable and able-bodied, while others possess great wealth. Their common psychological trait is stinginess. They are unwilling to utilize their abilities or wealth and seek to gain without effort. In life, one must persistently engage in at least one of these four activities. 1. Creating material wealth. 2. Cultivating spiritual wealth. 3. Nurturing soul wealth. 4. Serving others. If one engages in none of the above, irrespective of their status, be it an emperor or a commoner, wealthy or poor, official or common citizen, religious or non-religious, famous or just one among many, they are essentially beggars. The antonym of a beggar is a benefactor, someone who selflessly gives material, spiritual, or soul wealth without expecting anything in return. Those who offer service without anticipating a reward are benefactors. A benefactor is someone with the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. They are the truly wealthy ones. Those who, despite being materially poor, bring joy to others are not beggars but wealthy individuals. In conclusion, anyone who does not create wealth or offer service yet continuously depends on external resources and services from others is a beggar. Once reduced to a beggar, one loses the dignity of a living being and forfeits the eligibility to ascend to heaven. 让我们开始学说话. Let's start learning to speak. Xiefeng, August 18th, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Firstly, I repent to the greatest creator because I have uttered many improper words. From now on, I'll speak cautiously, avoiding creating suffering due to inappropriate words. Words spoken by the mouth have the power to revive life, to turn around situations, to bring light in the darkest times, to provide warmth akin to spring, to uplift the despairing, to comfort the sorrowful, to ignite passion in desolate hearts, to show the dawn to the lost to be inspired and live positively thereafter. Some words even lead to enlightenment, becoming Buddha or celestial. Conversely, words spoken from human mouths can subtly kill, distort truths, provoke chaos, shatter the hopeful into desperation, break friendships, blur right and wrong, slander the innocent, portray black as white, instill fear, crush people's belief and confidence in life, lead one astray from the righteous path, mislead to the point of confusion, and transform individuals into malevolent beings. If one cannot master the art of words, it not only harms others and society but also affects relatives and friends, leaving behind boundless karmic obstacles for oneself, making escape from the cycle of existence unattainable. There are 8 types of speech that should never be uttered: passive, negative, and pessimistic. Sowing discord and creating rifts in relationships. Cursing others. Complaining and grumbling. Holding grudges. Gossiping behind others' backs. Sarcasm, ridicule, mockery, threats, violence, deceit, and tempting others to commit crimes. Blasphemy against the greatest creator, spirits, masters, ancestors, or benefactors. Conversely, there are 8 types of speech one should wholeheartedly express. Warm and comforting words. Words that bring joy and happiness. Uplifting and encouraging words. Positive, optimistic, and constructive words. Inspirational words fostering a longing for a better life. Humorous and witty words that make people burst into laughter. Praising and appreciating others and life itself. Hymns and prayers to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Speaking is an art and a form of cultivation. Apart from speaking words that benefit oneself without causing harm, the tone, expression, and attitude are also crucial. A gentle tone, a friendly expression, and a soft attitude even while criticizing make it easier for others to accept. Conversely, a harsh tone, stern expression, a disdainful and aggressive attitude, or even hysterics, even if the words spoken are truthful and beneficial, make it challenging for people to accept and might incite resistance. In life, those unable to speak properly will face difficulties and setbacks. On the other hand, those who are articulate will have advantages and will be a breath of fresh air to others, paving the way for a bright future. Have you learned to speak well? 不同的路上看到的风景不同. Different sceneries along different roads. Xiefeng, September 21st, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Yesterday, on September 20th, 2023, Huiyi and I traveled to Kamloops, which is 230 kilometers away from the headquarters in Canada, for a task. Having been there a few times before, I chose the familiar route that passed through 100 Mile House, Clinton, and Cache Creek. From Cache Creek to Kamloops, the landscape was characterized by desolate mountains and sparse human activity in the valleys. Occasionally, a few farms could be seen, mainly relying on sprinkler irrigation for grass cultivation. Along the way, there was a sense of desolation, only offset by the vitality sensed near the Kamloops Lake. Once, standing atop a hill in Kamloops, overlooking the city, I felt their predecessors had been somewhat short-sighted to establish a city in such desolate terrain. However, it wasn't until I traveled on Highway 5 that I realized my ignorance and limited perspective. The return journey was guided by navigation, initially following Highway 5, almost parallel to the Thompson River. The scenery along the riverbanks was picturesque, with dense population and diverse landscapes. The hills were lush with winding trees, while the Thompson River flowed clear and serene. Beautiful pastoral views with herds of cattle and horses and houses nestled amidst greenery embellished the riverbanks, almost resembling beaches made of fine sand. This wasn't just typical northern scenery, but a replica of New Zealand. I felt as if I had stepped into a utopian world like that of Tao Yuanming, exclaiming, "Canada is truly beautiful." Taking a left turn towards Highway 24 from Little Fort, we entered vast forests. With excellent road conditions and the mid-autumn season, the sky was high and clear, the air fresh. Bushes and poplar trees lined both sides of the road, their leaves turning golden. For nearly 70 to 80 kilometers, it felt like driving on a golden avenue, an awe-inspiring autumn landscape beyond words. From Highway 97 to Highway 1 to Kamloops, then from Kamloops onto Highway 5, and eventually onto Highway 24, the landscape seen on different roads were significantly different. This presents us with the following insight. If we always live in the same place, we may believe that this world is an exact reflection of our lives. Our understanding becomes fixed, our thinking becomes rigid, and our cognition shapes everything in the world based on our fixed perspectives. This can lead to inflexible thinking, a lack of adaptability, which causes conflicts and contradictions, leading to chaos, even wars, ignorance, and backwardness. Similarly, if we always travel on Highway 97 or 1 but never on Highway 5 or 24, we'll never know the scenery along these roads. If we immerse ourselves solely in a certain religion, political system, or cultural ethnicity, we'll never understand the essence of other religions, the merits and demerits of different systems, or the characteristics of other cultural ethnicities. In such circumstances, any conclusions we draw will surely not align with universal values. The more we insist we are right, the worse our future becomes. Likewise, if our consciousness dwells solely in the material world, our understanding and thinking will be confined to materialistic thoughts and commercial patterns. Consequently, we will never understand the mindset and realms of people living in the spiritual and soul worlds. We might think those living in the spiritual world, especially the soul world, are incredibly foolish or even mad. Conversely, those dwelling in the spiritual and soul worlds may perceive those living in the material world as no different from insects or animals. These are cognitive biases caused by not having traveled on Highways 5 and 24.
人类生存的结构会导致人类灭亡。
The structure of human existence will lead to human extinction. Xiefeng, October 22, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. What will eventually happen when a train hurtles forward without brakes? Earth's rotational speed is 30 kilometers per second. Now imagine it accelerating to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 kilometers per second. What will eventually happen? Any object's speed has a limit. Once surpassed, it disintegrates. Similarly, when the Earth or a train exceeds its speed limit, it'll either break down structurally or burn out. Now, let's examine if human society's survival structure resembles that accelerating train without brakes. Firstly, consider human desires. Though religion and natural disasters act as braking mechanisms, human desires themselves have no limits. The fisherman and the goldfish story vividly illustrates the unending nature of human desires. It's inherent in human nature. Human society consists of individuals, and their unending desires prove that the current structure of this society, composed of people, lacks a breaking system. Whether one becomes a department head, a governor, or even a president, there's no satiation unless they rule the universe as the greatest creator. Will embezzling or making $10,000 satisfy someone? What about $100,000, $1 million, $10 million, or even $100 million? Not really, unless they gather all the world's wealth. Next, the uncontrolled population growth and reckless exploitation of natural resources lead to diminishing forests, grasslands, and wetlands. The exploitation of coal, oil, and minerals has no limits, while the waste from human production and lifestyle severely pollutes the air, soil, and water sources. It disrupts the food chain, disturbs the biosphere balance, contributes to global warming, glacier melting, increased hurricanes, heavy rainfall and floods, frequent droughts, forest fires, and consistently extreme high temperatures. These facts reveal that human society's survival structure is flawed. If unchanged, humanity, like the accelerating train, will ultimately disintegrate towards destruction. What are the problems in the structure of human existence? The core factors are family and nation. If these structures remain intact, humanity faces insurmountable problems and crises. The traditional family structure is the birthplace of human selfishness, often for family benefit. Selfishness leads to wastage of resources and a surge in social crimes. If the traditional family structure disintegrates, many selfish behaviors would naturally disappear, easing tensions between people, society, and nature. The new second home model created by Life-Genuine Community has substantiated this fact with ample evidence. The national structure functions as a machine for humans to vie for resources and mutually destroy each other. Presently, global military spending, divided among the world's 8 billion people, amounts to more than $300 per person annually. Redirecting this money towards improving livelihoods could save vast natural resources. Furthermore, the existence of a nation demands a large number of officials who contribute little to wealth creation but rely on the populace for support. In China, for instance, out of 1.4 billion people, around 80 million are financially supported by the state's tax revenue. Roughly, it takes about 12 working-age individuals to support one government worker. Globally, the working-age population, defined as individuals between 15 to 64 years old, faces similar circumstances. In China, the working age is 16 to 60 years old for men and 54 for women. Factoring in the unemployed, disabled individuals, and farmers with minimal income, it's estimated that around 5 to 6 individuals involved in material wealth creation support one government worker. Regardless of how much those creating material wealth earn, government employees' salaries are mostly fixed and obligatory. In reality, anyone who consumes pays taxes, and a substantial portion of this tax serves as salaries for government employees. Thus, the existence of the nation-state entails significant waste and places an overwhelming burden on its citizens. If all nations on Earth were to disappear, people could potentially lead relatively tranquil lives. In conclusion, if humanity continues on its traditional production and lifestyle path, it leads to destruction. If families disband and nations disappear, humanity can transform crisis into tranquility and embark on the road to happiness.
站在阴沟里，请仰望星空。
Look up to the stars while standing in the gutter. Xiefeng, November 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In life's journey, there will be times when you find yourself living in the gutter. The gutter is characterized by its darkness, dampness, foul odor, and the presence of rodents, snakes, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Living in the gutter feels like being neither alive nor dead, unable to live well yet unable to die, trapped and unable to escape, enduring the torment of both physical and mental suffering. Have you experienced any of this? Local thugs and bullies harass you, disrupting your normal life, bullying you and your loved ones, smash your windows, shout loudly in front of your door at midnight, smear paint on your door, and frequently threaten you with phrases like, "If you do not something, I'll something you." Have you ever experienced this? You're bullied, but you have no recourse. You call out to the heavens, but receive no answer. You call out to the earth, but find no relief. There's nowhere to seek justice, nowhere to air grievances. You feel deeply troubled and contemplate hanging yourself. Have you experienced this? Being unemployed, having no savings in the bank, responsible for caring for family members, having no land for farming, no job prospects, seeking help from anyone possible but finding no one willing to assist. Have you experienced this? Your home being destroyed time and again, being repeatedly driven out of your own home, with nowhere to go in this vast world, nowhere to settle, wandering every day, struggling to survive in a state of disappointment, hopelessness, and despair. Have you ever experienced this? Once your home was filled with esteemed guests, there were no ordinary visitors. You were spirited, full of ambition, guiding and stirring the world with your words. Suddenly, one day, you became a prisoner. Your home was ruined, your possessions confiscated. Former close friends and those whom you once helped scattered. No one came to rescue you, not even to visit. Have you experienced this? You struggled immensely to escape the clutches, setting off on a journey toward your free homeland. However, along the way, you had to dodge police exploitation and extortion from the underworld, endure life-threatening jungle adventures, and traverse turbulent seas. As funds depleted, food supplies vanished, and illness struck. Have you experienced this? The person you trusted the most betrayed and deceived you, emptied your pockets, sabotaged your career, and spread a series of untrue accusations against you. You found no one to stand up for your justice. People looked at you with suspicion. Have you experienced this? Unknowingly, you fell into an organization or a trap. Initially, you tasted all the sweetness, thinking you were on the path to success and a superior life. But once certain conspiracies unraveled, you found yourself trapped with no way out and had to consider desperate measures. When any of these experiences happen, it proves you're currently living in the gutter. Living in the gutter is akin to standing on the cliff of death. One misstep and you'll plummet into the abyss, bidding farewell to life. Globally, approximately 1 million people commit suicide each year, with about 10 to 20 million attempting it. Those contemplating or committing suicide are those living in the gutter at that moment. If you're living in the gutter, here's some advice. Look up to the stars. The heavens have eyes, the earth has eyes, and everyone has a pair of eyes. When you stand in the gutter, the heavens, the earth, and people are all watching you, observing how you handle it. If you look up at the stars, there's a chance to escape the gutter. Angels and bodhisattvas are working among us, attempting to guide people to paradise. Only by looking up can you see and find them. Clearly express yourself. They can assist you. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Light your inner divine lamp. The more difficult the situation, the more crucial it is to seek truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, because the more beautiful things are, the less likely they'll be found in the gutter. If you pursue falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, doubt, and deceit, you'll never escape the gutter. Pray to the greatest creator, seeking forgiveness and a path to light. Invite the greatest creator into your heart. Believe that the greatest creator can help you escape the gutter. Don't bow to anything in the gutter. Do not believe anything in the gutter, and do not glorify the darkness in the gutter. Don't harbor any illusions about anything in the gutter. If you do not look up at the stars, but instead hold on to a false hope of gaining liberation by flattering and glorifying the gutter, you'll never escape from it. Never align yourself with the gutter. Everything that happens in the gutter is sinful. Don't attempt to escape the gutter using its ways, tricks, paths, or methods. Doing so will only cause you to sink deeper into the gutter, possibly beyond redemption. Believe that there are countless kind, hardworking, and willing to help people in this world. They are the ones you can trust and rely on, but the premise is to maintain your own good qualities. Only then will you have the chance to climb out of the gutter and never fall into it again. Remember two important sayings: the world is faultless. All faults lie within us, and the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero. Focus on what you can do for others and society, not what you can get from them. This attitude will bring salvation. Living in the gutter happens to be the best opportunity for a profound transformation, a chance to transcend the ordinary. It requires a complete reset. Since you're already standing on the edge of death, why not completely wipe out your past perspectives on life, values, beliefs, and worldview? Replace them entirely with a set of four perspectives that are completely different from your previous ones. However, the prerequisite is to look up at the stars. Don't waste time and energy complaining about everything in the gutter, and above all, do not compromise and collude with anything of the gutter.
扎根自然之道，笑看风云变幻。
Rooted in the way of nature, laughing at the changing world. Xiefeng, November 12, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Everything that has occurred in history, whether magnificent or dark, now seems like a passing cloud or a fleeting moment, as dew and lightning. Thus, you should meditate upon them. All that's happening today, be it tyrannical or democratic, all conflicts are like compete for the space of a snail's antler or contend for a flash of light. All conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. The awakened ones play the game within the game. The ignorant ones are played by the game. Crying out to the heavens stems from not understanding causality. Rejoicing in the heavens comes from not comprehending the plot. Only the enlightened ones can be free and unfazed, like bamboo swaying in the wind, which, when the wind passes, leaves no sound, or geese crossing the cold pond, which, when the geese are gone, leaves no trace, and they can laugh at the changing world. Ensnared in the plot, deluded by illusions, hence anxious for wealth, distressed by poverty, like ants on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Stepping out of the storyline to observe the world's vicissitudes is simply witnessing the ebb and flow, the blossoming and withering of seasons. Quietly observing the turbulent world, the changing climate, scrutinizing discussions on social media and various information platforms, where mixed truths and falsehoods clash, is like watching the rise and fall of waves, the struggle between black and white. From presidents to commoners, generals to soldiers, experts to armchair critics, from masters to servants, everyone is deeply engaged in the play, mistaking vinegar for ink and writing a lifetime of sourness. How much effort is worth spending on the fleeting moments of life? Is it worth fighting for every inch of the vast world we inhabit? The full moon and waning moon ultimately reduce us to a handful of yellow earth. The rising and setting sun swiftly turns the landscape into desolate plains. Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Where is the constancy in rise and fall? Where does strength or weakness lie? Amidst change, there's consistency, and within chaos, there's order. We can perceive the constancy and order in the cosmic life drama through the three verses of Shinshio, Huineng, and Deiform Buddha. Shinshio. The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind a clear mirror standing. At all times diligently wipe it clean and let no dust alight. Huineng. Bodhi is not a tree, and the clear mirror is nowhere to stand. Fundamentally, there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Deiform Buddha. Our heart, mind, can perceive the material world, Bodhi tree, and our soul, consciousness, is like a bright mirror which can observe how the heart responds to all kinds of phenomena. When reaching a state of enlightening and perceiving the intrinsic nature of life, consciousness can create millions of things and phenomena by itself. Thus it transcends all dust on the mirror and reaches the other shore of true freedom. The Bodhi tree and the mirror stand represent constancy and order, while dust represents change and chaos. Shinshio warns against attracting dust. Huineng suggests that neither constancy nor order exists, nor does change or chaos, while Deiform Buddha says that by rooting consciousness in constancy and order, one can transcend change and chaos. What is constancy and order? The way of the greatest creator is both constancy and order. It is eternal, unchanging laws and principles. Adhering to constancy and order, one can transcend dust, no longer perplexed by the vicissitudes of society and nature. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. Only by rooting oneself in the way of nature can one laugh at the changing world. unobstructed by illusions. Hence, one can navigate gracefully through the vast transformations of chaos, freely, without being swayed by appearances, continually ascending toward the eternal realm of immortality.
大事由天，小事由人。
Great matters are decided by fate. Small matters are decided by people. Xiefeng, November 13th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The folk saying goes, at 3, you can predict how they'll be in old age. At 7, character is set for life. Despite the importance of upbringing and education, a person's future is fundamentally shaped at birth. While efforts post-birth are crucial, a duckling can never transform into a swan no matter how hard it tries, just as a cabbage can never become a peony no matter the effort. During my time as a high school class teacher, I observed a phenomenon. After a semester of observing nearly 60 students, I had a basic understanding of each student's future, those who might attend college, those who might join technical schools, those who might only graduate from high school and engage in manual labor, and even those who might take to criminal activities. Though I didn't conduct follow-ups, I knew that the probabilities of development rarely deviated from my assessments. Great matters are decided by fate, small matters are decided by people, and a person's life is mostly predetermined from birth. Those familiar with fortune-telling through birth dates know that a person's fortune, happiness, longevity, and misfortune are determined at birth. Changing or altering them is nearly impossible. While Liao Fan's 4 lessons tells us that people can alter their predetermined fate through certain means, such occurrences are rare, and for most, fate remains unchangeable. Understanding this truth holds several uses for us. If you encounter misfortune, do not regret or resent it, for it was bound to happen, just like death is inevitable. Dwelling on it is unnecessary. If you achieve success, do not become arrogant or boastful, for it's not entirely your doing but a plot already scripted by fate. Don't imitate or learn from anyone. No matter how hard a crow tries to imitate a parrot, it cannot replicate the parrot's grace and voice. Be yourself. Don't harbor wild ambitions. The traits of great deceit or great compassion are inherent in one's genes. If born as a fierce tiger, it will surely become the king of the mountains. If born as a lamb, it will never turn into a wolf. Life's journey seldom has a smooth path throughout. It's bound to encounter setbacks, lessons, and even Waterloos. At such times, harboring resentment is futile. It's best to smile because evading it is impossible. Facing it and accepting it calmly can alleviate much of the harm. Direction and purpose outweigh effort. Persistently walking toward a direction is better than frantic efforts in the same spot. Once standing on the wrong side for the sake of interests, there might be futile efforts or even risks to life. When the greatest creator sneezes, the entire world benefits. On a macro scale, receiving the greatest creator's favor ensures a peaceful and prosperous life. Losing it, no matter how frugal one is, might lead to mere survival. Hence, focus on the big goals and do not mourn the loss of petty gains. The best way to change fate is to consider contributing something for others, society, or nature rather than seeking something from them. Rendering others hopeless will eventually leave oneself with no way forward. When young, one strides with confidence, feeling that their future is entirely within their control. It's only when they reach 60 or beyond that they realize in the world, one's destiny is not entirely one's own. The things they want to do become impossible, and the things they do not want to do must be done every day. Often, it's not that one desires to fall into decadence or idleness, but rather the surroundings and people force them into such a situation. Eventually, they understand that great matters are decided by fate, not by individuals. Small matters are under our control. Whether to utter a cold remark, what to have for lunch, rice or steamed buns, decides on our own, although sometimes it feels like we cannot decide. Choosing the information to explore on WeChat or YouTube, deciding whether to shower in the morning or at night. All these minor decisions are in our hands. We must take charge of and decide on all these little things ourselves, without passing the responsibility to fate. Never underestimate the significance of small matters. Sometimes, even a single spoken sentence can alter the trajectory of destiny. A careless remark may lead to a downfall, while a well-chosen one can brighten the darkest moments.
到底做自己对还是放弃做自己对？
Should one adhere to being oneself or give up being oneself? Xiefeng, November 15th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. On March 24th, 2021, I wrote an article titled, Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation, explicitly stating to give up being oneself. On November 13th, 2023, I wrote another article titled, Great Matters Are Decided by Fate. Small matters are decided by people, clearly stating to just be yourself. So, should one be oneself or give up being oneself? Which viewpoint is correct? First, let's examine whether the viewpoint of being oneself is correct. My logical reasoning is, each species can only be itself because it cannot transcend its own kind. For instance, a crow wanting to become a parrot, a sheep wanting to become a wolf, or a fly wanting to become a bee. All these desires are unattainable. No matter how hard they try, wanting to become another species is impossible. Therefore, just be oneself. Even within the same species, such as ants or bees, the ant queen and the bee queen are predetermined. Ordinary ants or bees aspiring to be queens, despite their learning and efforts, is also impossible. So, one can only be oneself. Similarly, among humans, some are naturally gifted while others are not. Some have melodious voices while others do not. Some are born into privilege while others struggle from birth. Some are handsome, and some have a more modest appearance. Each person is unique. No matter how hard one tries to imitate others, they cannot become someone else. Similarly, in business, doing the same thing in the same era can result in profits for some and losses for others. Learning and effort are crucial, but one should never plagiarize or imitate others. This viewpoint, is it wrong? Now, let's examine whether the viewpoint of giving up being oneself is incorrect. I directly brought over the main content from Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation for everyone to contemplate. Christ Jesus taught us, if any want to become my followers, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. Buddha Shakyamuni taught us, if a bodhisattva thoroughly understands the dharma of no self, he is a true bodhisattva. Celestial Laozi taught us, is what we value and what we fear within ourselves. We have fears because we have a self. When we do not regard that self as a self, what have we to fear? Therefore, he who values the world as his self may then be entrusted with the government of the world. And if he who loves the world as his self, the world may then be entrusted to his care. Only by being unselfish can one fulfill one's wishes, and only by being selfless can one accomplish himself. How does it feel? Isn't the viewpoint of giving up being oneself correct? Given that being oneself is right and giving up being oneself is also correct, it creates complete contradiction, leaving one unsure. Hold on, let's understand it this way. Telling a 5-year-old child, go play, and letting them freely play is appropriate, right? However, if we tell a 30-year-old adult or an 80-year-old elderly person, go play, would that be suitable? Certainly not. Likewise, telling an ordinary person, be yourself, do not fantasize about being someone else, is correct. But for a wise person, aware of transcending worldly desires and aspiring for heaven, instructing them to give up being oneself and wholeheartedly following the teachings of gods and saints, adhering to heavenly standards without becoming fixated personal insights. Isn't this right approach? Any qualified teacher or master must tailor their guidance according to the aptitude of the disciple. Beams need guidance according to the beam standards, pillars according to the pillar standards, and rafters according to the rafter standards. A uniform standard cannot be imposed on everyone. Hence, guiding the general public should entail telling them, be yourself. Guiding exceptional individuals like saints and Buddhas must caution them to give up being oneself.
生命禅院对巴以冲突的解决方案。
Life Genuine Solution to the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. Xiefeng, December 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Purpose: to ensure that every Jewish person lives safely and happily, and that every Palestinian lives safely and happily. Jews and Palestinians share the same ancestor, Abraham. Hence, the conflict between them is like a dispute between brothers, family feud. The land where Palestinians and Jews reside belongs to the Promised Land. It does not exclusively belong to either group. Therefore, the best solution is reconciliation and joint management between Palestinians and Jews. The desire of either side to eradicate the other from this Promised Land is a fallacy and will only lead to greater catastrophes. How can Jews and Palestinians reconcile? Firstly, let's determine who should govern the Promised Land. The premise should be whoever can ensure the safety, health, prosperity, and happiness of every citizen. If Palestinians can manage the affairs of the Promised Land better, let them govern. If Jews can do it better, they should manage. The fact remains that Jews have managed the Promised Land better economically, technologically, and administratively than Palestinians. Therefore, the best approach is for all Palestinians to integrate into Israeli society, considering themselves Israeli citizens. Palestinian elites with wisdom and capabilities can participate in the national governance. If Palestinians refuse to integrate into Israeli society, or if Jews refuse to accept Palestinians as Israeli citizens, consider the following alternatives. In the recent Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we've seen support for Palestine from at least 30 countries, condemning Israel. Since these countries care for the safety and well-being of Palestinians but militarily, Palestine is unable to surpass Israel. Let's relocate the 6 million Palestinians currently living in Palestine to these countries. Each country can accept 200,000 refugees. This would resolve the issue. If the countries supporting Palestine only pay lip service and do not genuinely care for Palestinians, unwilling to accept them, then the third option comes into play. Isn't the United States supporting Israel? Then accept all 9.7 million Jewish people as Americans. Your country is vast and resourceful enough to allow 9.7 million Jews to move to the U.S. This would make the United States stronger. Moreover, I've observed many in the U.S. showing support for and standing by Palestine through protests. Let these sincere individuals, who genuinely care for Palestinians, go to Palestine and aid in its development. I believe those supporting and advocating for Palestine in the United States genuinely care for and cherish Palestine. They would certainly be willing to go to Palestine to participate in its construction. After all, once the Jewish people leave, there will be numerous houses available to live in and plenty of modern facilities to use. Why not take this opportunity? This would completely resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and relieve Palestinians of any future concerns. If the 9.7 million Jewish people are unwilling to immigrate to the United States, or if the U.S. lacks the courage and openness to accept them, then, considering the good relations with Israel and the concern for Palestinians, Russia, with its vast territory and insufficient military manpower, could accept 6 million Palestinian immigrants. Accepting 6 million Palestinians to Russia could both develop the vast land resources of Siberia and enhance Russia's influence. This would be a beneficial scenario for Israel, Palestine, Russia, and the entire world. If Russia refuses to accept Palestinian immigrants, or if Palestinians are unwilling to go to Russia, then the Israeli-Palestinian conflict will continue. Life Genuine provides these three solutions: reconciliation between Israel and Palestine, 30-plus countries supporting Palestine to accept Palestinian refugees, all Jews migrating to the U.S., or all Palestinians moving to Russia. If none of these works, the last resort would be war using the most brutal means directly. As history has shown us, where civilization fails, barbarism becomes the most direct and effective way to resolve disputes.
人类不会灭绝的三大支柱。
The Three Pillars Preventing Human Extinction by Xiefeng, January 8, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The talk of doomsday is prevalent, with fears that humanity will become extinct. This is an unnecessary worry. Humans will continue to exist for billions of years until the solar system enters the long axis segment of the Taiji ellipsoid. Here are the reasons why humans will not become extinct. A cattle farmer who raises 10 cows will not slaughter all 10 cows for meat, nor will he let them starve, fall ill, or be eaten by wolves. The earth is that farm, the God who created humans is that cattle farmer, and humans are those cows. Therefore, God will not let humans become extinct. However, If a farm's grass can only feed 30 cows, and the number of cows on the farm exceeds 30, then the surplus cows will be dealt with. If we believe there is a farmer managing this earth, then we do not need to worry about human extinction. Those who have studied the solar system know that the entire solar system serves the earth, and the earth serves humans. If there are no humans on earth, the earth loses its value of existence. If the earth disappears, the solar system will collapse. Without the solar system, the Milky Way would be like a person missing a finger, imperfect. Therefore, for the perfection of the Milky Way, humans cannot become extinct. Because I do not want humans to become extinct, there will be no doomsday and humans will continue to reproduce. And this I might be you, the reader, or him or her. The above, farmer, solar system, and I are the three pillars preventing human extinction. Ridiculous? Far-fetched? Nonsense? You can have 10,000 reasons to question or overthrow my three pillars theory with factual, scientific, philosophical, and logical reasoning. But what I want to say is that my simple words are talking about the most profound laws and rules of the universe. The future of humanity is beautiful. In another 20 years, everyone will live a happy, joyful, free, and blissful life in a paradise isolated from the world.
人需要终生学习和接受教育。
The necessity of lifelong learning and education. Xiefeng, January 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Do people need to continue learning and receiving education when they reach the age of 80? The answer is affirmative. Because the journey of life is still long. At 80 years old, one is still just a child. Because learning and receiving education are the primary factors leading to maturity and a better future. Once one stops learning and receiving education, the trajectory of one's life becomes fixed, and one's troubles, pains, and resentments will continue. Therefore, as long as one is alive and the mind is clear, one should not stop learning and receiving education. If one knows that they are going to die in the afternoon, should they learn and receive education in the morning? The answer is also affirmative. If in the morning I were to gain knowledge of the correct path in life, I would be able to die at sunset without regret. If the morning's learning and education can make the confusion of one's life suddenly clear, one will not be attached to the world and will leave the world peacefully. Leaving peacefully will open the door to a better future. Looking back on my life, if I am not creating, I am learning and receiving education. Creation brings me joy. Learning and receiving education make me understand the truth and also make me open-minded. Doing nothing and pure enjoyment actually leave me with regret and pain. Only creation, learning, and receiving education make my life full of joy and satisfaction. What should we learn? In adolescence, learn knowledge. In youth, learn skills. After middle age, learn philosophy. In old age, learn Tao. Why should we receive education? Because of ignorance, or we are not omniscient and omnipotent. From my cognition, even the presidents of various countries in the world today, billionaires, scholars, and professors, none of them are perfect, and none of them understand life and life. As for the general public, there is even more lack of knowledge, and their non-material structure of life is too defective, which will not only lead to their own unhappy future, but also lead to disharmony and disasters in nature. I also found a problem, that is, 98% of people did not receive good education from their parents when they were young, and they can be said to be underdeveloped. The reason is that parents neglect to educate and guide their children, and the other is that the parents' own outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview have problems. Parents are like molds, and the products poured out of defective molds will be branded with the defects of the molds. If you didn't establish a correct outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview when you were young, you will be affected by it for the rest of your life. Apart from the influence of innate factors, the education and guidance received when one was young is very important. Many people's willfulness, stubbornness, short-sightedness, narrow-mindedness, and selfishness are caused by the cultural environment when they were young, and that kind of character is difficult to correct for a lifetime. There is also a very serious problem, that is, almost all the knowledge taught in primary schools, middle schools, and universities around the world is how to survive, lacking the teaching of knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature. Even if some countries' school education includes some knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature, it is still not comprehensive, even one-sided. Who will implement education and guidance? Parents, kindergarten, primary, middle, and university school teachers are the most critical factors. Craftsmen and masters and virtuous people in all walks of life, saints among human beings should all participate in education and guidance. Undoubtedly, these people have their own subjectivity and one-sidedness, so they cannot make the educated person sublimate in all aspects of body, mind, and spirit. Therefore, the ultimate education and guidance still have to rely on the gospel in the New Testament of the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching. In short, life is not easy, and one should use a lifetime to learn and receive education.
如何让人生简单点、轻松点？
How to simplify and lighten life. Xiefeng, January 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The following are merely my personal views, for reference only. Wearing a 3 yuan electronic watch versus a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch, which one simplifies and lightens life? Obviously, since the purpose of wearing a watch is to keep track of time, and since the time displayed by a 3 yuan electronic watch and a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch is the same, why spend 30,000 yuan to wear a mechanical watch? Carrying a 97 yuan bag or 970,000 yuan Hermes bag? If you want to carry a 970,000 yuan Hermes bag, can life be simple and relaxed? The most expensive necklace in the world costs 95 million yuan. If you want to wear it, will your life be simple and relaxed? Can't you live without wearing a necklace? Why wear a necklace? Isn't it beautiful without a necklace? The above 3 points tell us that once a person seeks vanity, life cannot be simple and relaxed. There is a director who, in order to maintain his position and for the sake of promotion, what will he do? Flattering and fawning over superiors is inevitable. Intrigue among peers is inevitable. Fooling subordinates is inevitable. Can his life be simple and relaxed? There is a rich man who has a family treasure, has millions of dollars in the bank, and also runs a factory with thousands of employees. Compared with an ordinary teacher or doctor, is his life simple and relaxed? Or is the life of a teacher or doctor simple and relaxed? There is a moral celebrity who is praised by society for his harmonious marriage and happy family. He is a good person, a moral role model, and a role model for people. Is his life simple and relaxed? In order to preserve his reputation, will he do? Will he pretend to be a gentleman? The above 3 points tell us that once you have something, whether it is status, wealth, or fame, life will inevitably not be simple and relaxed. A person was hired to work in a certain government unit, and a month later he was dismissed because he found loopholes in the management of the unit and suggested that the person in charge of the unit plug these loopholes. A person went to a factory to work. During the work, he always kindly pointed out the shortcomings and deficiencies of the workers around him, often warned them to be careful, and if anyone did not improve their words and deeds according to his suggestions, he would get angry at them. After a while, he couldn't get along, because the people around him ignored him. He couldn't stand the loneliness and solitude, so he had to leave. There is a rural person who, due to his frugality and good housekeeping, lives a decent life. One year, he noticed that many families in the village had bought houses in the city, so he felt that he was falling behind, not keeping up with the times. So he smashed the pot and sold the iron to borrow money and also bought a house in the city. After buying the house, he found that he needed to decorate, pay property fees, and repay the loan plus interest. At this time, he realized that the stable days of the past had disappeared, and he needed to rack his brains to make money to maintain the basic life of the family, and life could no longer be simple and relaxed. The above 3 points tell us that once a person blindly worries, meddles in other people's business, and compares with others, life cannot be simple and relaxed. Well, just the above few points, we find that once a person loves vanity, has status, money, fame, worries about things that should not be worried about, manages things that should not be managed, often compares with others, then his life will definitely not be simple and relaxed. So, how can one have a simple and relaxed life? Give up vanity. Everything is based on practicality and usefulness. Live an ordinary day. Do not seek status, power, money, fame. Do not compare with others. Do everything within your ability. Don't worry about things that shouldn't be worried about. Don't manage things that shouldn't be managed. Don't think you're always right and argue with others. Do not participate in gambling, stock trading, financial management, and other speculative businesses. Everything has a price. Don't want to take any advantage. Don't try to fool anyone with your cleverness. Although simply following the above suggestions may not necessarily lead to a completely simple and relaxed life, at least it will bypass some dangerous beaches and traps and make one's life simpler, more relaxed, and more comfortable.
精神贵族才是人类的希望所在。
Spiritual aristocrats are the hope of humanity. Xiefeng, January 15, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Firstly, the aristocrats discussed in this article are not those defined in the traditional sense or in dictionaries who inherit titles, possess a large amount of wealth and power, and enjoy different rights from ordinary people under the law. Instead, they refer to those who are noble in spirit, rich in soul, not manipulated by the power, capital, cultural customs, and trends of the real world, independent, noble in character, and elegant. When we observe human society, more than 95% of people are swept away by power, money, customs, and trends. That is to say, as long as people worship and pursue power and status, chase material wealth, follow the rules and regulations of traditional customs and rules, and chase the tide of the times, then they are vulgar people, and their personality cannot rise to the temperament and realm of aristocrats. In the traditional definition, the opposite of an aristocrat is a commoner. In my understanding, the opposite of an aristocrat is a beggar. The reason why an aristocrat is that he has no demands on the outside world, no flattery, no fawning, no bribery, no kneeling, no compromise, no expectations, no confrontation. The reason why a beggar is that he has demands on the outside world. As long as there are demands, he is a beggar. For example, a rich man. If he has demands on government officials, this rich man is a beggar. A president. If he has demands on the people, this president is a beggar. For example, an entrepreneur can apply for a loan from a bank through regular procedures, but if he obtains a loan by bribing or winning over bank employees, then this entrepreneur is also a beggar. A university professor. If he bows and scrapes to the principal or the board of directors in order to keep his job or get promoted, then this university professor is a beggar. No matter who it is, as long as one has demands on the outside world, has expectations, and tramples on one's own dignity, personality, freedom, and independence, then he is a thorough beggar. Why do I say that Chanyuan Celestials should all be spiritual aristocrats? Because in the 20 years since the birth of the life of Chanyuan, we only walk the way of the greatest creator and the path of Chanyuan. We do not rely on others for survival. We never bribe those with power and influence. We do not envy power and status. We do not care for luxury cars, luxury houses, yachts, luxury goods. We do not chase gold, silver, jewelry, and material survival, rather than relying on fawning, flattering, bowing and scraping, compromising. Seeking survival even more will not rely on speculation, violation of the law and crime, and harm to life, harm to others, harm to society to seek survival. If you want to suppress us to make us submit, there is no door. If you want to threaten and tempt us to conquer us, there is no door. If you want to buy us with money, there is no door. If you want to force us to submit through various restrictions and blockades, there is no door. Even within the life of Chanyuan, no one should impose his will on others, even if it is a tour guide. You only have to be a tour guide for tourists. You have no qualifications and power to impose your will on any Chanyuan Celestial, unless I am willing, otherwise, I still ignore you. Similarly, any crown of Chanyuan Celestial should not threaten or kidnap and restrict the tour guide. If you think the tour guide is fun, play together. If you think the tour guide is not fun, the tour guide doesn't want to play with you. We look at the fisherman. He hangs the bait that the fish likes to eat on the fish hook. If the fish thinks it's easy and cheap and feels that it's a waste not to eat it, once swallowed, its life is over. We look at the devil and his son and grandson. They use money, power, fame, status, beauty, and various small favors to fish for people. People are rushing to these baits. Once hooked, their small lives are over. These baits are like a whirlpool. Once you whirl in, you can no longer get the joy, happiness, freedom, contentment, and dignity of life, and you can no longer step into the gate of heaven. May there be more and more spiritual aristocrats born in the world. The history of mankind for thousands of years tells us that material aristocrats and power aristocrats will not bring freedom, peace, dignity, and happiness to mankind. Only spiritual aristocrats are the hope of mankind.
格局和境界发源于理想。
Xiefeng. Xiefeng, January 16, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The grandeur of one's ideals determines the breadth of one's patterns and the depth of one's realms. The ideal of U.S. President Donald Trump was to make America great again. The ideal of the former Japanese Prime Minister Kono Fumimaro was to establish the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hitler's ideal was, I want to stand at the highest point in the world and shout to all the people in the world, attention. Here, we first put aside the personal qualities and the harm their ideals have caused to humanity and only talk about the role their ideals have played for them personally. The reason why Trump became the president of the United States is not because his ideal is to marry 10 more wives and have 100 more children, but to make America great again. Hitler's ideal is not to become a billionaire and glorify his ancestors, but to become a world leader. His ideal made Hitler. There is a joke that says Thief A is studying fashion, and Thief B asks, are you going to buy fashion? Thief A says, I'm studying where the pockets of the fashion are. Studying the location of the pockets of clothes is for stealing wallets. Such a smart person can only become an invincible thief at most. Readers, please think about it. What is your ideal? Let's take China as an example to look at some data. Since the 18th National Congress, nearly 5 million corrupt officials have been punished. From 1988 to 2021, 33.48 million criminals have been arrested. At present, online information says that there are 780 million people in debt in China, with an average debt of 140,000 yuan per person. On average, nearly 300,000 people commit suicide each year. These data, along with those who are plagued by diseases, often quarrel and fight, etc. A large part of people live a hard and bitter life. The above data show the tragedy of life, and the root cause of the tragedy lies in their ideals. The ideal of 5 million corrupt officials is to have as much money as possible. The ideal of 33.48 million criminals cannot be separated from individual selfishness and ego. The ideal of nearly 800 million indebted people cannot be separated from satisfying vanity. The ideal of 300,000 suicides cannot escape the lack of correct faith. From this, we can gain an insight. The lower and closer the ideal, the harder the life. The higher and farther the ideal, the more glorious the life. Let's compare to see if this prediction is accurate. There are 8 people. Person 1's ideal is to have a house in his lifetime, give birth to 3 children. Person 2's ideal is to become a civil servant and get a secure job. Person 3's ideal is to glorify his ancestors and become a superior person. Let relatives and friends, classmates, colleagues, neighbors envy. Person 4's ideal is to open a shop with a monthly income of 20,000 yuan. Person 5's ideal is to run a listed company, famous all over the world. Person 6's ideal is to be president. Person 7's ideal is to become a Buddha. Person 8's ideal is to let everyone live a happy, joyful, free, and blessed life. From the life ideals of the above 8 people, we can basically draw a conclusion that the grander the ideal, the more fulfilling the life, and the ideal determines a person's achievement. We can also draw a conclusion that the probability of person 3 and person 5 turning to crime is relatively high, while the probability of person 7 and person 8 being corrupt and committing crimes is almost zero, and the possibility of person 6 becoming Hitler is relatively large. At present, this era is an era of money, capital, and power operation. People have basically given up their ideals. As long as they talk about ideals, people generally think that it is a void thing. Because people no longer talk about ideals, there are contradictions, conflicts, and confrontations everywhere. The confrontation of consciousness between the East and the West, the confrontation of interest between countries, conflicts between many countries and nations, the survival confrontation between people and nature, the cognitive confrontation between people and people. We can't see the beautiful prospect of human civilization. We can't find a few people with grand ideals. Of course, we can find people who have the ideal of realizing the great harmony world on the internet. If we carefully examine it, their great harmony world is just a slogan and a cover, without specific content. A great harmony world without specific content may turn the whole earth into a prison. Imagine if a dictator who does not allow people to have personal freedom, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought rules the whole world and realizes the great harmony world. Isn't that scary? So, I hope that more and more people with saintly thoughts and grand ideals will be born among human beings.
正负能量之何为零法则适用范畴。
The scope of application of the law of positive and negative energy, summing to zero Xiefeng. January 26, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. While exploring the origin of the universe and the balance of cosmic energy, especially the principles of natural law, the mechanism of nature, and the principle of justice in Tao, I discovered this law, namely, the sum of positive and negative energy is zero. If there is a positive universe, there is a negative universe. If there is positive energy, there is negative energy. If there is a positive electron, there is a negative electron. If there are people, there are anti-people. If there are gods, there are demons. If there is heaven, there is hell, etc. This law indicates that what is given and what is gained are equal, or in other words, giving plus gaining equals zero. This law is the balance mechanism of the universe, ensuring that the development of anything does not go to extremes. This balance mechanism is the natural law and also embodies the justice of Tao. Understanding and applying this law, we will know the mechanism of nature. Now a question arises. Since the sum of positive and negative energy is zero, then, is happiness plus pain equals zero? Is love plus hate equals zero? Is cruelty plus kindness equals zero? Is enjoyment plus suffering equals zero? Etc. There is a very obvious fact that seems to prove that this law only applies to the category of energy and does not apply to other categories. This fact is that the super-celestial beings in the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world can enjoy eternity without worries and pains, and they will not suffer or be punished, while many lives trapped in hell are irretrievable and have to endure eternal pain. From the perspective of a single life form, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero is not established, and there is no formula of happiness plus pain equals zero. This means that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to the macroscopic, not to the microscopic. It applies to the whole, not to the individual. Is this really the case? Let some life or lives enjoy a good life forever for no reason. Let some life or lives suffer pain and torture forever for no reason. Is this possible? If it is possible, where is the natural law? Where is the justice of the universe? If it is not possible, where is the principle? Is it necessary to go through suffering and torture to enjoy a good and happy life? Do you have to endure hardship before you can go to heaven? What I know and understand is that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to all fields, both macroscopic and microscopic, both the whole and the individual. There is no unprovoked blessing to enjoy, and there is no unprovoked sin to suffer. If you want to enjoy the benefits of heaven forever, you must meet the standards of heaven for life. This standard mainly depends on the following three items. The quality of life must meet the standard. Have enough merit, that is, capital. No worldly ties, no debt. To meet the above three standards, it is actually a very difficult and painful process. In this sense, happiness plus pain equals zero is established. Once the standard is met, you can enjoy eternal happiness, but the possibility of meeting the standard is very small. It is a miracle if 1% of humans meet the standard. If you do not meet the standard, you will inevitably suffer endless suffering and torture. Reincarnation endlessly, there is no end in sight, because we will find that we are suffering from pain and torture, but we are enjoying short-term happiness and joy. This is like a person. Every day go to work to make money, spend all the money you earn every day. You can't save a penny in the bank of heaven. Where is the money to enjoy a good life in heaven? Some people complain that the greatest creator is unfair, saying that the common people are suffering pain, enduring hardship, and bearing sins. Why doesn't the greatest creator relieve the suffering of the common people? I asked, who among the common people is willing to heed the call of the greatest creator and walk the path of the greatest creator? Can you find one? While disregarding the call of the greatest creator and complaining about the perceived injustice of the greatest creator, can you really blame the greatest creator? Perhaps someone might ask, how is it that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy becoming zero fails for those wealthy individuals who, without enduring much pain or torment, enjoy a life of luxury? The law has not failed. The perceived failure of the law is due to two reasons. One, you have not seen the pressures and trials they have endured. Two, you have not seen their future. They have shouldered more risk and mental strain than the average person, experiencing psychological and spiritual torment. Therefore, they are entitled to enjoy material wealth, but their future is bleak. The wealthier a person is, the greater their responsibility for the destruction of nature, the more money, the greater the sin. The more material wealth a person possesses, the heavier their sin, and the more severe their future punishment. Therefore, one should never envy or admire the rich, but rather pity them. In summary, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy applies across all domains.
一个小资本家论雪峰式共产主义。
A small capitalist discusses Xiefeng-style communism. Xiefeng, January 30th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I was born into poverty and, through hard work, became a minor capitalist for a time. After becoming a capitalist, I employed two workers in my home. One was a young girl responsible for washing clothes, cleaning dishes, and maintaining indoor cleanliness. The other was a middle-aged man responsible for maintaining flowers, trees, lawns, swimming pools, keeping vehicles clean, and feeding two large wolf dogs. The gate didn't require management because it was a remote-controlled electric gate. This comfortable and leisurely life lasted for over a decade, and I have the following insights. For society to progress, there must be wealth disparity, and there must be upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper tier thinks, the middle tier understands management, and the lower tier serves the upper and middle tiers. This is an ideal social situation. Equal poverty or common prosperity will result in everyone not being able to live a comfortable and leisurely life. There are a small number of people in the population who are good at thinking and taking risks. If they are asked to do management or service, they cannot do it well. That would be a waste of a lot of resources in society. The middle tier is good at and understands management. They don't think long-term. Letting them do service work would make them feel unwilling. The lower tier doesn't want to think and doesn't understand management. It's very suitable for them to do service work. In this way, everyone is happy. I employed two workers in my home. Because I got rid of the trivial and time-consuming housework, I could have plenty of free time to study and improve my ability to manage things and handle more important work. And the two workers, because I employed them, not only had food to eat and a house to live in, but also could take care of their families. So I was happy, and they were satisfied. If a society no longer has class differences and everyone's living conditions are the same, then it is equivalent to punishing diligence and rewarding laziness. The result will definitely lead to the poverty of all people. A society without wealth disparity and class existence is definitely the worst society. At the same time, the better the social welfare, the higher the taxes on capitalists, the greater the power of unions, and the higher the minimum wage standards for workers. This society is a society that deviates from the natural way. It is a very unjust and unfair society. Its direction is bound to collapse. From this, let's examine the so-called Xiefeng-style communism. If this Xiefeng-style communism is what we understand and envision about the concepts and practices of communist society throughout human history, then undoubtedly, Xiefeng-style communism will certainly be a flash in the pan. It is purely utopian and will inevitably fail as it progresses. The reason why Xiefeng-style communism has existed for over a decade under challenging conditions and is still operational is that it is definitely not the type of communism we think and imagine. It must meet the following conditions. It must allow those who think, are good at management, and provide service to feel satisfied and happy. Every member must be wealthy in terms of spiritual and mental wealth, and there cannot be a parasite who benefits without working. Every member must be selfless, without an ego. There must be a goal that is more beautiful than the enjoyment of being human. The soul garden of every member must be beautiful, and there cannot be any emotions of jealousy, comparison, greed, resentment, etc. Its management system cannot be autocratic and centralized, nor can it be a democratic central system. It must be heavenly. Its founders and successors must not have a penny of personal property. It must be against human nature. If the above 8 points cannot be achieved, Xiefeng-style communism will definitely be a fleeting, colorful wave that rises in human society. Can it be done? The difficulty is greater than landing on Mars. Let's wait and see.
讲道理者不懂道理。
Those who argue about reason do not understand it. Xiefeng, January 31st, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. A bee and a fly got into a dispute. The bee stated, "The most delicious thing in the world is the fragrance of flowers." The fly retorted, "The most fragrant thing in the world is dog feces." Neither could convince the other, leading to a fight. Three individuals, A, B, and C, got into a conflict that lasted for 2,000 years without a clear winner or loser. Person A argued, "The most important thing in life is money. Money can make the impossible possible, buy the best services in the world, afford luxury houses, cars, yachts, and enable travel around the globe. Money can work miracles, allow people to live with dignity, and its benefits are endless. People perish for money, birds perish for food. Hence the most crucial thing in life is to devise ways to earn money." Person B countered, "The most important thing in life is affection. Money is as worthless as dung, while affection is priceless. Where there is affection, there is warmth, peace, and beautiful weather. Where affection is absent, there is chaos and turmoil. When affection exists, love flourishes and marriages last a century. When affection is absent, families are destroyed and lives are lost in an instant. Money without affection is like a haunting ghost, while affection without money is akin to a divine deity. Therefore, the most important thing in life is to nurture, maintain, protect, and cherish affection." Person C interjected, "The most important thing in life is neither money nor affection, but the pursuit of truth. Truth enlightens the mind, keeps people on the right path, enriches the heart, and leads people to a brighter future." Persons A, B, and C could not convince each other, leading to daily arguments and occasional physical fights. The chairman, general manager, and secretary started fighting. The chairman declared, "Sell all the company's stocks." The general manager objected, "It's a bull market, a golden opportunity to make money. We can't sell." The secretary added, "The overall market situation indicates that the economic crisis has not yet arrived. There is still profit to be made. It is right not to sell. However, gray rhinos and black swans may appear at any time. It might be wise to sell now." The chairman and the general manager each had their own reasons for selling or not selling. The secretary added fuel to the fire by playing both sides, leading to heated arguments that left the company's prospects in jeopardy. So, who is right, the bee or the fly? Persons A, B, or C? The chairman, general manager, or secretary? The answer is that each has their own reason. Thus, we find that everyone in the world has their own reason, and everyone's reason is right. If anyone wants others to accept their reason, it just proves that they don't understand reason. So, we can draw a revelation. No one should impose their own reason, but simply let their own qualities shine. So, how can we avoid quarrels, arguments, and even fights caused by reasoning? The answer is, whoever is responsible, whoever bears the consequences, they have the final say.
我对幸福的理解。
My understanding of happiness. Xiefeng, February 4th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Let's first look at the following four phenomena. When I was a child, there was no electricity, running water, radio, television, or mobile phone in my home. There were no ready-made clothes for sale in the stores. Clothes were made by hand from fabric bought from the store. In winter, the water we drank was spring water carried from 2 kilometers away in wooden buckets. The most vivid memories from my childhood are of spending all day playing or catching fish by the canal or river in the summer, herding sheep on the river beach, playing hide and seek or poker with a few friends, pulling pigweed in the cornfield, or carrying a dozen eggs in a basket to the store to exchange for kerosene and salt. I can't remember wearing any new clothes, but every time I recall, the scenes I can remember are all filled with happiness. I lived in Zimbabwe, Africa for more than 10 years and spent nearly 2 years in many remote rural areas. In the countryside, people seem to do nothing all day, gathering together to chat or listen to music and dance. I have been to many poor thatched houses. Inside the house, apart from a pot and a few bowls, a blanket spread on the ground, and a few hanging clothes, There are no other furnishings and utensils. But they seem to be born optimists, laughing and dancing all the time, seemingly without any worries or anxieties. I stayed in a primitive tribe in Vanuatu, Oceania, for 2 months. I lived in a guest house provided by the tribal chief. This guest house was drafty on all sides, the ground was sandy, and the roof was thatched. There was a rat's nest in the thatched roof, and from time to time, baby rats would fall onto the bed. A pair of pants and a shirt hanging on the grass wall were bitten by rats after a few days. The water we drank was rainwater collected from a bucket under the eaves. There was no electricity, so I bought a solar panel from the city to charge my phone and provide lighting. At night, I often heard people shouting, probably singing and dancing. During the day, I saw people sitting or lying under a thatched roof with no walls on all sides, on an old carpet. A kettle was placed on a stove made of stones, and steam was coming out of the kettle. They were drinking tea. I don't know what kind of tea. Anyway, it was the leaves of a plant. Drinking tea, 3 or 5 people chatting and laughing together. I occasionally received some food sent by people nearby, either papaya, bananas, and mangoes, or occasionally they would kill a cow, and I would also buy some to eat. Apart from salt, there were no other condiments. There are clear rivers here. Bathing is done in the river, and clothes are washed in the river as well. I've been living in rural Canada for 7 years. The area is vast and sparsely populated, and every household lives in a villa. Apart from going to the supermarket in town and the annual garlic festival, people rarely gather together. Each family lives alone, which is probably why people like to go to church on Sundays, because only by going to church can people have the opportunity to interact and communicate. For 7 years, no police or government department staff have ever come to my house. Occasionally, I would go to Vancouver for a few days, lock the door, there are no anti-theft doors and windows, and leave, leaving things like lawnmowers and small carts outside at will. The gate is never closed. After a few days, I came back and everything is as usual, with no signs of thieves. I hardly see any Chinese people all year round, and I have little contact with my neighbors. On Sundays, when I want to sleep, absolutely no one will come to visit and disturb me. Although the winter is a bit long, the interior is still warm. In winter, there is nothing to do. For several months, apart from surfing the internet and using the phone, all that's left is eating and sleeping. So, what do these 4 phenomena illustrate? They illustrate the essence of happiness.
选最艰难的那条路走。
Choose the hardest path. Xiefeng, February 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Let's consider the following 8 paths, and we choose which one to take. Herding sheep, selling sheep, building houses, marrying, having children, and letting children herd more sheep. Farming, selling harvested grains or vegetables and fruits, earning some money to build a house, marry, have children, let children go to university, and let children leave the countryside. Working for a boss year after year, earning a monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Striving to be a civil servant, working for the state, receiving a decent monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Opening a shop, whether it's reselling clothes, shoes, socks, hardware, electrical appliances, groceries, or engaging in catering or repair. The monthly income is higher than working for a private boss or the state, and you can live a comfortable life. Running a company and doing business, no matter what you do, as long as you employ more than 8 people to work for you, that's a company or enterprise, and you can live a moderately comfortable life. Engaging in finance, opening a bank, letting other people's money circulate through your hands, extracting a bit of commission, and you will have a steady stream of money, and you can live a very comfortable life. Being an official, a high-ranking official, using power to control more resources, you will benefit infinitely, and the benefits are endless. The above are 8 paths in traditional industries, and the following are 8 paths in non-traditional industries. Live streaming to sell goods. As long as you can live stream on the internet, whether it's preaching Buddhism or showing nudity, maximizing traffic, the more fans, the greater the value, not to mention selling goods. Collecting advertising fees can bring in a lot of money. Running study classes, based on your own fame and knowledge or professional qualifications, seize people's inner desires to run study classes, let people pay fees, the bigger the fame, the more expensive the fees, you will get rich quickly. Creating a platform, in the era of mobile internet, as long as you set up a platform on the internet, let some people with needs achieve their goals through your platform. Each time a goal is achieved, collect a commission, money will flow into your pocket like a stream. Reselling information and resources, any information, as long as it is not public, can be converted into money, steal information from somewhere, and then sell it to people who need information. You can make money. The more confidential the information, the more valuable it is. Obtain some kind of resource, and then sell the resource to people who need it. You can get a large or huge amount of money at once. Being a master, according to scientific research, 20% of people are brainless. In today's era, knowledge in any field can be obtained instantly from the internet, especially with the birth of ChatGPT 4. Whatever knowledge you want, it can push it to you instantly in this way, as long as you pretend to be a master, and then show off the knowledge given by ChatGPT. People will believe you and become your followers. Making money from followers is a business with no cost and high profit. Creating communication software. As long as you can program, you can create a large amount of software programs, from enterprise data management to games to social networking, from cloud computing to national defense, big data to dating between men and women. As long as you design and create it, people will buy and participate, and there is money to be made. Being a hacker, invading the internal information library of others or an organization, retrieving information, and then converting the information into your own income, such as retrieving someone's bank information. You can easily transfer the money in someone else's bank to your own hands, retrieving the corruption information or loot information of a high official. You can use this to blackmail the high official to meet your own needs. Establishing an invisible empire. Anyone, from the president to the billionaire, from the Nobel Prize winner to the celebrity, has their own weaknesses or worth. As long as you pinch the weakness, they can obediently obey. As long as you offer enough benefits, people can sell their souls. Of course, this is something that people with extraordinary high IQ can do. So, which of the above traditional and non-traditional industries is the easiest and which is the hardest? The answer is, the first one is the easiest, the eighth one is the hardest. From the first to the eighth, the difficulty increases gradually. We will find that the easier the thing is to do, the less promising it is, the more likely it is to survive at the bottom of society, the more fragile its living conditions are, the more likely it is to be restricted and hit by the survival rules of the human-animal circle. Just like a pyramid, the lower you are, the greater the weight and pressure you bear, the harder it is to survive. This enlightens us that the lower you are in society, the harder the path you should choose from a young age. Never choose the easiest path, because once you choose the easy path, the result is that you will suffer and be tired all your life. At the bottom of society, in addition to the exploitation of the upper class, the harm at the lower level is even worse. Just like a poor family, the quarrels, conflicts, and confrontations between family members are more than those between members of a wealthy family. So, what is the hardest path in human society? The answer is, surpass the president and billionaires and enter the kingdom of freedom. 生命禅院导游 2024告白 Confession of Life Genuine Guide 2024. Xiefeng. February 18, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Apart from understanding and knowing the path from the mortal world to the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, I confess that I lack knowledge in all other areas. Therefore, I have the following confessions. I will not collaborate with any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. Therefore, do not seek collaboration with me. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. Your actions will not affect me, and my actions will not affect you. I do not seek assistance from any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. My affairs are matters of the greatest Creator. I rely solely on the greatest Creator, not on others. Therefore, no one should harbor thoughts such as, I want to help the guide, or I am helping the guide. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. What and how you choose to do is your business, not mine, and my business is not your business. No one should offer me advice or suggestions, nor prompt or instruct me on what to do and how to do it. I have a clear understanding of what I am doing, what I want to do, and how I will do it. I do not need anyone's prompts, suggestions, or ideas. My only concern is how people can live to become celestial beings and how life can ascend to heaven. I do not concern myself with the affairs of any country, government leader, religion, or political party. I am not a saint, nor am I a good or bad person, neither kind nor evil. Therefore, I do not concern myself with the world's pain and joy, nor with anyone's basic needs, birth, aging, sickness, and death. I will neither help nor harm people. Anyone who studies the Chanyuan corpus and Siefeng corpus does so voluntarily, not because I require or force them to. Anyone who propagates the Chanyuan values and the second home lifestyle does so consciously and voluntarily, not because I arrange or require it. If you benefit from the corpus and its propagation, that is your blessing and the result of your efforts. Therefore, do not praise or extol me, because your benefit has nothing to do with me. Similarly, if you suffer, sin, and tire from the corpus and its propagation, that is your own doing, and it has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for guiding Chanyuan celestials, and I am not responsible for anyone who is not a Chanyuan celestial. The rise and fall of the world may be the responsibility of every individual, but it has nothing to do with me. The so-called guidance of Chanyuan celestials is merely writing articles. As for how Chanyuan celestials act and what they say, it all depends on their own enlightenment and voluntary action. I will not arrange or require anyone to do or say anything. What Chanyuan celestials want to say and do is entirely their own business, not mine. If my previous statements and actions contradict the content above, that is entirely my mistake. This will be the standard moving forward. The above confession is intended to inform everyone, including Chanyuan celestials, that anyone wishing to communicate with me should only discuss life and life. Avoid discussing any other topics as this can minimize communication costs and greatly save time and energy. Apart from life and life, I do not comprehend the rest, nor do I wish to. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
人无目标必平庸。
People without goals must be mediocre. Xiefeng, February 27th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The difference between mediocrity and excellence lies in one's goals. The grander the goal, the more exceptional the life. The smaller the goal, the more mediocre the life. The grander the goal, the richer the resources. The smaller the goal, the scarcer the resources. Being at the top, overlooking all the small mountains, when your goal is to be at the top, all other beings appear mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what will you see? You will realize that kings, presidents, and billionaires are all mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what resources are available? All resources in the world become accessible, not just natural resources. Even countries, political parties, religions, people become usable resources. Even gods, demons, celestial beings, monsters, ghosts will become usable resources. Once life reaches the top, there is only room for games and entertainment and nothing else to do. Even if you could become the president, you wouldn't want to undertake such a strenuous task. Even if you had a mountain of gold and silver, you wouldn't dig. Even if you had a palace, you wouldn't live in it. Anything else, even if it could bring you $1 million income every day, you wouldn't do it. Only enjoyable games and entertainment are worth participating in. Once life reaches the top, everywhere in the world becomes home. A thatched house can provide shelter. The world's wind and cloud are all dramas. Planting vegetables and raising chickens become wonderful tunes. Once life has a small goal, everywhere becomes a battlefield. Always a time of crisis. Being scared and anxious and not sleeping well becomes the norm. Running around every day and being upset becomes a daily routine. Once life has no goal, you become a pawn on the social chessboard. You become the meat to be cut on the chopping board. You become the leeks growing in the field. You become the things that can be swept into the trash can at any time. People with ambitious goals will know where to go, what to do, will not waste life, will understand what the hardships and difficulties along the way mean, will get out of the rough and go to the flat, will understand what is human, what is celestial being, what is Buddha, what is God, what is demon, what is the animal world, what is human society, will clearly see the truth. Otherwise, you are just a mediocre being.
内心有苦无外诉。
Do not speak of inner suffering. Xiefeng, February 29th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All beings suffer. Who is without suffering? Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death are all sources of suffering. Suffering from life, old age, sickness, death, suffering from love and separation, suffering from resentment and hatred, suffering from unfulfilled desires, suffering from the burning of the five aggregates, and then there is the suffering of mortgage and car loan, the suffering of reluctance, and the suffering of, though there is surplus of wealth and power, it's hard to maintain a stable life. The elderly are often easily moved, and the autumn rain is hard to clear. It's often easy to start things but hard to accomplish them. It can be said, the whole family's suffering is hard to express. The sadness is heartbreaking. Everyone has suffering in their hearts. If you internalize the suffering, people will become strong, clear, rational, and open-minded. Once you tell people about your inner suffering everywhere, people will become weak, confused, willful, and pitiful. There is a phenomenon worth thinking about. That is, in human history, those who have achieved something are mostly not complainers, and the more people live at the bottom of society, the more complainers. In fact, the real situation is that the more successful people are, the more suffering they have in their hearts, but they never complain to others. The boss's suffering is actually more and more complicated than the worker's suffering. The president's suffering is more and more complicated than the common people's suffering, but the boss and the president do not complain. Suffering is a seed. If you suppress it in your heart, it cannot grow and sprout. Once you say it, it begins to sprout and grow, and you can no longer control it. Everyone has this kind of experience. Once you speak out the suffering in your heart, you will feel a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable. But then, the listener will start to feel uncomfortable. This is called the transfer of suffering, meaning that you transfer your own suffering to others, although the suffering is transferred out. But there is a sequelae, that is, the complainer becomes a suffering plague. Source in the eyes and hearts of others, suffering plague is similar. To the nature of the plague, people will avoid you in the future. So, your days will become more and more bitter. So, if you have suffering in your heart, bear it, don't ever speak out. As long as you don't speak out, you are a strong person. People will be willing to interact with you. Once you speak out, it signifies that you are a weak person. People will not want to interact with you. If you suffer for a long time, you will get sick. Your body will get sick. Your spirit and soul will also get sick. So you have to internalize the suffering in your heart. There are three ways to internalize. One is to learn to be grateful. Another is to actively and optimistically do things. The last one is to seek help from experts, for example. If you have spiritual suffering, then go to a psychiatrist. If you have psychological suffering, then go to a psychologist. If you have physiological suffering, then go to a physician. There is no need to tell people who are not experts, because even if you say it, it's useless. Since it's useless, why bother to say it? In summary, the more you complain about suffering, the more you suffer, and in the end, you will complain yourself into a dead end. Sweetness symbolizes heaven. Suffering symbolizes hell. People all want to move towards heaven. No one wants to move towards a person who often complains to others.
殖民的价值和文化入侵的益处。
The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Xiefeng, March 25, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Advocating for colonization and cultural assimilation is often seen as politically incorrect and even rebellious. I am aware that many people may criticize and denounce me for this. Although my knowledge is limited, I respect the facts. I spent a full 15 years living in Africa, during which I visited countries such as South Africa, Mozambique, Botswana, Angola, and Tanzania. I also experienced Zimbabwe's unprecedented inflation and currency devaluation. Around 1998, I noticed a trend. Across Africa, the earlier a nation gained independence, the worse its situation seemed to be. The independence of the developed nation of South Africa also confirmed this pattern. Around 2005, I asked my black gardener, was life better when you were ruled by the British, or after you gained independence and were ruled by your own people? He responded without hesitation, life was certainly better when we were ruled by the British. This leads to a discussion. For ordinary people, the pursuit of a comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy life should be paramount. In life, the pursuit of happiness, joy, freedom, and contentment should be prioritized. As ordinary people, it is a cognitive error to prioritize concepts, ideas, positions, and spiritual pride. In other words, it doesn't matter who rules, as long as they make my life comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy, and as long as they make my life happy, joyful, free, and contented, they are a good ruler. Conversely, if they make me live in anxiety, sorrow, fear, and poverty, they are not a good ruler. Since life was better under British rule, why strive for national independence? After independence, life became even harder. So what's the point of national independence? Britain once had more than 70 colonies, which have now all gained independence. What has been the result of this independence? There have been some success stories, such as the United States, but the vast majority of nations have seen their economies and the lives of their people deteriorate after independence. Countries such as Zimbabwe, Burma, South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, Sudan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Libya, Afghanistan, and others are examples of this. Who benefits from the independence of a colony? Only a few people benefit. For the majority of people, independence has led to poverty and backwardness. Now, let's discuss cultural assimilation. I lived in Canada for a full 7 years. This period of my life can be described as comfortable, free, relaxed, and calm. To exaggerate a bit, it felt like a paradise for ordinary people. I never experienced even a hint of discrimination. The police never visited my workplace or residence. I never experienced theft or robbery. No government department ever came to my workplace or residence for inspection or inquiry. I am currently running a small inn, and over the past 7 years, I have accommodated at least 5,000 guests. There has never been any trouble. All the guests have been respectful and civilized. In Canada, as long as you abide by the law and pay your taxes honestly, the rest is up to you. This is a reflection of Canadian culture. The healthcare, education, and retirement systems are all superior. So, for ordinary people who want to live a good life, who wouldn't like this kind of culture? Therefore, I pose a question. Isn't it beneficial for a civilized culture to invade a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished? Between a barbaric war invasion and a civilized cultural assimilation, which would you choose? In fact, the term cultural invasion itself is problematic. It should be called cultural education. If a civilized culture invades a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished, ordinary people should celebrate and embrace it with open arms. 避免碰撞, avoiding collisions. Xiefeng, March 27, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Fruits, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, among others, should not be allowed to bump into each other, as the areas of impact are likely to rot. Vehicles such as cars, ships, and airplanes should avoid collisions. Once a collision occurs, they will suffer deformation and damage. Tribes, nations, and countries should avoid conflicts. The outcome of such conflicts often results in mutual defeat, or one party being dominated by the other. Even hard materials like stones and steel can fragment or even break when they collide with each other. From this, it's clear that in human interactions, people should also strive to avoid conflicts. Conflicts inevitably lead to harm, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. Any part of the body, once injured due to a collision, can lead to disability and lifelong consequences. When people resort to name-calling, belittling, insulting, and attacking each other with harsh, vulgar, and negative words, it damages both their spirits and souls. As the saying goes, hatred sown in the heart will sprout. This hatred can last a lifetime, and given the opportunity, revenge is almost inevitable. Quarrels, arguments, and debates between people are essentially forms of conflict. While bystanders may find inspiration or even benefit from them, the party who loses in these disputes can end up feeling defeated, much like the losing rooster in a cockfight, leading to depression and difficulty recovering. This is a form of harm. One of the differences between earthly life and the life in heaven is that on earth, people are constantly in conflict with each other, whereas in heaven, conflicts among people do not exist. Therefore, to determine whether a person possesses heavenly qualities, observe whether they are constantly in conflict with others. Even occasional conflicts suggest a lack of these heavenly qualities. Those who are constantly involved in quarrels, arguments, and debates have no place in heaven. Behaviors such as condemnation, nitpicking, belittling, criticizing, questioning, cursing, insulting, and attacking others are all forms of conflict that can hurt the other party. However, the principle of every action has an equal and opposite reaction applies here, and the person initiating the conflict will also inevitably suffer an equal amount of damage. Therefore, on the journey of life, especially on the path to heaven, it is essential to strive to avoid conflicts.
诊断一下，看自己是不是有精神疾病。
Diagnosing whether you have a mental illness. Xiefeng, March 30th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Last night, I watched a video from Below 56 Degrees, titled Immigrating to Canada and Encountering Degenerate Chinese Individuals. My husband and I were given the ultimate immigration penalty. The female leads firmly advised to leave the Chinese community and stay away from Chinese people. She also stated, Chinese people remain Chinese, even when they are abroad. This morning, I happened to watch a video from Brain Hole Utopia discussing Lu Sun. Lu Sun wrote an article called Diary of a Madman, in which he described his view of Chinese history as follows. I opened the history book to check. This history has no chronology, and each page is filled with words like benevolence, righteousness, and morality. I couldn't sleep, and after carefully reading for half the night, I saw words between the lines. The entire book was filled with two words, cannibalism. In 1882, the U.S. Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which strictly prohibited Chinese from entering the United States. Without proper documentation, all were deported, and henceforth, no place was allowed to grant U.S. citizenship to Chinese people. In 1923, the Canadian government issued the Chinese Immigration Act, which is essentially Canada's Chinese Exclusion Act. The main content is to completely prevent Chinese from entering Canada. 5 months ago, a Chinese person in the Below 56 Degrees program advised to stay away from Chinese people. Lu Sun discovered that Chinese history is a history of cannibalism. Both the United States and Canada have enacted laws to resolutely prevent Chinese from entering their countries. I am not discussing the right or wrong of these views. I am just thinking. Regardless of whether the criticism and condemnation of others are correct, self-reflection is always beneficial. 3 years ago, when I entered the elevator at Kamloops Royal Inland Hospital in Canada, a Caucasian woman around 50 years old next to me said, "There are not many gentlemen like you nowadays." Why did she call me a gentleman? Because when I entered the elevator, I simply bowed slightly, placed my left hand on my chest, and extended my right hand in a "please go first" gesture. Now, let's diagnose ourselves to see if we have a mental illness. If one's mental state exhibits one or several of the following phenomena, it indicates that one has a mental illness. Once there is, then being discriminated against by others is inevitable. Feeling superior or inferior in one's heart. Feeling secretly happy when seeing others suffer, sin, be abused, and die. Enjoy bullying people weaker than oneself, flatter, and compliment people stronger than oneself. Arbitrarily judge others and qualify others based on hearsay and online comments. Always have doubts about everything, no trustworthy people. Indifferent to public affairs, everything starts from maintaining and expanding one's own interests. Only consider one's own feelings, not caring about others' feelings. Always complain and condemn others, never looking for reasons from oneself. Always in a state of anxiety, worry, fear, and resentment. Other medically recognized conditions such as delusional disorder, depression, schizophrenia, etc. If you exhibit any of the above 10 items, be careful, because you may have a mental illness. If you exhibit many items, it indicates that the mental illness is severe and requires treatment. 拥有100个妻子或100个丈夫之路. The path to having 100 wives or 100 husbands. Xiefeng. April 7th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Do you aspire to have 100 virtuous and charming wives, or 100 noble and competent husbands? Theoretically, this seems impossible, but in practice, it is entirely achievable. First and foremost, you should understand that this desire cannot be fulfilled through power or wealth. The wives and husbands you acquire through power and wealth may not necessarily be virtuous or competent. The golden key to having 100 or even more wives and husbands is, you must be on the path to heaven. What does it mean to be on the path to heaven? Your soul garden must be beautiful. In your soul garden, there should no longer be any weeds or poisonous plants such as jealousy, complaints, comparisons, accusations, nitpicking, greed, resentment, etc. Instead, it should be filled with flowers like gratitude, diligence, sincerity, trustworthiness, optimism, romance, humor, contentment, cleanliness, and so on. You must be selfless and possess nothing, willing to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. Your life's efforts should not be for yourself, but for others, and you should understand that the more people you serve, the greater your value becomes. You must live openly and honestly, exposing all aspects of yourself to the sunlight, even your psychological activities. You should be willing to reveal them to the public without any concealment. If you can achieve the above 3 points, having a beautiful soul garden, being selfless, and living openly and honestly, I can guarantee with 100% certainty that you will have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands. It's not just 100. In fact, there could be 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000, or even more. Imagine when you have 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, tens of millions of wives or husbands, what depth, breadth, and height will your perspective and state of mind reach? Are you already living in heaven? A word of caution for you is that you should have, not possess. Once you desire to possess, once you treat the other party as your private property and restrict their absolute freedom, then you will not have even one in this life, and you will wander on the edge of hell life after life. Is it difficult to have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands? If you are on the right path, it's not difficult at all. If you are on the wrong path, that's just a dream.
不想结婚就到生命禅院来。
If you don't want to get married, come to Life at Chanyuan. Xiefeng, June 17th, 2007. Translation edited by Jiejing. Possession narrows the heart. Marriage is a product of selfishness, its motive and purpose being to eternally possess the other person. Marriage is a fishing hook baited with fragrance. Once hooked, you will leave the freedom of the vast ocean and can only soak in a small pond, gazing longingly at the expansive sea. It's easy to get hooked but hard to get off. Once hooked by marriage, a person is drawn into a program called family. Once inside this program, everything is beyond your control, and you will be a slave to the family for life. There are no marriages or families in heaven. Jesus said that in the kingdom of heaven, people neither marry nor are given in marriage. Buddha demonstrated that to reach the Elysium world, one must break free from the family. Why get married? Why put a rope around your own neck? Why turn your precious life into a mess, neither human nor ghost? Is there really no other way to live? Human values hold that getting married and starting a family are natural and right. The Bible created Eve for Adam, and the two became one. Since then, no one has questioned the rightness of marriage and family. This belief has persisted from ancient times to today. And what is the result? Who is truly happy? Who is truly free? In the thousand-year world where I have lived, there are no marriages or families. The happiness and freedom people enjoy there are incomparable to those on earth. That is the true human life. By comparison, Earth's people live as if in hell. The family is the main source of human suffering. As long as families exist, humanity will never reach an ideal state. Only selfish people want to get married and start a family. Only incompetent people look forward to marriage and family. Only sick people want to get married and start a family. Why should a free and lively fish leave the rivers and seas to suffer in a small pond, neither living nor dying? Is it sick? Why get married and start a family? For sexual enjoyment? Can't you enjoy sex without marriage and family? As long as both parties consent, do as you please. What does it have to do with others? What right do others and society have to deprive people of the sacred rights given by the greatest creator? What moral standards are there? If any, bringing happiness and satisfaction through sexual activity is the moral standard. Why get married and start a family? For a stable life? Is life necessarily unstable without marriage and family? Has humanity experimented with this? Should freedom and happiness be sacrificed for stability? If so, lying in a coffin buried in the ground would be supremely stable. Why get married and start a family? To continue the lineage? Can't the lineage continue without marriage and family? Those who want children can have them, those who don't can choose not to. Consider all children as your own, and won't the lineage continue? Why insist on biological offspring? To monopolize the earth? Why get married and start a family? For support and care in old age or illness. Don't worry, I have a solution. If 1 million people do not marry and start families, they can form a society, a large family of non-married individuals. When you are unwell, there will be someone to care for you. When you are old, there will be someone to support you and see you off. Why get married and start a family? Is it because your parents are pressuring you and you don't want to disappoint them? This can be tricky but also manageable. First, ask your parents a few questions. Parents are the first teachers in life, so requesting answers to a few questions should not be seen as disrespectful. Questions like, why get married? And then what? What comes after that? Where do people go after they die? If nothing remains after death, why get married? If people can be reincarnated after death, I'd rather reincarnate into a better place first. So why get married? Is the purpose of life just to get married and have children? What is life? Just because humans have been getting married and starting families since ancient times, does that mean I must do the same? Humans have suffered and toiled since ancient times. Should I follow in those footsteps and suffer as well? And so on. In short, parents should be respected, but asking them to answer a few questions is reasonable. If they cannot answer and still insist on you getting married, then you might have to comply. However, since they are the ones insisting, it is fair to expect them to provide housing, a car, and wedding expenses, and to help care for the children. If the couple has marital issues, the parents should help resolve them. Since parents are insisting on your marriage and family, they should take full responsibility. They should also live long enough to take care of their grandchildren, as they are the ones who wanted them. The grandson is what you want. The safety issue of the grandson going to college and working and getting married and starting a family should be properly arranged by the grandparents. If you don't want to get married and start a family, come to Life Genuine. As long as everyone lives according to Life Genuine values, I have thought of and resolved all potential issues you might encounter. Why love only one person? Love more people. The more, the better. Why must you propagate your lineage on earth? Spread it in the heaven. Still want to get married? Go ahead. Endure a lifetime facing a critical face. If you end up with someone with peculiar habits, you'll have to swallow your suffering silently. Want to read and meditate in your spare time? No way. Today, a distant cousin is getting married. Tomorrow, an uncle's sister-in-law is in the hospital. The day after, a distant Uncle Lou is having a funeral. You must attend all these events. You used to have just one set of parents. Now you have two sets. The number of relatives and friends has multiplied, and you must manage all these relationships. If your partner has a chronic illness, you can forget about having any leisure time for the rest of your life. If you want to give your parents some money, you need to apply for approval first. If it's not approved, you'll have to act like a thief, always on guard for those prying eyes behind you. Once caught, don't expect to be in a good mood for at least 3 days. When an old flame or a dear friend of the opposite sex calls after a long time, you might want to exchange sweet words, but you can only manage a few stiff sentences because someone is listening in. At a class reunion, you might want to express your heartfelt sentiments and let loose with old classmates. But with your spouse nearby, you have to behave to avoid misunderstandings and subsequent interrogations or scolding when you get home. Have a child, and if it's a prodigy, congratulations. But if the child is disabled, it will consume your worries for life. Remember, marriage and family are not novels filled with romantic plots. They are composed of numerous complicated and confusing details. Crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang oneself, cursing, hitting, and wielding a knife are common and inevitable. Why get married? If you don't want to get married, come to Life at Chanuan. Let's figure out the best way to journey through life together. 近30次搬家的启示 Revelations from nearly 30 moves. Xiefeng. May 10th, 2024. On April 28th, 2024, after living for over 6 years in Lac La Hatch, I drove nearly 5 hours to move to the shores of Anaheim Lake, a vacation paradise. The snowy coastal mountains are clearly visible, and Anaheim Lake is vast, tranquil, and serene. Facing the lake and snow-capped mountains, backed by the vast primeval forest, I purchased this place, which includes 8 wooden houses that can accommodate 30 people, and leased the management rights to 800 square kilometers of forest land, establishing a secluded haven for the Chanyuan Celestials. Looking back on the places I've lived, I realized I've moved nearly 30 times. Anaheim Lake, Lac La Hatch, Vancouver, Vanuatu, Lijiang, along the banks of the Peacock River in Korla, Luntai, Kuka, Nanjing, Kunming, Anning, Chuxiong, Linsong, Mablerain, Belvedere, Mount Pleasant, Eastleigh, Marlborough, Greendale, Chitungwiza, Mbeer, Avondale, Yuzhong, Zhangye, Zhochuan, Xiaheking. In some areas, I moved 3 times, such as in Mount Pleasant, so in this life, I have moved nearly 30 times. What are the benefits of moving? Moving to a new place always fills one with curiosity and a sense of novelty, allowing one to appreciate different environments, house structures, and the ambience different spaces provide, and the joy of rearranging and setting up everything anew. It's an opportunity to discard many items that are seldom used or not needed, simplifying life. One can get away from troublesome environments and people. What are the downsides of moving? Moving is exhausting. Many things need to be repacked and upon arrival, unpacked and arranged again. Sometimes, one can't handle it alone and needs to ask for help. From vacating the old residence to finding a new place, a series of procedures must be handled, and new addresses must be registered with relevant departments, companies, and individuals, which is not an easy task. The new place requires planning and development, including planting flowers and trees, so one is often busy creating a new environment. The most memorable revelation is that after becoming a Chanyuan Celestial, moving has become extremely easy. For example, when I moved from Lac La Hatch to Anaheim Lake, everything was left intact for other Chanyuan Celestials to live in, and I only needed to drive a car with some personal belongings to the new place. This is somewhat like moving in the 1,000-year world. Just speaking of moving, becoming a Chanyuan Celestial is indeed a great blessing and fortune. 人没有选择权 Humans have no choice. Xiefeng. May 17th, 2024. In our youth, brimming with energy, we perceive life as a canvas of choices, people to meet, things to do, and paths to explore. Yet, as we age and reflect upon our past, we come to realize that we have no real choice. What we once thought were decisions of our own making were, in fact, orchestrated by an unseen force. These were the experiences we were meant to have, the paths we were destined to walk. Gazing up at the night sky, countless celestial bodies, present for decades, during my father's time, my grandfather's time, and even my great-grandfather's time, have been there, each moving rapidly in its assigned place, absolutely without the power to choose. Amidst the teeming masses, people rush about daily, seemingly making choices, aspiring, longing. But as one nears the twilight of life, it becomes apparent that our existence is choreographed by destiny. We have no choice. Who can choose their parents? Who decides their birthplace and time? Who selects their ethnicity or race? Who determines their gender and appearance? Who picks their siblings? Who has a say in their DNA? Even the circumstances, timing, and location of our death are beyond our control. Did we choose our spouse? Our children? Did we opt for the illnesses we endure? The people we encounter on life's journey, are they of our choosing? Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that while some events appear to be choices, they are actually preordained arrangements. Rice or noodles, coffee or tea, Chinese or Western cuisine, a night out at the market or scrolling through TikTok at home. In the face of such decisions, we feel empowered with choice. Yet, when we delve into history, we discover that all choices are influenced by cultural history, habits, preferences, tastes, and values. The so-called freedom of choice is but an illusion, with invisible forces having long since laid out our paths. We are but puppets, guided by the hands of fate, mere programs within an intricate network. To grasp the principle that humans lack choice is to ascend to a celestial state. No matter our circumstances, we should face life with clarity and equanimity, feel content no matter where you are or what you are doing. The diversity and stratification of species are nature's design, as is the social stratification within human society. If there are villains, there must be heroes. If there are philanthropists, there must be agitators. Thus, we should live true to our nature, finding peace in our inherent being, clear-minded, without regret, living with grace and elegance. Concerns about success and failure, wealth and poverty, fame and infamy. These are self-imposed shackles, the torment of the mundane. Shatter these chains, and one discovers boundless optimism and freedom, with paradise at every turn. Why haven't regions like China, India, the Middle East, or Africa birthed technological civilizations, while Europe consistently leads the charge? The origins of different races reveal a grand design, not a question of intelligence or a desire for progress or regression. It's the narrative needed for humanity's grand play. With this understanding, every phenomenon seems logical, every twist entertaining. Immersed in nature's wisdom and masterful design, we see the folly in all man-made values. Marriage, family, kinship, nationhood, reputation, inheritance, glory, wealth, or poverty, all are but human fabrications, needless worries that cloud our existence. Only then do we uncover the joyous paradise of living in harmony with heaven and earth. What to choose? Choose nothing. Let the wind blow and the rain beat down, seasons shift, and the world transform. I will dance to my own rhythm, sing to the tune of fate, bloom spontaneously, and wander freely. Some fret over humanity's future. Fools! Do you believe humanity's destiny lies in our own hands? Do you think the future of livestock is in their control? We need not worry about humanity's future. Higher beings orchestrate and arrange it. Humans have no choice. The wise focus on living each day with ease and joy, embracing life's elegance and flair. History has settled in the riverbed, the present is etched by the past, and the future is already aligned with reason and the divine arrangement. There's no need for worry, no reason to struggle tirelessly, nothing to defend or protect, nothing worth risking life for. To bloom naturally is to earn the divine reward. Since we have no choice, all the better. We can take things as they are, associate with others by following natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Our hearts, like clear mirrors, reflect the universe. Our spirits, like sprites, dance between heaven and earth, finding paradise wherever we go. 警示篇，成熟庄稼的标志, the symbol of ripe crop. 雪峰, September 12010. The time for the harvest of crops will mark the end of this system. Angels will carry out the harvesting. Jesus, I am the angel to harvest the ripe crop. I will gather in the ripe crops and put them in the granary of the greatest creator. 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. I will bring mankind to a new millennium, the era of life genuine. The so-called ripe crop refers to person with a perfect soul. The ripe crop that I will harvest has the following characteristics. Revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. Do not involve in marriage and family, do not involve in state, do not involve in political party, and do not involve in religion. Have no position, no property, no reputation, and no influence. Have no jealousy, complaint, and comparison. Have no selfishness, greed, and contention. Have no laziness, arrogance, and enmity. Have no anxiety, worry, and fear. Not self-opinionated, flexible, and accommodating. Act in response to the will and follow the Tao. Be humble, kind, industrious, honest, faithful, unsophisticated, healthy, and civilized. Be good at games, like collective activities and collective life, Be outgoing and vivacious, and always remain happy and pleasant. Cling to celestial life rather than human life, to celestial relations rather than human relations. Follow the Tao of celestial beings rather than the Tao of man. Attach to the fairyland rather than the human world. Without the above 8 characteristics, the crop cannot be regarded as ripe crop. The unripe cannot be gathered in the granary, kingdom, of the greatest creator, and cannot enter the heavenly kingdom. I will lead the ripe crop to the heavenly kingdom 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. The unripe crops will enter the Life-Genuine era to continue their growth and development. As for the others, they are none of my business and have nothing to do with me.
人间和千年界的情爱观对照。
A contrast between the view of love in human world and the view of love in 1,000-year world. Xiefeng, April 28, 2007. Human world. I have affection for you, and you must also have affection for me. I love you, and you must also love me. The 1,000-year world. I have affection for you, but you need not have affection for me. I love you, but you need not love me. Human world. I have affection and love for you. You must be responsible for my affection and love. The 1,000-year world. I have affection and love for you. You need not be responsible for my affection and love. Human world. Lovers will be united in marriage and family. The 1,000-year world. Lovers need not be united in marriage and family. Human world. I love only you. The 1,000-year world. I love all people. Human world. I have affection only for you. The 1,000-year world. I have affection for all people. Human world. There are reasons and conditions for affection and love. The 1,000-year world. There are no reasons and conditions for affection and love. Human world. You can only love me. The 1,000-year world. You must love all people. Human world. Affection and love is selfish. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is unselfish. Human world. The sole and attentive constant love is most respectable. The 1,000-year world. The sole and attentive constant love is most harmful to the collective and society. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other own each other. The 1,000-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other do not own each other. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other keep company with each other all their life. The 1,000-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other can part with each other anytime. Human world. One may worry that his or her love may be usurped by other people. The 1,000-year world. One need not have any worry about love. Human world. I will protect my affection and love. The 1,000-year world. I will release my affection and love. Human world. One must pay the cost for affection and love. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is natural and one need not pay any cost. Human world. My affection and love belong to you, and your affection and love belong to me. The 1,000-year world. There is no affection and love that belongs exclusively to anyone. Human world. Without your affection and love, I will be overwhelmed with sorrow. The 1,000-year world. Everyone has affection and love, and no one will be overwhelmed with sorrow because of affection and love. Human world. There is jealousy and resentment involved in affection and love. The 1,000-year world. One will only experience joy and pleasure in affection and love and will not feel jealousy and resentment. Human world. I feel unhappy to see your affection and love for others. The 1,000-year world. I feel happy to see your affection and love for others. Human world. Affection and love is restricted by morals and customs. Otherwise, it constitutes the abuse of affection and love. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is itself moral. There is no problem of abuse of affection and love. Human world. Affection and love is something to be pursued. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is the precious gift endowed by the greatest creator and is the nature of origin. Human world. Affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. The 1,000-year world. Lack of affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. Human world. Secular affection and love is the principal factor to maintain the harmony and stability of society. The thousand-year world. Secular affection and love is the principal factor that contributes to the plight and afflictions of man and human society.
情爱中毒,
The intoxication of love.
说风,
June 29, 2010. Affection and love are the precious gifts bestowed to the humankind by the greatest creator. Like salt in dishes, affection and love can make the food delicious and delectable. However, what will happen if we take mouthfuls of salt or mix a lot of salt in the dishes? It is just terrible. There is no real poison in the world. Everything can be poison if the proper amount is exceeded. Heroin, arsenic, opium, morphine, marijuana, Dolantin, coca, cocaine, ice, ketamine, and ecstasy are all useful things if taken in an extremely small amount. Once the proper amount is exceeded, they are poisons. Oxygen is very good thing, right? But you may poisoned if you take high concentration, high flow, and high pressure of oxygen for an exceeded amount of time. Appropriate amount of wine can help regulate the circulation of blood, but we will be poisoned by alcohol if we take too much wine. We drink water every day, but we may be poisoned if we drink more water than kidney can handle. A proper amount of bee venom is beneficial to our health, but excessive dosage of it will kill us. Money is a very good thing, but if we are blinded by lust for money, money may prove the most lethal poison. Appropriate amount of desire is also a good thing, but it may prove to be a deadly poison if we are consumed by boundless avarice. Affection and love is a very good thing, but once we are blinded by it, affection and love will be the poison of life. In the proper amount, everything will be useful, but once the proper amount is exceeded, anything can be a poison. What kinds of affection and love are poisons of love? The affection and love between wife and husband is the poison of life. The affection and love between lovers is poison of life. The steadfast affection and love is poison of life. The fully devoted affection and love is poison of life. The hysterical affection and love is the poison of life. The intoxicating affections and love is the poison of life. The affection and love that makes it difficult for you to sleep and have any appetite is the poison of life. The affection and love with a solemn pledge is the poison of life. The affection and love that require a life of commitment is the poison of life. The above poisons of affection and love are all a result of excessive dosage. If you are emaciated for affection and love, if you are lost in a trance, if you become listless because of love, or if you die for love, you are poisoned by love, which is no different from the poisoning of heroin. People, take care. Be on guard against the love poisoning. The best way to prevent love poisoning is to learn from celestial beings in the thousand-year world.
百年惨烈地震与耶稣警示,
A century's dreadful earthquakes and Jesus' revelation. 说风, January 19, 2010. Jesus the Christ's revelation said, "And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows." Historically, human beings had never experienced such frequent earthquakes in the history. Please look at the following cataclysmic earthquakes all over the world. On December 28, 1908, the earthquake in Messina, Italy took more than 80,000 lives. On December 16, 1920, about 200,000 people were killed in the earthquake in Haiyuan, China. On September 1, 1923, in Japan, it was estimated that about 143,000 deaths in the Great Kanto earthquake. On October 5, 1948, in Turkmenistan, the Ashgabat earthquake took 110,000 lives. On May 31, 1970, the earthquake in Ancash, Peru killed about 70,000 people and 800,000 became homeless. In 1976, the death toll in the Great Tangshan earthquake in China was about 250,000. On December 26, 2004, Indian Ocean earthquake triggered a series of devastating tsunamis, and 227,898 people were killed according to official announcement. On October 8, 2005, about 79,000 were killed in the Pakistan Kashmir earthquake. On May 12, 2008, in China, the Sichuan earthquake killed 69,225 people and 17,923 were missing. On January 13, 2010, a strong earthquake struck Haiti, killing about 300,000 people. What do these frequent earthquakes mean? It means the beginning of circles of sorrows. Human beings are on the point of experiencing a period of unusual difficulties. Great tribulation is coming. Jesus told us, "For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. No, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved." But for the elects refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, sake those days shall be shortened. For as the lightning comes out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect, refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. The Life Chanyuan era will start then. We must be alert and keep watch, because we are at a turning point in human history. Believe it or not, it's up to you.
不要把希望寄托在人身上。
Do not lay your hopes on a person. Xiefeng, July 9, 2012. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Care. Human beings are absolutely unreliable. However trustworthy a person seems, they will eventually die. So how can he or she be reliable? Can parents be reliable? They cannot even master their own fates to be alive or dead the next day. So how can they be relied upon? Can husbands and wives be reliable? Not mentioning the changes of faith and love, even if their love remains strong and consistent, once there is any unexpected misfortune, where will the person that you want to rely on be? Can sons and daughters be reliable? There have been many concerned parents since very ancient times. But where is the child who is filial? Chinese proverb. Can lovers be reliable? Someone once said, "I will surely be responsible for her." This is total nonsense. You do not even know whether you will be alive or not on the next day. So how can you be responsible for her? Can you guarantee her happiness and blessings for her whole life? You cannot even guarantee your own happiness and blessings in your life. So how can you guarantee other people's happiness? Can brothers and sisters be reliable? Can friends, superiors, and subordinates be reliable? Even Chairman Mao is not reliable, not mentioning any other people. Am I, Xiefeng, reliable? No. We have today's homeland only because we are walking on the way of the greatest creator. This is a blessing from the greatest creator, the result of Tao's operation, not because Xiefeng has any special abilities or talents. Question. Then who can be relied upon? Answer. Only the greatest creator and walking the way of the greatest creator. As a person, works and behaves by following the will of and the way of the greatest creator, that is the best policy.
人类新生活模式样板已经建成。
The new life mode of human being has come into being. Shuefeng, August 23, 2012. The ideal life mode once dreamed of by many saints, as what the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote in his dialogue The Republic, the one world Confucius was after, and the communist society Karl Marx pursued, has been practiced and realized now on Earth. This new life mode is beyond what Plato, Confucius, and Karl Marx and other saints had imagined and described. It was born in a completely new way, and this brand new life mode is just the idyllic the second home founded by Life Chanyuan. The life mode of the second home is totally different from the traditional life mode we are familiar with. Many saints' dream has completely come true. People live in a worry-free environment where troubles, bitterness, anxiety, desperation, and fear are reduced to the minimum, and so are conflict, fight, and crimes. An all-around harmonious and sustainable coexistence between man and nature, man and society, man and man is realized. Our 3.5 years practice and experiences have fully proved that this new life mode is more than just successful. It will be developing continuously and healthily and have an extremely bright future. We have now total 180 residents living in our community, which includes 13 kids. The age of the oldest resident is 87 while the youngest is only 3. 180 people live in 3 branches separately. The biggest branch has 72 residents, and the smallest has 45 people. Most people are from rural areas of China. The education level of majority is middle school. More than half of the residents are female. Middle-aged are the majority, and the average age in the community is around 40. The second home implements a paradise management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. This mode stimulates and motivates the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness, and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. There is no management team or leaders. People do their work voluntarily. There isn't any office. No other meeting or gathering are held except Monday. Wednesday nights are the time for group study, and Friday night is the time for everyone to gather to discuss and solve any issue that may arise in day-to-day lives. Everyone here is first and foremost an ordinary worker. There used to be a branch manager to organize the running of the branch, and now this role has been canceled. Each branch only has a senior, whose role is neither manager or leader, but just a coordinator to arrange and coordinate branch's daily activities. There is no more traditional family in the second home. Husband and wife relationship pattern is broken automatically when the couple start living in the community and they become independent of each other. The nurture and education of kids, the care of the senior residents will be the pure responsibility of the community, which means that children are no more responsible for the well-being of their parents and vice versa. All the jobs in the second home are professionalized and specialized, big or small. There will one person in charge. The chef only does cooking, the washer only does the laundry, the cleaner only does cleaning, the gardener only does gardening, and chicken raiser only cares chicken, vegetable growers only grow veggies, and the one who cultivate economic crop just focus on making sure the crop grow well. Builders only do the building and maintenance work. The purchaser, driver, hairdresser, healthcarer, and tailor will be doing other jobs when they finish the main task. Homeschool teacher is a part-time job, so teachers are involved in manual labor when they are free. The main income of the second home comes from the donation of Chanyuan Celestials. We grow a variety of vegetables ourselves. Now the supply can meet the demand of 180 residents. Every day we can get altogether about 300 chicken and duck eggs from 3 branches, which ensure that everybody could have at least 1 egg each day. The meals are mainly veggies, but we do have meat occasionally. This year we have started the business of growing monk fruits, and now we have total 10,000 monk fruit trees under management. If everything goes well, a yearly 1,000 RMB net profit can be expected. The officers from Public Security Department of Yunnan Province, China, where the community is located, once said after visiting our community, "What you have done is too ideal, and we doubt how you people can keep and develop this life mode. But I'm very sure that the economic development of the second home will not have any problem, and we can definitely become self-sufficient and eventually live in abundance. The reality will prove it after 3 years." In the 3 years' time since the second home was founded, our community never had any form of attrition and conflict tie-on with our neighbors. Actually, we keep a very friendly relationship with the neighbors. Internally, the community residents never had any quarrel, argument, abuse, or fight, and everyone get well along with other people. Also, violations of the law and crimes are not seen here at all. Gambling, drug taking, prostitution, and stealing have totally disappeared. The environment of 3 branches has become very idyllic. All branches are surrounded by green mountains and clean streams. Luxuriant plants and trees are everywhere. We have a variety of fruit trees, especially pear, bayberry, peach, and chestnut trees, which produce fruits more than our residents could consume. Over 70 different kinds of flowers are blossoming in all seasons. Our home is clean and tidy everywhere, especially the kitchen, dining room, and public toilets. You can hardly see any stain. The crisscrossed brick or cement walkways in the orchards extend in all directions. In our 4th branch, brooks babbling can be heard everywhere, and the Crystal Mountain spring flows through the front of everyone's bedroom and the vegetable garden. Rooms of all branches are managed according to hotel standard. All rooms are equipped with a wooden bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. Each of the bedrooms later built by ourselves has a spacious bathroom and a closet. All rooms have 2 windows which allow enough sunlight and fresh air to come in. We also built an entertainment hall which can hold 300 people and a 5-star level dining hall which can seat 150 people. Except that every a few kids are still live together in one big room. Other people all have a separate bedroom. The ideal of no one pockets anything found on the road, doors are not bolted at night, has been completely realized in the second home. There never be any stealing case in 3 years. Nobody ever lost anything, and people can keep their door open at daytime and leave the door unlocked at night. Breaking into other people's bedroom without permission at night is rarely heard. The meal standard in our community is above worldwide average. The main course is usually rice, steamed bread, steamed stuffed bun, twisted roll, noodle, Chinese dumpling, and spring onion pancake. The vegetables include cabbage, Chinese cabbage, carrot, eggplant, cucumber, capsicum, tomato, potato, cauliflower, chives, celery, string beans, and melons. The meal is usually served in buffet style. Everybody can take what they need, and the food supply is always enough to feed all. All residents own nothing but have everything. All properties belong to everyone. Individual no more own any property or money. No one is treated specially. All people go to the dining room for food. The storeroom is open for everyone to take what they need for daily life. There is no distribution and supervision. Clothing can be purchased on demand. The basic policy is as long as the goods is not luxurious and wasteful, it will be definitely purchased to meet the need of requester. Currency is no more useful inside the community, and money transaction also disappeared between people. The second home basically does not have any celebration activity except the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year. We don't celebrate birthday too. Gifting between people is not allowed. The second home try to prevent any religious ceremony and political activity. We don't have church, temple, mosque, preaching hall, meditation room and office. We don't have any form of worshiping, for example, burning incense and bowing to an idol. Therefore, we don't hang up the image of any saint, master, and Buddha. Everything comes from nature and should be returned to nature. So artificial stuff is unwanted in our home. Moreover, everyone is independent of others, and no one should impose his will upon other people. The cultural and recreational activities in our community is full of variety. In addition to the monthly big party, we play games and have entertainment anywhere when we feel like to. Game ideas are so many and varied that we always have new and exciting one to play. Singing, dancing, and poetry recitation are the main theme of entertainment. All residents can participate in these activities so that their talents and skills can be displayed and developed. Our home is short of musical talents now, but we prepare to buy some instruments so that we can enjoy the beautiful music of flute, piano, Chinese pipa, and trumpet all round our home in future. We don't have a reading room and only have small volume of books right now, so we plan to set up a library in each branch, and most books will be related to philosophy and natural science. The second home has a home school for 13 kids study purpose, and their level is now at 4th, 5th, and 6th grade of primary school. We have classroom, study desk, blackboard, and a big playground. The educational materials are the same as what people use in public schools, which meet the requirement of the Chinese Department of Education. The teachers are chosen from residents who are either used to be a professional teacher or have completed tertiary education. In addition to the basic subjects, we also added the subjects of how to behave as a competent and useful man and the relationship between human being and the greatest creator, God. Kids are also required to do some manual labor according to each one's ability, for example, cleaning bedroom and yard, pulling weeds. English language is also a major subject in primary school education. Each does his best according to his ability and asks for what he need, is a key policy in our home. Anyone, even if he is 800 years old, as long as he is still fit, should assume a job according to his ability. Therefore, there is no such saying as retired in our home. Nobody is an idle and parasite. Everyone has something to do. In fact, working has become the most basic and enjoyable daily activity for everyone. It almost turned to a form of game. People feel like they are punished if they are not allowed to work. In the second home, if someone has caused any hurt to others mentally, spiritually, or physically, this person will be dismissed immediately from the community. The love between man and woman is absolutely free in the second home. Nobody should interfere a couple in love, but group sex is prohibited. Also, we implement the value, gents come second. Ladies are always first and should be respected for no reason. So man can never be active trying to seduce a woman, and any form of sex harassment is strictly prohibited. Breaking into a woman's room without her permission is not permitted. Moreover, in our home, there is no marriage. One would be relocated to a different branch every 3 years. Therefore, permanent relationship between man and woman is almost impossible. If a man and a woman fall into love and don't want to be set apart, they can choose to return to the secular world, get married, and form a family like what people do in traditional society. Currently, the situation of the second home can be described as excellent, and it is developing towards the direction of more and more perfect, more and more ideal. We have set a successful example for all human beings. If everyone on this earth lives according to this new life mode, undoubtedly, this world will become a heaven, an Eden. The earth will no longer have wars, conflicts, crimes, famine, and crisis, but enter into a new peaceful era. Man and society, man and natural will coexist very harmoniously. Every single person of human beings, no matter which country, ethnic group, religious and political party you come from, no matter you are rich or poor, no matter you are big or small, please note that the second home will not develop to any kind of political party which might cause trouble and harm to you. I believe that if you are interested in this new life mode, if you come live in our community, you won't lose anything. On the contrary, you will surely get more than you can imagine. I sincerely hope that you will pay close attention to us, and we warmly welcome journalists or visiting groups to come to our home to experience this exciting lifestyle. Note: Chanyuan Celestials are those people who like the above lifestyle and are willing to give up all their possession in secular world and dedicate their life to initiating a heavenly-like brand new era. They are the ones who are brave enough to pursue the highest state of life, which is a journey on the earth full of fun, happiness, freedom, and joy.
一个不自由的人是不会明白道德的。
One who takes no liberty will not understand morality. Xiefeng, July 9, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. First of all, the morality of which I speak here are Tao and virtue. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator and the synthesis of all laws and rules of the universe. Virtue is the level of which life is consistent with Tao, and as with love, it is only a state of life. Liberty is a state of mind with neither selfishness nor ego, and without worry, fear, responsibility, or obligation, but rather is acting freely and being unfettered. Without it, we can neither enjoy life nor understand the meanings of Tao and virtue. In other words, those who take no liberty remain confused. Very few articles are worth reading. All those that were written by authors who have taken no liberty will cheat and deceive their readers. As the 5 blind men who patted parts of an elephant, they will concentrate on details while not understanding the whole picture. Therefore, rather than reading textbooks, it is better to read the book without words. Who are some of the people who take no liberty? Leaders of governments are surely not free, nor are any of their officials who serve them. Masters of commerce who administer obligations and responsibilities to their disciples are not free, nor is anyone who lives for money, power, status, or fame. Those who own wealth and property are not free, nor are those who sleep all night only to work hard all day. Those who are fighting for some ideal, and those living in traditional marriages and families are certainly not free. Finally, those who fear death and those who are inflexible in any way are deservedly not free. Actually, liberty is the quality of life in heaven. There are very few free people in the mortal world, and this is why history is so full of pain, confusion, misfortunes, struggles, contradictions, and all too often, total chaos and disorder.
茫茫苦海，悲剧人生。
The vast sea of bitterness and the tragic life. Xiefeng, edited by Care. Being born into this world is tantamount to falling into a boundless sea of bitterness. How many ideals come to naught? How many hopes turn into despair? How much frustration? How many tears from the heart run on and on all day long? How much unspeakable bitterness follows us, year after year? Each year, 1 million people around the world commit suicide, and the number who try but fail is too high to count. Why? Because of life's bitterness. In this vast sea of bitterness, the shore is ever elusive. The endless suffering is too hard to explain. When will this pain ever stop? The suicides of 1 million people is only the tip of the iceberg or a drop of water in the vast sea. Much more pain is hidden under placid surfaces like volcanoes before they erupt. Hidden behind each smiling face are unspeakable hardships and sorrow. On the worried looks of the frowns and brows, there is much sadness and regret. Your social status rises, yet your suffering increases. You make more money, yet your pain increases each day. You finally have no worries about food, clothing, accommodations, or travel, yet you worry more. Your level of education includes a high degree and your knowledge is admirable. Yet rather than sweeping your troubles away, they squeeze you like a constrictor snake. You endure in silence, struggle hard, wait for a long time, eagerly look forward to the dawn's light. But no dawn of life appears on the distant horizon, only an immeasurable abyss. As a life guide and a life guide, I know where the shore of freedom and blessing is. I understand how to leave this boundless sea of bitterness. I can guide you to heaven, but you neither believe me nor trust me. You are full of doubts, and even some of you who did follow me could not follow the route map I designed for you strictly enough. You followed my shadow, but not my spiritual light. In this way, you could never escape from life's pain and troubles or reach the ideal shore. Where is your pain? Your pain and all your bitterness are in your dedicated life program, your greed and selfishness, your lust, your possessions, your attempts to control and possess others, your envy, complaints, and comparisons, and in your passivity and pessimism. In other words, it is in your ignorance and savagery. Committing suicide? Do you want to quench your thirst with a tall glass of poison? That would only lead you straight to hell. It is definitely not the right way to escape from your suffering. The best ways to get rid of your life afflictions are to carry on your torture stake, but to follow each step along my route map. As long as you strictly follow my route map, the farther you walk, the more you will begin to feel relaxed, the brighter it will be, the less pain you will feel, and the nearer you will be to heaven. If you do not follow my route map strictly, your pain and suffering will never end. You can either hold on to your original way, or you can choose a different path, but I can tell you that this is the only way to heaven. If you do not believe me, then just wait for your experience to answer. Never assume that you can escape from the immense darkness on your own as you walk ahead. Without my guidance, you can never leave the affliction of the cave of the silver web, nor can you ever escape from the immense darkness.
雪峰向贪官污吏黑恶势力的宣言书
Xiefeng's Manifesto. To corrupt officers and dark power. Xiefeng. December 3, 2013. Translated by Tsong Long. In today's peaceful China, there still exists a group of corrupt officers and dark power who violate laws, bully the kind, confounding black and white, and stop at no evils even in broad daylight. We have walked to today and have suffered enough bullying and humiliation from corrupt officers and dark power. We cannot stand it anymore, and I hereby want to declare war on you. Numerous people have sacrificed their precious life in order to realize the loftiest ideal and for the interests of all humanity. Their blood cannot be paid in vain. Today, I want to take over previous martyrs' unfulfilled cause and will fight to death for this great ideal. Today, we have realized the absolute communal lifestyle within a small group, and you want to nip this flower in the bud, but I tell you, it is impossible. You have used despicable means by threat, intimidation, and slander, damaged the road, cut the power and telephone cables, broke the water pipe, grabbed the camera by force, shoved young kids, and harassed community members at night to forcibly occupy the home of many kind and diligent people and order them to move out. You use your power to commend the Public Security Bureau, including the Domestic Safeguard Team, to create difficulties and make sufferings to our souls. You threat and intimidated the landlords to terminate our lease contracts and stated that you wanted to drive the entire community away from Yunnan province within the next 3 to 4 months. You have committed innumerable crimes and lost your humanity. You people intruded into our home and searched our rooms and acted viciously. We were around by you. You intimidated local villagers to besiege us and forced your way in. You took pictures and videos arbitrarily and deleted the data in our camera by force. You came without presenting any documents or identifications, but only give verbal orders. Are you people different from bandits? Because we are a group of people who voluntarily gather together to have a communal way of life. and we did not register with any relevant government departments, you then stated that we are an illegal organization. I want to ask you, what is the meaning of illegal? We never violate Chinese laws or commit crimes, and we never harm nature, the society, and people's life. Is it illegal that we choose a communal lifestyle? Are your behaviors legal? You organized 40 people to besiege us for almost 2 weeks and forcibly occupied our home without giving us any compensation. What kind of people are you? You came as a team of about 16 police officers just to request some of us to get temporary residence permits. What do you want to do? You want to show us your strong power? President Mr. Xi Jinping has told you to value the initiative of masses. The third plenary session of 18 Central Committee has approved that CPC should encourage the initiative of masses. Did you not hear it, or you do not understand it? Do you want to go against with Central Chinese government? You think that you can do anything as long as you are in authority. You think you can bully people and prey on them arbitrarily. You think that we are afraid of you. Let me tell you, you are wrong. Civilization is never afraid of barbarism. The good is never afraid of the evil. Brightness is never afraid of darkness. The masses are never afraid of corrupt officers. We will never succumb to your despotic power. No way. How long can you continue this reckless attack? And how long can you still cover the sky and tyrannize us? Let us see whether you will make us die of famine or short of resources. Let me tell you, your last day is coming soon. You are making your last crazy attacks and death struggles. God's mill grinds slow but sure. Your wickedness will be unable to escape the net of justice. 不要试图控制别人, do not attempt to control others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. Who should be controlled? Answer: livestock, poultry, idiots, maniac, mental patients, criminals. Who will control them? Answer: feedlot, mental health hospital, penitentiary, prisons, and the staff members of these institutions. Apart from those mentioned above, man should not seek to exercise control over each other, with the exception of special organizations. Men should establish an equal, friendly, mutually respecting, and honorable relation. There should not be any attempt of mutual control. If you attempt to control others, then you regard them as animals, or idiots, or maniacs, or prisoners. The slave owners in the age of slavery controlled slaves. Thus, when some people want to control others, they are treating them like slaves, or they are regarding themselves as the jailers and the people they attempt to control as the criminals. In the normal society, man should not attempt to control each other. If so, you are despising and trampling on human right and human dignity, and actually you are committing a crime. It can be said without exaggeration that a person who wants to control another normal person is a criminal, or a maniac who is inflicted with mental disorder. We should ponder over it and be vigilant if the above definition has its meaning and value. Most couples are trying to control each other, either in economy, emotion, body, thought, spirit, or soul. In one word, there are traces of mutual control between husband and wife. In this sense, most of husbands or wives are in essence criminals or mental patients. Of course, a criminal will not regard himself as a criminal, and a mental patient will never think of himself as a mental patient. Once he regards himself as a mental patient, he is not a mental patient anymore, but a normal person. There are also mutual controls between lovers and sweeties. Therefore, infatuated lovers or sweeties also smack of mental disorders. Some parents who still exercise control over their grown-up children are actually criminals. Some children who exercise control over their parents are not only criminals, but also mental patients. In the normal organizations, it is normal for the higher authorities to control the lower authorities. But it is abnormal for one to be controlled by his superior, because such superiors are taking their inferiors as their slaves and taking themselves as the masters. Any phenomenon of controlling or being controlled is absolutely abnormal, no matter whether it occurs in the politics, religion, culture, production, or cultivation and refinery, or in life and family and social intercourse, with the exception of those cases where control is necessary. The person who exercises control is either a criminal or a mental patient. Controlling others is actually paramount to depriving other people's freedom. Poultry and livestock have no freedom. Maniacs or mental patients should be monitored during their illness, Prisoners should not enjoy freedom during their service in the prison. A normal person should enjoy complete freedom as endowed by the Constitution. Aren't we criminals if we deprive a normal person of his freedom? If we are not criminals, then we must have suffered some mental problems. Therefore, we must keep it in mind that we should never attempt to control anyone, especially the Chanyuan Celestials. We should never control others, but must fully respect their freedom. In the home without marriage and family of Life Changyuan, there should never be the control of man by man, which is one of the main elements of holographic management. When we are currently controlling other people, we must be vigilant. We are either criminals or mental patients. When we try to control others, we must watch out, because we are heading for crimes or schizophrenia. 千万不要试图改变别人. Do not in any way try to change others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. The most complicated and most troublesome relation in the world is that between husband and wife. The most saddening and most disappointing relation is that between husband and wife. And the most yearned and most despairing relation in the world is also that between husband and wife. To maintain this relationship, one should be neither too soft nor too tough, neither too close nor too estranged, neither too powerful nor too weak, and neither too indifferent nor too intimate. This relation may look as elusive as thin strands of silk, as hot as fire, and as cold as ice. It is almost impossible to straighten out what is entwined in the relation, and very difficult to explain it in a clear and logical manner. The relation between husband and wife begins with a comedy but ends in tragedy. Don't be fooled by the report of many couples that have developed love in childhood and sustained it all through their lives. This is only an appearance put up under the control and check of various factors. The marriage and the relation between husband and wife is in essence a tragedy. The source of the tragedy is not the lack of money or poverty, is not wealth and rank, is not parents or children, and is not the involvement of a third party or the differences in characters and interests. The source of the problem lies in the fact that both husband and wife intends to change the other party according to their own values and wills. The wife always want to change the husband according to her own values and wills, while the husband always want to impose his own values on the wife. What is the result? Neither the husband nor the wife can change each other, and the so-called change is only temporary compromise and suppression in consideration of various factors. The desire to change others is the beginning of tragedy. Let's ask people who have been husbands and wives, or are now husbands and wives, if they have changes the other party. The more you want to change the other party, the worse the relations between husband and wife will be. Don't you think so? Why is the desire to change others the beginning of tragedy? It is more difficult to change man's natural disposition than to change rivers and mountains. It is a painful thing to change one's natural disposition, not only for the person that asks others to change, but also for the person asked to make the change. It is extremely arduous, painful, and also perverse to nature to change rats into cats, cats into dogs, dogs into men, and man into another self. In addition, because of each individual's predestined relations and evolutions in previous life and transmigration, people each have their own peculiar track of life and life, which is a plot of screenplay that has already been written in their own life. That we want to change others is actually paramount to changing the track of other people's life and going against Tao. The result is just imaginable. All the effort can only prove to be futile and will lead to tragedy. If husband and wife who are mutually related in interests and deeply in love with each other cannot change each other, then it would be more difficult for people in other interpersonal relations to change each other. The parents attempt to change their children and vice versa. The friends, neighbor, and relatives attempt to change each other. All these will end in tragedy. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and Celestial Lao Tzu have left us with many teachings, but they had never attempted to change anybody. They were simply reasoning with us and offering guidance to us. Only devils and their offspring desire to force their will upon others. Men should never attempt to do anything to change others or do anything that may be a strain on energy and does not produce good results. Man should not do anything impossible, should not cause tragedy to himself or other people, especially between husband and wife, between parents and children, and between friends and lovers, between masters and disciples, and between teachers and students. The best approach is, I respect your will, your choice, your hobbies and interests, and your character. If we are compatible with each other, We can get along with each other happily and joyfully. If not, we just go our different ways. If we vary too greatly in views, we can break up in good manners and follow our respective ways. Do not attempt to change any other creatures and lives, including man, of course, except yourself. The more intimate the relations between men are, the more important it is for them to respect each other's will and character. Be sure not to try to change the other party with your own values and outlook on life. Do not attempt to impose your own will into the other party, otherwise, you may become estranged and part company, each going your different ways, no matter how close you have been to each other. How can we prove that we ourselves are right? There is no way to prove. What seems to be a misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Even if someone has suffered a misfortune, how we can know the meaning and value implied in such misfortune? How can we know that such misfortune may actually turn out to be a blessing? The conclusion. Do not try to change or transform the other, and just change yourself if you cannot endure. In this way, you will not create tragedy, and in this way, you may enjoy more intimate relations. In this way, you will have broader space to utilize your talents. In this way, you will have the mien of a celestial being.
人类生存岌岌可危，急需改变生产和生活模式。
The survival of mankind is in great danger. The production and life model needs to change immediately. Xiefeng, August 1 SD 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. According to a report that was released on August 1 Staff 2017 in the Worldwide Fund for Nature, people would have consumed the full year's supply of renewable resources for 2017 by August 2 2017. The report pointed out that, by August 2nd of this year, we will have used more natural resources than the Earth can replace during the entire year. This means that during the first 7 months, our carbon emissions have been more than all the oceans and forests will recycle for the full year, and that we will have caught more fish, cut down more trees, harvested more food, and used more water than the Earth will replace during the year, so that during the following 5 months, we will be borrowing or overdrawing the benefits that were to have been for future years and offsprings. In April of 2009, I warned everyone that the so-called end of the world in 2012 would not happen, and that rather than doomsday coming suddenly, it will happen gradually to and fro, with more and more serious natural climatic changes. Alas, little changes happen gradually, but great changes take place instantly, and natural climate changes over the past 8 years have fully demonstrated my predictions. If the human race as a whole fail to awaken to this last-minute danger and do not change our traditional production and life model immediately, the entire natural ecology will collapse within 15 to 20 years, and the human race will all be in great danger. During the last 8 years, Life Genuine has been actively engaged in the exploration of and experimentation with a new production and life model, and has found a way to solve the conflict between natural resources and human consumption. Once again, I give warning to everyone today that we urgently need to live according to the production and life model created by Life Genuine. If we do not act now, it will be too late.
为自己活，不要为谁活。
Live for yourself, never for others. Xiefeng, April 30th, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The most selfish people in the world are those who claim to live for others. The most selfless people in the world are those who admit to living for themselves. The greatest creator creates every life as an individual, endowed with a unique appearance and nature, free will, and a full physiological system. Each individual is given a mission that is uniquely different from all others. As individuals, each of us has our own unique fate and trajectory of life and of human life. It is only when there are diverse, rich, and varied lives that a fantastic world can be constituted. It is the greatest creator's arrangement that every life should live out its own nature. It is only with great selfishness and lack of mercy that we repress others' natures or deprive their natures by persuading or forcing them to live according to our own will, and that is totally against the way of the greatest creator. As long as everyone lives only for themselves, everything will be in order and each of us can live out our own style and live easily. Whoever does not live for themselves but attempts to live for others will exhaust not only themselves but also those who are served by them. The value of Life Genuine is to be responsible to the greatest creator and for yourself. Everyone should live for and be responsible for themselves, as it is only when they live completely this way that all of humanity will be in a state of harmony. If everyone lives for others and tries to be responsible for others, all of humanity will be chaotic and under stress. In fact, there is not a single person in the world who lives entirely for others. Even the greatest prophets, including Christ Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni, lived for themselves more than for others. They served objectively for others, but subjectively for their own achievements and for completing their missions. I, Xiefeng, the founder of Life Genuine, was motivated to start Life Genuine to lead humanity out of misery, to create the Life Genuine era for all people, on the surface for the human race, but intrinsically for my own benefit. The sages recognize selfishness for its selflessness. The more selfish I am, the more I can achieve and realize myself, and the more I can be a true self and lose myself. In a word, I live for myself and I am responsible for myself, but I never live for others, never bother with others, and never answer for others. Certainly, I do not need others to live for me, bother about me, or answer for me. Every parent gives birth to and raises children for themselves, definitely not for the sake of their children. Any parent who truly does everything with regard for their children would never bring children into this world of suffering with neither the consent of, nor any agreement from those children. Taking care of and raising children and creating conditions to ensure that they receive proper education is for the children on the surface, but is essentially for the parents in order to satisfy their own desires to obtain what they need from those children. These desires include feelings of parenthood, glorification and illumination of their ancestors, passing on their genetic legacy, the need for support when they become aged and unable to work, and so on. Some children do not want to get married. However, their parents will persuade and coerce them to. What is the purpose? It is entirely for the parents themselves. Anyone who forces others and who imposes their will upon others is completely selfish and in no way lives for others. The more they claim, all that I do is for you, the more their extremely selfish and purposeful, concealed motives become revealed. No matter how deeply a husband and wife might love each other, it is essentially for each of themselves. Does any husband live completely for his wife? Does any wife live completely for her husband? Is there any? Of course not. Is there any king, president, or chairman who lives completely for their people? Of course not. In order to gain favor from their constituents so they can consolidate their power and maintain their positions, they have to gain favor from the people, and the more favor they gain, the more they benefit themselves. This is really quite a tacit understanding. When anyone says, I do this completely for the sake of the people, not for mine, or I do this completely for your own good, not for mine, they are attempting to fool the public. They are looking for scapegoats to hide their own inabilities, passing on their own incompetencies and irresponsibilities, conspiring to control others, attempting to impose their wills and wishes upon others, mistreating others in spirit and soul, increasing the burdens of spirit and soul on others by arousing their emotions, and are shirking their responsibilities. A good person should seek the truth from the facts with honesty, but with neither deception nor falsehood. Everyone lives for themselves and is responsible for themselves. Never repeatedly claim that you live for others or are responsible for others. When anyone claims, I did this for your own good, it can be concluded that they are a liar and that they are lying. When someone says, I live for you, it can be concluded that they are incompetent, greedy, selfish, and merciless. Someone says, I want to deliver all beings from torment. I say, bullshit. Why do you want to deliver all beings from torment? Everything is running in Tao. Need you not also?
只有共产主义才能救人类。
Only communism can save mankind. Xiefeng, August 8th, 2016. Translated by Zonglong, Ailian, and Tongxin, edited by Kair. Capitalism has achieved great progress for humanity. Transportation and communication are very convenient and produce is abundant in today's society. The Earth supports 7 billion people, mainly as a result of capitalistic development. Without capitalism, today's civilization could not exist. Capitalists are the elite of society. They have generated much material wealth for people and resolved unemployment issues for a large number of people. Without capitalists, many more of us would be very poor and suffer underdeveloped and empty lives. However, The development of capitalism has gradually revealed three major issues that it cannot overcome: the unequal distribution of wealth, the overconsumption of natural resources, the further intensified trend of selfishness and greed from human nature. As reported by CNS New York on January 20th, 2015, the top 1% of the wealthiest people in the world possess 48% of the world's wealth. The following 19% possess 46%, and the bottom 80% only possess 5.5%. The unequal distribution of wealth will result in a series of social problems such as a desire to be wealthy quickly and its resulting illegal activities, hostility against the wealthy, production of counterfeit goods, seizing of resources, illicit drug production and trafficking, jealousy and struggling, stealing, cheating, blackmailing, exploiting, gambling, speculating, and corrupting because of feeling psychologically unbalanced, violence. All these problems cannot be resolved through capitalistic production relations. The second issue caused by the development of capitalism is the unreasonable and huge consumption of natural resources. Professor Mohan Munasinghe, the vice chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and a board member of Green Cross International, said that by 2012, we had overdrawn 50% of the sustainable natural resources of the Earth, and he predicted that if we continue pursuing our current lifestyles, we would need those of two planets to meet the demand of the total population by 2030. Not only is the excessive consumption of natural resources unable to support a sustainable future, but it will also lead to a series of natural disasters. The deterioration of the natural environment in recent years is very evident. Global warming, drought and drying riverbeds, floods, hurricanes, thawing permafrost, and the disappearing Arctic ice cap as ancient glaciers melt and result in a rise of sea level, destruction of biodiversity, and polluted rivers, sea, and soil, to name just a few. Even more severe are the natural disasters which are aggravating, not by a small percentage, but rather at a geometric rate. Due to this climate change, it is possible that within the next 15 years, many places on Earth will become uninhabitable. The number of refugees caused by natural disasters could reach hundreds of millions, which could lead to social upheavals. And if that happens, the United Nations and the existing governments will be impotent. The nature and development of capitalism are based on selfishness and greed. The ultimate purpose of the efforts of almost everyone is to get more resources and wealth for themselves. In order to meet their growing and changing desires, people are working hard day and night in order to acquire more wealth and resources, which in turn aggravates the selfish consciousness and actions. Excessive development and consumption driven by endless desires of human beings are the core drivers that lead to pollution, global warming, destruction of biodiversity, and other natural disasters. Stephen Hawking once predicted that selfishness will lead to the destruction of the human race within 200 years. Except for the three big conditions of inequitable distribution of wealth, uncontrolled consumption of natural resources, and selfishness and greed, others such as financial turmoil, massive global military spending, fast population growth, huge numbers of civil servants in each country, and large amounts of waste, are problems that cannot be overcome within our current system. Stephen Hawking predicted that the end could come within 200 years. It is becoming clear, however, that if these issues are not resolved soon and if things continue to deteriorate, it could very likely happen within less than 100 years. The U.S. is the most developed capitalist country in the world, and its consumption of natural resources is so large that, according to Singapore's newspaper Zaobao, if everyone in the world consumed what the average American does, we would need 5 Earths to meet their demand. In addition, according to a report in the American Aerospace Daily of April 11, 2016, data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, showed that global defense spending in 2015 totaled about $1.7 trillion, and the top spender, the U.S., reached $596 billion. Given the reality of the U.S.'s consumption of natural resources and its military spending, natural resources will surely become depleted eventually as a result of the development of capitalism. A country whose population accounts for less than 4% of the world's total is consuming 25% of the Earth's resources. If every country were to do as the U.S. does, humanity would surely face a dead end. Population expansion is a major world problem. According to statistics from the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the world population is increasing at a rate of 80 million people per year. A recent report from the UN forecasts that the world population will increase from 7.3 billion in 2015 to 8.1 billion by 2023 and to 9.6 billion by 2050. With these increases of population and with the rise of people's consumption levels, the demand for natural resources will also increase. For example, to meet the demands of 73 million people for food, clothing, accommodations, and transportation, etc., a huge amount of natural resources must be consumed. The resources of our Earth are limited. However, the increase of population is unlimited. We have limited water and land resources, so how are we going to handle this challenge? If we do not have a feasible plan to control the population growth or change our lifestyles and production modes, one day the resources will become exhausted and humanity's doom will not be much farther away, no matter how many UN meetings are held or what efforts the governments of each country take. We are facing a huge crisis. The best way to overcome this is to gradually move toward a communist lifestyle. In other words, only communism can save the world. Communism is not just a new lifestyle and a new production system. It is a noble faith. It is the essence of the thoughts of many saints and sages ever since the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote of an ideal lifestyle that is desired by ordinary citizens. Communism represents universal values. Social issues such as racial discrimination, religious disputes, state rivalries, national extremes, distribution inequity, selfishness and greed, resource waste, territorial disputes, population growth, huge military spending, government overstaffing and corruption, and high volumes of waste can all be resolved and eliminated through communism. In addition, communism can purify our souls and sublimate our characters, and it will not only make materially abundant lives possible, but the state of global happiness will be elevated as well. The communism I discuss here is very different from the communism described by Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Mao Zedong. The way it realizes the communist production relationship has essential differences from the ways carried out by Lenin and Mao. Please do not jump to the conclusion that the communism I mentioned is like your previous experience and perception of the term. To differentiate between our communism and that described by Marx, Lenin, and Mao, we temporarily name ours Xiefeng-style communism. Xiefeng-style communism has been running for over 7 years, and it has proven through practice that Xiefeng-style communism can be fully realized under current conditions. Xiefeng-style communism can resolve the crises of unequal distribution of wealth, intemperate consumption of natural resources, population expansions, financial storms, huge military expenditures, overstaffed civil offices, and disposal problems. Moreover, Xiefeng-style communism will bring an unprecedented bright life to the human condition. Xiefeng-style communism has realized the following after 7 years' practice. From each according to his ability, and to each according to his needs. Everyone has something to do and a place in which to live, and people never need to worry about making a living. Everyone does their best according to their talents and abilities. No one pockets anything found on the road, and doors are unbolted at night. There is no stealing, cheating, robbing, or concealing of goods. There is no marriage and no family. Also, there is no currency within the community. Love is free, but there is no sexual promiscuity or venereal disease. The environment of the community is beautiful, clean, and orderly. Nobody has personal belongings. Everything belongs to the community and everyone is selfless. Illness is reduced to the minimum and the average expenditure on medical care is less than UN 200 RMB per person per year. If we live this lifestyle, aging would slow down and the average lifespan would exceed 80 years. However, our ideal is for everyone to live up to 120 years and to die peacefully and without illness. The young will get a proper education and the old will be well taken care of. Rearing and educating children will no longer be their parents' responsibility. There will be no widows or empty nest elderly. Also, there would be no undisciplined or neglected children. People live in harmony with others, with society, and with nature. Over the last 7 years, Xiefeng-style communism has never had any conflicts with neighbors or with the outside world. We have never hurt little animals such as birds, snakes, or fish. We have planted many trees and flowers which not only beautified the environment, but also brought vigor and vitality to our community. Over the last 7 years, no crime has taken place within our community, and fighting is extremely rare. We use no chemical fertilizers or pesticides in our fields. Human and animal wastes are well composted into fertilizer. Also, we separate rubbish from waste and purify the sewage. Zero pollution has been nearly accomplished. We have no administrators, no leaders, and no offices within the community. Also, there is no command or force, and everyone consciously and generously infuses himself into his work because every member is also a laborer. We have no religious rituals or activities, and there are no spells or idolatry. In all affairs, whether big or small, the responsibilities are well divided. Traditional heavy housework has been eliminated. We only celebrate festivals of nature, such as Chinese Spring Festival, Qingming Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival. Apart from natural festivals, we celebrate no other festivals, and we do not celebrate individual birthdays. We keep communications open with the outside world. Everyone communicates with the outside world by telephone, email, and WeChat Messenger. Strict screening is required before anyone may enter our community, but anyone can leave the community freely. We are self-sufficient. We are not supported from the outside world, nor do we need to be. We do not take capitalist wealth. Every member relocates to a new facility every 3 years to avoid aesthetic fatigue, forming cliques, or being trapped into relationships. All the resources are highly shared and utilized. For example, 150 people within our community share 5 cars. However, under capitalism, 4 people typically share a car. In this case, 150 people save 32 cars. We can enjoy very good lives with only 1/4 of the resources needed in a capitalist system. There are no rules and no discipline with punishment. We comply only with the natural and civilization Tao. A strong credit system has been established. Those who are dishonest will fail, as in the parable of the long spoons. Birth control is well carried out. No children have been born in our community during the last 7 years. One reason for this is to comply with national laws and regulations, and another is to lighten the burden of the nearly fully loaded planet. The funeral system of Xiefeng-style communism is such that no matter who passes on, only simple farewell ceremonies are held. Their bodies are committed to fire, and their ashes are sprinkled to nature. We have no graves, mausoleums, or urns, ash boxes. If measured by GPI, Genuine Progress Indicator, HDI, Human Development Index, and NHI, National Happiness Index, it goes without saying that the Xiefeng-style communist community is at the forefront. If the whole world can do the above, all humanity's crises would disappear quickly. Here, I want to say to all the capitalists that Xiefeng-style communism would not take your wealth away. To the contrary, it would bring you safety and stability. It would provide you with soulfulness and spiritual abundance. We human beings not only need financial well-being, but also soulful and spiritual well-being. Xiefeng-style communism helps people to achieve their highest levels of self-transcendence. As stated in Abraham Maslow's demand theory, you would lead very good lives. If you do not carry out communism, there will be no escape from the poor, because when a huge crisis comes, your armies and police will not be able to protect you. The wealth you possess will not save you. Here I want to say to the head of each country's government that Xiefeng-style communism would not interfere with your management, nor would it threaten or harm to your powers and positions. We are neither a religious group nor a political group. We are just a completely new production and life model. Please understand this. The person who has strong beliefs and ideals would never covet after short-lived power and position, nor would they waste valuable time on possessions and vanity. Here I want to say to the 80% of people who own only 5.5% of the world's wealth that your only way out is to move towards Xiefeng-style communism, that no matter what you do, you are not able to ascend to the upper classes. Your lives are constant struggles to survive. When you suffer from illness or natural disaster, you are set way back. For even those of you who own hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that is only a drop in the bucket. If there is no food for a month, you would know hunger. Therefore, you should long for communism and devote yourselves to communism. Only communism can save you. Taking stopgap measures cannot solve humanity's problems. The only way out is for the whole world to transit to Xiefeng-style communism. How does capitalism transfer to Xiefeng-style communism? With keen eyesight and an open mind and heart, observe, investigate, visit, learn, and study the successful, practical experience of Xiefeng-style communism in our community. The transition should be supported by the United Nations and executed by the respective government of each country, with specific plans and steps. Do not practice this as a worldwide movement, but experiment in small regions at first. Each country should start with from 1 to 3 experimental regions. If they are successful, then they should spread it gradually. If not, then can give it up. In this way, such practices would not inhibit the normal operation of the current system, and it would also be good for exploring the methods and ways of eliminating the current crises which face humanity. Throughout the whole practice, Xiefeng-style communism will not deprive capitalists of their property, and capitalists can continue their commercial activities by following market law. Once half the people on Earth enter this communist lifestyle, and when the capitalists see that communist life is more ideal than their current lives, they will embrace it and become willingly involved with the exploration and practice of Xiefeng-style communism. Not putting requirements on anybody at any time is the core principle of Xiefeng-style communism. People who are involved in the production and life of Xiefeng-style communism must first have a soul garden purification. Capitalism is created and realized by stimulating people's selfishness, greed, wisdom, and skill to realize individual value through attaining resources, wealth, status, rights, and fame. However, Xiefeng-style communism is created by positively inspiring the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty deep within people's hearts to climb to the highest realm of temporary life and eternal life. Without purifying one's soul garden, the laziness, selfishness, and greed of people cannot be overcome, and such people are not suitable for a communist lifestyle. After 7 years' practice, Xiefeng-style communism is still not perfect. We are still exploring it as walking a tightrope or walking on thin ice, which means that we need wise and judicious people from all over the world to point our mistakes out, to offer advice, and to practice it together. We need understanding as well as involvement and support from governments much more. The future is bright, but the road is tortuous. No matter how tough the path and how much difficulty we encounter, we need to make every effort to succeed. Only by making strong effort can we have hope, but once we give up making this effort, the future will definitely be bleak. 耶稣要我们别结婚成家. Jesus never wanted us to marry. Xiefeng, April 29, 2008. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The teachings of Jesus is the way of life and truth and the journey to heaven. Jesus is Christ and the Savior. Following his instructions and living according to his instructions is our main guarantee of going to heaven. There are 2.1 billion Christians in the world, but only a small percentage of them truly understand his teachings, and even fewer live according to them. The vast majority are what we call Sunday Christians or verbal Christians, not real ones. Let us illustrate with the example of marrying and starting families. Jesus told us not to marry and start families. Why? On what basis? First of all, we need to know that in his time, he could not tell people directly not to do that. Otherwise, he could not preach to them, so he managed to speak in parables not to be understood directly. He said, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them." At the same time, he also said not to give that which is holy to the dogs, or put your jewels before pigs. That is to say, the core contents would not be told directly. However, as long as we have a deep understanding of his words, we can comprehend their meanings. The book of Matthew tells us what Jesus wants us to know about marrying and starting families. Matthew 10 verse 35. Jesus said, "I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn men against their fathers, daughters against their mothers, and daughters-in-law against their mothers-in-law. People's foes shall be from within their own households. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Matthew 12 verse 50. Jesus said, "For whoever does the pleasure of my Father in heaven, they are my brother and sister and mother." Matthew 19:9, 19:11. Jesus said, I tell you that any man who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another woman commits adultery. The disciples asked, if this is the situation between husbands and wives, then is it best not to marry? And Jesus said, not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. The ones who can accept this should accept it. Here, Jesus came very close to explaining that clearly. The disciples asked, best not to marry? And Jesus encouraged the unmarried lifestyle. Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. What was this word? It was not to marry. Therefore, not to marry is something that has been given. Only those to whom it has been given could understand the meaning of not to marry, but others could neither understand nor accept it. Matthew 19 verse 29. Therefore, Jesus Christ stressed further, and everyone who has given up houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or child, or land for my name will be given 100 times as much and have eternal life. Life genuine advocates that people not marry, break up nuclear families, and hope that married couples will become Chanyuan celestials together so they can end their marriage bonds as implemented in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ. The profound meaning of not to marry and start a family is for letting people enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 22 verse 30. Jesus told us clearly, for when they come back from the dead, there will be no husbands or wives, but they will be as the angels in heaven. This further indicates that those who enter into the kingdom of heaven have not married, and that those who have married cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Why? Can those who marry not enter the kingdom of heaven? The answer is, no, they cannot, and the reasons can be found in Life Genuine, Chanyuan Corpus, and Siefeng Corpus. That is it. I have given a further explanation, but whether you can understand it or not is up to your own considering and judging. Therefore, what Siefeng says does not go against the teachings of Jesus Christ, but carries out Jesus' teachings faithfully. Christians all over the world, do you understand? Do you deserve to be Christians when you are obsessed with marrying and loving your families? Do not shout, Lord, Lord. Jesus will not hear you. 进入新时代需要转换的意识. The new consciousness for the new era. Siefeng. Those who wish to be a part of the new era of Life Genuine must realize and accept these 18 requirements. Abandon atheism and the theory of evolution and accept the reality of the greatest creator and follow the way of the greatest creator. Abandon the concepts of ego, family, religion, political party, and state, and form the consciousness of global citizens. Shift from the belief that reality creates consciousness to the belief that consciousness creates reality. Repudiate the God of the Old Testament of the Bible and establish the new idea of the greatest creator. Negate the view of fortuity and establish the view of inevitability. Shift from the view of disorder to that of causality. Accept the existence of different levels of life besides that which we see on the earth. Accept that life consists of a material entity and a spiritual one. Accept that death is not the end of life, but only the beginning of a new journey of life. Accept the reality of the existence of heaven and hell. Understand that there is no ultimate judgment, but that judgment is ongoing and universal. Understand that our futures are determined by us and shaped by our own hands. Understand that whether one has a good future or a bad one depends on whether their non-material structure is perfect or deficient. Abandon personal heroism and elite consciousness and lower oneself to the humblest of position. Understand that what one reaps, so shall they sow, and that we need to contribute more but ask for less in return to accumulate our merits and virtues and to sublimate our quality of life. Understand that only by embracing sincerity, kindness, and virtue can we perfect our own structures of life, completely abandon attack and revenge attitudes, and treat everything kindly. Master the principle of the Mobius net, unify opposites, and give up one's criticisms of the world. Understand that life has an infinite future, and only those who pursue the highest realm of life can have the most splendid future. It is only in this way that we can enter the new era. 国家必将消失，国家正在消亡. States are bound to disappear, and they are doing so. Siefeng. February 9th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. As Zhejiang predicted in his Divination Before Saddled Horses, the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, is the general trend of human social development as marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are becoming decadent. This is a law of the evolution of society that cannot be stopped. Today, artificial intelligence is growing, a black swan which is flying high. The world is rapidly moving toward a new pattern. All the efforts to maintain those marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are not only fatuous, but even futile. In 2002, I predicted that marriages and families would disappear. That marriages and families, just like foot binding for girls, which was popular in the Southern Song dynasty, would be regarded as symbols of backwardness and fatuity. Today, the rise of the global divorce rate and the rapid increase in the percentage of single people prove that my prediction is becoming a reality. Looking back upon marriages and families from 20 or 30 years hence, people will see them as ridiculous as foot bindings for girls. Marriages and families are the same as states. The present states are equivalent to primitive tribes. Those tribes have died out, and so will states. This must happen because the existence of states seriously restricts the development of the productive forces and the leap of human civilization. Even more horrible is that states are the chief criminal agents which cause military conflicts, overconsumption of resources, purging of human rights, and the destruction of the ecology. All states are actually jails which keep their people in perpetual bondage in their names. It is right to love one's hometown and one's motherland, but wrong to love their state. Places have emotional ties, but states are violent machines. The bankruptcy of states will be disastrous for those in power, but glad tidings and welfare for their nationals. Let us use China as an example to show this. At present, who would think that the extinction of what used to be states but are now provinces was not a good thing? It is precisely because of the extinction of those states that there is a unified China today. Is this not a good thing for the people? At least we do not need visas, nor to deal with customs agents to travel throughout China. How great! If China were again divided into Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, Qin, even add Xixia, Dali, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Manchuria, we would not be able to travel freely between those provinces. How do you feel? It would absolutely not be a good thing for the people. So we can imagine that if there were no states in the world today, and that if all states disappeared, the people would be able to flow freely throughout the world. What a great thing that would be for ordinary people. Therefore, all states are morally bankrupt, and they must all disappear. How can all states be bankrupt and disappear? Facebook has nearly 2 billion users. It has actually become a great invisible power. Mark Zuckerberg has a great plan to build a global community, actually a global government, and as more and more citizens of the Earth join Facebook, the existing states will gradually exist in name only. On February 7, 2018, the private American company, SpaceX launched a super heavy-duty carrier rocket, Falcon Heavy, far beyond all the satellites in orbit. Their power to launch rockets far exceeds those of Russia, the United States, and China. This shows that if thousands of private enterprises like SpaceX were to appear, then these private enterprises could completely solve all the problems of the world and the existence of the state would be totally unnecessary. In South Africa, Michael Tellinger launched the Ubuntu movement. As this movement becomes more and more popular and is implemented more widely, the existence of the state will become less and less necessary. Someone proposed that the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand should form a federal republic. Would that not be great? I believe that the vast majority of citizens within those 4 countries would cheer. The more quickly that such proposals come into being, the sooner that states will disappear. If the European Union, the African Union, and South America were to unify, then most states would exist in name only. There are thousands of spiritual, ecological consensus communities in the world and their numbers are growing. These communities have been created to solve the problems of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, death, and life sublimation on their own, and none of them are willing to be controlled by any government. With the establishment and development of more and more communities, who will still need huge administrative expenses to bully people, who would want the government to control people and tell them when to urinate and when to defecate. In 2009, I predicted that great disasters around 2013 would not happen. Instead, there would be stepwise, reciprocating, and more serious natural climatic changes. The natural climatic changes over the past 9 years have proven my prediction to be accurate. In the prologue of the third edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Being, I said, a new era for humanity will begin on New Year's Day of 2018, and it will last for a millennium. The first 30 years will be a time for soul purification and the elimination of outdated consciousnesses. A large-scale soul purification will be necessary for humanity. Those consciousnesses which are not suitable for the needs of the new era will be eliminated. The following 10 years will be a transitional period. The traditional production and life modes will be replaced by new models. After that, humanity will enter a harmonious era when all religions will unite as one. Favorable weather will prevail throughout the year, and everyone will enjoy happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. This new era will last till the end of the year 3017-inch. In other words, from January 1st, 2018 through the succeeding 20 years, and especially through the first 10 years, unimaginable climatic changes will take place. Refugees from these changes will be countless, and the problems of dealing with the refugee crisis will become more and more difficult. From 2028 to 2038, people will have to compete for survival resources. Their struggles will be unrestrained, impossible to suppress, and extremely cruel. The first 10 years will produce continuous natural disasters, and the succeeding 10 years will be filled with many human misfortunes. This will calm down in 2048 because the population on the Earth will have become much smaller and a stateless world will have been born. Artificial intelligence is evolving in geometric progression. The AlphaGo robot has defeated human beings in many thought experiments. People will still be people after 10 years, but by that time, AlphaGo will have evolved into a super biological robot. Comparing those super biological robots' intelligence to that of today's biological robots would be like comparing human intelligence to that of primitive, four-legged mammals. Professor Kaplan of Stanford University has come up with these statistics. 47% of 720 jobs considered in the United States will be replaced by artificial intelligence. In China, this proportion may exceed 70%. 10 years later, when super biological robots begin to take over the world, states will undoubtedly be swept into history museums. Everything is advancing too rapidly in this era to predict what will happen next. Maybe black swans will fly as we wake up someday, and the world will have changed into something unimaginable, something that we are at a total loss for. By then, such things as states are bound to have vanished completely. In the face of the state, how does every citizen treat it? Do not work hard for your countries because all of those efforts will be in vain. Do not regard yourselves as American, Japanese, or Vietnamese anymore, but think of yourselves as citizens of the earth. Imagining that your state does not exist and consider how you will survive without it. Now, affairs of the family, the state, and the earth are inconsequential. What really matters is your survival. Do not waste precious time listening to the lies and constant haranguing emitted by your governments and their apologists. Governments are not reliable at all. They can never be relied upon. It is no better to rely on a government than to rely on pigs. It is more useful to raise pigs than to raise a government. Join Facebook, the Ubuntu movement, an ecological community, a super private enterprise, a civilized and powerful state, or any crowd that cannot be destroyed by super biological robots. Do not wait until tomorrow, do it today. Escape from unfair societies with scarce resources and dense populations where morals have degenerated as soon as possible. At all times, be vigilant and be alert. Be anchored against the wind, dig deep holes, accumulate grain extensively, and find your way out. Please say good words as much as you can. Hundun Celestial, December 11th, 2006. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Care. The ancient said, just as bitter medicine cures sickness, so unpalatable advice benefits conduct. This is half right. The other half should be, the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Life Genuine implements the latter half. Nobody is perfect and flawless. Life is short, so why aim at each other's flaws? Everyone has their unique advantages and shining characteristics, and everyone has their bright spots that are worthy of being appreciated. If we point to other people's flaws, those flaws will be enlarged. But if we appreciate other people's advantages, then their advantages will be enlarged. In order to make people happy and joyful, I advocate being blind to other people's flaws, but to appreciate their bright spots instead. If we continue doing so for a long time, everyone will become kind and merciful, will have glorious hearts, and will be grateful and reasonable. Therefore, in life genuine, please say good words as much as you can. As long as you do not mean to hurt people, you may say whatever you want. Humorous words, lively words, and wise words are all welcome, and as long as you can make others feel happy and pleasant, you will have earned merit. Life is not easy. So many troubles and worries torture people and steal their smiles. So why add frost on snow and make it worse when we get together? Without us, the earth would still rotate normally and other people would still live without any problems. So why should you make others unhappy? I oppose being picky and nibbling, and I oppose wrangling and arguing or teaching others wisdom I have gained, as if I am telling myself. I will not dare to do this in the future, and I will correct this whenever I can. In all situations, if we have reasons, we state them, but we do not suggest that other people are unreasonable. Life at Chanuan is the homeland for spirits and souls. To create a warm and harmonious atmosphere is our ideal and our expectation. The relationships among Chanyuan celestials are the relationships of brothers and sisters, and relatives and lovers. We care and love each other, encourage and appreciate each other. We need to grow with encouragement and praise, but not hurt with arguments and criticism. Dear guests, please understand that this is Life at Chanuan. We will spread such style to every corner of the world and create the Life at Chanuan era by following the principle of the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Therefore, if you are picky when you enter Life at Chanuan and say this is not good or that is unsuitable, then you are surely not welcome here. The world is big, so please be merciful and allow us to cultivate our own small fields in our own way. Say good words as much as you can, and just keep those picky and critical words to yourself. 乾坤颠倒仙女为尊，禅院新理念. The reversal of heaven and earth, respect for women, new value of Chanyuan. Xiefeng. The heaven is superior and the earth is inferior. Man is superior and woman is inferior. This is what is preached in Confucian theories. Confucius is an ancient saint in China, and traditional moral ethics. This concept is reversed in Life at Chanuan. Namely, men are green leaves and women are flower petals. In heaven and on earth, women are superior. The reasons are as follows. The source is superior. The source of life is the greatest creator. In the universe, the greatest creator is supreme. Women are superior. The greatest creator has created life, which then propagate by itself, mainly through female. So women are superior. Mother is respectable. After 10 months of gestation, life comes from the mother. So mother should be respected and women should be superior. Sisters and daughters are all women. We should protect sisters and daughters. So women are superior. Women are not as strong as men and are vulnerable to harm. So for the equality and balance, women should be respected. The spirit of the valley never dies. It is called the mystic female. The door of the mystic female is the root of heaven and earth. Xianpin, mystic female, is the female reproductive organ, the root of heaven, which should be revered. So women are superior. Buddha is gender. Gender is Buddha. The gate of gender is the gate of Buddhas. Only women have the gate of gender. So when we respect Buddhas, we should also respect female. Women are soft and quiet. They love peace and gentleness. They are merciful and kind in nature. They are broad-minded and thus should be respected. In Life at Chanuan, considerations should be given first to fairies. Fairies are lotus flowers and fairies are green leaves to protect the flowers. Men should not contend with women. Men should be brave to sacrifice for women. Point 3. Only women can sexually harass men. Men are not permitted to do so. For die in the face of danger, men should go forward to face the danger and place women behind for protection. 5. Women take precedence over men in the matter of enjoyment. 6. Men shall take initiative in doing heavy and dirty and tiring tasks, while light, skilled, and clean work shall be reserved for women. 7. Men are not permitted to humiliate, desecrate, abuse, beat, maltreat, persecute, scorn, and deride women. 8. Men are not permitted to limit women's freedom of person, spirit, and soul in the name of love. This idea is debatable around the broad masses. Anyone who disagrees to it can put forward solid evidences and theories. Only a simple expression of complaint is not enough. January 10th, 2011.
人类遏制气候恶化的唯一途径。
The only way to restrain climate deterioration. Xiefeng. November 19th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Can the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement restrain climatic deterioration? It is an unrealistic and completely impossible joke to think so. And those projects to restrain global warming from some countries are even less possible. The core factor in climatic degradation is not carbon emissions and the pollution of land, air, and water. Nor is it a matter of cattle and sheep digesting and producing methane gas, but rather, it is one of the human soul. Your state of consciousness determines your living environment, and the overall reality is a projection of humanity's consciousness. Without changes of human consciousness and the purification of people's souls, it will be absolutely impossible to reverse the deterioration of our climate and our environment. This is an issue that can be resolved very easily. So what data analyses, computer simulations, and dedicated researches are needed? Will it be necessary for the United Nations to organize international conferences and meetings to discuss and formulate programs repeatedly? Our environmental problem is one of people's souls, and the first thing necessary is to reverse and to purify them, but this cannot be accomplished by the UN or by any state or states, but only by everyone involving and purifying their own souls individually. This purification of human souls must be carried out from theoretical directions and with new orders of construction, both at the same time. As for theoretical guidance, I have offered a plan to prepare everyone, but they need to learn from me and abide by me. The order of construction is to replace the traditional production and life modes of society with a new one according to the model of the new oasis for life as created by Life Genuine. This is the only way to reverse the deterioration of our environment. Honestly, though, it is too late to take action even if society were to begin immediately. I have shouted and appealed for at least the last decade, but instead of listening, most have wrecked the theories and practical demonstrations of Life Genuine. What can be done now is not to restrain climatic and environmental degradation, but to save a small group of people as seeds for human continuation, or extinction will be our destiny. The crisis is here and now. If people still remain completely indifferent, then disasters such as the fires near Paradise Town in California, USA will recur frequently. Remember, no place in the world is safe. Where there are no fires, rivers might flood. Where there are no droughts, violent storms might blow. Where there are no earthquakes, volcanoes might erupt. And where there are no plagues, intensely hot summers or bitterly cold winters might become normal. This does not even address the eventualities of massive theft, murders, and wars. In short, there is no way to escape from these disasters. Those who want to live must follow my guidance. I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestials, sages, and saints, and the greatest spiritual guide of our time. Please do not hoard what you possess, but dedicate your wealth so that we can build our new mode of production and life on Earth as soon as possible. Do not be short-sighted and accuse me of wanting to accumulate wealth by taking yours. I want nothing from you, but you need to use your wealth to save yourself. I hope that the UN will cooperate with us. There are many places on Earth which are disputed between nations and tribes, but can be administered by them. So let us build new modes of production and life in these disputed places as soon as possible so that we can have kindling materials for the continuation of our species. It will not matter if people continue to turn deaf ears and use their small minds to deny my warnings and assumptions because they will learn the truth, but it will be too late by then. Have foresight and take action now. November 19th, 2018.
共产主义在这里已全面实现。
Communism has been fully realized here. Xiefeng. The pursuit of an ideal society has been an everlasting ideological subject for sages and saints of mankind. The establishment of an ideal society has always been a direction and goal aspired by great politicians. Mankind has never stopped its exploration and pursuit of an ideal society, from the ideal of great harmony practiced by China's sage Confucius, to the ideal of republic advocated by ancient Greek philosopher Plato, to utopia proposed by Thomas More of England, to utopian socialism of Saint Simon and Fourier, to communism founded by Marx in Germany. There have been various attempts to establish an ideal society, from New Harmony Village created in Indiana of America by Robert Owen of England, to collective farms launched by Stalin of Russia, to People's Commune established by Mao Zedong in China, to Mountain Shore Village in Japan, and to kibbutz in Israel. Actually, Kingdom of God, described by Jesus Christ in the Bible, the Elysium world mentioned by Buddha in Buddhist Sutra, the Society of Harmony portrayed by Lao Tzu and Tao Te Ching are all ideal societies. Now we can say that one common goal, namely the highest ideal of life mankind can achieve, has been described and pursued by great harmony, republic, utopia, ideal land, harmonious society, communism, the kingdom of God, and the Elysium world. The highest ideal society pursued by mankind must have the following 18 characteristics. Public ownership is the prevailing way under Tao. There is no private ownership, all properties are shared. There is no marriage, no family, no political party, no religion, no state, no organization of any form. There is no currency. The talented are put to good use, and the whole world will be one family. No one will pocket anything found on the road, and doors will not be bolted at night. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Recommend and assign the talented to important tasks, advocate good faith and harmony. The old are taken care of, the strong are put to good use, and the widowed, orphaned, sick, and handicapped are well provided. All members have meals at public dining halls. Normally, the work hours will be limited within 6 hours per day. Rich and plentiful material wealth without extravagance and waste. Extremely harmonious social relations and high spiritual realm. Rich and colorful cultural entertainment and games. Everyone develops freely in an all-round manner. Everyone brings his or her talent into full play. All things are put to good use. Everyone has a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life. Everyone is in the service of the others, and no one owes anyone anything. The environment is clean, tidy, elegant, and serene, like an earthly paradise. It can be said that the above 18 conditions have been basically realized in the life of the second home created by Life Genuine. In another word, communism has been fully implemented in the second home, or it may be said, the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. As the founder of communism Marx has said, without belief in God, the greatest creator, and without identity with Christ, mankind cannot possess truly perfect virtue to pursue truth and light. Only God, the greatest creator, can save us. The facts have proved this to be true. The complete realization of mankind's ideal society in the sea and home of Life Genuine is the very fruit of our reverence for the greatest creator and our observance of the way of the greatest creator. Of course, we have another secret. That is, we have imitated and copied the life and production model of the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom. Today, I hereby proclaim to the whole mankind, communism has been realized in the second home, and the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. August 24, 2011. 人类坐失了一次良机. Humanity has missed a great chance. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. If you have been keeping up with global climate change and the dynamics of our political state, you must feel that the crisis is getting worse and worse. Tomorrow or death. It is sometimes difficult to predict which will come first as you retire for the evening. On October 18th of this year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, of the United Nations released a report in Incheon, South Korea, IPCC global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which says that global warming must not be allowed to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius or mankind will succumb to an extremely pitiful doomsday by the year 2040. Can we keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius? It is out of control, a dream. 2040 is only 22 years away. Attention, please. If the end comes in 22 years, then for many people, Next year, or perhaps even tomorrow, will be the end of their time, and they might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. This is not a bluff or prophecy from some historical prophets or the ravings of spirits and deities about fortunes and disasters, but the conclusion drawn by experts from more than 40 countries who have accumulated more than 6,000 pieces of data. In fact, I personally warned people clearly in early April 2009 that the so-called apocalypse of 2012 would not happen but would be replaced in a gradual, reciprocating, and increasingly serious way. Almost a decade has passed, so let us find out how precisely the climate changes over the last decade have conformed to my predictions. In addition, at the end of 2017, I warned humanity once again that from 2018 on, the Earth would enter a new era and that dramatic changes would take place during the first 3 decades. You can look back at the climate changes of 2018. Can you sense the smell of the coming storm? From now on, the changes will get worse and worse until the extremely pitiful doomsday happens. Actually, if people had followed my guidance 10 years ago, then they would have avoided their current suffering, but they missed their great chance. How do I know all this? Because I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of the God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. It does not matter if you think that I am bluffing and that my purpose is to deceive you and gain money or carnal pleasure. That is your right and freedom. However, people with spirituality know the truth, and it is not hard for rational people to understand what I have said and written for more than the last decade and draw their own conclusions. Now, it is unnecessary to repeat what I warned of in the past. All epoch-making theories and practices are relegated to history. If I had merely pointed out the problem but had not offered any solution to it, then I would be unworthy of the title of messenger and incarnation. The problem is that I showed the way to solve the crisis and even created a model, but if people either did not believe me or simply ignored me, then it is not my problem, but theirs. It can be said that the greatest creator, through his messengers, has warned mankind and shown them the way forward. Gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints through their incarnations have done their best, and no matter how humanity will suffer, no one can blame them for neither helping you nor saving you. The United Nations has met many times to formulate plans and appeals to try to solve the problem of climate change. The most famous of those was the Paris Agreement. As I said in my article, all the efforts of the UN could not accomplish enough. This is because the root of climate change lies in mankind's traditional production and life mode. In order to stop climate change, we must change that production and life mode. Any other measures and methods are futile. Of course, the final end can be delayed for several years, but it cannot solve the root problem. So how do we change the traditional production and life mode of mankind? With my guidance, angel-like Chanyun celestials have established a model for humanity, the new oasis of life, formerly the second home model. From this model, we have a wealth of written reports, pictures, illustrations, and video presentations. In this regard, however, the United Nations, governments of major countries, experts and scholars, and billions of myopic people have been completely indifferent. So, if 2040 becomes the extremely pitiful doomsday, can we not say that mankind deserves it? Is mankind not beyond redemption? It is too late to reverse climate change now, regardless of what efforts are made. However, mankind will not die out. People will still multiply on the earth, and within another 40 years, they will usher in a brilliant era and live happier lives than have never existed before. Unfortunately, though, not many people who are alive today will survive to that time, and whether you will be one of them will depend completely upon your fortune, but even those who have fluky luck might not survive unharmed. Causality is everything. We must rely on the laws and rules of nature. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. It is customary for executioners to offer condemned prisoners one final good meal before they put them to death, so all of you should just enjoy your meals and have fun, day by day, every day.
生命禅院创始人雪峰再次自白。
The second confession of Xuefeng, the founder of Life Changyuan. Xuefeng. Xuefeng is not any kind of god, Buddha, or celestial being. He was not sent to Earth by higher-level life beings. He is very down to earth instead. Xuefeng doesn't have any supernatural power and never has shown any as well. Feng has told his personal story very clearly. He was born in a poor family near the Yellow River, Gansu Province, China. He also have told his history clearly to all Chanyuan celestials, and he doesn't have anything mysterious to hide. Feng doesn't have a master. What he said or wrote are all what he learned from life experience. Feng doesn't have any political background, nor does he have any political or other kind of organization as his support. Feng is not the spokesman of the greatest creator as some people think wishfully. He has never said that he was the spokesman. Feng is not any kind of savior as some people think wishfully, and has never said that and accepted that title. Feng is not a master, and against people call him master. Feng claimed himself a tour guide, and said more than once that he doesn't have the goodness what a master possesses. Feng call himself the messenger of the greatest creator, the embodiment of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad. The reason is that he has written an 100,000 Chinese word chapter called The Greatest Creator. He thinks it is the most comprehensive and profound description about the greatest creator. Although so, he has never given orders in the name of the messenger of the greatest creator. He has very insightful understanding of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad, and resonates with their thoughts and wills. That is why he call himself the embodiment. As for Feng said that he is from the heaven, 10,000-year world, that is the truth. If people don't understand and have nowhere to verify it, it is up to them to think Feng is talking nonsense. March 24, 2011.
我与武汉冠状病毒的对话。
My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xiefeng. January 24, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xiefeng. Hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng. Why have you emerged now? Plague God 008. Because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng. What do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008. Just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng. I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008. Yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng. So, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Paguma larvata to people. Plague God 008. Of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng. Since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008. The conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng. What conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008. Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 qi exist. Strong enough stench qi. Bitter enough hatred qi. Violent enough temper qi. Scary enough nerve qi. Evil enough heart qi. Dense enough lung qi. Weak enough kidney qi. Feeble enough liver qi. Xiefeng. So, when someone has what you call the 8 qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008. Yes. Xiefeng. So no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008. Transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng. So, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008. Correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve qi, sturdy kidney qi, clear lung qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench qi, strong hatred qi, weak kidney qi, dense lung qi, feeble nerve qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng, how do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008. Through information. Xiefeng, I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng, now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng. If this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng. These unheard of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng. So people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng. Will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng, I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench chi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 chi. For instance, if people's hatred chi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also plague gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are plague gods 007, 006, 005, and so on. Plague god 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that you cannot get spread out. Will it not be difficult for you to wake the rest of you up in the rest of the world? Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 chi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on Earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 chi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods.
我与武汉冠状病毒的对话。
My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xiefeng. January 24th, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xiefeng. Hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng. Why have you emerged now? Plague God 008. Because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng. What do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008. Just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng. I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008. Yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng. So, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Pagoma larvata to people. Plague God 008. Of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng. Since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008. The conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng. What conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008. Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 qi exist. Strong enough stench qi. Bitter enough hatred qi. Violent enough temper qi. Scary enough nerve qi. Evil enough heart qi. Dense enough lung qi. Weak enough kidney qi. Feeble enough liver qi. Xiefeng. So, when someone has what you call the 8 qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008. Yes. Xiefeng. So no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008. Transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng. So, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008. Correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve qi, sturdy kidney qi, clear lung qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench qi, strong hatred qi, weak kidney qi, dense lung qi, feeble nerve qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng, how do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008. Through information. Xiefeng, I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng, now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng. If this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng. These unheard of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng. So people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng. Will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng, I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench chi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 chi. For instance, if people's hatred chi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also plague gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are plague gods 007, 006, 005, and so on. Plague god 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that you cannot get spread out. Will it not be difficult for you to wake the rest of you up in the rest of the world? Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 chi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on Earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 chi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods. 上帝使者再次警示人类. Another warning to mankind from the messenger of the greatest creator. Dayform Buddha. January 1st, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. More than 2,500 years ago, a messenger from the greatest creator warned mankind about today's situation. Today, I have come to fulfill those ancient warnings. Floods, fires, wars, plagues, unrest, earthquakes, and other disasters which began in 2009 will continue to play their roles from the warnings which had been given to you a long time ago. Those people whose souls and hearts show only darkness, who pursue material pleasures, who fail to keep their faith, and who are selfish and egotistical, will reap all that they have sown. Let me lead those of you who still have rays of light in your souls onto a brighter path. Take the way of the greatest creator, not the ways of mankind, gods, Buddha, celestial beings, or demons. Revere the greatest creator, not your worldly leaders. Read the books without words, not the ones written by man. Forget all religions, for they have all become corrupted. None of them retain any truth any longer. Escape from marriages and families. They will lower you down to hell, not raise you up to heaven. Stop pursuing material pleasures. They will devour your spirits and souls and drag you into darkness. Pursue wealth of spirit and soul to the greatest extent. Only they can make your souls healthy and pure and lead you to heaven. Woe unto those people who possess great material wealth, for their sins are great, and their misfortunes will never come singularly. Woe unto those people with great power, for they oppress the good, deceive the public, force the pure into prostitution, compel the honest to become thieves, and they will shirk responsibility for their transgressions hardly. Woe unto those people who break their promises, for they are lawless, possess neither virtue nor wisdom, disregard nature's laws, and create unlimited strife and suffering. As divine punishments are always sure, they will not escape theirs. Woe unto selfish and egoistical people, for they are heartless, ignore laws and rules, and destroy nature. They will face painful consequences. Woe unto those people who practice psychic powers and preach supernatural power and magical arts, for they are only concerned with spirits, deities, fortunes, and disasters. They break rules, talk wildly at will, and guide people down evil paths. They deviate from natural rules and principles. They sin greatly. Do not envy and yearn for capitalism. It invites its own destruction inevitably. Do not envy and yearn for socialism. Much deceit, injustice, and lies are within it, and its road is impassable. Light the divine lamp within your souls. Never do evil when encountering hardships and tribulations, but always continue with kindness. For it is only in this way that you can escape from your troubles and leave your suffering and disasters. Each of you has your own soul garden. You need to de-weed it and cut the poisonous grass from it as soon as possible, and then import the flowers of virtue. Cultivate and fertilize them well so that you will gradually step into the new era after the disasters have ended. Never run around blindly, for no place is absolutely safe. The key to saving yourself is inside yourself, for you can never outrun your shadow. As time is running out, do not let the excess of disinformation on the web and in the media devour your last chance, but search for life-related issues quickly. Follow the instructions laid out by saints and sages and venture to climb toward the ideal realm that mankind has dreamed of. The beauty of the future era is beyond belief. I have prepared the road for new era humans, which is the way of the greatest creator and the road of life genuine. We hope that you will avoid the disasters and step into our new era. 谁能经营好夫妻生活? Who can manage a marriage well? Xu Efan, December 31st, 2018. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. Everyone wants to manage their marriage well. They want to grow old together with their childhood sweethearts, respect, support, and love each other until they die, and be compliant and loving until the end. But try to answer this question. How many people across all times and countries can actually do this? Can emperors or presidents? Can billionaires? Can powerful and influential high officials and dignitaries? Can literary talents, experts, professors, or stars of entertainment? Can even ordinary workers manage them well? The answer is that no one can manage their marriage well. Even saints cannot do it. What is the ideal marriage? A happy marriage requires that there are never arguments or quarrels, no hurting words towards each other, mutual trust without suspicion, that neither will keep private money or even consider sexual relations with anyone else, and that both will treat their parents, parents-in-law, uncles, other in-laws, more distant relatives, friends, colleagues, neighbors, and children equally well and with the same spirit, heart, and courtesy, and without disagreements. Each respects and has much love for the other, and they never have any kind of cold war with verbal or emotional violence, let alone physical violence. The wife never attempts to control the husband by crying, misbehaving, or threatening to harm herself, and the husband never swears, curses, or threatens to harm his wife. When either is unhappy, the other takes good care of them and comforts them lovingly. They were not born on the same day, but they hope to die together in each other's arms. May I ask what husband or wife can do this? Stop fantasizing because there are none. They only exist in fiction novels. Question: where is the problem? Answer: it is in human nature. Human nature is inherently selfish, so knowing that, how could you hope to find such a thing in real life? The most complicated and difficult relationships in the world are those between married couples. If it is not a good match, then there will be no equality. If they are not in the same realm, then there will be no mutual understanding. If they do not make a perfect match, then it is inevitable that one will cheat on the other. If one of them is not enthusiastic about the other's career or hobbies, then they will not resonate in harmony. The relationships between married couples are not simply ones between two people. Rather, they involve all aspects of life. Unless a couple occupies an environment in which they are isolated from the world and rich in food, the war between them, whether obvious or secretive, superficial or deep, will only stop when death brings their relationship to a close. People all yearn for freedom, but as long as you are in a marital relationship, that will never happen. Will people be free if they earn more money? Will an official be free if they rise to higher ranks? Will a performer be free if they become famous? Will people be free if they escape to a foreign country? No, 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 and no. So stop cheating yourselves and each other. Your superficial tenderness cannot hide your heart's eagerness, and your superficial smiles cannot cover up your heart's bitter tears. People need to end marital relationships now. Then how are people to live without marital relationships while still satisfying their needs for spiritual, emotional, and physical intimacy? Blessed are we because it is for this reason that the ideal life mode which humans have dreamed of for thousands of years has finally arrived. It is the new oasis for life, the second home, mode created by Life Genuine. After nearly 10 years of exploration and experimentation, we have found that this mode can not only solve all the problems that all couples have faced and confronted, but also lead lives toward a rich and beautiful world of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing. The problem which has not been solved for thousands of years finally has been, now. Discard your fantasies and troubles and start to move toward Life Genuine's new oasis for life. Come closer, closer still. Do not try to change your husband or wife. Do not try to know and understand them thoroughly. Stop making unnecessary efforts, but try to build the new oasis for life wholeheartedly. Plunge into the life of the new oasis for life. This is the most rational choice for a better life. I hope that you can enter the new oasis for life, originally the second home, soon and experience the real joy of being human. Only then will you truly understand what human life can be.
人生每一次际遇都是一场考试。
Each encounter in life is an exam. Xiefeng, March 14, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Gods are watching from just above your head. A whisper in the mortal world is like a rumble of thunder in heaven. Evil that is done secretly is as recognizable to the greatest creator as a flash of lightning in your eyes. My body has carried my soul in this world for more than 60 years, and I have experienced much during that time. Since my mission to create Life Genuine began, I have made careful observations of everyone whom I encountered. It should be said that I am searching carefully for those who can go to heaven. To be honest, less than 1/100% can do this. That is to say, only 1 in 10,000 people can go to heaven. I have discovered many mysteries from my practice of reaping ripe crops. With every encounter in life is an exam, being one of them. After staring at every person I met, genuine celestials and others, I understood that the greatest creator is staring at every life being in the universe and that all things and persons who anyone encounters are exams for them. If one passes an exam, then they will move on to the next one. If they fail it, then they must continue in this incarnation for another exam. If they fail to pass the exams for a millennium, then they will reincarnate for a millennium. If they fail them for 10 millennia, then they will reincarnate for 10 millennia. The will of the greatest creator cannot be violated, but the human mind is unpredictable. Human minds can be good and evil because human souls are unpredictable and inconclusive. The only way is to set up tens of thousands of exams, and they will be your experiences in life. When you meet someone, how you treat them is an exam. When you encounter an event, how to deal with it is an exam. Whatever we encounter, even if it is facing a bug, a beggar, or a social activity, it is actually an exam. What people do not realize is that there are people who have always been staring at us, recording our merits and demerits. Even if you drift to a desert island, are an emperor sitting upon your throne, are in prison, or are talking to yourself, there are people staring at you, and you cannot escape the eyes of these people. I am speaking of the divine punishment, though slow, are always sure philosophy. Knowing this, I now realize that life is like walking on thin ice or on a tightrope because you can only be considered a spiritual self-cultivator and have the opportunity to go to heaven when you understand this. Without understanding it, no matter how well educated you are, how rich in wisdom you are, how many merits you have accumulated, or even if you have self-cultivated for tens of thousands of years, you can only be a mere human and can never reach heaven. The content of the exam is set by Tao, is very simple, and anyone can get passing scores. I will give 8 examples here. Someone sang or danced for you, so you clapped your hands and passed the exam. Had you been indifferent, you would have failed it. You dropped some food on the dinner table, so you picked it up, ate it, and passed the exam. Had you wasted it, you would have failed it. Someone cooked a meal for you, gave you their seat, praised and encouraged you, or helped you, so you thanked them and passed the exam. Had you not, you would have failed it. You encountered a tortoise while driving on the road, so you stopped the car and let the tortoise pass first and passed the exam. Had you just rolled over it, you would have failed it. You saw a beggar passing by and gave alms and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You met a lost person, so you patiently pointed the way to them and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You saw rubbish, so you cleaned it up and passed the exam. Had you turned a blind eye to it and left it there, you would have failed it. You caused inconvenience to others, so you apologized and passed the exam. Had you not apologized, you would have failed it. There are thousands of examples like this, and we should never think that any of them are unimportant. During my lifetime of dealing with people, I have found that most people's reactions cannot pass all of their exams. For example, a doctor speaks fine words, but when they have the opportunity to help a patient, they might avoid it. I often give likes to people who post on their WeChat moments, but they never give likes to the articles that I share. Hollow valleys echo, dead valleys are silent. If you read our 800 values for new era human beings, you are asked to contribute $1. The fact is that even if it is not a million people, at least 100,000 people have read the values, but fewer than 10 people have paid these dollars throughout the past 10 years. This is the overall credit of a nation. A few days ago, I posted the article, "An amorous heart is the most true heart," in a WeChat group. As a result, the group owner immediately warned me to delete it. The owner failed the exam. Someone applied to add me on WeChat. I accepted and welcomed them, but they ignored my welcome. Some people speak very piously, but they completely ignore what you say. Someone came to me with a vow but left with neither a sound nor a trace, so I deleted them from my contact list. Deleted means gone, disappeared, dead. We are dead in each other's minds. Back to the point, no matter who we are, we experience many people and many things every day. Every encounter is an exam, and Tao is always our judge. Our future is determined by the results of our exams. The greatest creator has never abandoned anyone. He has been arranging encounters to save us. Once, twice, 10 times, thousands of times, he never gives up. We should not expect to enter heaven by passing only a single exam. What we need is to pass every exam, all of them. A failure of any exam will inevitably bring you back for a re-examination. We cannot have fluky minds. Tao's test is absolutely scientific, rigorous, meticulous, practical, and realistic. You are bound to encounter setbacks if you try to muddle through its exams by luck. 我直越重离地狱越近. The more stubborn one is, the closer they are to hell. Xiefeng, June 4, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Signs of hell include more troubles, sorrow, pain, and fear, with less freedom, joy, happiness, and blessing, and 2 unobstructed roads lead there. One is found by entering into an exclusive romantic and sexual relationship such as marriage, and the other is maintaining stubborn self-persistence. As long as you believe that you are always right, then you will definitely find your path to hell. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, a celebrity, a master, an expert, a scholar, or an ordinary self-involved person, clinging stubbornly to your views, opinions, values, measures, approaches, methods, conclusions, judgments, and so forth are always right and true proves that you are on your way to hell and that you are also bringing others along with you. This is an observation that I have drawn from history and through the current situation of humankind, which is based on the countless accumulation of facts. This observation and conclusion can be verified by everyone. Of course, my observation and conclusion are not necessarily correct because the complexity of life is unimaginable. The astronomical number of possibilities permutated and combined by 64 basic factors, cannot be seen through or straightened out by human thinking, and it is even more difficult to study. Whoever believes that they are right is proving precisely their foolishness, ignorance, stupidity, stubbornness, and irrationality. Therefore, we must never again dare to think that our own opinions are always right or dare to judge others. As a result, our hearts are brightened. We need to stay away from those who insist that they are right in everything, regardless of whether they are a president, a master, a scholar, or expert in any field. And we therefore have to be humble. We have to look up to Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Saint Lao Tzu instead of researching and exploring on our own. It is better to follow the teachings of these three. Today I learned that I, the founder and guide of Life Genuine, am very ignorant. Do you dare to say that you are right? Do you still want to stick to your opinion? You bastard.
生命禅院已为人类进入新时代铺好了路。
Life Genuine has paved the path into the new era of humanity. Dayform Buddha. June 26, 2019. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In the following decade or so, climate change will lead to unending occurrences of droughts, floods, hailstorms, hurricanes, insect calamities, earthquakes, extreme weather, pestilence, and other disastrous events that will turn hundreds of millions of people into refugees, and famines will abound. In order to compete for limited essential resources such as food and water, people will engage in savage struggles which will cause social unrest and instability. The government functions of the United Nations and all countries will fail. Governments will no longer be able to control any part of the situation. Fear and despair will spread everywhere, and people will not see any kind of bright recovery. It is estimated that within the next 30 years or so, the global population will be reduced to less than half. Minor changes occur gradually, but major ones happen instantaneously. After these great changes occur, even the most powerful empires will collapse and disappear forever. The United States, China, Russia, Germany, Japan, France, and many others will cease to exist. Most electricity will be off, communications will be unavailable, and the world will be in chaos. Authority will not exist, religious organizations will do their best, but will be so scattered and disconnected that they will be powerless. There will be no way to save mankind. The occurrences of all these things will not only be caused by the script arrangement of the grand adjustment of the universal life, but also by the state of consciousness of humans. To be sure, it is the consciousness of recent generations that has brought on these changes, and now this trend can no longer be reversed, and we have to face the reality of what will happen soon. In order to deal with these great changes and guide the rest people into the millennium, Xie Feng, who created Life Genuine, began to make theoretical preparations in 2002 and has been practicing them since 2009. Now, the theoretical and practical preparations are ready and are laid out in Chanyuan Corpus and Xie Feng Corpus, and their essence has been condensed into the third edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Beings. The practice is the new oasis of life, the original second home, which was created by Life Genuine with the new production and life mode for humans. The main purpose for releasing this message is to attract the attention of modern, living sages and ring alarm to them so that they will not feel panic or act blindly when it happens. At the same time, I hope that everyone will begin to follow the lead of Life Genuine and to plan in advance so as not to mess up and regret their poor decision for the rest of their lives. 10 years later, there will be 256 branches of the new oasis of life throughout the world which will serve as an arc in the new era. The new order of production and life for humanity will expand outward from these branches of the new oasis of life to the rest of the world. Humanity will begin to lead a brand new existence, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion, and from both the rich and the poor. The whole world will be as one family. People will live in the millennium era that humans have dreamed of for generations, in which the worthy person will utilize their talents fully. No one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and homes will not need to be locked at night. And everyone will lead happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. Life Genuine has established an NPO called the International Big Family in British Columbia, Canada, and also another branch in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Those who are willing to enter the new oasis of life in advance can contact us to visit either. You are welcome to visit and explore here for more details and information about Life Genuine's values and the new production and life mode with the precondition that you must be a sage, neither mortal nor laity, and certainly not an ignorant person. Whether or not the above is a deceitful lie depends on your judgment based on your spirituality, but to be sure, it is impossible to draw a conclusion by logical reasoning and intelligent analysis. It would be better if the developing changes of the world would be different than the above scenario. I would prefer that Life Genuine become notorious for this wrong prediction than that the great changes occur in the world because no one wants such a tragic catastrophe to happen. As for the broad masses of people, listen to it or not as you like. You can just regard this message as a joke to laugh at and ridicule over dinner.
在意报仇雪恨.
A further discussion of revenge. Xiefeng. June 28, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Each of you has a good understanding and attitude toward revenge. Having read your posts, I can see that you understand Shanyuan values well. As a new achiever of immortality, you must not have desires for revenge, let alone the motive or behavior for it. Because the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. If the outside world makes us uncomfortable, suppresses, and deceives us, or insults and deprives us of our freedom or property, then these are all our own faults and the root is still within us. From the law of causality, all effects originate from causes. The effect fruit that we eat, whether it is sweet or bitter, is caused by our own planting the cause. Therefore, revenge is tantamount to contending oneself. It is resisting the fruit that you deserve. The debt that should have been repaid will continue to cycle because of your revenge. On the road of self-improvement and self-cultivation to heaven, we need to place our lives into the hands of the greatest creator and give our lives to the management of Tao. Since we believe in Tao, we can just work hard towards the beautiful destination of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, and leave everything else to its arrangement and management. For enmity or hatred, we swallow, digest, and expel it. As for what punishment an enemy should receive, it is not our business, but rather that of Tao. How will Tao treat that enemy? We do not need to know. We only need to believe firmly that Tao is fair and will not favor anyone. We also realize that the sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. That is, what you give and what you gain always balance. Being humiliated, wronged, suppressed, and exploited are forms of giving because since you have paid something, you will surely gain something else. As to what you will gain, Tao has its own arrangements and methods. Your gain may be health and longevity, auspiciousness and smoothness, adequate food and clothing, turning a misfortune into a blessing, or perhaps even going to heaven. In short, you will not give something for nothing, and of course you will not gain anything without paying something for it. So do not take revenge. Jesus taught us to take up our own cross and follow him. This cross is our suffering, grievances, and hatred. If we take revenge, it is equivalent to dropping the cross instead of carrying it. This runs counter to Christ's teachings. Buddha Shakyamuni also taught us that if people are despised for reciting the Diamond Sutra, then not only can their sins from previous lives be eliminated, but they can end their samsara by attaining supreme enlightenment and the state of spiritual immortality. Despised here means being bullied, which gives rise to hatred. If we take revenge, it is the equivalent of throwing away the benefits that we have obtained because of being despised and spoiling our fortunes and blessings, so it is never a good deal. Lao Tzu's teachings are that sages put themselves last, find themselves in foremost places, regard their bodies as incidental, and their lives are therefore preserved. Favor and disgrace cause our dismay. What we value and what we fear are within ourselves. We have fears because we have selves. When we do not regard the self as a self, then what do we have to fear? These imply that we should not avenge our hatred because we can only live if we do not take revenge, and can only be free from harm if we become selfless. So, is revenge wrong? No. Revenge is a punishment, but punishments and rewards are cosmic properties. Those who should be punished must be punished or justice would not be served. If one planted the cause of suffering, then they must bear its bitter fruit. If they made others bleed, then they must be made to bleed. If they killed others, then they must also be deprived of their life. As you have been measuring others, so shall you be measured. Now we need to know who has the authority to take revenge. Revenge should be executed by the universe's reward and punishment system, that is, Tao. How does Tao take revenge? If all humans do too much evil, then they will be punished with extinction. If some humans do too much evil, then they will be punished by large-scale catastrophes. If individual humans do too much evil, then gods and Buddha will punish them. Individuals who are wicked will punish each other. People have no right to take revenge on each other, and Chanyuan celestials have no authority to punish anyone. Revenge is a great good. Buddha asked, if I do not go to hell, then who will? And why? To save those who are in distress? How does one save those who are in distress? One way is to take revenge to punish the wicked. If evil cannot be contained and the wicked cannot be punished, then the so-called save those who are in distress is just empty talk. That is, Wu Gang cuts the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and Sisyphus pushes the stone up the mountain, which will never happen. Why should we worry about going to hell? Because taking revenge can lead easily to that. Since Buddha has attained supreme enlightenment and has reached the state of non-self, of course, for the sake of all beings, he is not afraid of going to hell. Therefore, Buddha can take revenge. Also, gods have the authority to take revenge and punish evil. If anyone becomes a god, then they can take revenge. So we can see the following phenomenon. One of great virtue does not claim virtue. One of great mercy does not flash mercy. One of great benevolence does not appear benevolent. One with great faith seems devoid of faith. Knowing the above principles, we can see a person's future, a nation's future, and humankind's future. At the same time, we can understand the principles and root causes of the natural and social disasters that occur on Earth every day. Only in this way can we observe the world with a cold eye, watch current events calmly, and be extraordinary, reborn, and reach the celestial islands without premature death. Based on these principles, ask yourself the following 5 questions. Why did Ming Chunzu implicate Feng Xiaoru's whole clan? Why did Li Zicheng's soldiers punish the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang wherever they went? All those who live in the prince's palace, whose surname is Zhu, whether obedient or disobedient and whether military or civilian, must be killed. Why did Hitler kill millions of Jews? Why did the Chinese communists severely crack down on the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, bourgeois, and capitalists? Why did Mao Zedong want to get rid of all types of evil people? What will happen in the next few years? Who will suffer? Those who do not plan for the long term will see their short-term plans fail. Those who do not plan for general situations are not good enough for specific situations. 在意报仇雪恨. A further discussion of revenge. Xiefeng, June 28, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Each of you has a good understanding and attitude toward revenge. Having read your posts, I can see that you understand Chanyuan values well. As a new achiever of immortality, you must not have desires for revenge, let alone the motive or behavior for it. Because the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. If the outside world makes us uncomfortable, suppresses, and deceives us, or insults and deprives us of our freedom or property, then these are all our own faults and the root is still within us. From the law of causality, all effects originate from causes. The effect fruit that we eat, whether it is sweet or bitter, is caused by our own planting the cause. Therefore, revenge is tantamount to contending oneself. It is resisting the fruit that you deserve. The debt that should have been repaid will continue to cycle because of your revenge. On the road of self-improvement and self-cultivation to heaven, we need to place our lives into the hands of the greatest creator and give our lives to the management of Tao. Since we believe in Tao, we can just work hard towards the beautiful destination of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, and leave everything else to its arrangement and management. For enmity or hatred, we swallow, digest, and expel it. As for what punishment an enemy should receive, it is not our business, but rather that of Tao. How will Tao treat that enemy? We do not need to know. We only need to believe firmly that Tao is fair and will not favor anyone. We also realize that the sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. That is, what you give and what you gain always balance. Being humiliated, wronged, suppressed, and exploited are forms of giving because since you have paid something, you will surely gain something else. As to what you will gain, Tao has its own arrangements and methods. Your gain may be health and longevity, auspiciousness and smoothness, adequate food and clothing, turning a misfortune into a blessing, or perhaps even going to heaven. In short, you will not give something for nothing, and of course you will not gain anything without paying something for it. So do not take revenge. Jesus taught us to take up our own cross and follow him. This cross is our suffering, grievances, and hatred. If we take revenge, it is equivalent to dropping the cross instead of carrying it. This runs counter to Christ's teachings. Buddha Shakyamuni also taught us that if people are despised for reciting the Diamond Sutra, then not only can their sins from previous lives be eliminated, but they can end their samsara by attaining supreme enlightenment and the state of spiritual immortality. Despised here means being bullied, which gives rise to hatred. If we take revenge, it is the equivalent of throwing away the benefits that we have obtained because of being despised and spoiling our fortunes and blessings, so it is never a good deal. Lao Tzu's teachings are that sages put themselves last, find themselves in foremost places, regard their bodies as incidental, and their lives are therefore preserved. Favor and disgrace cause our dismay. What we value and what we fear are within ourselves. We have fears because we have selves. When we do not regard the self as a self, then what do we have to fear? These imply that we should not avenge our hatred because we can only live if we do not take revenge, and can only be free from harm if we become selfless. So, is revenge wrong? No. Revenge is a punishment, but punishments and rewards are cosmic properties. Those who should be punished must be punished or justice would not be served. If one planted the cause of suffering, then they must bear its bitter fruit. If they made others bleed, then they must be made to bleed. If they killed others, then they must also be deprived of their life. As you have been measuring others, so shall you be measured. Now we need to know who has the authority to take revenge. Revenge should be executed by the universe's reward and punishment system, that is, Tao. How does Tao take revenge? If all humans do too much evil, then they will be punished with extinction. If some humans do too much evil, then they will be punished by large-scale catastrophes. If individual humans do too much evil, then gods and Buddha will punish them. Individuals who are wicked will punish each other. People have no right to take revenge on each other, and Chanyuan celestials have no authority to punish anyone. Revenge is a great good. Buddha asked, if I do not go to hell, then who will? And why to save those who are in distress? How does one save those who are in distress? One way is to take revenge to punish the wicked. If evil cannot be contained and the wicked cannot be punished, then the so-called save those who are in distress is just empty talk. That is, Wu Gang cuts the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and Sisyphus pushes the stone up the mountain, which will never happen. Why should we worry about going to hell? Because taking revenge can lead easily to that. Since Buddha has attained supreme enlightenment and has reached the state of non-self, of course, for the sake of all beings, he is not afraid of going to hell. Therefore, Buddha can take revenge. Also, gods have the authority to take revenge and punish evil. If anyone becomes a god, then they can take revenge. So we can see the following phenomenon. One of great virtue does not claim virtue. One of great mercy does not flash mercy. One of great benevolence does not appear benevolent. One with great faith seems devoid of faith. Knowing the above principles, we can see a person's future, a nation's future, and humankind's future. At the same time, we can understand the principles and root causes of the natural and social disasters that occur on Earth every day. Only in this way can we observe the world with a cold eye, watch current events calmly, and be extraordinary, reborn, and reach the celestial islands without premature death. Based on these principles, ask yourself the following 5 questions. Why did Ming Chunzu implicate Feng Xiaoru's whole clan? Why did Li Zicheng's soldiers punish the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang wherever they went? All those who live in the prince's palace, whose surname is Zhu, whether obedient or disobedient, and whether military or civilian must be killed. Why did Hitler kill millions of Jews? Why did the Chinese communists severely crack down on the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, bourgeois, and capitalists? Why did Mao Zedong want to get rid of all types of evil people? What will happen in the next few years? Who will suffer? Those who do not plan for the long term will see their short-term plans fail. Those who do not plan for general situations are not good enough for specific situations.
人类社会发展趋势探索
Exploring the developmental trend of human society. Xiefeng, January 17, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. It is not moral preaching but the advancement of science and technology that change human thinking and living conditions. The invention of steam engines in the 1860s changed the way that people traveled and dressed and brought about the appearance of ships, trains, and the international cotton textile and the steel industries. The invention of electrification in the 1870s brought electric lights, telephones, airplanes, and cars to people, which changed their life patterns. The inventions and innovations of atomic energy and microprocessor-based calculators in the middle 20th century not only brought people a new thinking mode, but also brought us into a new era, especially the scientific and technological revolution in electronic communication in the beginning of the 21st century, which accelerated the change of people's thinking and life patterns in all aspects. As for the moral preachings of Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam, it is the same today as it was 2 centuries after their founding prophets lived. The moral education of Confucianism in traditional Chinese culture is even more stretched. It has no effect on people's thinking and brings no effective changes to the way that people live. Mao Zedong's ideological and moral education, which was popular in China from the 1950s through the 1960s, not only failed to bring freedom and wealth to people, but it also cultivated countless hypocrites and corrupt officials. The facts have proven that the more emphasis that is placed on moral education, the worse people's living conditions become and the more cunning people's characters turn. While the more rapid the development of science and technology are, the more people's lifestyles and living standards improve for the better. Today, it is not moral education that changes people's thinking, behavior, and life patterns, but scientific revolutions and technological innovations such as computers, mobile phones, videos, and biotechnology. With continuously emerging new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, facial recognition, and so on, people's thinking will undergo revolutionary leaps, and people's traditional life patterns will be completely subverted. With mobile phones and other social media, who would still send love letters and family greetings through snail mail? With powerful cars, who is still willing to ride ox carts and carriages? With fast airplanes, who would still ride to faraway places on horseback? With GPS navigation systems, who wants to look for places on street maps? The invention and creation of science and technology force people to change their traditional lifestyles. It is not a question of whether we are willing to do this, but a matter of necessity. In addition to science and technology, the core factors that change people's ways of living and thinking, another major factor is institutions, systems, and programs. Different systems lead to different ways of thinking and living. For example, mainland China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore are all Chinese, but their social styles are totally different due to their different systems. As far as their systems are concerned, the more open and free a system is, the more advantageous the development of its productive forces will be, the more vibrant the society is, the more active people's thinking becomes, and the better the people's living conditions become. While the more closed and conservative a system is, the less freedom it has, the more it hinders the development of productivity. The more lifeless it is, the lower people's degree of happiness is, the more rigid their thinking is, and the more ignorant the people remain. Let us compare the United States, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. The United States was founded only 200 years ago, but its productive forces have flourished from the beginning through the present, and its society has unlimited vitality. This proves that its system is superior. Historically, the Persian kingdom once created a splendid civilization, but after the Ayatollahs took power in 1980, Iran embarked on an autocratic system that combines politics with religion, and they have declined since then. Venezuela used to be the wealthiest country in South America, But since Nicolas Maduro took over the supreme power of the country in 2013, he implemented an autocratic dictatorship and changed the country's operating system. And as a result, the country has gone from bad to worse and become the country with the most severe economic collapse and the worst national life in the world today. A country of just 32 million people has created 4 million refugees. This is how different systems produce different outcomes. Zimbabwe was once the granary of southern Africa and the most pleasant garden-like country in the world. But since they gained their independence in 1980, they have been governed by Robert Mugabe. As Mugabe became more conservative and authoritarian, the country's currency collapsed by 2009, and its people were becoming desperate. After analyzing the above factors, let us look at the developmental trend of human society. The current systems in China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and several other countries will collapse. No matter how the autocratic systems are controlled, due to the massive emergence of computer networks and mobile phone communication videos, no matter how effectively their firewalls block people from receiving new information, the spread of information is unstoppable, and people will become less and less tolerant of authoritarian rule. Market economies will replace all other forms of economic models. The movement of people will become freer and more frequent. The concept of hometown will only exist in people's minds, and that of where there is bread, there will be motherland, will be deeply rooted in people's minds. Religion, culture, and nationality will gradually merge. Religion will go into decline, culture will develop toward the American style, and nationalist sentiment will fade. The concept of countries will gradually fade, a global government will appear, and people will move toward it. Various kinds of social and non-governmental organizations and teams will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and they present social wonders of 100 flowers blooming in a variety of forms. Marriage, as one of the most ignorant phenomena in human society, will gradually disappear as the traditional nuclear family mode gradually disintegrates. People are more keen to rely on their emotions and live with folk collective production and life modes such as in Japan's Konohana family. After experiencing great changes, turbulence, and integration, the world will move toward unity and countries will disappear completely. Eventually, the values of Life Genuine will be deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the new oasis for life mode created by Life Genuine will blossom everywhere. The above is only the developmental trend of human society as analyzed from the evolution of social factors. The inventions and creations of science and technology and the evolution of systems are not enough to constitute such huge social changes. Another extremely explosive factor that will also play a role is the vicissitudes which will be brought about by climate. Fires, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, plagues, scorching heat, freezing cold, droughts, and similar disasters will be staged in turn and become more and more severe and harsh, which will force all of human society to move towards the Life Genuine era. This will be an objective law that does not evolve with people's subjective will. Let us wait and see. Tianming Lun, The Theory of Destiny. Xiefeng, February 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Confucius said, "At 15 years old, I set my heart upon learning. At 30 years, I planted my feet firmly upon the ground. At 40, I no longer suffered from perplexities. At 50, I knew my destiny. At 60, I heard them with docile ears. At 70, I could follow the dictates of my own heart, for what I desired no longer overstepped the boundaries of right." Knowing one's destiny? What is destiny? Destiny is the mission bestowed upon us by the greatest creator. Or we can say, destiny is our inherent talent and fate. Then how can we know our destiny? The smartest and wisest people in Chinese history are Jiang Ziya, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang. Jiang Ziya's wisdom undoubtedly exceeded Zhou Wenwang's. Zhang Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bang's, and Zhuge Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bei's. But why did the former not replace the later and stand on their own as kings? Because they knew their destinies. They knew that their destinies were to assist, not to rule. Had the three of them attempted to become kings, they would have lost everything. Commanders-in-chief and generals are two completely different realms. Kings and counselors require completely different talents. Birds can soar in the sky, but once they fall into the water, They will not only be defenseless, but they might even drown. Lu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and many others were godlike persons who knew the vicissitudes of the previous millennia. So why did Lu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Tiangang still kowtow to the feet of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li